Originally a mere underachiever, Chen Hao has acquired a live-streaming reward cashback system. Regardless of the amount donated, he is entitled to receive a refund. Henceforth, his life underwent a dramatic transformation. Once unattainable, charming lowless, pure school beauties, and aloof seductresses now extend their olive branches, even descending upon him in droves. Brother, we have a guild battle next week. Please lend me a hand. I've already sent you the room number. Brother, you're spending far too much. Let me keep you company. Those vixens. I am the one who truly cares for you, brother. Chen Hao glanced at the hundreds of thousands of dough coins spent as he basked in the adoration of the stars in the live stream. He then looked at the tens of billions in his account and smiled. I apologize, but it seems I may be the true overlord of this online realm. Chapter 1. Cashback Rewards. The Overlord has arrived. Long Country, Jean City. April 2025. At 5:30 in the afternoon, within a reasonably exquisite street-side cafe. Let's break up. This was Tian Sinny's cold and frigid voice. She reclined against the booth, her raven black hair lazily cascading over her shoulders, her features both lovely and refined. Judging solely by her appearance, after applying makeup, she would easily score at least 80 points. My mother said, the betrothal gift must be 888,000, not a penny less. You are nothing but a debt-ridden pauper now. How do you expect to manage that? However, it was evident that Chen Hao, seated across from her, was not preoccupied with her appearance. Tian Sinny, it's been 2 months since we last met, and you come at me with this? 88,000 in betrothal gifts. Do you think I am unaware of how you usually treat your mother? Have you ever listened to her? Now, suddenly, you're the obedient child? Chen Hao made a concerted effort to lower his voice. Although not excessively loud, those in nearby booths could sense the fury embedded in his words. His once clean and fresh visage had deteriorated under immense pressure, now appearing haggard and unrecognizable. Heavy dark circles under his eyes and unkempt hair from days without washing stood in stark contrast to his previously immaculate chin, now adorned with stubble. Opposite him sat his girlfriend, with whom he had been together since his sophomore year. They had now endured 5 years together since her graduation 3 years prior. April Fool's Day has passed. I am not jesting with you today. What have you given me during these years we've been together? Currently, I am burdened with debts exceeding 3 million. Both my house and car have been mortgaged to repay what I owe. My pockets are emptier than your expression. How do you intend to support me? Can the present version of you provide the life I desire? Upon hearing these words, Chen Hao's anger intensified. During our university days, I brought you meals daily. How much of your own money did you spend on your 3 daily meals? I scarcely possessed any time for myself. Whenever I had a moment, I took on odd jobs to ensure we could cover our living expenses while at school. You would always receive my messages instantly. Regardless of how late you stayed out at bars with classmates, I would ride a shared bicycle to fetch you. And once I found you, I would take a taxi to return you to campus. We have been together for 5 years, 12 months in a year. There are 3 opportunities each month to celebrate Valentine's Day, to go on dates, shop for clothes, watch movies, and dine at upscale restaurants. Which of these occasions was not funded by me? Upon graduating from university, I promised to provide you with the life you desired, and immediately after graduating, I borrowed money to start a business. The idea of franchising was yours, the project was your choice, and you were the one who went to that ridiculous headquarters for inspection, while I was left in Jincheng to assist the location scout. When I expressed my doubts about the project's viability, do you recall what you said? Should I remind you? You later insisted that I mortgage my car and house to borrow even more money to secure regional and provincial agency rights. When I disagreed, you threatened to break up with me, and now you treat me this way? Tian Sinny scoffed dismissively, stating, that is merely a reflection of your own inadequacy. You cannot manage it. Chen Hao slammed his phone down, revealing a group chat for franchisees advocating for mutual rights protection. Are all of the over 130 stores nationwide lacking in capability? Tian Sinny, your ability to spout falsehoods with such ease is truly remarkable. Tian Sinny displayed little emotional fluctuation, replying coolly, I am currently disinclined to engage in this discussion with you. Chen Hao found himself laughing in disbelief at her audacity. You recognize your own shortcomings, hence your reluctance to argue, correct? You were the one who sought out that franchise platform. What connection do you have with them? It seemed he had struck a nerve, as the typically composed Tian Cini abruptly threw her coffee at him. If you lack evidence, I advise you to refrain from speaking. At present, you are nothing but a pauper. Do you truly believe you are worthy of being with me? You did not even mention your debts. Can you produce that 88,000 in betrothal gifts? Loser, today is merely a notification for you. Do not overstep your boundaries. Chen Hao glanced at his coffee-stained clothes, surveying the surroundings as patrons within the cafe turned to observe, whispering amongst themselves. Perhaps drawn by Tian Cini's beauty, several muscular men nearby appeared eager, seemingly anticipating a hero's rescue scenario. Fine, just wait. After uttering a fierce remark, Chen Hao exited the cafe. As he passed by the muscular men, Chen Hao noted their expressions of disappointment. He glanced at the shared bicycles outside before riding back to his rented accommodation. His hometown lies in the outskirts of Jincheng, but he no longer dared to return. His parents remain oblivious to the fact that their seemingly astute and sensible son has squandered the family savings, which were intended to facilitate his marriage, by mortgaging both the house and car. Furthermore, he is encumbered with debts exceeding 3 million. If the second installment of over 500,000 fails to reach the creditor's account by the end of next month, he may find himself facing legal action and ending up on the list of dishonest individuals. Should those creditors resort to unscrupulous tactics, his return to his hometown could even endanger his parents. Of course, he is also deceiving himself. With such a significant amount of debt, it would not take much effort for anyone to uncover where his ancestral home lies. Arriving at his remote, rented apartment in the outskirts, it was already 7 in the evening. He resides in a 7th-floor studio without an elevator, and even the stairwell lighting is sporadic. Chen Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, discarding his coffee-stained clothes into the washing machine. After preparing a bucket of instant noodles, he glanced at his mobile banking app, which displayed a mere 233.33 yuan, feeling both amused and dismayed. After next month, any funds deposited into this bank account will likely be directly withdrawn. While consuming instant noodles he had stockpiled during an online shopping festival, Chen Hao opened the Douyin live stream on his phone, observing the lively hosts and beautiful dancers. A year ago, Tian Cini had grown increasingly distant, claiming to be busy with her own affairs, resulting in weeks passing without a single encounter, let alone any shared joy. Apart from maintaining contact with others in the rights protection group and seeking ways to raise money, this has become his sole source of entertainment. It can be said that without the occasional dopamine boost provided by Douyin, he might have long ceased to take the stairs. Naturally, given his current circumstances, he primarily focuses on not spending a dime, merely seeking companionship. Nevertheless, he is not entirely at ground zero. Occasionally, he manages to seize a few Douyin coins from red envelopes, which he generously donates to his favorite live stream room. Charging 1 yuan grants him 10 Douyin coins, but to reach his current level of 7, Chen Hao glanced at his level, contemplating the need for 9 yuan. Winning red envelopes is no easy feat. This is a level that would garner no welcome upon entering a live stream. As long as he refrains from posting comments, the hosts generally overlook him. Of course, most of the time, unless the host's live stream is exceptionally empty, his comments would likely be ignored regardless. Chen Hao expertly swiped left, clicked on the live stream he followed, and entered his regular viewing room. This particular live stream is titled Clear Sky 004, a group broadcast featuring various male and female ensembles, primarily divided into categories of dance and entertainment, with dance being the predominant focus. At present, within the live stream, 5 young women are repeatedly performing the dance to Dajan Hong 2, and a gift of just 1 Douyin coin prompts these female hosts to dance for approximately 10 seconds each time. Undoubtedly, it is unrealistic to earn money through these meager little gifts. Rather, this is merely a method for attracting attention during the initial phase, with the primary goal being to entice more individuals to join, as the true monetary gains lie within the subsequent group competitions. The girl currently occupying the center position is named Xiao Xiao Cat. It is rumored that she is the belle of a prestigious 985 university, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Today, she is adorned in a sleek gray-black office ensemble, the form-fitting fabric elegantly accentuating her graceful S-shaped silhouette. Although her bosom is partially obscured by a tie adorned with a cute pattern that sways continuously, a fleeting glimpse of pristine whiteness can incite a rush of blood to the head for all onlookers. The semi-transparent black stockings envelop her elongated legs, and with each leap, the unique reflective sheen of the stockings stirs a tingling sensation within Chen Hao. Nevertheless, Chen Hao feels that her ID name does not quite align with her true demeanor. She resembles a cunning fox, her slightly upturned phoenix eyes sparkling with mischief, and her exquisitely shaped face perpetually wears an elusive smile. Particularly during the moments when she requires votes for PKs, her delicate pursing of her crimson lips and the glimmer in her eyes have nearly compelled Chen Hao to spend money on numerous occasions. Of course, he has managed to restrain himself. No matter how great the temptation, under the immense pressure of millions in debt, it remains merely a paper tiger. He subsequently shook his head in self-mockery. Visible yet intangible. Whether her aura aligns with my own is of no concern to me. It's merely a fleeting visual indulgence. Just as Chen Hao was enlarging the live stream to scrutinize whether Xiao Cat's stockings were of medium or low denier, a voice inexplicably resonated within his mind. Detection of host opening the live streaming software, system successfully bound. This system is a live streaming tipping cashback system, bound to the host's current dimension. Please wait. Dimension rules have been breached and system injection is complete. This system can only bind to physiological female humans with a score of 80 or above. For every 100 yuan dragon coins tipped to her, 1 yuan dragon coin will be instantly refunded and the cashback amount can be freely utilized. Settlement occurs daily at midnight. The amount tipped will double the following day, and the doubled amount can only be used for live stream, tipping, and no other purposes. Example: tipping 10,000 yuan to the broadcaster will yield 20,000 yuan in dedicated tipping funds the next day. After using the 20,000 yuan, the next day will grant 40,000 yuan, and so forth. The higher the affinity, the greater the refund ratio. If the binding female's affinity reaches 90, the refund ratio will be 1-to-1. Upon reaching an affinity of 100, a mysterious ability will be granted. A dedicated tipping fund debit card has been issued. Please be attentive to its receipt. This system has been meticulously crafted by the wealthy dimension, and all rights of explanation belong to the system. Wishing the host a pleasant experience. Chen Hao gazed at the mysterious black debit card that had suddenly materialized before him. His hand froze, and an exclamation of surprise escaped his lips. Holy cow! System brother. Chapter 2. Group Broadcast, the System Rating of the Little Cat. Over the years, Chen Hao had indulged in an abundance of novels, and thus possessed a fair understanding of what a system entailed. He gingerly picked up the black bank card before him, examining it closely, and mused to himself. This object appeared abruptly, accompanied by the disembodied voice of the system in my mind. It is improbable that someone would expend such effort on a mere novice like me. This must be the genuine system brother. He called out softly, only to discover that system brother remained unresponsive, likely not designed for companionship or inquiry. Subsequently, he exited Douyin and opened his WeChat and Alipay, attempting to bind this enigmatic bank card. To his astonishment, he found that this card had mysteriously appeared in his wallet without his prior knowledge. As he was about to click on the card's details, a line of numbers suddenly flashed before his eyes. 0. Was this the current balance of the card? It seemed to convey such information directly in this manner. Truly, System Brother is remarkable and possesses extraordinary capabilities. Foregoing instant noodles, Chen Hao activated the calculator on his phone. The reward amount doubled daily, and with over 200 yuan remaining, if he spent it all judiciously, within 20 days. The sum in this card would surpass 100 million. Goodness, even if I only managed to utilize 1% of that after 20 days. If I could spend over 100 million, I would earn back a substantial sum exceeding 1 million. Chen Hao sprang to his feet, knocking over the dilapidated table, spilling soup all over the floor. However, he paid no heed to the chaos, swallowing nervously as he reopened Douyin, entering the previously mentioned Qingkong 004 group broadcast room. A line of text appeared at the bottom of the comment section, disappearing in less than half a second. LV7 fresh attire galloping horse has entered the broadcast room. As expected, it was promptly ignored. Chen Hao had grown accustomed to this, dismissing it as he opened the gift bar, clicked on recharge, verified his fingerprint, and transferred all the remaining 233 yuan into the account. After all, he still had instant noodles to eat, and water could be boiled directly from the tap. The utilities would last until next month, which was sufficient. Upon closing the recharge interface, his Douyin coin and diamond balance transformed to 2331. Oh, and there was also a leftover Douyin coin from a previous red envelope. Perhaps I still have a chance. Chen Hao inexplicably recalled the myriad of chaotic loan apps that had appeared while scrolling through short videos a few days prior. Fortunately, he had yet to be discovered by his creditors, and his credit score remained relatively intact. If he could take advantage of this time gap to borrow what he could, then why not give it a try? Dismissing the gift bar, Chen Hao's gaze refocused on the broadcast room screen. Despite the numerical designation displayed behind this broadcast room, its actual popularity was dismally low, with hints of impending dissolution looming. Even the host seemed lackluster, as the operator had left, and he now found himself single-handedly managing the proceedings. In such group broadcasts, it was customary to have an operator and a host MC. At times, the host's role could eclipse that of the beautiful female streamer, as their words could invigorate the atmosphere of the broadcast, igniting the interest of the wealthy patrons to reward them. The affluent viewers, particularly those at levels 40 and 50, had long since grown weary. They were not there merely to watch dancing. Rather, they were there to engage in conversations and boast with their peers. The dancing, games, and PK battles served merely as embellishments to their socializing. At this very moment, the preliminaries of dance had concluded, and the host was excitedly announcing the commencement of the PK segment. Dear family members, we are about to enter the most thrilling and exhilarating PK segment. Today marks the end of the workday. All family members and esteemed patrons, remember to choose a beauty to support with your gifts. 10 consecutive victories will lead to an early dismissal. The last one remaining will be responsible for cleaning up. 2 girls stood on either side of the screen, each adorned with a health bar and a countdown timer. Typically, there were 2 minutes allocated. Supporters could select their favored female streamer in the gift interface, and the side that accumulated the most gift points would remain on stage. Naturally, there were also many so-called knife doors, assassins, and entertainers who, not genuinely supporting anyone, merely wished to witness the beautiful women lose and be eliminated, reveling in their misfortune. In a sense, this too was a form of amusement. As Chen Hao observed the viewer count in the upper right corner plummet from 19 to a mere 8, he realized this figure excluded several accounts belonging to the young women on stage. LV12 Little Rain, another PK? Boring, I'm out of here. LV22 Cola Chicken Wings, let us do a bit more group dancing. I still have 100 Douyin coins left. LV5 Wordless, with fewer than 20 viewers. Do you really have 20 minutes? Starting the PK now seems a bit unseemly. LV4 Good Legs, just pure comedy, I've reported it. LV17 Laughing while jumping, unfollowed. The host paid no mind to the barrage of comments. He had become quite accustomed to it. For at this stage, the thrill of directing the young women with mere pennies during the previous phase had evaporated. The lively little dance to solicit votes lacked the fervor of the earlier group dances, prompting those without substantial support to naturally depart. Previously, Chen Hao would merely observe the spectacle during such segments, occasionally sending a small heart to Little Cat when he won one from a red envelope. In these smaller broadcasts, it was all too common for one side to end up without a single heart, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Moreover, in this particular broadcast room, no gifts were being exchanged. Both sides stood at a score of 0-0, with ties leading to replays being a frequent occurrence. Sometimes, just a single heart was enough for Chen Hao to secure a victory for Little Cat, earning him a tepid, insincere thank you. After all, despite following Little Cat for 2 months, he had yet to receive a follow-back. At this moment, as the most commercially viable member of the group and a perennial center in group dances, Little Cat was the first to step onto the left side to accept the PK challenge. When Chen Hao fixed his gaze upon her, the system's notification appeared promptly, revealing a luminous interface visible only to him. Name, Su Xiaodong. Age, 22. Rating, 86 points. Health status, normal. Affection level, 5. System prompt. Sending 1 Douyin coin will allow binding to this streamer. My goodness, this is quite a revelation, revealing her true name directly. However, it makes sense. Changing names and IDs on Douyin is remarkably convenient. Allowing multiple changes within a month and displaying the real name may be simpler. At 22 years old, could the rumors of her being a campus beauty hold some truth? She must be in her senior year. A rating of 86. My taste is commendable, as I can indeed find genuine beauty even amidst the heavily filtered Douyin landscape. Yet, in truth, Chen Hao was perhaps overthinking it. Compared to individual streamers, the beauty filters in group broadcasts were generally less intense, primarily focusing on facial slimming, skin whitening, waist reduction, and leg elongation. It was not that they desired to apply stronger filters. Rather, the diverse content in group broadcasts, the complexity of the scenes, and the large number of participants at a considerable distance from the camera made it challenging to keep pace if the filters were set too high, leading to an awkward situation when the beauty enhancements faltered. Moreover, apart from exceptional circumstances or an absolute lack of alternatives, there are at least several guilds within this community that maintain a rigorous selection process when it comes to choosing streamers. Those deemed excessively unattractive are simply not afforded the opportunity to grace the live streaming space. Conversely, in the realm of individual streamers, distinguishing between male and female becomes quite the perplexing endeavor. As Chen Hao's gaze drifted downward, he found himself bewildered by the health status indicator. What did it signify? Normal? What could possibly be deemed abnormal? Could it be that the implications of Meisure were entirely unrelated to the presence of warts? Skimming past this detail, he focused on the meager goodwill rating of 5 from Little Cat, sinking into deep contemplation. After all, I have already spent a few dollars. How can this be lower than the 0 of a mere passerby? Today, I shall see just how many gold coins can be extracted from you. Chapter 3, Little Cat. You may soon find yourself with an older brother. Suddenly, Chen Hao felt a pang of regret for the dozens of dough coins he had previously spent. Even though they were all obtained through seizing red envelopes, one must still rely on luck and remain in the live stream until the envelopes are opened. However, Chen Hao was perhaps indulging in a bit of self-delusion. To most streamers, an audience member who lingers without contributing is far less appealing than a fresh face entering the live stream. Newcomers still hold the potential to contribute, while those who remain without participating are truly devoid of any value. In group broadcasts, if the streamer is a visually oriented chat enthusiast, they may even find the words of those unengaged audience members quite distasteful. Meanwhile, the live broadcast backdrop was alive with pulsating music as Little Cat and another guild member, Pai, half-heartedly swayed their bodies in sync. The absence of chatter in the bullet screen and the awkward 0 above the heads of the two streamers rendered the atmosphere utterly devoid of excitement. Everyone, support your favorite sister. Come on, there are just 30 seconds left. Is there an assassin? Someone take Little Cat down. The host, named Air Mao, exhibited a flicker of enthusiasm, indicative of professional commitment. As he shouted, he despairingly observed the bullet screen, which had seen no activity for over a minute since the PK began. Just then, Little Cat's health bar flickered, displaying a single tiny heart. Yet it plunged her health to a state of complete suppression. LV7 Fresh Attire and Fierce Horse sends Little Cat a heart X1. Air Mao glanced at the ID of the gift giver. Ah, Fresh Attire and Fierce Horse. Where did this heart come from? Naturally, while he mused on this, he knew better than to voice such thoughts. A gift is always preferable to self-indulgence, and he promptly perked up. Thank you to our brother Angry Horse for sending a heart. Is there a CEO willing to follow Angry Horse's lead and help Little Cat defend her tower? Hearing Air Mao's exclamations, Little Cat glanced at the large screen displaying gift notifications, flashed a smile, and made a heart gesture towards the camera. However, her true feelings were entirely at odds with her expression and actions. Another one from Angry Horse. It's fine if he has no money, but he doesn't even support the occasional big spender who gifts. Not to mention, he seldom contributes to the chat. He doesn't even qualify as part of the atmosphere group, yet I'm always thanking him for those meager hearts. When will this guy leave? With a captivating figure clad in professional attire, alluring black stockings, and a perfectly refined visage, she directed a heart gesture toward the camera. Had it been the previous Chen Hao, this alone would guarantee him a good night's sleep. However, the current him found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. System notification, binding successful, target bound, Su Xiaotong. System notification, Su Xiaotong's favorability, 1. How could it have decreased a bit? While others see their favorability reset to 0 when gifts stop, how is it that my goodwill diminishes even after gifting? If he were aware of Little Cat's thoughts at that moment, he would surely be even more incensed. It must be too little, I should try again. If that doesn't work, I'll find another live stream. Gazing at the gift options on his phone, Chen Hao gritted his teeth and selected a gift he had never chosen before. On the screen, several shooting stars streaked across, and though the display lasted merely a second, it was indeed a gift with special effects. Priced at 99 yuan, 99 dough coins, it was the most extravagant gift he had ever sent. Instantly, the comment section of the live stream filled with 2 new messages. Congratulations to user, Fresh Attire and Fierce Horse, for successfully leveling up to LV8. Congratulations to user, Fresh Attire and Fierce Horse, for successfully leveling up to LV9. Thank you. Thank you to our brother Angry Horse for sending a shining star. The score is overwhelming. Is there an assassin among us? Is there anyone who adores our lovely Pai on the right side of the screen? There are just 15 seconds left. It's time to strike. The host Air Mao nearly failed to register the significance of the moment. This was the first time in 2 months that this fellow had sent a gift with special effects. It was quite remarkable indeed. Little Cat, on stage, appeared taken aback, her body momentarily stiffening as she swayed to the music. This guy had been lurking in the live stream for a full 2 months without spending much at all, pinching pennies to the extreme. To her surprise, he had sent her a gift with special effects today. Although the monetary gain would be minimal, she still put on a cheerful facade for the camera. The remaining audience members who had been quietly observing suddenly felt an urge to comment. LV12 Xiao Yuao? Angry Horse is actually contributing today. Incredible. LV19 Guazi Run. Am I still dreaming? Did I just see Angry Horse send more than one heart? LV17 Tan, Xiao, Jin Bung Cha Cha. Xiao Yu, didn't you say you were leaving? LV12 Xiao Yu, Tan Xiao Jin Bung Cha Cha. Aren't you still here? LV17 Tan, Xiao, Jin Bung Cha Cha. I'm just here to admire the beautiful legs and black stockings. LV12 Xiao Yu, same here. Chen Hao watched the barrage of comments, his eyelid twitching slightly. Yet, he felt powerless. In this live stream, he was essentially a non-entity. In the past, he might have sent a self-deprecating comment to alleviate the awkwardness, but things were different now. I am destined to become an elder brother. I cannot afford to lose face. Thus, he simply sent a heart emoji in the comments. Subsequently, Chen Hao was astonished to see a notification pop up from the system. System notification, Su Xiaodong's favorability, 3. Is this a sign of hope for my spending capacity? It seems I am on the verge of reclaiming the passerby 0. With no time to spare to witness Little Cat's gratitude after winning this round, Chen Hao minimized the Douyin live stream and opened his original bank app. As expected, his bank account had just received a deposit. 0.01 yuan. Yes, Chen Hao leapt up in excitement within his rental room. Even if it was only a dime, it was a tangible deposit, and the massive debts he owed seemed to be inching toward resolution. Pouring himself a cup of cooled boiled water, he seated himself upright on the edge of his bed. After closing the Douyin live stream, he utilized the Wi-Fi provided by his landlord to fervently download various loan applications. Legitimate platforms? Borrow. Illegitimate ones? Borrow. 9 out of 13 returns. Compared to Brother Tongzi's cash back, that's merely child's play borrow. After all, next month, the 50,000 is a problem that I can only tackle with the system. I have no other means of resolution. A plethora of debts weigh me down. Why worry about the future? For now, I will borrow as much as I can. Either take the elevator to the spacious flat or descend 7 flights of stairs. Let us get to it. After more than an hour, having endured a multitude of facial and fingerprint verifications, Chen Hao, drenched in sweat, reopened Douyin. If it weren't for certain websites that required men to present their ID while being completely unclothed, he would have likely downloaded the app directly. As it stands, his China Merchants Bank account now boasts a balance of over 260,000. It's not that he couldn't borrow more while his credit was still relatively intact, but the platforms that could disburse funds before midnight today only permitted such a sum. By tomorrow, that 260,000 would effectively double, yielding an additional 520,000, eliminating the need for further borrowing. With a resolute breath, he invested the entire amount into Douyin, casting a glance at his balance of over 2.6 million Do coins before re-entering the Qingkong 004 live stream room. At this moment, the charming Xiao Xiao cat had secured a remarkable 4 consecutive victories with 3 little hearts. Compared to her opponent's solitary heart, she was currently dancing while holding a microphone, rallying support for her 5th win. Such scenes had unfolded numerous times, with 5 girls alternately stepping up for PKs. Yet in over an hour, they had collectively earned barely 500 Do coins. Dear viewers, please support Xiao Xiao cat. I long to clock out, she implored. Whether she genuinely wished to conclude her shift was, however, debatable. The host, Mao, jested. Hoping to leave after earning a few bucks? Are there any assassins lurking in our live stream? It's time to strike. Just then, an entrance effect graced the live stream. LV52 Lone Wolf has entered the room. This lone wolf could be considered one of the few big brothers in the current live stream, a jester who derived amusement from watching female streamers lose their streaks. There were perhaps 3 or 4 others of similar ilk, who sporadically visited the live stream for entertainment. Presently, the primary income of the Qingkong 004 live stream, aside from the monthly guild battles, relied heavily on their support. Warmly welcome our CEO Lone Wolf back home. Speak up, who do you wish to target today? Upon seeing Lone Wolf, Mao's spirits soared, for today's potential to recoup the electricity bill hinged on this man. The big brother remained silent, and suddenly, a blue-purple support platform appeared on the screen, showcasing a digital light board emblazoned with the number 520. This effect could only be triggered by consecutively gifting over 520 little hearts. LV52 Lone Wolf gifts cold little hearts x 520. Thank you. We are immensely grateful to CEO Lone Wolf for gifting cold 520 little hearts. This put Xiao Xiao cat in a precarious position. Is there anyone to guard our Xiao Xiao cat? She is on a 4-game winning streak, and a 5th win would earn her a revival shield. Must it end here? Only 5 seconds remain. The so-called revival shield allows a streamer's protector to spend double the cost to resurrect her after a PK loss, enabling her to continue her winning streak. One must admit, the host was quite dedicated, passionately engaging with a live stream that had scarcely any comments. With over 2.6 million Do coins in his possession, Chen Hao, having placed all his bets, was indifferent to whether his opponent was a seasoned player over level 50. He swiftly navigated the gift bar, selecting the carnival, an item he had long coveted, and sent it forth. LV9 Fresh Attire and Gallant Steed Gifts, Xiao Xiao Cat Carnival X1. Congratulations to user, Fresh Attire and Gallant Steed, for successfully leveling up to LV10. Congratulations to user, Fresh Attire and Gallant Steed, for successfully leveling up to LV11. Congratulations to user, Fresh Attire and Gallant Steed, for successfully leveling up to LV26. Congratulations to user, Fresh Attire and Gallant Steed, for successfully leveling up to LV27. As the carnival was dispatched, the so-called floor tile effect unfolded, with countless gifts converging upon a grand display, occupying half of the live stream screen. Below the effects, the barrage of comments flooded in, announcing the level-ups for all to see. Wow, who is this? Wow. A huge thanks to our CEO Fresh Attire and Gallant Steed for the carnival. Congratulations to our CEO Fresh Attire and Gallant Steed for ascending to Douyin affluent level 27. Mao was taken aback. Had Fresh Attire and Gallant Steed struck it rich? Jumping from little hearts and shining stars straight to the carnival was simply outrageous. Could it be that Xiao Xiao Cat, after such a lengthy wait, was finally to be graced by a big brother? Chapter 4. The Carnival's Astonishment. The big brother wants to PK. The host, Xiao Xiao Cat, and even another girl, Cold, dancing on the right side of the screen, were all astounded. Of course, had they known that this big brother had just secured a loan of 260,000, their perceptions might differ. Xiao Xiao Cat emitted a shriek, leaping up in her stiletto heels, her black-clad legs tracing an elegant arc in the air. Gripping the microphone tightly, her almond-shaped eyes widened, her heels tapping against the floor, and her legs trembling slightly. Her excitement rendered her Mandarin almost unintelligible. Wow. Thank you, Brother Gallant Steed, for the carnival. This is the first time I've seen this effect in 2 months. It's incredible. Brother Gallant Steed, you are so handsome. In her gratitude, she twirled around, blowing multiple kisses towards the camera. It had been months since she had received a gift surpassing 3,000 dough coins. This time, her emotions seemed genuinely heartfelt. System notification, Su Xiaodong's favorability increased by 25. Chen Hao, observing the sudden increase in favorability, felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, in the realm of live streaming, financial contributions often foster emotional connections. Well, it appeared that for most, the distinction was negligible. In this light, it seemed enhancing favorability might not be too arduous. He was keen to test how high it could rise to improve the cashback ratio. Meanwhile, Cold was not idle. She seized a rose confetti cannon and pulled the string with fervor. Boom. Thousands of rose petals erupted within the live stream, blending with the still lingering effects of the carnival, creating a romantic and vibrant atmosphere. According to live stream conventions, gifts exceeding 1,000 dough coins typically warranted a grand display. The comments exploded, with several viewers, including those who had been lurking, finally speaking up. LV17 Tanxiao, wow. LV12 Xiaoyu, Big Brother is impressive. LV19 Guazi, Boss is generous. LV17 Tanxiao, Fresh Attire and Gallant Steed. You've truly struck it rich. LV22 Cola Chicken Wings, is this real? Am I still dreaming? Gallant Steed just took down Lone Wolf with a single carnival. LV17 Tanxiao, Cola Chicken Wings, show some respect. Call him Brother Gallant Steed. LV20 Mantu, is our live stream about to see a new Guardian Big Brother? Are we to relive past glories? LV22 Cola Chicken Wings. Could this be a smurf account of a previous Big Brother? Naturally, amidst the spectators, one individual felt distinctly overlooked. None other than the formidable LV52 Lone Wolf. Reclining on his villa's sofa, the young man, known in reality as Sun Pengfei, surveyed the lively atmosphere of the live stream, pursing his lips. As a level 52 Douyin account holder, he had already spent nearly 600,000 in the live stream. Though it had taken him several years to reach this point, it was hardly a reason for him to be overshadowed by a mere carnival valued at 3,000. Today, however, his mood was far from pleasant. What was initially a delightful gathering in a secluded booth at the bar with a few close friends had turned sour. Surrounded by 4 or 5 enchanting ladies who took turns feeding him drinks with their delicate cherry-like lips, he had been reveling in the moment, his hands wandering with reckless abandon beneath scant layers of fabric, teetering on the brink of indulgence. Yet, the unexpected intrusion of his father's driver shattered the scene. The driver conveyed that his father had been facing challenges in business lately and was quite displeased to discover that his son, who should have been attending a meeting at the office, had instead chosen to indulge in nightlife. Reluctantly, Sun Pengfei accompanied the driver back to the office, where the meeting was brief and he was met with a barrage of scolding from his father. This was precisely why, at 10 o'clock that evening, he found himself at home, dutifully watching a live stream rather than out on the town. Glancing at the remaining balance of over 500,000 Do coins in his account, he casually tossed out a gift. LV52 Lone Wolf sent a Carnival X1 to Lung Lung. The floor tile effects erupted once more in the modest live stream room, and host Air Mao, still reeling from the long-awaited carnival effect, was caught off guard again. Wow, thank you. A heartfelt thanks to our esteemed President Lone Wolf for this splendid carnival. Family in the live stream, let's show our boss some love on the screen. Initially a mere backdrop, Lung Lung was suddenly enveloped in delightful surprise, having never received a carnival before. After deducting the platform and guild share, she would pocket over 400 yuan from this single gift. With equal excitement, she grabbed a confetti cannon and pulled the string with vigor, showering the live stream with vibrant ribbons. The spectators, engrossed in the spectacle, were ignited with fervor. Following the consecutive carnivals, several new viewers had clicked into the live stream, boosting the audience count back up to nearly 20. LV17 Tan Xiaojian, wow. Another one. LV12 Xiaoyu. Lone Wolf is amazing. LV19 Guazi Ren. Boss is generous. LV22 Cola Chicken Wings. I never imagined I'd witness two gifts like this on a non-guild battle day. LV17 Ten Xiaojian. What does Lone Wolf mean by this? The host, noticing the barrage of comments, quickly inquired, Gentlemen, what is the significance of this carnival? In our live stream, a Douyin number can directly connect to the lady after work. What does this gift mean for you two? In such a small group live stream, while it was typically mandated that a PK, player kill, of 10 consecutive victories was necessary to conclude the session, if a big spender felt generous towards a streamer, they could directly send a Douyin number to allow that streamer to end their shift early. In a sense, this was akin to the streamer exceeding their key performance indicator, KPI, thus earning a break. However, this break wasn't entirely free. Typically, a streamer who ended their shift like this would need to engage in private conversations with the benefactor, establishing rapport, which was often more critical than the performance during the live stream itself. Chen Hao, upon hearing the host's words, sent a message, LV27 fresh clothes and galloping horses. No need. Let's continue. He couldn't allow Xiao Xiao to end her shift just yet. He still had over 2 million Do coins left to spend. Spending such a sum on just one person seemed excessive, but he felt compelled to at least splurge 100,000 or so. Moreover, Xiao Xiao's favorability rating had just reached 22 points, making it the perfect moment to capitalize on it. His girlfriend of 5 years had betrayed him. He felt no sympathy for a female streamer. He wanted to shower her with gifts. Meanwhile, Sun Pengfei, prepared with a response, sent his own message almost simultaneously. LV52 Lone Wolf, fresh clothes and galloping horses. Want to have a little fun? Though the comments appeared casual, Sun Pengfei lay languidly on his sofa, his demeanor anything but nonchalant. Damn it, a mere level 20-something novice dares to put on airs in front of me. I'm not in a good mood today. I'll teach you a lesson and have a bit of fun in the process. Before Air Mao could respond, the live stream comments exploded. LV22 Cola Chicken Wings. I can't believe I'm witnessing Lone Wolf challenging galloping horses. LV17 Tan Xiaojian. Cola Chicken Wings. Show some respect. Call him Brother Galloping Horses. LV19 Guazi Ren. Galloping Horses. Are you ready to take him on? Let us fight. Let us fight. LV12 Xiaoyu. This is incredible. I'm about to witness something amazing. LV17 Ten Xiaojian. I'm no longer interested in the beauty in black stockings. The grand effects are far more exhilarating. Chen Hao found himself both amused and exasperated at Lone Wolf's message. He intended to engage in any PK, primarily wanting to spend his Do coins. However, since the challenge had been issued and he had over 2 million Do coins at his disposal, he couldn't back down. LV27 fresh clothes and galloping horses. Lone Wolf, fine, let us have some fun. LV19 Guazi Ren. Wow, are we really going to PK? I need to gather my family to watch. LV19 Guazi Ren shared the live stream. Host Air Mao's voice rang out in the live stream. Oh dear, gentlemen. Let us keep this friendly. We're all family here at Qingkong 004. Please, let us not ruin the camaraderie. Quickly, Xiao Xiao, get ready. Lung Lung, you just lost. Let us bring Pai Pai up. Having just claimed 5 consecutive victories, Xiao Xiao was about to engage in the 6th round of this 10-win PK. With the countdown at 1 minute, the anticipation heightened. How would these two esteemed gentlemen fare in this showdown? Currently, their scores remained at 0. Those with scattered tickets, feel free to join in and alter the score. Mao, while fervently shouting into the microphone, gestured towards Xiaoxiomia and Pippi on the other side of the stage. Understanding the signal, Xiaoxiomia realized it meant to dance with more passion, to make their movements larger and more sensual, thereby stirring the emotions of the two prominent figures in the live stream. As the music blared at full throttle, Xiaoxiomia's tightly fitted white top accentuated her bosom, causing Chen Hao to worry about the button that might pop off. LV19 Guazi. Wow. I feel more anxious than the two big brothers. LV17 Tanxiagian. Everyone. Type quickly to prove your innocence. LV20 Mantu. I sent a little heart to Xiaoxiomia. I've participated too. A slight bead of sweat formed in Chen Hao's palm, as he found himself feeling a tad nervous. Although he had over 2 million Do coins. Enough to compete not just in this small-scale live stream, but perhaps even in mid-sized guild battles. This was indeed his first direct confrontation in a live stream. And against a level 52 big brother at that. Who knows how much damage that individual could unleash. With only 30 seconds remaining. As the host's words faded, a gift icon appeared on the left side of the live stream. LV27 Shiani Numa sent Xiaoxiomia Carnival X5. Congratulations to the user, Shiani Numa, for ascending to level 34. Chen Hao clicked 5 times on the carnival, then paused to observe the opponent's reaction. Ready to click rapidly if they made a sudden move. Wow. Thank you, President Numa, for the 5 carnivals. President Numa is so cool. Everyone, let us see your cheers for the big brother. Congratulations to President Numa for becoming a level 34 Douyin Tycoon. Xiaoxiomia's score skyrocketed to 150,000. Ermao's voice reached a new decibel high, echoing loudly in the ears of the other ladies present in the live stream. Yet they were too caught up to care. The dance abruptly halted as the 5 girls excitedly shouted, grabbing 5 confetti poppers to set off simultaneously. The entire live stream was enveloped in colorful streamers. LV12 Xiao Yuao? 5 carnivals. LV19 Guazi. Brother Ma is mighty. Brother Ma is domineering. LV17 Tanxiagian. I almost thought I was at a guild battle. LV22 Kale Jihua. What will Lone Wolf say? A direct 150,000 points. This is a show of dominance. With only 15 seconds left, President Numa's 5 carnivals are truly formidable. The 150,000 point gap is significant. Will Brother Lone Wolf retreat for now? Ermao's countdown echoed, stimulating the atmosphere while also prodding Lone Wolf. 5 carnivals would hardly intimidate Sun Pengfei, who merely furrowed his brow. A bluff? A preemptive strike? You think 5 carnivals will scare me? Without hesitation, he clicked to unleash 10 carnivals. Being provoked by a lower-level account was incredibly irritating. He didn't even consider a last-second ambush. If you dare send 5, I will send 10, and I intend to dominate you. Although he was an assassin, 1 victory was all he needed. Meanwhile, Shiani Numa had to defend for a full 5 rounds. Losing even 1 would mean failing to protect. However, facing a level 50 against a level 30, strategizing felt beneath him. Moreover, his carnivals differed from Chen Hao's, as he deliberately chose the golden variant. This skin could only be unlocked after sending multiple carnivals. LV52 Lone Wolf sent Pippi Golden Carnival X10. Wow. Thank you, President Lone Wolf, for the 10 golden carnivals. Today's live stream is a carnival feast. Pippi now leads with a staggering 300,000 points. Only 5 seconds remain. President Numa. Hurry and defend. Currently, it's double points for double kicks. Should this round fail, saving our Xiaoxiomia would require 20 carnivals. Of course, President Lone Wolf could continue to raise the stakes. Ermao's voice resonated throughout the live stream, and the audience was utterly exhilarated. LV12 Xiao Yuao? 10 consecutive carnivals. How can we catch up with an additional 150,000 points? LV19 Guazi. Lone Wolf is incredible. LV17 Tanxiagian. Now it truly feels like a guild battle. LV19 Guazi. What will President Numa say? Ready to compete? LV22 Kale Jihua shared the live stream, due to it not being the end of the month. When guild battles abound, the appearance of 15 carnivals in a single live stream attracted a considerable number of onlookers, boosting the viewer count to over 40. Chen Hao, intrigued by the golden carnival skin, noted that now was not the time for curiosity. Seeing the number of carnivals and realizing only 3 seconds remained, he hurriedly clicked rapidly. LV34 Shiani Numa sent Xiaoxiomia Carnival X10. Congratulations to the user, Shiani Numa, for ascending to level 37. Wow, another 10 carnivals. Thank you, President Numa, for your 10 carnivals in defense of Xiaoxiomia. Xiaoxiomia's points have now reached a terrifying 450,000. Will you raise the stakes, Brother Lone Wolf? In the final second, the countdown concluded. Congratulations to our Xiaoxiomia for achieving 6 consecutive victories. Ermao felt as if he might lose his voice. Yet he didn't mind at all. After all, this amounted to 25 carnivals, together worth 75,000 Do coins, even if Douyin took half. The live stream's earnings would still total a whopping 37,500. The barrage of comments exploded instantaneously. LV12 Xiao Yuao? Another 10 consecutive carnivals. Brother Ma is incredible. LV19 Guazi. Today was definitely worth it. LV5 Huai Renxing. Wow, what did I just witness? A level 52 Big Brother was defeated by a level 37? LV22 Kale Jihua. Is level 52 that impressive? My brother Numa was just level 7. LV17 Tanxiajian. Kale Jihua. I still prefer your rebellious spirit. LV17 A Luo. Is this a guild match? LV6 Jiao Bao Bao. Is this what wealthy people do? Sending carnivals as casually as I send hearts. LV35 Qingha. Are celestial beings fighting? LVXX Mysterious Person 870999. Impressive. LV47 Yuan. Which Big Brother is this level 37's alternate account? In the live stream, it was no longer just Xiox Omiya and Pippi. The other 3 girls joined in the frame, celebrating exuberantly, and then bowed to thank the audience. Regardless of who received the gifts, they were entitled to a share. After bowing, Xiox Omiya quickly grasped the microphone. Thank you, my brother Numa. I have never received so many carnivals. You were absolutely amazing today. Thank you for keeping me company in the live stream for so long and for treating me so well today. She held the microphone aloft, exclaiming with exuberance. Her hair, slightly damp with perspiration, danced with her movements, while the delicate sheen of her black stockings shimmered under the lights, evoking an irresistible allure. Chapter 6. I still have 800,000. The advantage is mine. However, in contrast to her expressions of gratitude, Chen Hao was more preoccupied with the system notification. System notification, Su Xiaodong's favorability level, 20. This time, the amount surpassed the previous instance by a considerable margin, yet the increase in favorability was less pronounced than before. It seemed that as one progressed further, the enhancement of favorability would become increasingly challenging. Chen Hao scratched his head, contemplating that such extravagant spending might lead to an exaggerated marginal effect, without the luxury of pondering how to gift efficiently to maximize favorability. The clamor of Air Mao swiftly redirected his attention back to the live stream. Quick, quick, bring over the box of firework tubes. Let us put on a show for the 2 CEOs today. At Air Mao's urging, the 5 members of the team hurriedly lifted the box containing the firework tubes into the live stream frame, pulling them out one by one and setting them off with enthusiasm. The entire live stream was awash with ribbons and roses, rendering the scene nearly unrecognizable. As the firework tubes exploded continuously, Pai Pai, having received 10 golden carnivals, seized the microphone to express her gratitude to Lone Wolf, fully aware that the streamer was merely a backdrop to the rivalry among the big brothers. Thank you, Brother Lone Wolf, for the 10 golden carnivals. It's my first time seeing a golden carnival. Love you to bits. However, at that moment, Sun Pengfei was likely too agitated to absorb her thanks. His expression was exceptionally grim. Amidst the discussions of well-meaning viewers in the comments, one particular message stood out. LV37 Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse. Lone Wolf, shall we continue? One hand swept the ceramic tea set off the coffee table, while the other, gripping his phone, bore the strain of his rising fury. Who the hell gave you the audacity to be so arrogant? 15 carnivals, just 45,000. Do you think I can't afford it? Who the hell is this Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse with their little account? After more than 10 seconds, he managed to suppress his rage and typed out a response. LV52 Lone Wolf, Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse, continue. Subsequently, Sun Pengfei accessed the gift menu, noting that after sending out 10 carnivals, his account now held just over 200,000 Do coins. Opening the recharge interface, he converted all the remaining pocket money he had intended for the month into Do coins, bringing his total to over 800,000. It wasn't that he couldn't recharge more. He simply deemed it unnecessary to spend excessively in a small live stream, finding the cost-benefit ratio too low. In such a modest live stream, I just spent 450,000 Do coins to show off. I refuse to believe you still have 800,000. Meanwhile, Chen Hao was exploring how to change the skin of the carnival. Upon accessing the gift menu, he discovered that not only the carnival, but also Douyin No. 1. Douyin airships, sports cars, and airplanes were eligible for golden skin changes. The requirements were straightforward. Sending out 5 would unlock the option. Additionally, there was a diamond series, which seemed somewhat cumbersome. He decided to delve into that later, as the PK was still ongoing. In the live stream, after a spirited celebration, Xiao Mao stood on the left while another team member, Yi Guo, positioned herself on the right, commencing the 7th round of PK. A total of 2 minutes. Our Xiao Mao has reached the 7th round, boasting 6 consecutive victories. Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse and Lone Wolf, be ready to make your move. Addressing the rest of the audience and newcomers, here in the Qingtian 004 livestream, feel free to send scattered tickets, heart emojis, and popularity votes to support your favorite sisters. Seizing the opportunity while the 25 carnivals attracted viewers, Air Mao hastily began to advertise. Although the live stream could thrive solely on the Big Brother support, they could not be relied upon indefinitely. Popularity needed continuous cultivation. Yet, at this moment, the audience seemed less interested in the sisters dancing, eagerly awaiting the two big brothers to make their moves. LV-17 banter and dance. Who do you think will win this round? LV-22 cola chicken wings. Angry Horse is definitely going to win. LV-17 banter and dance. Cola chicken wings, you might want to tone it down. LV-12 Xiaoyu. I feel like Angry Horse still has some tickets left. I think he can afford to wait until the 9th or 10th round to strike. LV-19 Sunflower Seed. That is how PK works, but given the current situation, I doubt Lone Wolf would play it that way. LVXX Mysterious Person 870999. This should be the final round. This time, Sun Pengfei did not wait for Chen Hao to make the first move. He went all in. LV-52 Lone Wolf sent 25 golden carnivals to Yigua. A gift worth 750,000 Do coins was dispatched in mere seconds, leaving him with only 60,000 Do coins as a reserve. Attention, there is still a minute and a half left. Let us get those scattered tickets in. I wonder which of our CEOs will make the first move. Thank you. Special thanks to our CEO Lone Wolf for the feast of 25 golden carnivals. Positioned on the right side of the live stream frame, Yigua leaped up, abandoning her dance and frantically blowing kisses to the camera. She had struck gold. As this wasn't the kind of stream where sending small hearts and the Douyin PK was the norm, the gifts belonged to whoever sent them, leading to a larger share of the spoils. If optimistically estimated, she still had 4 rounds of PK opportunities ahead, and it could be anyone's game. Little did she expect that after just half a minute of dancing, she would receive such a delightful surprise. Xiao Mao was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated Lone Wolf to initiate with 25. She believed Angry Horse would no longer escalate the situation. This was far too much. She had never seen anything like it. One could only hope Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse would remain composed, as catching up would cost over 70,000. Moreover, that Lone Wolf might have more up his sleeve. Due to the overwhelming influx of gifts today, Xiao Mao's favorability level towards Chen Hao had reached 42 points, leading her to feel a tinge of concern for him. Chen Hao, too, was somewhat taken aback. He expected the opponent to come out swinging with 25 carnivals. Glancing at his account balance of over 210,000, he felt a slight apprehension. Could he possibly have more? 30? 40? I can't be certain if that would suffice, but I absolutely cannot let him win this round. The double revival would be too costly. In such a modest live stream, the notion of spending over 1 million Do coins on PK seemed preposterous. Moreover, even if he did manage to spend 1 million to revive himself, pouring such an amount into a single streamer felt inherently risky, leaving him uncertain if the system could withstand it. He resolved to remain as discreet as possible. Despite his concerns, he did not hesitate. After all, spending would yield returns, ensuring his profit. Regardless of the outcome of the PK, he would first focus on maintaining the facade. Chen Hao observed Xiao Mao, who had nearly forgotten her dance, startled by the sudden influx of 25 carnivals. Selected the carnival gift, locked in the golden skin, and clicked a total of 40 times. LV-37 Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse sent 40 golden carnivals to Xiao Mao. Congratulations to user, Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse, for successfully leveling up to LV-38. Congratulations to user, Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse, for successfully leveling up to LV-44. Currently, Yigua's score had soared to 750,000. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao stood at a mere 20. The disparity was an astounding 25. I wonder if President Nu Ma will come to the rescue of our dear little cat once more. Will you be that soft-hearted deity? There remains but a minute, and the time for our little cat is running short. Oh my, I am profoundly grateful. Thank you, President Nu Ma, for the generous gift of 20 golden hands and 30 golden hands for our little cat. President Nu Ma is still on fire. Oh my. We are indebted to our President Nu Ma for the extravagant 40 hands of the Golden Carnival Feast, coupled with the carnival effects from the previous performance by the Lone Wolf that have yet to conclude. The live broadcast will showcase a total of 65 carnival effects in succession. The staggering amount seems to have cast a spell upon our little cat, rendering her once lively and agile long legs, clad in black stockings, immobile as if rooted to the spot. Her delicate eyelashes quivered briefly, and her breath seemed to momentarily halt, leaving her in disbelief at the spectacle before her. The confusion etched on her porcelain-like face was evident. She ceased her dance to solicit votes, her cherry-red lips, adorned with gloss, slightly parted, leaving her utterly dumbfounded, even forgetting to express her thanks. The live chat erupted in enthusiasm, the viewer count surpassing 200 for the first time, with more joining to witness the event. LV-17 Tan Xiao. Oh my. 40 hands. LV-22 Kale Chicken Wings. Oh my. President Nu Ma is incredible. LV-12 Xiaoyu. Oh my. I am at a loss for words. LV-5 Questioning Life. Brother, you are magnificent. Recording this. LV-17 A Luo. This scene must be from a mid to large-scale guild competition, right? What is going on? LV35 Ching, truly. It is a clash of titans. As the effects cascaded one after another, they completely overwhelmed half of the live broadcast screen, rendering the bullet comments illegible. Chapter 7. The Lone Wolf breaks down, private messages explode. Chen Hao was also quite pleased. Not merely due to the raucous cheers from the audience or the astonished little cat, but rather because of the system notification. System notification, Su Xiaodong's affection level 25. Congratulations. Host. The affection level with the broadcaster Su Xiaodong has reached 60, and the cashback ratio has increased to 101. Initially, Chen Hao believed that after reaching an affection level of 40, further advancement would be challenging. After all, up until now, they had not exchanged a single word, nor engaged in private messaging, let alone progress to the next stage of green bubbles. Unexpectedly, the impact of the 40 hands of the Golden Carnival was so profound that the little cat's affection level soared to 67. Moreover, Brother Tongzi also proved to be quite supportive. Upon reaching a 60 affection level, the cashback ratio surged tenfold. In simpler terms, previously, a 100 yuan donation would yield only 1 yuan in universal cash currency, whereas now it transformed into 10. With nearly 1 million do coins in his possession, after spending today, he could refresh to an amount of 520,000 tomorrow, equating to 2 million do coins. It seemed that before his name could appear on the dishonesty list, he would be able to repay the several million in debts. Thank you, my dear brother Numa. A voice filled with surprise emanated from his phone. It was the little cat, finally emerging from her state of shock. Brother Numa, you are like a ray of light to me today. I am exceedingly happy. So many carnivals, even more than our guild battles. Chen Hao was quite elated, primarily due to the cashback ratio. As for the little cat's affection level, he did not dwell on it. His focus remained on earning money to settle his debts. Once again, heartfelt gratitude to President Nu Ma and President Lone Wolf for their generous support of our Qing Kong 004. Now, let us prepare to commence the 8th round of the PK. It is your turn, Pai Pai. With an expression of excitement, Pai Pai dashed onto the stage, clad in an OL outfit much like that of the little cat. Although she knew it might not matter much to the two esteemed gentlemen, she cunningly unbuttoned one more button on her blouse. Were the audience to enlarge the live broadcast screen now, they might catch a glimpse of a red lace trim. Airmal hesitated for a few seconds, but continued shouting. Still 2 minutes. Our little cat is on the verge of an 8-game winning streak. President Numa, President Lone Wolf, please seize the opportunity to strike today? Huh, President Lone Wolf? In any case, thank you, President Lone Wolf. Welcome back anytime. Our little cat is aiming for an 8-game winning streak. Are there any assassins? President Numa can also guard at any moment. Airmal suddenly faltered, having spotted a message on the public screen. LV52 Lone Wolf, fresh clothes and a spirited horse. I wasn't prepared this time. I'll properly join you next time. Shortly thereafter, his name vanished from the audience contribution leaderboard, and he completely exited the live broadcast. At this moment, Pai Pai, standing on the right side of the stage, waiting to receive her golden carnival, felt her charming smile freeze on her face. Clearly, the PK dance music had already begun. Yet her mind was elsewhere. Damn it, did the Lone Wolf just concede? I went to such lengths, risking a warning from Douyin by unbuttoning, and he just concedes. Pai Pai's sense of disappointment nearly engulfed the live broadcast, while the bullet comments continued unabated. LV22 Kale Chicken Wings, President Nu Ma, is incredible. The Lone Wolf ran away. LV17 Tan Xiao, the Lone Wolf ran away. LV12 Xiao Yu, amazing, directly chased away the level 52 boss, too ruthless. LV19 Guazi Ren, ha, look at Pai Pai's expression. Doghead, JPG. LV20 Mantapien, that 40 hands from President Nu Ma was too fierce. The Lone Wolf probably felt he couldn't compete, and just left. LV17 Tan Xiao, you guys, now you're not even calling him Brother Lone Wolf, just using his ID. LV22 Kale Chicken Wings. Online, I dare to scold young Master Wang to his face. What's there to fear? As for the Lone Wolf, the cause of Pai Pai's disappointment, he was none other than Sun Pengfei, currently fuming in his villa. He had sent that message as a way to find an escape from his lack of preparation, and then dashed away in haste. Now, there was nothing left on the coffee table before him. Everything had been swept to the floor, and the brand new iPhone he had just purchased was smashed to pieces. Damn it, fresh clothes and a spirited horse. Where did this hot-headed youth come from? Spending so extravagantly in such a trivial live broadcast. Is he out of his mind? Is he a high-level boss on a low-tier account? Or are they manipulating me? He never expected that he was merely looking for a bit of amusement by poking fun at a female broadcaster in a live broadcast, only to find himself the biggest laughingstock. He could almost envision how the other viewers would judge him, not to mention the host who had been stoking the flames. Glancing at the clearly unusable iPhone on the floor, he hastily retrieved his backup phone, logged back into Douyin, and promptly unfollowed the Qing Kong 004 live broadcast. Damn it. Today was a huge embarrassment. He definitely could not return to that live broadcast. His pocket money for this month was also gone, and tomorrow, he would have to let Lu Xiao treat him at the bar. Fresh clothes and a spirited horse. I'll remember you. Next time. I'll bring a few friends to deal with you. Skipping over Sun Pengfei's silent vow for revenge, there was no need to continue the proceedings in the live broadcast. After Chen Hao activated another Golden Carnival, the PK instantly lost its relevance. Thank you to President Nu Ma for the Golden Carnival, and thus we conclude the session. Congratulations to Little Cat for achieving an impressive 8 consecutive victories and being crowned today's MVP. Little Cat, you may step down now. Pippi, please move to the left. And Lung Lung, come forward. Let the competition continue. Aside from Little Cat, all our other sisters require the protection of a big brother. Is there a CEO willing to lend a hand? Upon noticing that the lone wolf had departed, Mao decisively chose to allow Little Cat to conclude her session after Chen Hao had thrown a carnival. The big brothers above had already conceded. So what was the point? Although the big brother had left, the promotional effect of the carnival should not go to waste. Taking advantage of the new audience who had yet to leave, he quickly called upon the other girls in the live stream to continue. Chen Hao watched as Little Cat bowed to express her gratitude, then exited the camera frame, slightly pouting in regret. He had hoped for another chance to engage. After all, there was no reason to shower a streamer with such lavish gifts, as it could easily attract unnecessary attention. With the lone wolf present, it had been a natural course of action. Especially with Little Cat's increased cashback ratio, he had intended to continue sending gifts for the returns. Now that she had been driven away, where could he find such a valuable big brother again? Damn it, tossing out 25 hands of carnival. He had thought it was a pioneer, only to realize it was the main force. At this moment, he wanted to utter that famous line, I haven't even exerted myself. How did you fall? With Little Cat no longer present and the other girls unable to bind below 80 points, he prepared to explore other live streams. With an hour left until midnight, he was determined to spend the remaining 890,000 Do coins quickly. Just as he exited the live stream, a notification caught Chen Hao's eye in the lower right corner of his phone, red and conspicuous. Having played on Douyin for several months without receiving any private messages, he was taken aback by the sudden influx today. With a mix of amusement and bewilderment, he opened the message, only to be nearly knocked off his feet by what he saw. Brother, look at me. I'm wearing black stockings today. Image. JPG, brother, you're so strong. I can fly anywhere in the country. Hello, brother. I'm also a dance streamer. Here is my practice video. I'm working hard. Come take a look. Douyin contrast video. JPG. Bro, there's something even more exciting here. Want to take a peek? Chen Hao took a few deep breaths and exited the stranger's message section. He feared that if he lingered too long, he might lose control. Moreover, who knew if those so-called images and videos were truly from them? Just as he was about to spend in other live streams, a new message popped up. Little Cat has followed you. Little Cat. Hello, Angry Horse Brother. Chapter 8. The Troubled Little Cat and the Unwritten Rules of Streaming. Little Cat, thank you so much today. Little Cat. Crying pink kitten emoji. Little Cat. You've spent so much today. You're the most handsome man in the world. Chen Hao chuckled at the fact that Little Cat, whom he had followed for 2 months, was now reciprocating the follow. Indeed, money was the key to the door. After pondering, he replied, It's nothing. A recent project has come to a close, so I have a bit of spare cash to support you. Little Cat. Thank you. Angry Horse Brother. I checked your profile. Are you from Jinqing? Shinny Angry Horse. Yes, it's getting late. Please be safe on your way home. I'll head to bed now. Little Cat. Voice message, playing. Then I wish you a good night's sleep, and make sure to watch me dance tomorrow. Good night. Little Cat. Selfie with a playful face. Of course, he wasn't truly tired. He was primarily focused on quickly spending the remaining Do coins. Now was not the time to test if chatting could increase his favorability. Hastily bidding farewell to Little Cat, he began to scout for new binding targets. Meanwhile, far away in Hangzhou, Little Cat was not truly clocking out. Although the live stream had proclaimed it a closing cleaning session, there were still scheduled working hours. Winning 10 consecutive matches did not grant her an early exit. Hence, unless it was exceedingly late, the majority of the female streamers from their group usually left together, with 2 even sharing a rented apartment. Of course, the last one to clean up was indeed genuine. In the waiting area outside the livestream camera, Little Cat sat on the company's worn-out sofa, fiddling with her phone, next to Pippi, who had just been scorned by the new audience with 66 hearts. That Angry Horse Brother seems genuinely impressive. Little Cat, you should seize the opportunity. Pippi gazed enviously at Little Cat's phone, having followed Shinny Angry Horse as well. However, after sending a message saying hello, Angry Horse Brother, Along with a selfie of her legs, she received no response. It seemed that too many people had followed him today, and her message likely landed directly in the stranger message pile. Who could tell when the big brother would notice? Little Cat lowered her head, falling silent. The joy brought by the carnival feast seemed to have been replaced by another emotion. Her delicate fingers unconsciously glided over her thighs clad in black stockings, her nails softly scraping against the surface, producing a faint rustling sound. The poor quality material revealed tiny frayed edges, with occasional fine threads popping out. Those disheveled threads and fibers mirrored her current tumultuous emotions, disordered and complex. Observing her in this state, Pippi's smile gradually faded, replaced by a surge of frustration. Why are you still entangled in this? Wake up. We've been streaming together for 4 whole months. Today, Angry Horse Brother spent over 1.5 million dough coins. That can't be a casual gesture without expectation. You should know what to do. Pippi's nails even dug slightly into Little Cat's shoulder, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What are we now? An outdated group. 5 losers without even a protective big brother. Mao, who was urging the audience for votes, glanced over at the resting area, subtly adjusted the microphone, and raised the volume of the background music by 50. No one's voting. The performance is too poor for the guild to provide any traffic to the live stream. Have you forgotten how you were kicked out of the first group? Have you forgotten how awkward we were during last month's guild battle? Bottom of the barrel. Always at the bottom. Out of 4 live streams and over 20 streamers in our small guild, you, who once ranked in the top 3, can't even make it into the top 15 now. ISNT your family struggling? ISNT your aunt still in the hospital? In this moment, you're still caught up in your useless pride. If you don't let go of that soon, we're truly finished. Listening to Pippi's words, Little Cat's pupils trembled slightly, a blush rising in her eyes that even her foundation couldn't conceal. She bit her lower lip tightly, her long, jade-like fingers digging deep into her thigh wrapped in black stockings, her nails almost piercing through the fabric. Pippi, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy, but had also been holding back her emotions for too long. So much had transpired during today's live stream, with its highs and lows, that she could no longer contain herself. If I had your looks and figure, I would have left this place long ago. If I encountered a big brother like Angry Horse, I would have already booked a hotel in his city. I'd be on a plane tonight. Aren't you here to make money? Haven't you even been going to school lately? Such a splendid opportunity. Will you let it slip away as you did before? Upon hearing this, the little cat felt a surge of urgency. Her complexion flushed as she retorted, having spent over 100,000. Must I then deliver it across 1,000 miles? Upon hearing her words, Pai realized he had been a tad too blunt. He took a moment to steady his emotions and continued. It's not that you must send it immediately, but at the very least, you ought to display a certain attitude, right? The esteemed gentlemen in our guild's live stream are all quite interconnected. When the affluent brother Gue presented you with over 200,000 dough coins, it was certainly not merely an act of generosity. Had you acquiesced that day, he would have undoubtedly propelled you to the top. However, you declined, and even scolded him. He surely relayed this to the others. The guild must be aware of it too. Otherwise, with your looks and figure, there's no way you would have been expelled from the first team. Moreover, since we formed our group, the other gentlemen from the guild's live streams have scarcely visited, and the few who did were not treated with the seriousness they deserved. Now they have all departed. Just last week, our group's operator left, and you know Mao has long wished to resign, right? Our group relies heavily on your presence to maintain its appeal. Were it not for Brother Nuoma's significant contributions today, we would likely be finished with the guild battle this month. If you allow Brother Nuoma to leave as well, you will once again face the scorn of those individuals during the next guild battle, and we shall not escape it next month either. Given your current situation, the guilds in Hangxing are all interconnected. Which group would easily accept you? Besides live streaming, what other means do you have to earn a living, let alone earn substantial income? You ought to ponder this carefully. After articulating so much, Pai felt a bit fatigued, noticing Mao beckoning her to replace the recently eliminated coconut fruit, prompting her to step in front of the camera. The little cat sat alone on the couch, her gaze vacant as she stared at the dazzling lights of the live stream. Her strained joints pale from exertion and her wrists slightly trembling. A solitary teardrop hung precariously on her eyelashes, as if she were a forsaken little creature. She now felt a peculiar sense of unreality, as if a single misstep could cause everything to vanish like a fleeting dream. Drawing a deep breath, she glanced at Pai and Long, who were energetically writhing in front of the live stream for a few hearts, as if resolving upon something. She opened the message bar, disregarding other irrelevant messages, and tapped on the conversation with the name Fresh Garments, Gallant Steed. Little Cat, thank you so much today, Brother Nuoma. Little Cat, here is my private green bubble, QR code JPG. Please add me, and we can chat and video call here in the future. Chapter 9, New Prey, Dance of the Carriage. Following the company's training script, Little Cat sent out the message, then clutched her phone, anxiously watching for a response. The youthful figure behind the ID fresh garments, gallant steed, must either be a young individual or a middle-aged person. What could he possibly be like? A young heir? A middle-aged entrepreneur who found success? Or perhaps a company executive in his 40s or 50s? No. Surely no wealthy heir would linger in a live stream without gifting for so long. What if he turned out to be an old man? How would she respond then? The intertwining emotions of anticipation and fear engulfed her like a tidal wave, her toes curling adorably within her high heels. However, her eagerness and trepidation would likely need more time to brew, as Chen Hao was presently occupied. He certainly noticed the message notification from Little Cat. But as he was busy gifting in another live stream, he casually dismissed it without examining its contents. This was another group's live stream. Initially, he had intended to swiftly expend his gifts during the gala. The quickest and least conspicuous method would naturally involve visiting several large live streams with tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 viewers. The hosts in these streams were accustomed to large gifts, and the audiences were no strangers to them. Gifting a few here and there was not a significant affair. However, after visiting over a dozen streams, he found himself quite disheartened. The first major host he encountered was a visually appealing chat-centric streamer, boasting over 10,000 viewers, with several individuals of level 60 or above among the audience. At a glance, Chen Hao noted her looks and figure were no less than 90 points, and her voice was exceptionally pleasant. Yet, the system's notification left him momentarily stunned. Name: Wang Fong. Age: 36. Score: 81. Health status: abnormal, pregnant. Favorability: 0. System notification: gift 1 Do coin to bind with this streamer. Pregnant? She appeared to be in her 20s, yet was actually 36. The ability to charm so many gentlemen and audience members was indeed impressive. After some contemplation, despite meeting the binding criteria, he found himself unable to press the button to send her gifts. He then opened another streamer who ranked high on the charts. She appeared exceptionally youthful, her looks easily surpassing 90 points, and the environment around her was clearly not distorted by filters. Yet, the system score mocked Chen Hao's judgment. Name: Lu Wan. Age: 31. Score: 39. Health status: normal. Favorability: 0. System notification: score insufficient, unable to bind. What the heck? A score of 39? Chen Hao was astonished. Assuming the beauty filter was not set too high, did that mean her makeup skills had reached a level of mastery? Yet it made sense. If she relied solely on beauty filters, a face-to-face encounter would likely lead to a disaster. And she wouldn't have amassed such a following or gifts from so many gentlemen. As for several other female hosts specializing in dance, regardless of their beauty filters or lighting setups, and despite their exceptional makeup skills, they were all laid bare under the system's discerning eye. They either had insufficient scores or abnormal statuses. He even spotted one with an HIV virus. Chen Hao suspected he might have arrived at an inopportune time. After all, it was nearing midnight, and many genuinely talented female hosts likely had already logged off. They needed to take care of themselves and wouldn't sacrifice their well-being for a meager sum. At this hour, the major hosts on the leaderboard were mostly entertainers, and many were physical performers. Reluctantly, Chen Hao decided to search for targets in the group broadcast leaderboard. It must be said, the top-ranking group broadcast showcased an exceptional level of professionalism in lighting, visual effects, stage arrangements, and choreography. In comparison, the Qingtian 004 livestream appeared as rudimentary as a makeshift performance. There were advantages, however. Many beautiful women who met the binding criteria abounded in these already prominent group broadcasts. Of course, there were still numerous with abnormal statuses. Fortunately, he managed to sift out 5 targets, gifting each of them 5 gala tokens. Yet, as he anticipated, these well-known group broadcast hosts had their own dedicated gentlemen, often more than one. Their Douyin accounts might not even be personally managed. They were likely provided by their companies. Moreover, it was probable that they had separate accounts for work and personal use in their green bubbles. Typically, these accounts are managed on behalf of the company, with dedicated personnel responsible for maintaining the rankings of the top 8, 9, and 10 streamers. Occasionally, when required, she may take over, sharing some voice messages or the like. If there is excessive interaction, they might engage in video chats to converse for a while. After investing 5 carnival events, Chen Hao indeed achieved his goal of spending Do coins. However, the increase in affection was rather modest. The highest-rated female streamer garnered a mere 5 points, while the rest barely accumulated 2 or 3 points of goodwill, rendering the substantial 20-point increase from a single carnival event with Xiao Mao utterly incomparable. To truly warm their hearts, the cost-effectiveness of simply gifting presents was exceedingly low. It even necessitated daily visits to their streaming rooms to assist them in PK battles. Offering companionship and competing with other prominent patrons which proved to be quite troublesome. Chen Hao shook his head. Ultimately, he decided to start with smaller, relatively newer streaming rooms. After browsing through several unnumbered rooms, he resolutely chose to watch a newly numbered group. Although the unnumbered, informal groups occasionally showcased some dazzling talent, many were indeed quite lackluster. He even stumbled upon a heavy tank with a system rating of 16 points, leaving him bewildered as to who might be gifting them. Just 20 minutes before midnight, he suddenly had a revelation. This particular streaming room was also a group broadcast named Aurora 590. The setup and specifications were clearly inferior to those of the exceptionally large teams, but still significantly better than Qing Kong 004. It appeared to have just begun streaming. Still in the audience-building phase, featuring 5 attractive young women in relatively uniform attire, performing a lively dance. The viewer count hovered around 50, and with each new audience member, those above level 25 and who gifted would be acknowledged. Having just sent out 25 carnival gifts, Chen Hao, now at level 47, was naturally not overlooked. Upon seeing the eye-catching ID Xian Inuma accompanied by a blue-purple banner entering the room, the host's voice resonated. "Welcome to our streaming room, Xian Inuma." The 5 girls, having just finished a dance, seemed to receive some signal as the music for the car dance began again, prompting them to repeat the performance. All the while exclaiming, "Here we come, get in the car. So handsome, oh so handsome. Angry Horse Brother is so handsome. 8-pack abs. So handsome, so handsome. Angry Horse Brother is amazing. Bye-bye getting out now." Chen Hao unconsciously swallowed, his lips curling into a smile he didn't even realize had formed. Were someone to see him at that moment, they might think him remarkably lewd. Chapter 10. Phone Dance. Such emotional value? This dance is rather intriguing, especially with its interactive elements. Chen Hao stroked his chin, keenly observing the 5 female streamers. Although they all donned matching pink and white lace performance outfits, each radiated a distinctly different charm. The girl on the far left, named Xiao Lu, sported twin ponytails, bouncing energetically in rhythm like a spirited rabbit. At 24 years old, her system rating was 85. Beside her stood a slightly taller girl named Zhou Zhou, exuding a sunlit vibrancy, every move and step bursting with infectious energy. At 23, her system rating was 89. The central figure, the tallest among them, was named Xiao Mei, possessing a cool yet captivating demeanor. At 25, her system rating was 91. To her right were 2 others. One, with a bewitching glimmer in her eyes, presented a more mature elegance, known as Wanan at 25, with a system rating of 84. The other, sporting a sweet, neighborly smile that radiated warmth, was named Momo, age 23, with a system rating of 86. Particularly impressive was the system's evaluation, as none of them fell below 80 points. The highest rated, Zhou Zhou and Xiao Mei, scored 89 and an astonishing 91. Even more importantly, all their statuses were normal. This indicated that Chen Hao could potentially bind them all. No, it should be bind. Considering the audience size, the recent launch of the streaming room, and their current audience-building strategy, it seemed they had been operating for less than a month. The decor and lighting of the room were significantly better than Qing Kong 004, but still far from the standards of mid-sized guilds. They had choreography but could not afford a professional cameraman for follow shots, suggesting they were likely a team under a mid-tier guild. Glancing at his remaining 14,000 Do coins, Chen Hao resolved to invest here first. Esteemed presidents entering the streaming room. You only need a popularity ticket worth 1 Do coin to get in. The host enthusiastically continued. Currently, our C-position streamer is named Xiao Mei. Remember to follow if you like her. Additionally, gifts like little hearts, big beers, little Douyin, and little roses can unlock different dances. The heart rabbit can swap for C. And the sports car allows you to choose your preferred streamer for a personal performance. The host's passionate voice echoed throughout the room as gifts were occasionally tossed in. These gifts were quite affordable, typically ranging from 1 to 2 Do coins. The heart rabbit was relatively more expensive at 299 Do coins, while the sports car cost a hefty 1,200 Do coins. Beyond that, Douyin boasted a myriad of gifts, with the total reportedly exceeding several hundred types. Some less popular gifts might not have even been claimed, leaving many unaware of their existence. Without hesitation, Chen Hao selected the 5 girls, followed each of them, and gifted a sports car to each. LV47 Xian Inu Ma sent Zhou a golden sports car X1. LV47 Xian Inu Ma sent Xiao Mei a golden sports car X1. LV47 Xian Inu Ma sent Xiao Lu a golden sports car X1. LV47 Xian Inu Ma sent Wanan a golden sports car X1. LV47 Xian Inu Ma sent Momo a golden sports car X1. Within mere seconds, 5 golden sports cars dominated the public screen messages. Wow. Thank you, President Nu Ma, for the 5 Panamera cars. We are immensely grateful for your generous support. Now, Let's give President Nu Ma a complete set. Let's gift him a phone dance. The host, Nanshan, became instantly exhilarated, never expecting such a generous patron to grace their newly opened broadcast. They belonged to a newly formed group under a medium-sized guild, having officially streamed for just 5 days. In the preceding days, they had primarily relied on the occasional generosity of established patrons who would drop gifts. Chen Hao was the first to be so lavish, naturally earning their utmost attention. The 5 girls simultaneously grabbed 5 fireworks, which erupted in a dazzling display, before collectively bowing toward the camera. "Thank you, Brother Nu Ma." Chen Hao glanced at the system notification, nodding in satisfaction. Each of the 5 had gained 5 points of goodwill. And this was merely from the 1,200 Do coins spent on the sports car. In the realm of grand group broadcasts, even the most illustrious streamers, upon their inaugural gift, may commence with a staggering 5 points, akin to a carnival's exuberance. Subsequently, the remaining 4 individuals on the screen gracefully exited the spotlight, leaving the effervescent Zhou Zhou front and center. As the first to present her gifts, she playfully formed a heart shape with her hands directed towards Chen Hao's camera, before embarking on her personal dance performance. The audience in the live stream became electrified, with comments flooding in. LV35 Yuzu, a swift debut with 5 Porsches. This gentleman possesses remarkable prowess. LV21 Huan, dressed to impress. My dear brother, our lovely ladies here are stunning, and they aren't bound by guardianship. The choice is yours. LV6 Fishhead, goodness, what a formidable figure. LV30 Windmill, this is what presence looks like. LV42 Grandpa Slim, sealed ticket version, let everyone have a turn. We are truly blessed. Under the luminous spotlight of the live stream, Zhou Zhou was wholeheartedly immersed in her dance. This was a routine she had only mastered a week prior. Yet after countless hours of practice, she now executed it with remarkable finesse. The host introduced it as the Blizzard Shake, with her delicate hands resting on her chest. She moved in sync with the pulsating rhythm of the music, her skirt swaying like a delightful confection. Her graceful fingers glided down her neck to her lips. And before one could notice, she had daintily clasped a pristine cotton swab. After completing a series of sharp street dance moves, she tilted her head, raising an eyebrow, playfully biting one end of the swab with her canines, and with a swift flick, sent it flying towards the camera. Quite an engaging performance, Chen Hao mused, smacking his lips in appreciation. In a mere 5 minutes, all 5 young women had showcased their talents, and the host, Nanshan, announced, "Now, let us present a telephone dance for our illustrious CEO." As the music commenced, the sound of ringing phones filled the air, and the 5 ladies moved their bodies in harmony with the rhythm. They formed the shape of a phone with their fingers, pressed it to their ears, with Strawberry standing at center stage, holding the microphone, dancing to the lively beat. Suddenly, she pouted her cherry-like lips, donning a feigned look of distress, and spoke into the microphone. "Hello. Answer the phone. Dear CEO. Answer the phone. Dear CEO, I miss you. Dear CEO, have you eaten? Dear CEO, why aren't you picking up? Dear CEO, answer the phone." Her voice trailed off sweetly, infused with a playful tone. At intervals, she paused her swaying, tapping her toes to the rhythm, as if genuinely conversing with her boyfriend who was deliberately ignoring her calls. At the last line, all 5 ladies collectively made a coy expression, stamping their feet, their fluffy skirts swaying in unison. Chen Hao watched, nearly bursting with laughter. Damn, I used to avoid spending due to lack of funds, yet here I am, reveling in such emotionally rewarding performances. Had he been a seasoned veteran of the streaming circuit, he would have likely sighed, "Alas, our brother has been thoroughly enchanted." Chapter 11. Doubling the Rewards. The restless little cat. Unaccustomed to such experiences, Chen Hao indeed found himself enchanted. He had not anticipated that the emotional value he had missed in the grand streamers' broadcasts could be so readily accessible here with just a few luxury cars. Yet, he realized he had not explored enough. In some of the more traffic-driven group broadcasts, such telephone dances could even be initiated with a mere heart. In a moment of excitement, he exchanged his remaining 130,000 Do coins for 12 units of the 10,000 Do coin doing number 1, bestowing each lady with 2. He felt Zhou Zhou and Strawberry, who had danced the best, deserved an extra treat. The few thousand tickets left were directly converted into gifts like the Heart Bunny, aiming to deplete his Do coins in the last 10 minutes. The public screen erupted with a flurry of gifts. LV47 dressed to impress sent Zhou Zhou Gold Douyin No. 1x3. LV47 dressed to impress sent Strawberry Gold Douyin number 1x3. LV47 dressed to impress sent Little Deer Gold Douyin number 1x2. LV47 dressed to impress sent Goodnight Gold Douyin number 1x2. LV47 dressed to impress sent Mo Gold Douyin number 1x2. LV47 dressed to impress sent Zhou Hot Air Balloon X1. LV47 dressed to impress sent Strawberry Heart Bunny X1. LV47 dressed to impress sent Little Deer Firecracker X1. Congratulations to user dressed to impress for successfully leveling up to LV48. Chen Hao was astonished to find that he had spent all 260,000 yuan, and remarkably, it coincided with his level up. At that moment, the exuberant voice of the host Nanshan rang out. Thank you, CEO, for sending Zhou 3 gold Douyin number 1. Wow. Thank you to the CEO for the Douyin number 1 for all our lovely ladies. Thank you for all the gifts. Our CEO is undoubtedly the most handsome deity of Aurora's 590 today. Congratulations to Dress to Impress for ascending to Douyin's luxurious 48th level. Happy level up, CEO. Prepare for the level up animation. As Nanshan's voice echoed, an animation played in the live stream, overlaying the original broadcast. A swordsman materialized amidst a bamboo forest. His figure a blur, as he sliced through the bamboo with a gleaming blade. The sharp edge, like ink, cleaved through the air, and a cascade of verdant bamboo leaves hung suspended before falling like rain. The entire bamboo grove appeared to be cleaved in two by this resplendent strike. Ink-like hues spreading through the void, as powerful characters emerged at the center of the animation. Congratulations, CEO, on leveling up. Chen Hao watched wide-eyed, having never encountered anything quite like it. One must admit, these professional group broadcast guilds, particularly those of a larger scale, truly grasped the art of providing emotional value to their patrons. Their expertise was undeniable. With a sigh of admiration, the live stream reached a fever pitch. The female streamers were setting off firecrackers, the host was expressing endless gratitude, and the audience's comments were flooding the screen. LV 21 Huan. Goodness, how many carats is that? Our brother is amazing. LV 6 Fish Head. CEO, the god of anger. LV 35 Yuzu. Our CEO is incredibly powerful. Today has been quite the experience. LV 30 Windmill. I underestimated our CEO. Porsches are mere trifles, not even worth a single one. LV 42 Grandpa Slim. Sealed ticket version 590. Does this mean we have a guardian brother? At this rate, he is going to become the patriarch. LV 19 A Little Rabbit. Why does this ID seem so familiar? LV 20 Little Yellow Bean. I recall a banner floating above in a previous live stream. It rings a bell. LV 3 Wei. I remember now. This individual just gifted 40 hands of carnival in another stream. LV 39 Busy Old Lou. Is that for real? 40 hands of Huazi. And it's not even the end of the month. Which guild is so early in the guild war? LV 4 Granule Chestnut. I can't believe I spotted a wealthy patron here. Chen Hao felt a sense of elation. The emotional value he derived from the Aurora 590 live stream was one thing, but more importantly, he had successfully expended all his dough coins before midnight. This signifies that in just a few minutes, past midnight, his system-issued black card will swell by an impressive 520,000. Within 24 hours, if he can successfully expend it, the amount will escalate to 1,040,000. Moreover, the positive response from the female streamers in the live broadcast room is quite gratifying. Zhou's favorability has surged by an additional 15 points, while Strawberry has garnered a rise of 13 points, with others each experiencing a boost of around 10 points. Currently, within this live stream, Zhou enjoys the highest favorability rating towards him, which has now reached 20 points. LV 48 Xian Inu Ma. You dance splendidly. But I'm feeling tired. I shall return tomorrow. With this remark, Chen Hao exited the live stream. Upon seeing this message, Nanshan immediately exclaimed, "Welcome back, my gallant deity." At any time, the barrage of comments in the live stream continued to speculate whether this extravagant spender was a newly registered account, and which affluent individual might be backing him. At this moment, Chen Hao swiped down on his phone to check his Bank of Communications notifications and access the bank's app. After verifying his fingerprint, he gazed at his bank account balance with glimmering eyes. 234 yuan. Zhongzi Gu is incredible. Chen Hao couldn't help but exclaim in heartfelt admiration. It is worth noting that prior to his lavish gifting spree in the live stream today, he had merely 233 yuan. Now, he has gained a significant figure. Tomorrow, he could further indulge at Xiao Mao's, while also elevating the favorability ratings of Zhou and Strawberry. Soon, he could bind with several more streamers. And the day to settle all his debts would not be far off. If people were to discover that the extravagant spender who had just showered 2.6 million in gifts, Xian Inu Ma Go, was now joyfully staring at his mere 2,000 dragon coins, they would likely experience a mental breakdown. For the next minute or two, Chen Hao closed Douyin, intently fixated on the time displayed in the upper right corner of his screen. He had never before felt a minute to drag on so interminably, his fingers gripping the phone, turning pale from the strain. As time ticked by at last, the numbers in the upper right corner transitioned from 2359 to 0000.
At that very moment, a notification popped up on his phone. Deposit notification. Your bank card has received a transfer of 520,000 yuan. Please check at your convenience. Chen Hao promptly reopened Douyin, navigated to the recharge interface, and deposited the entire 520,000 yuan. Gazing at his Douyin account balance of 5.2 million Do coins, Chen Hao broke into a silent, ecstatic grin. Everything is indeed real. It was only at this moment that he could finally relax, affirming that his decision to leverage alone had paid off. Though the daily doubling could swiftly turn 233 yuan into hundreds of millions, achieving it a day sooner was certainly preferable. After reveling in excitement for a while, Chen Hao closed the notification displaying 99 on Douyin. He was genuinely fatigued this time. The events of the day had been overwhelming, with emotions oscillating wildly. Even a stalwart individual would feel weary. Glancing at the clock nearing 12:30 a.m., he quickly freshened up and collapsed onto his bed. It seems I've forgotten something. What was it? Just before drifting off, he sensed he might have overlooked something important. However, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, and within moments, he succumbed to slumber. Far away in Hangzhou, at this moment, Xiao Mao had returned to her modest single dormitory provided by the company. After removing her makeup and freshening up, she lay on her bed, phone in hand. Staring at the unresponsive green bubbles on Douyin, she began to feel anxious. He was clearly online earlier. Why hasn't he read my message? Could it be that he merely supported me casually and doesn't he truly like me? Then why did he linger in the live stream for so long and shower me with such generous gifts? 2 million in audio waves. Pippi and Air Mao advised her to maintain the connection, yet with this Xian Inu Ma, he hasn't replied, nor added her as a friend. She had no idea what he looked like, making it difficult to foster a relationship. Even if she were to send something from afar, she must be able to contact him to do so. With this thought, she felt a surge of irritation. Rolling around in bed, her delicate feet, once clad in sheer black stockings, began to kick restlessly beneath the covers. In a fit of annoyance, she kicked the blanket aside, pouting, and buried her flushed face into the pillow. Tonight, it seemed she would struggle to sleep well. Chapter 12. The internal calculations of the female streamers. Although Xiao Mao had a restless night, Chen Hao slept soundly. At 3:30 a.m., while he lay dreaming amidst piles of money, 16 kilometers away. At a media incubation base in Jincheng, the members of Aurora 590, having just concluded their live stream, were gathered in a meeting room for a debriefing. The data from today was exceptionally promising. All members had achieved remarkable completion rates of their first week KPIs. Particularly, Zhou and Strawberry had the highest numbers today. Let us give them a round of applause. The operations supervisor of Aurora 590, Yang Min, closed the data report on her laptop and was the first to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The small meeting room resonated with applause. Adjusting her glasses, Yang Min continued her summary. From our observations, the change in strategy has indeed yielded remarkable results. The first 3 days with standard group dances and minor performances had yielded mediocre traffic. However, since we switched to shouting and rapping over the last 2 days, the number of viewers in the live stream has doubled. With today's figures, I can apply to the public relations team for an increase in the volume of red envelopes and promotional efforts. We should have hopes of surpassing the 100 mark during the traffic phase. Nanshan, the host, chimed in with praise. Indeed, it is Supervisor Yang's effective strategy. Otherwise, we likely wouldn't have attracted so many viewers today, including that extraordinary Xian Inu Ma. Yang Min seized the opportunity to elaborate, her gaze piercing as she focused on Zhou and the others. I conducted a brief investigation, and it appears that this Xian Inu Ma just leveled up today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 48 after so many carnival sessions. There were hardly any comments from him in the live stream, and his account lacks any content. It could very well be a secondary account. Regardless, the potential of this Xian Inu Ma is indisputable. Pausing momentarily, she seemed to organize her thoughts. Thus, whatever it takes, you all must devise a method to keep this big brother with us. Whether you employ the company's training scripts or rely on your own creativity, you must ensure he remains in our live stream. Add him on WeChat. Consider what content to send him, how to pique his interest to return, and even encourage him to support you with gifts. I shouldn't need to elaborate on these strategies. There is only one big brother, generally speaking. No matter how exceptional he is, major gifts will typically only be bestowed upon one person. Who manages to capture his attention will depend on your own prowess. Zhou, Strawberry, and the other 5 exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of shyness in their eyes. Observing the 5 blushing faces before her, Yang Min sighed and continued, I understand. Being women, that most of you are relatively new to the workforce and may be somewhat reserved. However, the company has made it abundantly clear during training that our industry operates this way. Do you wish to partake in a banquet? You may, but you are well aware of the challenges. and reaching the pinnacle is arduous. Did you watch the Guild Wars of the S Guild last month? Who among the top 40 was without their beloved big brother or sister? I hope you all take some time to reflect on this. After concluding the debriefing meeting, the 5 individuals finally exited the company, each hailing a taxi to depart. Seated in the vehicle, Jojo responded to Chen Hao and promptly typed out a series of messages. Jojo, thank you so much, brother Numa. So many gifts, you've worked hard. Jojo, especially for sending Jojo to the heavens with Douyin #1. Jojo, silly smiling kitten JPG. Jojo, I checked your profile, are you from Jincheng? Our group is also in Jincheng. Jojo, mischievous little kitten JPG. Jojo, voice message, playing brother, this is my green bubble account, can you add me? We can do video calls, and when I'm on break, we can hang out together. Jojo, QR code JPG. Jojo, I've decided to earn money to treat you to Ba Wang TG. You must give me your address then. Jojo, proud little kitten expression JPG. Glancing at the currently offline avatar of Xian Inuma, Jojo narrowed her eyes. This could be troublesome. Coming in with such a strong presence on the first day, a brother of such caliber must surely be desired by many. Xiao Lu and Momo were fine. They had just listened to Sister Yang and were undoubtedly too shy to be overly aggressive. Strawberry would definitely make a move, and Wanan was unpredictable. The method of sharing affection equally, who knows who he truly favors? Alas, with 4 rivals at once, the challenge has escalated significantly. In the backseat of the ride-hailing car, Jojo vigorously rubbed her cherubic face, suddenly raising her pink fists as if to rally her spirits. I'm in. I, the lady, am broadcasting for the sake of making money. If this brother Xian Inu Ma is single and of suitable age, I'm all in. It just so happens his account is also located in Jincheng. Isn't this a fortuitous opportunity? I refuse to believe that my innate beauty cannot win him over. At the same moment, the other 4 also sent their messages. The content was largely similar, merely infused with their unique styles on the company training template. The last to await her ride was Strawberry, who gazed at the taillights of Jojo's departing car, instinctively biting her lip. That girl is probably my biggest rival. Nowadays, many brothers prefer a fair, youthful, slender aesthetic. However, she glanced down at her ample bosom and the long legs encased in denim shorts, suddenly straightening her posture with pride. I also possess advantages. With her A-cup, I certainly won T lose in the body department. Strawberry's fingertips lightly traced the curve of her thigh, a confident smile gracing her lips. Just based on these legs, that little girl has no chance of outshining me. She forgot, however, that she was only a year older than Jojo. Time flew by, and with the burden of repayment anxiety lifted, Chen Hao enjoyed his first lazy sleep in months. By the time he awoke, the clock pointed to 1 p.m., and only then did he slowly rouse himself. After washing his face and mustering some semblance of energy, he finally remembered his intentions. Opening Douyin, he glanced at the balance in his account and nodded. Today's goal is to spend 520,000. Yesterday was too short. Today I can play for quite a while. Even if I don't encounter someone like Lone Wolf, I should be able to spend it all. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he chuckled. Huh? Thinking about it this way, doesn't that mean I am working every day too? However, my job is to spend money for emotional value from others. Considering it this way, it's quite a delightful occupation. Shortly after, he noticed the notification bar filled with 99 messages. Upon opening it, aside from messages from strangers, the most prominent were 6 private messages from female streamers. He first clicked on the message from Xiao Mao, as she currently held the highest favorability and cashback ratio, making her a priority. To his surprise, he was taken aback by Xiao Mao's proactive approach. A green bubble WeChat? Chapter 13, adding on WeChat. And right away it's a high-end group chat. Up until yesterday, Chen Hao had never been a big brother. Thus, he had never experienced a female streamer proactively adding him on WeChat. More precisely, he had never had such an experience with girls of his age. During college, although he was somewhat handsome, his relentless pursuit of Tian Cini had led to notoriety throughout the department. Everyone knew he was her devoted admirer, and thus no other girl approached him. After finally winning her over, he poured all his energy into her, and upon graduation, he was preoccupied with mortgage projects, leaving him with virtually no experience in this realm. While he had heard that some female streamers would add big brothers on WeChat, he hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. Chen Hao saved the QR code image sent by Xiao Mao, then opened his WeChat to scan and add her. As he had yet to be verified, he returned to Douyin to check other private messages from female streamers. Naturally, the reason for the delay in approval wasn't due to Xiao Mao being shy or indifferent. Rather, it was because she had spent the entire night tossing and turning as if making pancakes. The goose-down comforter had become a tangled mess, and her pillow had been battered into an unrecognizable shape. Only when dawn broke and she confirmed Chen Hao was indeed silent did she finally succumb to fatigue. At that moment, she lay sprawled on her small bed in an extremely unrestrained posture, her left leg draped over a teddy bear, her fair right arm hanging off the bed, disheveled hair scattered across half the pillow, with a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth. Of course, large swathes of her snow-white skin were exposed, and the sight could only be described as a torrential display of spring. However, it was evident that Chen Hao would not have the chance to witness such a tantalizing scene, nor did he have time to dwell on it. As he opened Zhou Zhou's private message, "How playful and adorable. Zhou Zhou truly is something special. That snowstorm shake yesterday was quite vigorous. And she has a green bubble too?" Chen Hao rapidly saved the QR code image, then sequentially opened the private messages from Strawberry, Wanan, Xiaolu, and MOMO. As expected, he saved 4 more QR code images. Am I now considered a scoundrel? While adding the WeChat of all the female streamers from the Aurora 590, Chen Hao pondered. To hell with it, what's wrong with being a scoundrel? After being an honest man for 25 years, only to be betrayed by my ex-girlfriend and left with millions in debt, what is the point of being an honest man? Regardless, I'm just a tool for spending money and receiving cashback. If it works, great. If not, so be it. Having come to this realization, he no longer felt conflicted. Everything would unfold as it should. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhou and the others instantly approved his request. "Zhou Zhou, brother Numa, are you awake? You suddenly left yesterday," and Zhou Zhou was worried she'd misstep in the live dance, feeling like a wronged little kitten JPG. "Zhou Zhou, brother, how old are you? And what do you do for a living?" Zhou Zhou sent 2 messages in quick succession, and lacking experience, Chen Hao found himself momentarily unsure of how to respond. Before he could formulate a reply to Zhou Zhou, the other 4 also sent messages, and as he watched the incessant popping notifications on WeChat, he felt a sudden headache. Being a scoundrel doesn't seem that easy after all. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhou had arrived at the company. Although they would begin their broadcast late, they still needed to practice dancing in the afternoon. As she awaited Chen Hao's response, she opened his moments. With only 3 days visible, there was nothing at all. A frown creased her adorable face, revealing her mild distress. She needed to devise a strategy to glean his preferences and capture a few of his photographs. However, the images could very well be fabricated. Perhaps it would be more prudent to request a video instead? No, that would be too hasty. Something so easily obtained would surely be taken for granted. Having formulated her plan, she noticed that Chen Hao had yet to respond. With her playful little bunnies providing no intellectual stimulation, she could easily surmise that he had added others as well. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly edited and dispatched another message. "Zhou Zhou, just between us, Strawberry was boasting last night during the meeting about how you gifted her 3 radishes. Zhou Zhou, but I believe you must prefer me, right? I even practiced the car dance for you again last night, and I'm sending you the video of my rehearsal." Chen Hao, perplexed about how to respond to the girls, found his fingers uncontrollably tapping on the video Zhou Zhou had sent. In the footage, she was clad in a silky, cartoon-patterned pajama set, bouncing on her bed while adorably exclaiming, "Brother Numa, you're so handsome." Chen Hao could no longer maintain his composure. "Chen Hao, I'm 25. It's inconvenient to discuss work matters, but your dancing is quite impressive." Due to project requirements, his WeChat name was his real name. However, he harbored no concerns about personal privacy. The name Chen Hao was far too common. Likely, hundreds of thousands shared it across the nation, and in Jincheng alone, there were probably countless others with the same name. As for the earlier hints of exclusivity, he chose to disregard them, firmly resolved to embrace the role of a rogue. Oh wait, not a rogue, merely a warm-hearted gentleman. Upon seeing Chen Hao's response, Zhou Zhou's spirits soared. 25. Is that true? If so, Zhou Zhou, here's a cute selfie, JPG. Brother, this is my outfit for today. What do you look like? Could you send me a photo? But not too handsome, or I might fall for you at once. Chen Hao felt a shiver run down his spine upon reading Zhou Zhou's message. Wow, she is quite adept at this. What should I do? Is she starting at such a high level? Sending a photo posed a challenge. It had been years since he last took a selfie, with the last one dating back to his college days alongside Tian Cine. Even if he were to send a photo, he couldn't possibly send that one. And a current selfie would require at least a bit of grooming. With his current messy hair and a plain white tank top, coupled with the backdrop of his shabby rental apartment, he feared he would be blacklisted. While being blacklisted was minor, damaging his appeal was a significant concern. Chen Hao, your photo is lovely. I have some matters to attend to outside. Let us chat later. He decisively opted to retreat. If he couldn't send a photo, then he wouldn't send one at all. He would wait until he could present a better version of himself. Though fleeing was somewhat shameful, it proved effective. As the saying goes, retreat is the best strategy. Zhuge Liang does not deceive me. Zhou Zhou bit her nails, feeling slightly frustrated. Well, there will be future opportunities. Zhou Zhou, make sure to watch me dance, okay? We're going live at 8 tonight. You must come. Chen Hao, all right. Soon after, Chen Hao opened Strawberry's message, only to be struck again. Strawberry, brother, you've been ignoring me. It's so sad. Heartbroken selfie, JPG. Strawberry, I saw Zhou sending messages. That little girl must have said something bad about me. Let me tell you, she may seem lively and adorable, but she has many thoughts. Strawberry, I'm different. I only feel sorry for you, brother. Laugh. Strawberry, voice message, playing. Does your hand hurt from sending radishes? Would you like me to give you an online massage? Chen Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing he had perhaps overestimated his own abilities. He merely intended to play the rogue. He had not planned to skip the beginner stage and tackle the bosses right away. And not just one, but 5 at once. No, wait. There was also the little cat, 6. After some internal deliberation, he replied to Strawberry and the others, ultimately declining their requests for photos under the pretext of being occupied outside. Glancing at his balance of 2,000 yuan, Chen Hao resolved to get a haircut first. A casual selfie on the street should suffice without revealing too much. In a couple of days, once he had sufficient cash back, he would spruce himself up to at least match the image of a wealthy gentleman. Just as Chen Hao was tidying up to head to the barbershop, the little cat finally stirred. After a flurry of rustling sounds from the bed, she languidly propped herself up, her thin nightgown accentuating enticing curves. Suddenly, she grabbed her phone from beside the pillow as if jolted awake. Upon seeing the WeChat friend request notification, she let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 14. The little cat's tempting video. Hello, handsome. Hair wash or haircut? I'm the salon's head stylist. Do you have a preferred stylist? Located in the outskirts of Jincheng, Chen Hao had not explored much since moving there. Burdened by financial woes. To his surprise, upon entering a salon that seemed passably decorated, the young man at the entrance was the so-called head stylist. I don't have a preferred one. Just a simple cut, please. The stylist, sporting a textured perm, immediately led him to the washing area and commenced the hair washing ritual. Which price tier are you looking for today? We have senior stylists, head stylists, and the shop manager, with prices at 58, 98, and 168 yuan, respectively. Chen Hao anticipated being attended to by the head stylist right away. Just go with you. He initially intended to request the cheapest option, but suddenly remembered that he was now a wealthy gentleman. Even if he only had 2,000 yuan to spend, he was still a gentleman of means. His mindset needed a prompt adjustment to avoid any slip-ups during future calls or video chats with Zhou and the others. Having sorted out his thoughts, he comfortably indulged in the head stylist's services. After the wash, he settled into the styling chair, allowing the stylist to craft a simple yet stylish haircut while he scrolled through Douyin through the translucent cape. With nothing to do during the haircut, and knowing that the little cat and Zhou's group had yet to start their broadcast, he began scouting for new targets. Noticing him browsing Douyin, the stylist struck up a conversation. Hey, you watch live streams too? I occasionally catch them when I'm back home. Oh, you enjoy group broadcasts? I prefer the voice rooms. The girls there have such lovely voices. However, I haven't spent much. I only request a song or 2 a week. Mostly just listening to them chat and sing. At this point, Chen Hao hadn't spoken a word. Glancing at the stylist, who was chattering away, he could only respond with non-committal and oh, really? While hastily searching for potential new targets. Just as he was about to finish reviewing a couple of groups, a notification popped up on WeChat. The little cat had accepted his friend request. Little cat, finally added brother Numa. Tears of joy. JPG. Little cat, thank you for the carnival feast yesterday. Little cat, all the firecrackers we prepared for the group were set off. I've never experienced such a spectacle. It was truly exhilarating. Chen Hao cast a glance at the still chattering stylist and replied succinctly, no need to mention it. The little cat bit her lower lip, recalling the words Pai had taught her yesterday, and promptly tapped to record a voice message. Little cat, voice message, play. Dear brother, you seem rather aloof. Could it be that you find my chatter bothersome? By the way, how old are you? Do you frequent coffee shops? There's a delightful cafe behind our school, and their cat paw latte art is simply adorable. Would you care for a visit next time? Moreover, I have recently been practicing a new dance, and I should be performing it tonight. However, there's a particular waist-twisting move that I struggle with, and I can't quite observe myself properly in the mirror. You are so knowledgeable. Might you offer me some guidance? Little cat, video Avi. As soon as the message was sent, little cat felt a pang of regret and pinched her thigh in frustration. How foolish of me. Why did I phrase the question about age like a primary schooler inviting someone for a spring outing? I completely forgot the playful lines Pai taught me yesterday. Furthermore, the dance video was just shot, lacking music, and the visuals were blurry. What if he finds it unappealing? Should I retract it instead? Meanwhile, on Chen Hao's end, the atmosphere in the barbershop had thickened. The supervisor halted his scissors, momentarily forgetting his work. The only 3 other barbers resting in the shop turned their heads, their gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and ire. This was all due to Chen Hao having just seen the voice message and, without a second thought, pressed play. Although the quality of the 1,000 yuan phone was poor, the sound was undeniably loud. Little Cat's sweet, enticing voice echoed throughout the shop, stirring the imaginations of all present. Upon viewing the video sent by Little Cat, Chen Hao decisively closed WeChat. My friend, you certainly possess talent. It sounds like you are still a university student. A soft voice came from behind him, nearly causing Chen Hao to shudder. I was merely playing around. She was only joking. No need to take it seriously. Let us continue with the haircut. Very well. It was unclear what mood the supervisor was in as he finished cutting Chen Hao's hair. But Chen Hao sensed that his speed had noticeably increased. After paying, he stepped outside and glanced around, spotting a single bawang tea princess that appeared somewhat acceptable. Upon entering, he purchased a cup of milk tea and took a selfie, ensuring that his t-shirt only revealed a hint of the collar, devoid of any brand name. After confirming that the photo was satisfactory and he still looked handsome, Chen Hao sent the picture to Zhou Zhou and the others. This time, there was no immediate reply, as they were all engrossed in practicing dance and preparing for a live-stream PK to secure votes. Soon after, Chen Hao hurried back to his rental apartment and opened the video sent by Little Cat. Little Cat, barefoot, stood on the floor in sheer black stockings, her long legs accentuated by a fitted skirt that hugged her curvaceous form, swaying rhythmically. Her fingertips glided from her swan-like neck down to her collarbone, trailing over her chest and lingering at her waist. Her dark crimson nails playfully tugged at the hem of her skirt, lifting it teasingly just before it approached the edge of propriety. With a twist of her waist and a stunning cross step as she lifted her leg, Chen Hao even caught a glimpse of lace trim at the top of her thigh. Chen Hao felt a rush of blood to his head, rendering him momentarily lightheaded. Closing the video, he typed a message. Chen Hao, I'm 25 this year, and I don't understand dance. After a lengthy pause without a response from Chen Hao, Little Cat, feeling anxious and uncertain about his thoughts, quickly replied. Little Cat, well, at least you understand appreciation. Little Cat, of course, this is a special version for you, and the live broadcast will be much more reserved. Chen Hao, Little Cat. Oh, could you send me a photo of yourself? I'd like to set it as my WeChat background to commemorate yesterday's carnival feast. Chen Hao, sure. Image, JPG. Little Cat, wow, you look so handsome. Little Cat stared in astonishment at the photo on WeChat, partly in disbelief. Is this for real? Is this really the gallant figure in the flesh? No way. Could it be a stock image? I need to show this to Pai Pai. I heard that Air Mao can check images for duplicates. I should let him take a look too. She glanced at the time and realized she was running late for work, hastily changing her clothes in preparation to leave. Little Cat, I have to go to work now. I'll contact you later, and you must come to see Little Cat. Chen Hao, all right. Throughout this exchange, Chen Hao's mind was in a daze, still reeling from the impact of the video. Everyone can find adult films. He had seen his fair share. But receiving a risque video from a girl he was chatting with felt entirely different. After a while, he poured himself a glass of water, finally regaining his composure. Looking at the WeChat messages from Little Cat and his unexpectedly aloof replies, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu opening the messages from Zhou Zhou and the others. He scrutinized them and slapped his forehead in realization. Damn it, this is strikingly similar to my exchanges with Tian Cini, but she was far more taciturn. Indeed, when the money is on the table, it turns out that girls can also take the initiative to spark conversation and flirt with you. Chapter 15. The Return of the Carnival Control. Reflecting on how much of a sycophant he had been, Chen Hao felt a strong desire to slap himself. How could he have been so pathetic in the past? What was the result of being devoted and striving for her? Nothing. After solidifying his resolve to embrace the persona of a playboy, Chen Hao began to scroll through the live broadcasts. Little Cat's streaming session in Sky 004 typically commenced at 8 in the evening, and there was still some time left. They broadcast once a day, needing to stream from 8 until the last cleaning girl was determined. Only then would they close the room. The timing was highly unpredictable. Sometimes they finished by 11, but other times it dragged on until 3 or 4 in the morning. In contrast, the Aurora 590 group, where Zhou Zhou and her friends were, actually had 2 sessions a day, the first from 4 to 6 in the afternoon, and the second from 11 at night until 2 in the morning. This difference in scheduling reflects their distinct strategies. From 6 to 11 in the evening, major groups, veteran groups, and high-popularity groups all tend to stream simultaneously. As a newly launched mid-sized guild, Aurora 590 naturally chose to avoid the spotlight and build their audience gradually. Conversely, Sky 004 was an established group. According to Douyin's streaming algorithm, once your popularity declines, the chance of being featured diminishes, even if you send out virtual gifts. Hence, they opted to maintain their original streaming schedule so that their previous audience could still join at around that time and contribute some revenue. Of course, there are exceptions. Some older groups experiencing a decline in traffic adjust their schedules to afternoon or early morning in a bid to survive. Whether they can regain their former glory remains uncertain. At this moment, The Aurora 590 live stream had been running for nearly an hour. By utilizing shoutouts and dance segments to boost viewer engagement, the audience count in the upper right corner remained stable at around 120 to 130, which is commendable for a new group during the afternoon slot. Currently, they had paused the shoutouts and were preparing to engage viewers in a heartwarming dance segment. Generally, in afternoon sessions, their primary focus is on accumulating popularity rather than competing in PKs. I wonder if the gallant figure will be joining today? Strawberry bit down on the straw of her milk tea, her delicate lips moistened by the beverage, seemingly inquiring of no one in particular. It should be expected. Jojo was busy inspecting her shoelaces, which had come undone during her earlier dance on the vehicle, nearly causing her to trip. Perspiration now adorned her forehead in fine beads. I believe he might arrive tonight. He appeared almost at midnight yesterday as well. Xiaolu suddenly interjected, her fingers momentarily pausing at the ends of her hair, her twin tails sweeping across her fragrant shoulders as she tilted her head. Regardless of when he arrives, we must maintain our energy. Having more viewers linger in the live broadcast room is far superior. What if among them is another gallant figure? Wanan extended her delicate hand behind her, deftly hooking her fingers around the necktie of her newly changed dress. Her ample bosom stood out among the group, requiring extra attention to ensure modesty in such attire to avoid any unfortunate slips. Generally speaking, mid-sized guilds in the ascent phase do not tread too close to the line. For true powerhouses in the realm of love would not seek out a borderline girl as their beloved broadcaster. Indeed, let us strive together. Nanshan remarked that the current situation is promising, and with the recent popularity of the leg-sweeping dance we are rehearsing, we should be able to reach a live audience of 500 within a month. Momo retained her innocent and endearing demeanor, nodding in agreement. It's just you who would believe such nonsense. Strawberry and Jojo exchanged glances, silently mocking Momo in their hearts. Which vibrant group isn't supported by their elder brothers and sisters? Those with thousands of viewers, who toss hearts as they dance, still rely on the financial backing from the elder brothers in the PK circle to survive. As for those thousands of viewers, aren't they merely providing a grander stage for the elder brothers and sisters to flaunt? Wanan, equally amused, cast a glance at Momo and suddenly asked, how is the photo verification going? What did Sister Yang say? Xiaolu released her grasp on her hair, showing her the latest messages in the group. At least it's confirmed that it is definitely not a stock photo. Jojo focused intently on her toes, aware that she had indeed seen the messages in the group. If that gallant figure arrives today and possesses sufficient spending power, she would call him for a video chat right after work. Strike first, and the spoils are yours. Strawberry glanced at Jojo, who feigned indifference, suddenly feeling a flutter of unease. It seemed this girl was concocting some mischief. After a brief respite, Jojo and the others changed out of their performance outfits into costumes reflecting their individual styles. Host Nanshan's enthusiastic voice resonated. Dear family, thank you for your patience. We are now entering the next segment. One popularity ticket, one little heart, one large beer, one rose, one little doine. For just a dime or two, you can request your favorite sister to dance. Our sisters, from left to right, are Momo, Xiaolu, Strawberry, Jojo, and Wanan. To have someone dance, simply present her with the corresponding gift. A series of small gifts totaling 66 or more will showcase a group dance. Continuous gifts will mean our dance continues. The heart rabbit will swap for the C position, showcasing individual dances. The audience in the live broadcast room occasionally toss small gifts. And from time to time, a passing elder brother would send a heart rabbit, prompting a more favored host to take the C position. However, being a new broadcast room still in the afternoon session, no one had yet appeared to send a sports car. Chen Hao had just clicked in, discovering them performing various short dances every 10 seconds, currently engaged in a dealing dance. Wanan, donned in a black dress, with a cinched waist that accentuated her impressive figure, was dancing. Her over-the-knee black stockings paired with high-heeled shoes contrasted sharply with her fair skin, making her the focal point of attention. Having not scrutinized closely the day before, Chen Hao now realized each member of the group was remarkable. He murmured to himself, then with a flick of his finger, sent a sports car and a carnival. LV-48 gallant figure sends one in a golden sports car X1. LV-48 gallant figure sends one in a golden carnival X1. Welcome back, our gallant male god. Naturally, Nanshan noticed Chen Hao's entrance effects and directly welcomed him on the mic. Just as he finished his welcome message and was about to say something to foster camaraderie, two gift notifications and effects abruptly silenced him, leaving only exhilaration. Wow. Thanks to our gallant male god for the golden Panamera and golden carnival sent to Wanan. Brothers in the live room, let us show our male god's might on the screen. Gallant male god, how do you feel about this carnival? LV-48 gallant figure, let us deal. Let us dance first. All right. Then Wanan, please take the C position, and let us all dance the dealing dance for our gallant male god. Wanan, you take the microphone. LV35 Yuzu. ISNT that the elder brother from yesterday? What a formidable elder brother. LV21 Wanwan. The male god is impressive. LV45 Rafa. Incredible. Just entered and already sent a carnival. Is this the elder brother of Wanan's house? The last audience was new today and was unaware of the previous night's events. Wanan gazed at the carnival sent directly to her, her eyes brimming with delight as she made a heart gesture towards the camera, proudly puffing out her chest. He prefers the ample, doesn't he? Does this mean I'm assured of victory? Chapter 16, Dealing Dance. Am I being set up? Jojo and Strawberry brought over 5 confetti cannons to distribute among everyone, and together they pulled the strings of the cannons. Thank you to Brother Gallant for the carnival and the car. On the surface, they wore expressions of surprise and gratitude, but their glances towards one held a tinge of hostility. What if Brother Gallant prefers the ample? What should we do? Jojo cast a worried glance downward, her expression filled with distress. She could even see her own ankles. Wanan hasn't he quietly video called him, has she? Strawberry also glanced down. Though not as ample as Wanan, her figure was still commendable, and with her long legs, she held some confidence in her physique. Wanan, after thanking Chen Hao, proudly took the C position. Ample is good, naturally proportioned and all natural. I am certainly superior to you slender ones. They say men today prefer fair, young, and slender. Between an ordinary fair, young, and slender girl and a busty, adorable one, if given the choice, men would undoubtedly choose the latter, though she thought so internally. She would never voice it. As the music began, she held the microphone, dancing in time with the lyrics of the dealing dance. Dealing, a crow flies on a plane. Coordinates Hotel 801, Uniform 007, performing contemporary liberation of the West. Is it the effect of alcohol? An extravagant display of poetic recitation? Is it a mature woman or a lowly enthusiast? Tonight, sweet dreams of yellow millet abound. A complete set of lyrics accompanied by her slightly languid voice caused the comments to scroll rapidly on the screen, clearly indicating that her sultry tone stirred the hearts of all viewers in the live room. LV35 Yuzu. My heavens, that aura, that allure. LV21 Wanwan. Good night. Good night. Good night. LV8 Wandering Eyes. Typing with both hands to show my innocence. LV31 Ada. I feel that, just based on this voice. She could go to a voice hall. Undoubtedly. What captivated attention the most was the proud curve of her chest, rising and falling with each breath. Even without intentionally skirting the edges, Chen Hao felt that beneath the snug fabric, there was an enticing allure that seemed to beckon. Although no alabaster skin was revealed, the rounded contours still cast alluring shadows under the lights. Chen Hao's gaze unconsciously followed the deep folds of the material, and his concerns shifted to the quality of the fabric enveloping her chest. This subtle seduction was far more exhilarating than overt exposure. The lyrics, simple yet captivating, were pronounced with an intentional elongation at the end, complemented by the almost imperceptible smile at the corners of her lips, making each syllable taste sweet. At the end of the song, she playfully winked at the camera, the sequins at the edges of her eyes twinkling in response, leaving the audience spellbound. LV21 Huanwan. Good night. Good night. Good night. LV8 Wandering Eyes, typing with one hand. LV31 Ada. I feel like I might be falling in love. LV45 Rafa. If it weren't for the fact that Goodnight has a big brother to protect her, I fear I might have lost my composure. Typically, this would mark the end, but due to the carnival's management, the gifts from other viewers would only take effect after the performance is concluded. The Angry Horse God had been performing for about half an hour. Should they switch to another dance midway? Nanshan inquired. LV48 Freshly Dressed Angry Horse. No need. I want to watch this today. Since the Angry Horse brother was keen on it, they must continue. Let's keep the performance going. The deals kept coming. Chen Hao found himself increasingly engrossed, especially when he noticed the system prompt. System alert. Yuan Xiaoyun's favorability level 10. Yuan Xiaoyun was indeed Goodnight's real name. At that same moment, not only was Goodnight's favorability increasing, but also that of Zhou and Strawberry, as well as the other 4, which rose by 2 or 3 points. Can sending a gift enhance the favorability of everyone? Chen Hao, amidst his joy, was somewhat puzzled by the mechanics. But who cares? He needed to spend all 2 million do coins today. The task was daunting. After watching the dance for nearly 20 minutes, Chen Hao felt utterly captivated. Suddenly, Nanshan's words in the live stream made him frown. Folks, it's almost 6 o'clock. After we finish the Angry Horse God's carnival duration, we will gift you 3 different group dances to thank you for your earlier gifts. We also have some small gifts we can offer to our beloved streamers. Even a little heart is a form of support. This event has no PK, no individual contests, just pure performance. After this, We will conclude for now and reconvene at 11 p.m. Let us not miss each other. LV48 freshly dressed Angry Horse sends good night a golden carnival x10. Wow. Thank you, Angry Horse God, for gifting good night 10 hand carnivals. Nanshan had been trying to rally the audience's spirits, hoping they'd show up in the evening since they primarily relied on the evening PKs for revenue. Unexpectedly, freshly dressed Angry Horse directly gifted 10 hand carnivals. LV21 Huan. Angry Horse God is handsome. LV8 Wandering Eyes. Wow, I just saw the big boss. LV31 Ada. 10 carnivals? This effect seems even more stunning than the beauty herself. LV45 Rafa. Incredible. LV35 Yuzu. As expected of the brother who can give out dozens of carnivals yesterday, his prowess is truly extraordinary. Good night, no longer dancing. Began to bounce in place in her high-heeled shoes. Wow, thank you, Angry Horse brother, for the 10 carnivals. This is the first time Goodnight has seen so many carnivals. You are too kind to Goodnight. I really like you. As a novice streamer, achieving this level of revenue essentially secured her position within the company. With such a powerful guardian brother, she might even lock in the center position in the future. As for the 4 piercing glares behind her, they were merely trivial matters. Nanshan, as the host, remained composed and not overly elated. He wore a peculiar smile as he suddenly asked, Angry Horse God, what does this 10-hand carnival mean? LV48 freshly dressed Angry Horse. What second session? Keep going. Little Cat and her group Haven Tea started yet. What will I do if you all leave in these 2 hours? Chen Hao now deeply felt the difficulty of finding a female streamer who met the system's criteria while maintaining a normal state. After all, how many truly beautiful women exist in reality? When it came to appearances, he considered himself slightly above average, perhaps a campus belle. Most girls believe they are in the top 20 of beauty, and while this statement is humorous, it reflects a common self-deception. Remove the makeup and beauty filters. And how many real beauties are there? Just enjoy it. 1 carnival lasts half an hour, 10 carnivals span 5 hours. Good night. Should I ask for your leave tomorrow? Zhou leaned in, beaming as she whispered in Goodnight's ear. Huh. Goodnight snapped back from her carnival astonishment, and upon hearing Zhou's words, her smile froze on her delicate face. Am I being coerced? I'm not a stamina streamer. Chapter 17. Brother, I can wear any style of clothing. If she were to dance for 5 continuous hours without rest, it would demand more than just requesting leave. Chen Hao was certainly not so cruel. He planned to switch to another streamer soon. After all, the 10 carnivals had already boosted her favorability by 15 points, bringing Goodnight's favorability to 38 points, the highest in the group. He couldn't allow her to develop resentment from love. If she became exhausted, her favorability would plummet, resulting in a loss that would not be worth it. He intended to secure the entire group, aiming to elevate all their favorability to 60 points first. Goodnight stood in the center of the live stream, a mix of joy from receiving 10 carnivals and trepidation at the prospect of dancing for 5 hours. She dared not refuse, as typically, group streamers wouldn't dare to flout expectations. Such behavior would be disheartening and could provoke significant backlash from the older viewers. If mishandled, future revenue could drastically decline. As the music played, she began to dance, her voice slightly trembling, but she steadied herself and commenced. No matter what, she must dance. When she could no longer continue, she would feign a bathroom break to message Angry Horse Brother for mercy. She had already devised a plan to plead with him sweetly, perhaps even sending some semi-private photos, convinced he would relent. As the dance progressed, after more than half an hour, even the most captivating performance could grow tiresome, and everyone began chatting in the public screen. LV21 Huan. Including the previous carnival, hasn't it been an hour now? LV8 Wandering Eyes. Are we really going to dance for 5 hours? That seems a bit excessive. LV45 Rafa. Is this really Goodnight-'s guardian? That is quite intense. LV35 Yuzu. Rafa, that is not the case. This brother just arrived yesterday, and he has been generous to everyone. LV31 Air Supreme. The 4 behind can still afford to fish for some easy wins, but one can't catch a break at all. I can see the sweat on her forehead. LV21 Wan. Dashing and gallant. Bro, how about we switch to someone else? LV45 Rafa. This isn't a stamina live stream. Why persist with this? Is being level 48 that impressive? LV35 Yuzu Rafa. Why don't you brush a few Huazi to help out? LV45 Rafa. Yuzu, what do you mean by that? LV35 Yuzu. This brother racked up at least 40 carnivals elsewhere yesterday, and his level just increased. I merely suggest you choose your words wisely. Rafa fell silent instantly. It wasn't that he couldn't afford Huazi. It was simply unnecessary to engage with someone of such stature, as it would still sting to throw thousands into the abyss. Dear executives, our live stream is all about sincerity. Once gifts are given, services must follow. How could we possibly be so careless? Let us not bicker Everyone, we're all family here in the live stream. Let us cheer for Wanan together. Nanshan noticed the tension in the comments and quickly intervened to ease the atmosphere. At the same time, he gestured to Wanan, who understood that she had been dancing for an hour and could now plead for a break. While continuing to dance, she paused and sang the lyrics of the card-drawing dance in her most beguiling voice. Dashing brother, Wanan is so tired now. Could you let me rest for a bit? Of course, Wanan intended to finish her dance, but just wanted a moment to hydrate. Chen Hao was also monitoring the live stream situation, and upon seeing the comments, he was inclined to agree. Moreover, given that she was now charmingly pleading, he had no direct reason to refuse. LV-48 dashing and gallant. Sure. Upon receiving Chen Hao's consent, Wanan cheered and stepped away from the camera. Her need for water was genuine, but more importantly, she needed her phone. Meanwhile, the others performed different dances to ensure the live stream retained some content. Outside the live stream camera, Wanan waved goodbye to Nanshan and swiftly exited the streaming room. Upon reaching the conference room, she opened WeChat and immediately sent a video request. Chen Hao, who had been watching others dance, was startled by the sudden video call request and promptly hung up. In this shabby room, a video call would expose him completely. Within 3 seconds, Wanan's voice call came through. Hello? Is this Dashing brother? Hee. From the other end, Wanan's voice came through, faintly accompanied by the music from the live stream. Yeah, it's me. Why are you so breathless? Chen Hao replied, attempting to sound nonchalant. Once he confirmed it was indeed Dashing and gallant on the other end, Wanan's voice instantly took on an irresistible allure and playful tone. It's all because of you. You didn't just drop 10 carnivals. It was 11. My heart is about to leap out, but I truly can't keep dancing much longer. You know, the new shoes I wore today have rubbed my feet raw. It hurts so much, and after dancing for so long, I feel like my waist might snap. She elongated her last few words, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance, yet laced with seduction. Even though Chen Hao was fully aware that she was deliberately putting on an act, he found himself parched and softening in resolve, the term innate charm flashing through his mind. So tough, huh? Hearing his hint of sympathy, Wanan seized the moment, her voice growing even sweeter. ISNT that right? Wanan ISNT a stamina streamer, but as long as I'm dancing for you, it's all worth it. But, dear brother, can you show a little concern for Wanan, please? Let me rest for a while. Chen Hao felt his resolve wavering, quickly steadying himself. He couldn't just acquiesce. That would make him appear indecisive and easily ensnared, not befitting a wealthy patron. How many minutes do you want to rest? The live stream is still running. Upon hearing this, Wanan felt a twinge of panic. If she only rested for a few minutes, she'd have to force herself to finish the remaining 5 hours, and her legs would be immobile for days. With determination, she lowered her voice, a hint of tension and suggestion lacing her words. Brother, can you let them dance in a group or play another game for a bit? Or swap someone else to be the main dancer? Let Wanan log off for a proper rest, okay? Her voice dropped even lower, and had Chen Hao's phone not been loud enough, he might have missed her next words entirely. Before bed tonight, can I video call you? Don't you love watching me dance? I'll dance just for you, only for your eyes, and you can choose what I wear. You can decide the style. Chapter 18. Mailing personal garments. Such perks exist? Wow. Upon hearing Wanan's conditions, Chen Hao's heart raced, nearly causing him to blurt out an exclamation he barely restrained. Instantly, a flurry of scenes from various romantic films and novels flashed through his mind, and his breath became heavy. The temptation was simply overwhelming. One-on-one video chat, dancing while wearing any outfit he desired. No. Chen Hao, stay composed. In this environment, a video call would immediately shatter his carefully constructed persona, making him appear as a foolish loan shark. Just a few days. Once the cashback arrives, rent a spacious apartment first. Chen Hao frantically admonished himself, having never loathed his rented room so much. After reorganizing his thoughts, he forcibly suppressed his impulses. It's a bit inconvenient right now. Let us discuss the video later. Hearing Chen Hao's voice, Wanan's heart sank. The video one-on-one dance proposition was actually rejected? This brother was far too cautious. I wasn't even worried you'd record it. It seemed that even the most affluent individuals had their habits. One mustn't rush, but instead show genuine intent. Her mind raced, and after a moment of silence, she quickly changed her strategy, offering a more direct expression of sincerity. All right then. Her voice carried a hint of disappointment, but she seemed to have an idea. Quickly brightening up, how about I add another condition? Since you're so supportive of Wanan, I truly don't know how to thank you. I can send you a piece of my worn clothing, something personal that no one else can see, as a keepsake. How about that? And I'll include a signed photo of me wearing it. It'll be one of a kind. This way, you can always feel my sentiments. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet Chen Hao undoubtedly heard every word. He felt as if his brain exploded, his hand gripping the phone, turning visibly tense. Personal garments? Worn? Something only he could see? A signed photo of her wearing it? These propositions struck him like bullets, piercing through his thoughts, causing his blood to rush to his head. Just yesterday, having tasted the experience of a wealthy patron, he was now faced with an unparalleled privilege that belonged exclusively to those of high status. He had no reason to refuse. The sincerity was overwhelmingly abundant, rendering any dissent lodged in his throat utterly inexpressible. To agree? Sending it over would expose his address. Damn it, when the time comes, he could just write a better apartment name and have it delivered to the logistics station, couldn't he? In moments like these, his mind was racing faster than ever before. Finally, having devised a solution, Chen Hao slowly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. That works. As for the video, let us postpone it for a few days. I'm quite occupied at the moment. Upon hearing this, Wanan felt a wave of relief wash over her, bursting with joy. Yay, the plan is a success. I knew he would appreciate my charms. She immediately switched to a tone of exuberance mixed with a touch of shyness. Really? Thank you, brother. You are simply wonderful. Please send me the address for the delivery anytime. I'll send it out tomorrow. After a brief pause, her voice took on a sultry quality. Remember to keep it a secret, brother. This is our little secret. The last 3 words she uttered were soft and gentle, sending shivers down Chen Hao's spine. All right, understood. You should return to the live stream now. I'll support you from the public screen. He hastily sought to dismiss Wanan, fearing that further conversation would lead to his exposure. The sweet voice of Wanan resonated through the phone. Bye-bye, brother. I'm heading to the stage now. Remember to think of me tonight when you sleep. Watching the call end on his phone, Wanan set it down and let out a long sigh. A smile of both exhaustion and satisfaction graced her face as she glanced down at her impressive figure, giving an air gesture of triumph. After so many years of immersion and company training, no matter the skill level, it was now all within her grasp. She took a sip from her bottled water, recomposed her expression, and prepared to return to the live stream for a little performance. Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream were still discussing Wan's break. LV21 Huan. Angry horse is still soft-hearted. If someone asks for a break, he grants it. LV8 wandering eyes. Yeah, it's been about 5 minutes, and he hasn't said anything. LV35 Yuzu. When she returns, she should continue dancing. But I think 5 hours is a bit excessive. LV31 unparalleled air. Maybe ask again. If Angry Horse is in a good mood, he might just let it slide. LV35 Yuzu. 10 carnivals. You can't just toss it aside like that. As the public screen continued its discussion, Wanan finally returned to the stage, still in the center position. Angry Horse. Thank you for your understanding during my break. Wanan is back. Taking advantage of her regained energy, she energetically dealt cards for another 10 minutes, but suddenly seemed to experience a cramp in her leg. She switched off her microphone and halted in place. It seems Wanan is having a bit of trouble. Everyone, please hold on. Nanshan. Observing Wanan turning off her microphone, couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Zhou and others quickly gathered around Wanan, with Xiao Lu taking the microphone aside, while the others appeared concerned if she was hurt. LV21 Huan. What happened to Wanan? Did she twist her ankle? LV8 wandering eyes. It looks like a cramp. LV35 Yuzu. That is a bit alarming. However, had there been an audience able to overhear their whispered exchanges, they might think differently. Come on, admit it. Did you just go private and step out of the studio to make a video call? Exactly. Come clean. Wanan turned away from the camera, a smug smile creeping onto her face. There wasn't a video. I just made a phone call. Angry Horse cares for me, and he is letting me rest for a bit. Zhou glared, utterly unconvinced. Liar. That is impossible. What did you say? That is a secret I can't share. The phone call had made her feel as though she might be the first to have spoken with the illustrious Angry Horse. If there were a progress bar, her advancement within the group would undoubtedly be the fastest. This thought caused her lips to curve into a satisfied smile, akin to a little fox that had successfully pilfered food. After pretending to be injured and allowing everyone to feign concern for a minute, she stood up again, took the microphone, and feigned a pitiful demeanor for the camera. Angry Horse, it seems I'm experiencing a cramp. I sincerely apologize. How about I take a break today and make it up to you later when I feel better? Chen Hao, witnessing her tearful visage and the quiver in her voice, couldn't he help but admire her acting prowess. She was certainly fit for a short drama. However, her likability was not increasing at all. He then cooperatively typed a line of text. LV48 fresh clothes and Angry Horse. No need. Let's call it a day. Following this, he clicked rapidly. LV48 fresh clothes and Angry Horse sent 150 for love. Set sail. Gifts. Congratulations to user Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse for successfully leveling up to LV50. LV50 Fresh Clothes and Angry Horse. Medical expenses, rest well. Chapter 19. Favorability soars. Why engage in PK when you can clock out? This gift was something he had just discovered, positioned right next to the first Douyin, equally valued at 10,000 Do coins. To commemorate someone sending personal items to him, he decisively chose this gift and sent a whopping 50. Wanan had initially thought she could rest, but she never anticipated the multitude of for love set sail. Rockets skyrocketing into the air, leaving her stunned. The host, Nanshan, reacted fastest, his shout reverberating throughout the studio. Thanks to our angry horse for showing care towards Wanan. Today, you are indeed soft-hearted. Wow. Thank you, angry horse, for sending the for love set sail gifts. They're still coming in. Oh my. Thank you for the rain of rockets from Angry Horse. Congratulations to the Angry Horse for leveling up to Douyin Wealthy LV50. Here's the leveling animation. Nanshan quickly played the leveling animation in the live stream, carefully observing how many for love set sail gifts Chen Hao had sent. Thank you. Once again, we appreciate Angry Horse S50 for love set sail gifts. Wanan is truly about to set sail for love. Angry Horse said this is for medical expenses. Who has ever seen such ridiculous medical fees? You are Wanan's soft-hearted deity. The only light. The atmosphere in the live stream exploded instantly. No one had expected to witness such a scene. LV21 Huan. Wow. Angry Horse is incredible. LV8 Wandering Eyes. Is this real? 50 rockets. LV45 Lafa. I clearly underestimated you. Angry Horse, please forgive me. LV35 Yuzu. My goodness. Who has seen medical expenses worth 50,000 in sound waves? LV31 Unparalleled Air. Angry Horse is simply amazing. LV14 Little Red Bean. Boss, you're so generous. LV28 Uncle Chun. Wife, come see the rocket rain. LV3 You wear fresh clothes and Angry Horse. Respond to my private message. There's a surprise on the homepage. Wanan's blank mind was finally awakened by the surrounding shouts from her friends. She excitedly picked up the microphone, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Thank you. Angry Horse, you are my light today, my soft-hearted deity. I truly didn't expect this surprise. So many rockets launched in the name of love, truly magnificent. Behind her, Jojo had already brought in the firework boxes, and everyone was incessantly pulling the triggers, showering the live stream studio with countless rose petals. Chen Hao was certain that the emotion behind this good night was genuine, for the system had already provided him with the answer. System notification, Yuan Xiaoyan, good night, affection level 30. The affection level for good night soared directly past 60 points, reaching an astonishing 68 points, even surpassing Little Cat. This was something Chen Hao had not anticipated. The so-called medical fees he had just disbursed were merely a whimsical gesture on his part. After all, his task for the day was to spend 5.2 million Douyin coins, and having sent out these 50 rockets in the name of love, he still had over 4.3 million left to spend. To his surprise, the outcome was extraordinary, moving Goodnight to genuine tears. After expressing her gratitude towards Chen Hao, she theatrically limped away, supported by others, to the resting area beyond the camera's view. Seizing the opportunity, she began to inundate Chen Hao with messages on WeChat. Chen Hao could only minimize the WeChat window and send her the address of a nearby service department, replying intermittently. However, he remained rather reticent. As his current state was not conducive to extensive communication, too many words could lead to missteps. Meanwhile, in the live stream, only 4 people remained, and at that moment, they seemed somewhat at a loss. Should they continue broadcasting? They were uncertain of what to do. If they did not, it was clear that a second session could not be conducted today. Although the KPI had been met, it was only for the live stream and good night. The 4 of them still had a long way to go. Nanshan was also at a loss, quietly covering the microphone as he sought the opinion of the operations supervisor. Yang Min behind him. Yang Min glanced at the remaining 90-plus viewers in the upper right corner, contemplated for a moment, and decided to take advantage of the momentum and initiate a 10-round PK competition. This would also serve as an opportunity to see whether this dashing figure intended to assume the role of a leader or if he still held interest in Jojo and the others. Nanshan nodded and reopened the microphone. Dear family, our dashing male deity, since Goodnight has gone to rest, let us commence the next segment. Tada! This is our 10-round PK championship, the first PK competition since our live stream began. The rules were simple. On either side, there were young ladies dancing, and supporters were to select one and send her gifts, ensuring they did so within the designated time frame. Otherwise, gifts sent after the time would fall to the ground and could not be retrieved. The young lady who successfully achieved 10 consecutive victories would be allowed to clock out early, while the last place would handle the cleanup. The term falling to the ground referred to gifts that, due to exceeding the PK time, did not reflect on the health bars above the 2 hosts. Although the hosts would still receive the gifts, they would be of no use in the context of the PK match itself. As the PK commenced, Jojo and Strawberry were the first to step onto the stage, moving to the rhythm of the music. The PK officially began. Support whichever side you favor by sending gifts now. There is only 1 minute left. Remember to send gifts to your favorite hosts, as a tie is considered a loss. 3 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. 1 second. Are there any assassins? You may now enter. As the countdown reached its end, the health bars on both sides remained utterly still, leaving Nanshan somewhat perplexed. He glanced at the viewer list, which fluctuated around 100, and noticed that the top-ranked dashing figure, with an impressive 831,200 audio waves, had not left the live stream. Turning back, he looked at Yang Min with a puzzled expression. Yang Min was equally bewildered. It was inconceivable that this leader, aside from his love for broadcasting, would withhold even a single heart from everyone. She turned her gaze towards Goodnight, who was resting in the waiting area, equally clueless. It was evident that Goodnight could not have cultivated such a level of engagement overnight. What did this all mean? Everyone was waiting for the dashing figure to make a move, yet he remained inactive. No one had the answer. As the PK entered its second round, Zhou Zhou was replaced by Xiao Lu, and a new line of text suddenly appeared on the public screen. LV50 dashing male deity. How about clocking out? Chen Hao had no intention of participating in this PK, as he was the only significant figure in the live stream, and he was prepared to take the entire group under his wing. What was the point of engaging in a PK against himself? Moreover, while Goodnight was dancing, Zhou Zhou and Strawberry had not rested, instead providing backup. Although they had indeed slacked off compared to the center position held by Goodnight, they were nonetheless quite exhausted, with beads of sweat dotting everyone's foreheads. Had it not been for the decent quality of their cosmetics, their makeup would have long since faded. More importantly, Chen Hao had occasionally witnessed other prominent figures engaging in similar antics in different live streams. A single Douyin account could effortlessly conclude a PK and send a female host off, and the thought of it was simply exhilarating. This was an act Chen Hao had longed to emulate. Nanshan was completely focused on the public screen messages, fearing he would miss any updates from the dashing figure. Upon seeing that line of text, he let out a sigh of relief. He feared nothing more than that this leader would perceive their dissatisfaction, insisting on extracting more money, and abandoning them altogether. Dashing male deity, our method of clocking out is the same as most live streams. It is simply a single carat, meaning either Douyin account number 1 or the launch of love. Dashing male deity, which young lady do you intend to send off? Goodnight does not require it. She can clock out directly today. Before he could fully process this, the live stream was once again inundated with a rain of rockets. LV50 dashing male deity sent Zhou Zhou for love x50. LV50 dashing male deity sent Strawberry for love x50. LV50 dashing male deity sent Xiao Lu for love x50. LV51 dashing male deity sent MOMO for love x50. Congratulations to user, dashing male deity, for successfully leveling up to LV52. Nanshan was left astounded, momentarily losing his ability to speak as the host. Wasn't it supposed to be a single carat to clock out? Chapter 20. The God of Compassion. The Collapsing Little Cat. The host Nanshan had yet to react, but the barrage of comments had already begun. LV21 1-1. Wow, how many rockets is that? LV8 Wandering Eyes. 50-50, 200 of them. LV31 Airy. Dashing brother is too impressive. So domineering. LV45 Rafa. Wow, whose account is this? LV14 Little Red Bean. Oh my, 200 for love rockets. This light effect must last for several minutes. I can no longer see the comments. LV33 Robbing Love. Which household sends off their hosts with 200 for love rockets? What an eye-opener. LV28 Uncle Chun. Wife, come quickly to see the rocket storm. LV28 Uncle Chun shared the live stream. LV35 Pomelo. Am I not playing on the same Douyin account as Dashing Brother? Is it only possible to send 10 gifts at a time with him? Many people were unable to see the comments at all, as the public screen had been completely overrun by a continuous stream of gift effects, rendering any other content invisible. At that moment, Nanshan also came to his senses, his voice causing the operations supervisor Yang Min behind him to cover her ears. Oh my! Everyone, please stand up. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our magnificent warrior, the angry horse deity, for showering all the lovely ladies present with an astonishing 200 rockets, signifying the embarkation of love. I misspoke earlier. O angry horse deity, you are not merely the sole light of the night. You are the radiant beacon of our Aurora 590. You embody the very essence of the ancient Greek god of love. Let us emblazon the screen with the name of the god of love, our unbeatable and gallant angry horse deity. Upon concluding this declaration, Nanshan even changed the background music of the live stream to This Is Love. He then recalled an additional matter that required mention and swiftly added, furthermore, let us congratulate our gallant angry horse deity on ascending to level 52 of Douyin's illustrious hierarchy of wealth. The celebratory animation commenced, and the atmosphere in the live stream became utterly exuberant. Half of the screen displayed the Ascension animation, with a grand congratulatory message for the president's upgrade occupying the uppermost section. At the bottom, the screen was dominated by the gift effects of the Embarking on Love theme, as rockets soared across the entirety of the live stream. In the middle, Momo, with a confetti cannon in hand, shrieked in jubilation alongside Joshua, while Strawberry, holding the microphone, incessantly expressed gratitude to Chen Hao. The scene was a delightful chaos. Chen Hao was equally elated, for system notifications began to appear. System notification, Joshua, affection, level 25. System notification, Su Xingmon, Strawberry, affection, level 25. System notification, Fan Tingting, Dear, affection, level 20. System notification, Lu Jiao Momo, affection, level 20. Perhaps overwhelmed by joy, and despite the prior example set by Wanan, the increase in everyone's affection levels was substantial. Currently, among the female streamers in the Aurora 590 livestream, aside from Wanan, who had already surpassed an affection level of 60, both Joshua and Strawberry were nearing 50. It seemed that in just a couple of days, achieving a universal affection level of 60 was merely a matter of time. Chen Hao was filled with anticipation. When that day arrived, all female streamers would enjoy a remarkable 110 gift return ratio, which would be simply delightful. Ahem. Oh, angry horse deity. The host, Nanshan, suddenly called Chen Hao's attention, drawing him back to the live stream. We sincerely appreciate your immense support for Aurora 590. If we reach a wave of 300,000 audio units, we can provide a customized entrance animation and gifting animation. Do you have a preferred style? We can edit animations in sci-fi, fantasy, martial arts, and other genres, primarily sourcing CG animation materials from the internet. This will serve as your welcome ceremony upon entering our live stream, as well as the animation played when you gift over 1000 audio units. Your name will be featured, a token of our appreciation. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was taken aback. He had no prior knowledge of such offerings, and the thought of it was quite impressive. While others merely had the standard Douyin gift effects, his contributions in this livestream would be accompanied by a bespoke animation, elevating his status to an entirely different echelon. Level 52 Gallant Horse. Is there truly such a feature? Absolutely. You have supported our livestream immensely, and as the patriarch of our channel, you must have a grand presence. Nanshan exclaimed, patting his chest with fervor. Do you have a preferred style? Or shall I send you several different style templates privately for your consideration? Level 52 Gallant Horse. No need. Let's go with the martial arts style, perhaps with some ink wash elements. Chen Hao believed that a martial arts-themed animation would resonate more with his ID, and the addition of ink wash elements would surely enhance its appeal. Excellent. We will send you the sample once it's ready, and our livestream account has already followed you back. Fear not, angry horse deity, if you are not satisfied. We will revise it. Changing it dozens of times is no trouble at all. Level 52 Gallant Horse. After confirming the animation style with Nanshan, Chen Hao exited the livestream. There was no need to linger for the closing gratitude segment, as they would certainly reach out via WeChat to express their thanks. Additionally, he had to leave in a hurry for another reason. He had been so engrossed in the festivities that he completely forgot about Xiaoxiomeo. He had even dismissed several pop-up private messages and WeChat notifications without glancing at them. Oh no, did I inadvertently miss a call from Xiaoxiomeo? He glanced at his phone, noting that it was already 9:30 p.m. According to the customs of Xiaoxiomeo's Qingtian 004 livestream, the PK had likely commenced long ago. He had promised to watch her performance at 8 p.m., and now he was an hour and a half late. He wondered how she was faring. To save time, Chen Hao directly clicked on his private message section, saw Xiaoxiomeo's avatar indicating she was live, and promptly entered her livestream. At this moment, Xiaoxiomeo was indeed in a state of great distress and embarrassment, nearly on the verge of tears, especially as she witnessed the celebratory banner for the 10-hand carnival that Chen Hao had previously sent to Wanan drift past. Family, we have just 10 seconds left. Currently, Xiaoxiomeo is still at 0, while Yegua leads by 5 hearts, poised to secure their second consecutive victory today. Is Xiaoxiomeo destined to fail again? This round has been exceptionally cruel. Is there no assassin willing to aid Xiaoxiomeo in striking Yegua? And those supporting Yegua must remember to defend their tower. 3 seconds remaining. Is there to be no miracle, dear family? While the content remained unchanged, the host, Ermao's voice had completely lost the fervor it possessed an hour prior to the broadcast. The only words he uttered reflected a commendable level of professionalism. Sometimes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This was indeed the case here. Since the PK commenced at 8:30 p.m., Xiaoxiomeo had only secured a single victory with a mere 10 hearts. Most of the time, she hadn't even garnered a single heart. As the majority of the audience in this livestream were longtime viewers or those who had witnessed Chen Hao's carnival festivities the previous day, They were well aware that Xiaoxiomeo was under the protection of a formidable brother, and thus would not easily bestow gifts upon her. Xiaoxiomeo stood on the right side of the screen. While her body swayed to the music, she felt herself teetering on the brink of collapse. It was fortunate that Mao was relatively kind. Had it been the former host from Team 1, he would have likely resorted to sarcastic jabs. She genuinely did not care whether she won or lost in the PK. After all, her small group held no significant rights, and winning or losing did not impact the live stream's profitability. However, she could see the expressions of everyone in the studio, and regardless of Mao's verbal reassurances, the disappointment in his eyes was unmistakable. Moreover, it wasn't he only Mao. Even Pippi, Yegua, and Lingling all bore looks of scrutiny and disillusionment, which pierced her heart like icy daggers. Oh no, it is with great regret that Xiaoxiomeo has failed in her challenge. Congratulations to Yegua for achieving a 3-win streak. Let us continue the PK. Xiaoxiomeo, take a moment to reflect, and Lingling, you come up. Xiaoxiomeo, in her high heels, hurriedly exited the live stream to the adjacent resting area, as though something were chasing her from behind. Sitting on the worn-out sofa, she once again pulled out her phone. Observing that none of her Douyin messages had been read and her WeChat messages had vanished without a trace, her eyes lost their spark, replaced by a sense of bewilderment. At this moment, Pippi was seated beside her, and it would soon be her turn again. Is he not here yet? You mentioned he promised to arrive by 8. I don't know. Are you still holding on to your pride? Otherwise, how could he be showering gifts in other streams while neglecting to even glance at yours? Chapter 21. An hour and a half of despair. He arrived. Pippi's voice suddenly rose in volume, nearly startling the live stream audience, prompting Mao to hastily increase the music's volume. How have you managed this? Yesterday, Mao and I spoke with you for so long, imparting so much knowledge, and you didn't absorb a single word, did you? Indeed, I acknowledge that the higher the earnings from the stream, the more I can pocket, but aren't you the one who takes the lion's share? Isn't your family waiting for that life-saving money? Just from yesterday, you pocketed over 40,000. Is that enough for your mother's surgery? What now? The audience is all here to see Angry Horse, and you think they're here for what? To watch you? To see us dance and compete? Do you genuinely believe that is a possibility? Do you think you still possess that kind of luck? That before our group disbands, we might just encounter a benefactor like him every month? Facing Pippi's interrogation, Xiao Xiao Cat found herself at a loss for words. She could entirely empathize with Pippi's fury. If she were in Pippi's shoes, she might even be angrier. Just when it seemed they might rise from the ashes, a bucket of cold water extinguished their hopes. She felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her, her delicate fingers gripping the hem of her clothing tightly. Even the exquisite stockings she had purchased for Chen Hao, aimed to enhance her appearance on camera, felt utterly wasted now. Xiao Xiao Cat could scarcely bring herself to glance at the barrage of comments on the live feed. Whether well-meaning or malicious, the audience's remarks pierced her heart like sharp thorns. LV5. Questioning life. Where's that rich benefactor we were promised? LV17. Aluo. Is there still a carnival show here today? LV6. Ja baby. This is dull. LV22. Cola chicken wings. Is Angry Horse coming today? LV17. Laughing while bouncing. I don't know. I DM'd him. But you know how it is. Big shots never check messages from strangers. LV12. Xiao Yu. This is quite awkward. Xiao Xiao Cat hasn't won a single PK today. Not even someone to vote for her. LV19. Seed Colonel. Is he going to pull a disappearing act like the previous wealthy layabout? So tough. No support at all. LV20. Steamed bun slice. Maybe so. I just saw a banner announcement that Angry Horse showered gifts in another stream. LV12. Xiao Yu. Steamed bun slice. I followed the banner and saw. It was another group broadcast, very high quality. LV17. Laughing while bouncing. Steamed bun slice. I went too. Just returned. Not just a carnival. I saw Angry Horse drop 200 rockets to send the entire group off work. Simply extravagant. LV20. Steamed bun slice. Laughing while bouncing. Are you serious? Who sends off work with 200 rockets? LV19. Seed Colonel. That's it. Angry Horse is likely just after something novel, and without follow-up, he will naturally leave. The audience continued to chat incessantly in the comments, utterly disregarding the PK match in the live stream. Although the studio's music remained intense and vibrant, the actual atmosphere had plummeted to near freezing. Mao, witnessing the comments about fresh clothes and Angry Horse showering gifts in another stream, was at a loss for how to respond. Despair washed over Xiao Xiao Cat like a cold tide, nearly drowning her. Since 8 o'clock, she had felt like a puppet roasting over a fire, as Chen Hao, who had promised to watch her, had not shown up even by the time the PK commenced at 8:30. Her private message list was filled with unread messages sent to Chen Hao. WeChat was equally silent. with her voice calls going straight to rejection. Xiao cat. Angry horse, are you there? The live stream has started. Xiao cat. Angry horse. Did you forget about me? The PK has begun. QQ. Xiao cat. Voice message. Playing. Brother, please reply to me, alright? Xiao cat. They all say I lack the ability to keep you. Xiao cat. Voice message. Playing. Angry horse. Please, I beg you to come over. Just let me win one round by a large margin. Just one round. I promise you anything. I'll send you the black stockings I wore today, alright? I'll take them off after the stream and record a video. Xiao cat. Voice message. Playing. I beg you, brother. Can you return my call? Tonight. I'll video call you, wearing my most alluring translucent pajamas to lull you to sleep. Regrettably, her proposals grew increasingly extravagant, yet Chen Hao remained unresponsive. The screen before her echoing with a profound silence. It was over. The joy of having garnered dozens of carnivals and substantial earnings yesterday had vanished within a mere day. She had plummeted to the depths of despair, her mind clouded by two words. With the example of the previous wealthy layabout, coupled with fresh clothes and angry horse, she would not only become the laughingstock of the live stream tonight, but soon, the entire guild would hear of it. While she could not speak for other places, it was likely that the entire guild in Hangzhou would be abuzz with the news, leaving her unable to find a new opportunity. In this realm of group streaming, failing to maintain connections with key figures equated to an inability to stream effectively. At that point, her streaming career would likely sink alongside this already precarious group. Her father, now without income to care for her mother, had sold their house, and she dared not contemplate the costs looming over her mother's hospital expenses. Congratulations to Pippi for successfully winning the challenge. A cold regret lingered as she was eliminated in the second round. Perhaps it was time to reflect. Next up is Xiao cat. It's your turn. Upon hearing Air Mao call her name, despite her reluctance, Xiao cat mustered the strength to stand, albeit woodenly, and walked unsteadily towards the camera. She kept her head down, unable to face the barrage of comments in the live stream or the forced smiles of Pippi beside her. All she desired was to conclude this ordeal swiftly, to escape this place, and find a corner to hide away where no one could find her. Alright, our Xiao cat is ready. Let us commence our PK. Dear viewers, let us shower our support for our beloved streamer with a countdown of 2 minutes. Here we go. Welcome back, our esteemed angry horse. Boom. Air Mao's voice erupted, dispelling the previous monotony. The live stream music overshadowed by the booming sound effects of fireworks. The reason was simple. A prestigious purple entrance effect floated across the screen, heralding the arrival of a familiar ID. LV52, fresh clothes and angry horse has entered the live stream. Upon hearing Air Mao's exclamation, Xiao cat lifted her head instantly, her eyes still glistening with tears, her makeup slightly askew. Yet before she could utter a word, a torrent of gift notifications and effects surged through the live stream like a tempest. LV52 fresh clothes and angry horse sent Xiao cat 50 golden carnivals. LV52 fresh clothes and angry horse sent Xiao cat 50 for love to set sail. LV52 fresh clothes and angry horse sent Xiao cat 20 golden Douyin number 1. LV52 the gallant steed bestows upon Xiao cat a golden Douyin airship X5. LV52 the gallant steed bestows upon Xiao cat a dream castle X1. LV52 the gallant steed bestows upon Xiao cat a romantic carriage X1. LV52 the gallant steed bestows upon Xiao cat an eternal love token X1. LV52 the gallant steed bestows upon Xiao cat love hearts X1314. LV52 the gallant steed bestows upon Xiao cat a cheerful duck X3. Upon entering, Chen Hao discerned the unfolding situation with a mere glance. He promptly expended all his Douyin coins, fortuitously assembling a complete set for the goddess. LV52 the gallant steed, my sincerest apologies for my tardiness. Moments later, the entire Qingkong 004 livestream room erupted. Chapter 22, The Divine Being Descends. In a state of utter astonishment, no one could react as a torrent of gift effects surged forth, overwhelming the entire livestream. It was as if the livestream had been paused, frozen for a full 5 seconds. Air Mao, poised to engage with Chen Hao over the microphone, found his eyes nearly popping out, his mouth agape in shock. He felt as though he had been struck by a spell of paralysis, all his prepared lines choking in his throat, while the audience collectively gasped in disbelief. Equally spellbound was Xiao cat, whose recently lifted head bore evident traces of despair. She was attempting to muster a smile, signaling a heart gesture towards Chen Hao on the other side of the lens. Yet, she appeared as if struck by a bolt of lightning, her lips parting slightly, her wide eyes brimming with astonishment, her mind utterly blank. Subsequently, her eyes ignited with disbelief and sheer ecstasy. It was him. He had finally arrived, and in such a stunning, commanding manner. Meanwhile, Pai Pai, positioned on the left side of the screen, her expression weary and listless, instantaneously ceased her dance. Her face froze in astonishment as she beheld the gifting notifications and effects flashing across the screen, rendering her speechless. Yet, it must be said that as the host, Mao's reflexes were remarkably swift. After a few moments of dazed silence, he seemed to have been injected with an adrenaline dose far beyond his usual threshold, shedding all fatigue and disappointment as his face contorted with ecstatic joy, grasping the microphone and bellowing, "Wow, incredible! Thank you, my deity. We are immensely grateful for the arrival of our gallant steed in the Qingkong 004 live stream room, bestowing upon Xiao Xiao Cat 50 golden carnivals. My heavens, I can scarcely count them, and an additional 50 for Love's Voyage. Goodness, am I dreaming, brothers? And 20 Douyin #1 gifts. There's more. 5 Douyin airships, the goddess's 3-piece set, the eternal love token, and a lifetime of love hearts. Brothers in the live stream, flood the screen with the arrival of the gallant steed. What does it mean to have clout? Brothers, answer me. What does it mean to have clout?" With Mao's thunderous shout, the live stream's comment section erupted into chaos, akin to a nuclear explosion after a brief silence. LV12 Xiao Yu wow. 50 golden carnivals in one go. And more. My heavens. LV5 questioning life. Wow. LV17 A Luo. Here comes the carnival rain again, and a rocket rain. LV6 Jia baby. How many sound waves is this? Am I seeing things? Host, are you malfunctioning the effects? LV22 Cola chicken wings. Wow wow wow. The deity descends. LV5 speechless. Over 2 million sound waves. I've never witnessed such exaggerated PK health bars, even in the internal competition. The gallant steed is magnificent. LV4 good legs. I'm trembling with fear. Does this guy own a gold mine? LV17 laughing while dancing. Truly a godly tycoon. My gallant steed brother is astounding. He arrives with such grandeur. LV19 melon seed kernel. I'm going crazy. This is too impressive. Xiao Xiao Cat, your brother has arrived. LV47 E Huan. Incredible. I've never seen a daily PK with such a barrage. LV35 Qin He, rallying for my gallant steed brother. LVXX mysterious person 568854. It was worth the wait. LV20 steamed bun slice. The gallant steed is invincible. Amidst the frenetic barrage of comments, Mao noticed Xiao Xiao Cat still standing there in a daze, her arms flailing before the computer as he excitedly gestured towards her, nearly spitting with excitement. Xiao Cat, what are you doing standing there in a stupor? Hurry, thank the gallant steed brother. Your brother has arrived. At that moment, Xiao Xiao Cat seemed to awaken from a dream, an immense joy crashing down upon her, obliterating all the grievances, despair, and embarrassment she had endured for the past hour and a half. Stumbling, she seized the nearby microphone, rushing to the camera, nearly tripping over her high heels. At this juncture, she cast aside all semblance of decorum, clasping her hands together in front of the camera, bowing profusely. Her voice, laced with profound gratitude and ecstatic emotion, resonated throughout the entire live stream. Ah, thank you, gallant steed brother. I didn't react in time. I'm sorry. Thank you, brother, sob. Choked with emotion, she was so overwhelmed that she could scarcely articulate coherent words, bowing again and again, desperately wishing to express her immense surprise and gratitude. It seemed that this was the only way to convey the overwhelming joy of regaining something precious. In that moment, she no longer cared about her makeup. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls freed from their string, yet her face radiated an unprecedented smile of happiness. All the ridicule and grievances that had plagued her moments ago vanished in the face of such earth-shattering gifts flooding the screen. Meanwhile, in the resting area, Yi Guo and Lung Lung rushed onto the stage, dragging the newly purchased firework boxes, heedlessly pulling them out and setting them off, while Pai Pai hurried to assist with the celebrations. Within a mere half hour, Chen Hao had turned both live stream rooms upside down, which in some sense was rather absurd. System notification, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Xiao Cat, favorability level 1. System notification, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Xiao Cat, favorability level 1. System notification, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Xiao Cat, favorability level 1. System notification, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Xiao Cat, favorability level 3. System notification, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Xiao Cat, favorability level 20. Chen Hao summoned the system with his thoughts, perusing the fluctuations in Xiao Xiao Cat's favorability level, feeling a tad awkward. He had been so caught up in the excitement of playing in Aurora 590 that he had genuinely forgotten about Xiao Xiao Cat. To his astonishment, arriving an hour and a half late had left the girl utterly tormented. Yet, remarkably, she had not plummeted below a score of 60. Her emotions these past few days had oscillated like a roller coaster, frantically soaring and plummeting, an unprecedented situation. However, it appeared that due to his tardiness and the explosive gifts upon his arrival, Xiao Cat's favorability toward Chen Hao had surged, leaping straight past 80 to reach 81. Naturally, the subsequent system notifications ensued. Congratulations, host. Su Xiaotong, Little Cat, has reached a favorability rating of 80, increasing the cashback ratio to 51, and you are awarded a chance to draw a physical prize. As Chen Hao gazed at the tearful Little Cat in the live stream, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap through the screen and kiss her. Truly, Little Cat is exceptional, holding the top position in favorability, no doubt about it. The cashback has doubled from the previous 60 points. And now there's an enticing physical prize draw. Seizing the moment amidst the chaotic live stream, he decided to proceed with the prize draw. Host, would you like to use your chance for a physical prize draw? Yes. Drawing begins in 321. Congratulations, host. You have won a vehicle. Vehicle model, Lamborghini Huracan EVO RWD. The system has completed the compliance purchase and registration procedures. Please visit the designated dealership within 3 days to collect your vehicle. Chapter 23. Is this truly a vehicle? Another short video. What the hell? Is this really a vehicle? Is it merely because it requires 95-octane fuel? Chen Hao was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming surprise. The Lamborghini Huracan EVO RWD, with a top configuration price tag of approximately $3.5 million, is one of the last pure gasoline V10 naturally aspirated rear-wheel drive supercars in the world. The base model exceeds $2.5 million, while the top model surpasses $3.5 million. The car stands at a mere height of 1,165 millimeters. Constructed almost entirely of carbon fiber and aluminum alloy, weighing less than 1,400 kilograms, allowing it to seamlessly glide beneath a 12-meter barrier in a parking lot without incurring fees. Boasting 610 horsepower, a torque of 560 newton-meters, a redline reaching 8,000 revolutions per minute, and a 0 to 100 kilometers h acceleration time of 3 seconds. With a top speed of 325 kilometers h, every specification exudes its supercar essence. The vehicle offers 3 driving modes. Street mode provides instant gear shifts from 6th to 2nd, while sport mode offers an exquisitely smooth handling experience, and track mode delivers an exhilarating pushback sensation. Its engine's roar is more seductive than any woman's moan. As for the exterior and interior, no one dares question Lamborghini's aesthetics, simply driving it on the streets. Even those unfamiliar with the emblem could instantly recognize it as a Lamborghini. While Chen Hao remained in shock over winning this vehicle, a notification suddenly appeared at the top of the live stream, stating, "Esteemed Lamborghini owner, your Lamborghini Huracan EVO RWD top model has completed all procedures. We sincerely await your visit to collect your car. Little Cat, you have now become my most beloved woman." Chen Hao nearly typed this declaration directly into the live stream chat, overwhelmed with excitement. Although he was on the verge of clearing his debts, which equaled the vehicle's price, it would still take time and daily rewards to accomplish. However, this car was something he could genuinely claim as his own imminently. The system mentioned 3 days? What 3 days? I'm going to collect it as soon as I wake up tomorrow. He could hardly contain his eagerness. He was determined to pick up the car the moment he awoke. No, wait, even though my outfit isn't cheap, it does feel a bit low-key. Perfect time to buy some new clothes tomorrow. With that thought, he glanced at the balance in his bank account. After an extravagant spending spree in 2 live streams today, his designated tipping funds were depleted, and the cashback had already been credited. Using his fingerprint to unlock, the bank balance displayed before Chen Hao was 2,989,274 yuan. Just yesterday, he had a mere 2,800. Today, it had multiplied tenfold. He had more than enough to buy new clothes for tomorrow. Oh, and I need a new phone. This one is lagging even while streaming live. Ever since his project commenced, Chen Hao had not held this much cash. And now he felt he was finally clawing his way out of the mire that Tian Xinyi had ensnared him in. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Little Cat appeared to have finally subdued her emotions, wiping away her tears and bowing once more to express her gratitude to Chen Hao. Thank you again for the protection of President Angry Horse. Shall we conclude today's stream, Little Cat? As the chaos in the live stream began to settle, Mao promptly inquired with Chen Hao. Although the value of gifts had long surpassed the 10,000 Douyin coins for finishing work, Mao dared not make decisions on behalf of the big brother, lest he still wished to engage in a PK. LV52 fresh clothes and Angry Horse. Let us take a break. Alright, since President Angry Horse has said so, Little Cat will clock out now. Pai, get ready. Coconut. You all had a blast with the fireworks earlier. Let us see who will be left to clean up. Ignoring Pai's resentful gaze, Mao continued to rally. It wasn't that he wanted to continue the PK for profit. Primarily, The big brother had just tipped so much, and not rewarding others with rockets before ending the stream would create a negative impression for the audience. After bowing deeply to the camera once more, Little Cat exited the frame, simultaneously having exhausted his Douyin coins and exited the live stream. Chen Hao stared at his WeChat with a flushed face. He had not seen any of the numerous desperate messages from Little Cat, scrolling through until he stumbled upon a few regarding exchange conditions. Black stockings sent to you. Sensual semi-transparent pajamas to lull you to sleep. Though alone in his rental, Chen Hao managed to restrain himself, just as he was lost in his fantasies. Another message from Little Cat arrived. Little Cat, voice message, playing, "Brother, I truly thought you wouldn't come today. I was really sobbing." Having barely spoken a few words, she began to choke up again, her overwhelming emotions visibly affecting her ability to articulate. Chen Hao felt a twinge of concern. Perhaps it would be wise to call her on WeChat to offer some comfort? Just then, Little Cat seemed to realize her struggle to speak and opted for typing instead. Little Cat, I promise I will do what I said. You can rest assured, brother. A series of question marks appeared above Chen Hao's head, and he recalled the voice message he had just heard. Oh no, she is serious. A sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. Video calls were definitely out of the question before he rented a new place, but the thought of her in black stockings. I'm not that perverted of a person. Chen Hao admonished himself internally, yet the message he sent contradicted his thoughts entirely. Chen Hao, it's all right, no hurry. You should rest now. Oh, Chen Hao, have you played too much in the past? After silently chastising himself, Chen Hao resolved to take a shower and cool off. However, before he could set down his phone, another message from Little Cat flashed across the screen. Little Cat, video Avi. Little Cat, brother, please send me your delivery address. I'll send it over tomorrow. Little Cat, well then, brother, I'll clock out and head home now. Chen Hao's hand seemed to move of its own accord, instinctively clicking on the video. At the start of the video, Little Cat appeared to be in the team's changing room at her company. The environment was far from ideal, even somewhat dilapidated, with scratches covering the iron lockers. She first aimed the phone camera at herself, but upon noticing the dark streaks of mascara running down her face, she suddenly remembered her makeup had been ruined by tears. In a flurry, she quickly lowered the camera, filling the frame with her beautiful legs clad in black stockings. At this moment, Chen Hao's eyes were wide open, unblinking, as he discerned two additional pieces of fuchsia lace lingerie and a pair of nude stockings scattered amidst the disarray around him. Subsequently, the petite Mia seemed to have tilted her phone against a dilapidated plastic stool, standing half a meter away, the camera perfectly framing the silhouette of her slender waist and below. She appeared particularly bashful, her gentle breaths resonating in the tranquil dressing room, causing her body-hugging skirt to rise and fall with each inhalation. After a moment's hesitation, she gradually slid her fingers beneath the hem of her skirt. The soft rustle of fabric amplified in the silence. Chen Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. The most pivotal moment was upon him. With the soft sound of the stockings being slowly removed, the taut black fabric began to roll down at the roots of her legs. As she bent over to remove them halfway, Mia lifted one foot onto the plastic stool, whether by design or coincidence, perfectly aligning it with the camera. Chen Hao gazed intently at her delicate foot, partially visible through the sheer stockings, utterly captivated, not wanting to miss a single frame. Beyond her toes, he even caught a glimpse of the half-exposed black leggings in the background. Chen Hao swallowed hard, his throat tightening. Finally, Mia removed the stockings, slightly glistening with a hint of perspiration, and shyly waved them in front of the camera. She quickly sealed them in an envelope, picked up her phone, and switched off the video recording. Chen Hao smacked his lips. The benefits of today were indeed remarkable. After replying with a simple good to Mia, he resolved to scout for an upscale apartment tomorrow as a temporary delivery address, while also planning to send a goodnight message. After all, Goodnight had promised to send him a bra, and he would not forget that. Damn it, why did he feel increasingly perverse? Shaking his head, he was about to rise and head to the bathroom when a flurry of WeChat notifications popped up. It was from Goodnight and Jojo. Goodnight, brother Angry Horse. My intimate garments are ready. Remember to send me your address. Jojo, wow. Brother Angry Horse, you worked hard today. So many gifts. I've never seen such a plethora of rockets at the end of a shift. Are you the first on all of Douyin? So we are the first streamers to be greeted with such a luxurious shower of rockets? Hee so happy. Strawberry and her friends sent similar messages. But Strawberry added a few extra lines. Brother, you've really spent too much today? You didn't need to go to such lengths. It's enough for you to come visit us more often. As long as you're in the live room, we feel exceptionally secure. Remember, we're still streaming at the same time tomorrow, but if you find it too late, we can adjust it. Additionally, nearly everyone shared snippets of their lives, pictures of their legs, pets, and even their dinner. These were casual glimpses into their lives, mostly conveyed through voice messages. Little dear even mentioned her period had begun and expressed gratitude to Chen Hao for allowing her to rest earlier. Naturally, there were also subtle inquiries about whether he was from Jincheng and what he was up to, as well as specifics about his job. Chen Hao responded to each of them, but when it came to discussing his real-life situation, he remained deliberately vague, striving to maintain his aloof persona. Ever mindful that too much chatter could lead to pitfalls, after engaging for over an hour, Chen Hao wiped the sweat from his brow. It felt as if he had entered a web of entanglements, sensing a profound disconnect from them. Unbeknownst to him, snippets of his chats with Zhou Zhou and others would be selectively shared in their company group, aimed at analyzing his preferences based on his public comments and private messages. The company had dedicated individuals monitoring and studying these interactions, advising streamers on how to converse with him to enhance his fondness for them. In larger guilds, even psychologists might be consulted. Although smaller guilds couldn't afford such luxuries over the years, they had developed numerous versions of psychological scripts tailored for engaging with prominent viewers in the streaming realm. In the earlier chaotic days, when there were many prominent viewers, dedicated staff would often reply and manage interactions. It was only in recent years, as times became tougher and the number of prominent viewers dwindled, that streamers began to engage more personally. Thus, sharing daily photos and life snippets, while often formulaic, became a common tool employed by streamers to connect with their audience. If the time spent was brief, it was manageable. However, prolonged interactions inevitably fostered emotional connections. Of course, even if Chen Hao were aware of this, it wouldn't concern him. He was a man with a system. The female streamer's affection levels were transparent to him, and he could not be deceived. After finishing his shower, just as he prepared to indulge in more short videos, a video call invitation suddenly popped up. Mia invited you to a video call. Oh no, I forgot about this. Chen Hao was startled, hastily tapping the reject button on his phone screen. Chen Hao, it's not convenient for the next couple of days. Let us postpone the video call for now. Mia, okay, brother. Good night, and may you have sweet dreams. Mia, I'll send you a photo. Let me know when you're free. Mia, image. JPG. Upon viewing the photo, Chen Hao felt a rush of blood surge through him once again. In the image, Mia languidly reclined amidst fluffy pillows, her pure white silk nightgown appearing almost translucent beneath the warm glow of the bedside lamp, accentuating her exquisite curves. Though devoid of the heavy makeup worn during her streams, her beauty, rated a remarkable 86, remained unaffected. She gently bit her lower lip, her eyes glistening with traces of unshed tears, resembling a forlorn little kitten. This was even more enticing than if she were undraped. He needed to take another shower. Chen Hao realized he had to consider more than just renting a place. He would also need to incorporate fitness into his routine. Otherwise, dealing with these enchanting beings, all rated above 80 in attractiveness, would surely lead to his downfall. After another shower, the clock struck midnight, and the rewards doubled anew. Chen Hao skillfully transferred the entirety of the 1.04 million yuan balance from his system-provided black card into Douyin, catapulting his account balance to a staggering 10 million, achieving an astonishing 10.4 million Douyin coins. Logically, such a substantial recharge would have triggered limits. Yet, thanks to the system, there were no constraints. Nevertheless, spending 10 million Douyin coins was no small feat. Chen Hao never anticipated that he would one day find himself troubled by how to expend such wealth. Of course, he had already caught the attention of Douyin's officials the day prior, and they were in the process of selecting a dedicated customer service representative for him. Yet, due to the system's influence, no one could unearth his true information. All data was processed through the system, rendering it impeccably normal. After completing his recharge, Chen Hao collapsed into bed, ready for a good night's sleep, with plans to pick up his Lamborghini in the morning. Early the next morning, Chen Hao remarkably rose before 9 o'clock. After all, today marked the day he would collect his car, and the prospect of driving his very own Lamborghini was of paramount importance. Initially, he had considered purchasing some new attire, but ultimately, the allure of the supercar proved too enticing. He promptly hailed a rideshare and set off for the Lamborghini dealership located in the Jincheng high-tech zone. This establishment was a considerable 21 kilometers from his current residence and was reputed to be Lamborghini's flagship store in the Dragon Country. Suppressing his excitement during the hour-long journey, Chen Hao finally arrived at his destination. Upon disembarking, he surveyed the expansive grounds of the Lamborghini dealership, glancing down at his phone with a tinge of regret as he noted the hefty fare. Quite steep, indeed, but given the distance, it was to be expected. Stay composed, Chen Hao, he reminded himself. You are now a wealthy individual. Standing before the dealership, he reflected on his previous, less fortunate self, feeling a surreal sense of transformation. After regaining his composure, he ventured inside. A few female sales associates waiting at the entrance had already taken notice of him, yet none stepped forward to greet him. It was, after all, his rather modest attire that deterred their approach. While such upscale dealerships would not intentionally neglect a customer of his caliber, one complaint could lead to severe repercussions. Most patrons they typically entertained were merely there to test drive or browse, with few making actual purchases. Xiaowan, why don't you go? One of the saleswomen nudged her colleague. I'd rather not. P.S. Probably just another looky-loo, Xiaowan retorted, clearly reluctant. The training they received mandated exemplary treatment for every guest, but often, it proved futile. What if he's not just browsing? Another chimed in. He might actually spend money on a test drive. This remark stirred Xiaowan's agitation, and she whispered her annoyance. You go earn that commission if you want. Don't drag me into it. The last dozen guests were just here for a free show. We've exhausted our charm. And they still played coy when it came to placing orders. They can recite the specs better than I can, yet when it's time to commit, they suddenly forget everything. Humph. And those leering at me, do they really think they're worthy of my attention? A thought lingered unspoken in her mind. I'm stunning. If it weren't for my ambition to marry a wealthy man, I wouldn't be here at all. The base salary is barely acceptable, and commissions are scarce. However, her colleagues seemed to relish the moment, teasing, what if he's a rich second generation deliberately dressing down just to throw us off? Ridiculous. Those affluent scions, regardless of their attire, exude an unmistakable aura. Plus, their skin conditions reveal much about their lifestyle. You can't fake that. Especially the wealthy. They adore flaunting their luxury watches. Over time, sun exposure leaves marks, and he certainly doesn't have any. Her colleague scrutinized Chen Hao, who had now reached the entrance, and sighed. Unfortunately for you, I just assisted someone who was merely browsing, so it's your turn now. Fine, Xiaowan conceded reluctantly. She forced a professional smile, her heels clicking elegantly as she approached Chen Hao, who had entered the showroom. Good day, sir. Welcome to the Lamborghini Jincheng dealership. I am your dedicated sales associate. Lisa, may I inquire as to your esteemed surname? Which model were you interested in today? As she regarded Chen Hao, her demeanor, though respectful, was tinged with skepticism. Suspecting he was yet another casual visitor, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the array of supercars within the showroom, each shimmering with the glow of wealth. Chen Hao diverted his gaze from the Gallardo and focused on the saleswoman before him. She possessed an alluring figure, clad in a well-tailored dark business suit that accentuated her curves, complemented by elegant sheer black stockings that elongated her legs. It was undeniable. She was breathtaking. Here, there were no filters or heavy makeup as one might find in a live stream. Lamborghini would not permit their sales staff to wear excessive cosmetics. Although Chen Hao was not assessing her as he would in a live stream, he surmised that Lisa would undoubtedly score above 80 on any attractiveness scale, given that her legs rivaled those of any model. Shifting his gaze from her striking legs, Chen Hao suppressed his excitement and replied as calmly as possible. My surname is Chen. I'm not here to browse. After a brief pause, he added, clearly under the raised brow of Lisa, I'm here to collect my vehicle. Please, what? Lisa's professional smile faltered, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Mr. Chen, you're here to collect your car? The incredulity in her voice was palpable as she instinctively echoed his words. Indeed, Chen Hao affirmed, gesturing to his phone, which displayed a prestigious notification from Lamborghini regarding his vehicle collection. A Lamborghini Huracan EVO RWD, top configuration. All the paperwork should be complete. The magnitude of this revelation rendered Xiaowan utterly speechless. The delivery ceremony that had been hastily arranged by the manager the previous evening was, in fact, tailored for this seemingly ordinary yet remarkably young gentleman standing before her. The realization struck her. Her commission was slipping away. Yet, in a heartbeat, she suppressed that thought, replaced by an unprecedented fervor. Wasn't he this the very type of affluent man she aspired to marry? Here stood a wealthy, handsome, and youthful figure, an opportunity bestowed upon her by fate. Ah, Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for my earlier oversight. Please, this way. The delivery ceremony has already been prepared, awaiting your arrival. Xiaowan inhaled sharply, her face rapidly adopting an expression that blended surprise with respect, even bordering on flattery, as she instinctively bent lower in deference. As she guided Chen Hao towards the delivery ceremony area, she could not help but praise him. You are truly impressive at such a young age. Your understated attire embodies the saying, wealth does not need to be flaunted. Yet, your aura and prowess are clearly beyond what we could ever imagine. As she spoke, she leaned in a little closer, making an effort for him to catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance. Mr. Chen, your discerning taste is remarkable. One look at you reveals a true passion for driving and an appreciation for fine automobiles. Chen Hao remained silent, simply following her lead as he caught sight of the delivery ceremony setup. That blue supercar was about to become entirely his own. Chapter 26. Was the Aurora 590 commandeered by someone else? The manager and other sales associates, having received Xiaowan's notification, awaited in silence. After a brief procedural overview, Chen Hao accepted the bouquet from the manager, took a few photos, and then slowly drove his fully owned Lamborghini out of the showroom. The roar of the V10 engine erupted upon ignition, its deep growl showcasing its formidable power. Coming to a gradual stop at the showroom entrance, Chen Hao lowered the window and curiously glanced towards Lisa outside, while the manager and other associates resumed their duties. It seemed that this saleswoman had developed a newfound interest in him. "Mr. Chen, you must be eager to experience its allure, am I right?" She leaned closer to the driver's seat, her bosom revealing two buttons that had mysteriously come undone, nearly allowing her upper body to slip into the car. Her ample curves almost brushing against Chen Hao's nose. "I am familiar with several scenic routes around Jincheng, particularly suited for braking in a new vehicle. If you do not mind, I am quite available this afternoon, or even in the evening. I could accompany you for a leisurely drive and perhaps celebrate your recent acquisition of this splendid car. It would also serve as a chance for me to make amends for nearly missing out on such a gem." Her large, sparkling eyes glimmered enticingly, while her red lips curled into an alluring smile, boldly extending an invitation to Chen Hao, both her words and actions suggesting her availability. "Never mind. I have other matters to attend to." Chen Hao, seemingly oblivious to Lisa's astonished expression, gently pushed her shoulder, guiding her upper body away from the window. Once the window was securely closed, the Lamborghini let out a thunderous roar before speeding away. "I am not a streamer and cannot afford to have you as my tool for monetary gain. Besides, I cannot ascertain whether you possess any unusual issues. So best you remain where it is comfortable." With Brother Tongzi's support, and after enjoying the perks from Xiao Miao and Wanan, Chen Hao felt no concern over his lack of female companionship. At this moment, he held no interest in women who could not be evaluated by the system through direct interaction. 3 hours later, as he navigated the city expressway, Chen Hao gripped the steering wheel tightly, the leather's texture and the engine's deep rumble reminding him that this was indeed reality. The Lamborghini smoothly merged into the traffic, its V10 engine's low growl attracting the attention of surrounding vehicles, which slowed down, cautious of inadvertently brushing against this obviously valuable blue beast. By now, he had purchased 2 sets of temporary attire and shoes to present himself well, even opting for relatively expensive undergarments and socks, totaling nearly 20,000 yuan, justifiable enough to uphold his image on Douyin. As for true luxury brands like LV, Gucci, and Prada, with his current budget of less than 30,000, he could not afford a complete outfit. Reflecting on his entrance to the shopping mall parking lot clad in faded clothing and driving the Lamborghini, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Many onlookers had raised their phones, capturing the moment. "Wow, a Lamborghini Huracan. Is that a local license plate? Looks so cool. Get it on camera. This will make for great Douyin content. Can you step on the gas? Good looking?" However, upon noticing his simple attire, some spectators exchanged skeptical glances and whispered among themselves. "Driving such an exceptional car, yet dressed so ordinarily? Indeed, that t-shirt's print is nearly worn off. I bet it's a rental, just for show." Unfortunately, with the booming rental car industry, many luxury vehicles are indeed available for rent, and it is inevitable that some individuals, especially those eager to impress, resort to this. Chen Hao could not be bothered to refute their assumptions. At this pace, he would soon have enough in his account to genuinely match the vehicle he drove. After acquiring his new clothes, he also purchased a Huawei Mate 70 Pro and quickly departed the scene. In terms of value for money, he would not typically choose this phone, but the wealthy and long would either opt for Huawei or Apple, and since he was unaccustomed to the iOS system, Huawei was his only choice. Ideally, he would have preferred the Mate X3, but his current financial constraints necessitated a delay in that purchase. As for the delivery address, he selected a delivery station near an upscale villa district, noted it down, and sent the address to Xiao Miao and Wanan before leaving. By 5 p.m., Chen Hao parked the Lamborghini in the underground garage of a nearby shopping mall. The hourly parking fee of 5 yuan was within his means. As for his current residence, such an old community lacked any underground parking facilities, and the surface area was poorly managed. The residents, there were a mixed bag. He could only imagine the distress if some intoxicated youth were to damage his car or film a short video atop it. "Today, I will spend all my Douyin coins. Tomorrow, I will look for a new apartment." Having settled on his plans, Chen Hao returned home, stowed away his newly purchased attire, and prepared to change into them once he was in a more suitable environment. He opened his phone and casually responded to a few messages on WeChat. All greetings from 6 female streamers who had risen for the day. Naturally, they also reminded him to visit the live streaming room when he had the time. Chen Hao certainly had time. His current job revolved around spending money in the live streaming room. He skillfully navigated to the streaming section, where the first live room was Aurora 590, just as they began their broadcast. They were still in the group dance segment. Had it not been for Chen Hao's forceful control with the carnival event last time, they would not have streamed 2 consecutive sessions or even initiated a PK. Normally, A live room would not solely rely on one prominent viewer. While their performance had been impressive, they remained in the early stages of group formation, prioritizing traffic generation to attract more prominent viewers. The audience numbers in the live room clearly indicated their capabilities, with 5 beauties scoring over 80 on the system. Coupled with lively performances and the assistance of their guild in attracting viewers, Aurora 590 had amassed over 500 spectators that afternoon. Of course, this was during a phase where even the slightest gift could prompt a dance, and if a PK was initiated, retaining even a tenth of the audience would be deemed successful. However, at this moment, they were not engaged in group dancing. Rather, Strawberry was dancing solo, evidently under the guidance of someone controlling the scene, similar to what Chen Hao had done the previous day. It was not solely the carnival that could direct the performance. In such group broadcast rooms, a sports car valued at 1,200 Douyin coins could prompt favored streamers to showcase their individual dancing skills. Continuous gifting could maintain control unless someone offered a larger sum. As the prestigious purple bullet comments streamed in from the right side of the live room, Chen Hao entered. "Welcome back, our gallant hero." The host, Nanshan, was quick to spot Chen Hao and exclaimed enthusiastically. Simultaneously, the custom entrance animation prepared for him was unveiled. A figure donned in red, astride a magnificent steed, approached from afar, leaping onto a stone platform with precision. The background music surged with fervor, the hero's gaze fixated ahead, his crimson cloak billowing dramatically in the wind, exuding an aura of power. Above the animation, a striking calligraphy in ink style appeared. "Welcome, gallant hero." As the first prominent viewer of Aurora 590 to receive an entrance animation, this spectacle undoubtedly elevated the prestige. Chen Hao was taken aback by their swift action in editing the video overnight. The comments were evidently more vibrant than before. LV35 Yuzu, as expected of gallant horse brother. This entrance effect is absolutely stunning. LV21 Huan, the gallant hero has arrived. LV8 Wandering Eyes, now that's what I call a spectacle. I'm envious. LV28 Uncle Chun, finally caught up. I have a feeling today is going to be a treat with the special effects. LV31 Air of Excellence. I'm so exhilarated that I'm tempted to spend some money as well. LV14 Little Red Bean. Air of Excellence. You'll need to level up several times in just a few seconds in this live stream room. LV31 Air of Excellence. Little Red Bean. That certainly adds a bit of pressure. LV45 Lafa. I'm currently brushing through. I had a similar experience in another live stream, but it wasn't as dashing as this one. LV33 Robbing Love. Lafa, my friend. Sounds like their essay story behind that. LV45 Lafa, Robbing Love. Your name irks me, but I won't say more. The barrage of comments was fervent, prompting the host, Nanshan, to promptly inquire about the opinion of Xian Inu Ma. Brother Nu Ma, are you satisfied with this entrance animation? We noticed you Haven T replied to the private message we sent from the official account, so we'll put it on hold for now. If there are any dissatisfactions, we can make adjustments. LV52 Xian Inu Ma, let it be as it is. It's acceptable. To be frank, Chen Hao was quite pleased with this entrance animation. It epitomized his IDS persona and was indeed quite handsome. Albeit the CG animation's origins remained a mystery, likely pilfered from some game or animation. However, this method of usage did not constitute direct commercial exploitation, making it exceedingly difficult to accuse these livestream companies of infringement. In a sense, it served as a form of self-promotion, with animation or game companies turning a blind eye. As for the notion of the livestream company commissioning the production of animations, that was utter nonsense. The inefficiency, prolonged timelines, and exorbitant costs would likely result in a scenario where by the time the animation was completed, the main host would have already departed from the internet. By the way, Brother Nu Ma, since you are here, let me showcase the exclusive animation for your gifts. Let us see how it fares. Rest assured, you need not send gifts for this animation viewing. Our livestream room promotes sincerity. Just jesting, having already spent so much. It would be ridiculous to hesitate over showing an animation. No way would the host want to lose his position. Following that, the livestream showcased the exclusive gift animation for Chen Hao, which bore a resemblance to the entrance animation, except this time the red-clad hero was battling amidst countless foes. Unstoppable and fierce. Chen Hao found it quite agreeable and was about to type a response when a line of high-tier comments swept across the entire livestream, exceptionally eye-catching. LV61 Ming Yuan Ho, Xian Inu Ma. Which of these 5 ladies do you fancy? The so-called high-tier comments were a paid feature introduced by Douyin, akin to Bilibili's SC, but with distinct differences. Typically, comments appear solely in the chat section, but upon reaching a sufficient level, users unlock the privilege to send high-tier comments, which glide across the entire livestream, capturing everyone's attention. Each such comment costs a considerable sum, though occasionally high-level users receive some as rewards during promotional events. Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback by this high-tier comment, struggling to comprehend its implication. The host, Nanshan, however, grasped it instantly. This Ming Yuan Ho had been dominating the chat with car emojis, clearly indicating his admiration for Strawberry, prompting her to showcase her dance skills. He was also aware of the previous day's events in the live stream, and this inquiry was clearly an attempt to avoid competing directly with Xian Inu Ma for attention. Everyone should simply choose their own person to protect. Unfortunately, Chen Hao was oblivious. Even if he understood, it would not matter to him. You guard your interests, and I shall pursue my monetary returns. What? You think my ascent to the top is an attempt to steal the woman you desire? Suit yourself. Here on Douyin, I fear no one when it comes to gifting. Gazing at this high-tier comment piqued Chen Hao's curiosity. He rummaged through the gift options and discovered he had long since unlocked the ability. Without hesitation, he typed 2 words. LV52, Xian Inu Ma. All of them. This time, it was Ming Yuan Ho who was taken aback. Far away in Wu City, within an exclusive tea garden frequented by the affluent, Zhang Ming Yuan, dressed in a casual suit with slightly thinning hair, sat on a sofa, staring blankly at the high-tier comment from Xian Inu Ma in the live stream. Today, he had accompanied his third wife for afternoon tea. While she engaged in hushed conversations with another lady draped in luxury brands, occasionally picking up exquisite pastries from the small table before them. Nearby, a middle-aged man was carrying a small boy on his back, discussing the scenery as they strolled. This was a common leisure activity for small to medium-sized business owners in Wu City, a form of high-end afternoon tea, where familiar entrepreneurs would unwind in a sufficiently private setting conducive to discussing potential collaborations. Is this person out of their mind? All of them. Doesn't he fear his own ruin? Had I not heard that this fool splurged millions yesterday, I wouldn't even bother with him. He had been a long-time viewer of the Aurora Medium Guild, often ranking as the top donor in several of their live streams, when this particular group had just begun streaming. Naturally, those within the same guild would receive notifications. With nothing to do, he decided to check in and was immediately captivated by Strawberry. After observing for 2 days and realizing no one else was of greater strength vying for her attention, he was prepared to make his move. However, he hadn't anticipated that in just a couple of days, a fool would come along throwing 200 rockets upon finishing work. Originally, he had intended to make a modest display of wealth with 10 or so cars, showcasing his prowess. But now this Xian Inu Ma had arrived. He didn't wish to confront this person directly. Among gentlemen, a calm demeanor was typically maintained, as they were all acquaintances. He had considered suggesting a division of attention, but was taken aback by the audacity of the other party. Having already spent over 2 million on Douyin, he wasn't particularly intimidated by Xian Inu Ma, but the thought of spending tens of thousands in just a few days felt unnecessary. With a scoff, he quickly typed on his phone, LV61 Ming Yuan Ho, Xian Inu Ma, you're quite amusing. Just so you know, I'm taking Strawberry. Upon reading this line, Chen Hao finally comprehended the intention behind it. Those capable of reaching level 60 or above, excluding the insane loan takers, were typically worth at least millions. It seemed this individual was a seasoned player in the livestream realm, setting aside the fact that Strawberry was nearing a 50 favorability rating, thus increasing the return rate. She was the only woman in the group rated above 90. I certainly wouldn't let her slip away. I have no shame. Even the others want her. Once again, he sent forth a high-tier comment, determined to establish his presence today. LV52, Xian Inu Ma. As I stated, all of them. LV52, Xian Inu Ma gifted to Wanan. True Love, Eternal X1. LV52, Xian Inu Ma gifted to Zhou. True Love, Eternal X1. LV52, Xian Inu Ma gifted to Strawberry. True Love, Eternal X1. LV52, Xian Inu Ma gifted to Little Deer. True Love, Eternal X1. LV52, Xian Inu Ma gifted to MOMO. True Love, Eternal X1. This gift, valued at 8,999 Douyin coins, upon being sent by Chen Hao, painted the screen with a picturesque lawn, where a man knelt on one knee before a flower-adorned archway, placing a diamond ring upon a woman's finger. Subsequently, a profusion of blossoms erupted, enveloping the couple in a sea of flowers, an undeniably romantic spectacle. Damn it. Typically, Zhang Ming Yuan considered himself a refined gentleman amongst the affluent in Wu City. However, encountering such a brazen youth after a long absence left him thoroughly exasperated, prompting expletives he hadn't uttered in years to escape his lips. Chapter 28. Lord, the new wave approaches. Honey, what's the matter? As 2 socialites indulged in tea snacks and discussed the latest Louis Vuitton collection, one of them turned to Zhang Ming Yuan and inquired. It's nothing. Merely an encounter with an oblivious online user, he replied with a nonchalant wave of his hand, his attention swiftly returning to his phone, his eyes betraying a palpable anger. Having been publicly insulted, He was resolved not to back down today. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I shan't be worthy of the name Mingyuan Ho. LV61 Mingyuan Ho. How intriguing. Shall we engage in a little game today? LV52 Shieni Numa. How do you propose we play? Chen Hao had whimsically decided to gift one of each to his friends, feeling that the name of the gift was quite fitting. To his surprise, the total cost barely exceeded 50,000 Do coins, yet the impact of the gifts was remarkably profound. The other viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback. Excitement coursing through the chat. LV35 Yuzu. Wow, that slap was too fierce. Things are about to get heated. LV21 Huan. The Lord is truly formidable. It's hard to predict who would win if they truly clashed. LV31 Air Juelun. Let us go. Let us go. Numa, you are simply too dashing. Meanwhile, Strawberry's emotions were tumultuous. Initially, she relished the sight of the two gentlemen vying for her attention in the comments, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Mingyuan Ho, a top-tier spender among the guild's prominent streamers, had openly declared his interest in her. Clearly, her allure was undeniable, even captivating Shieni Numa. Strawberry instinctively leaned closer to the camera, showcasing her graceful silhouette, particularly her long, fair legs. With a slight lift of her chin, her eyes gleamed with a mix of pride and disdain, casting sidelong glances at her companions in the resting area, especially Wanan and Jojo, as if she were already the victor. However, her expression faltered as she beheld Chen Hao's entire gift, the eternal love, her smile freezing in disbelief. Entirely? Mingyuan Ho said he wanted me. Shouldn't he be competing for my affection? What does this entirely mean? Everyone receives the gift? As her gaze followed the 5 eternal love effects bursting forth, particularly as they landed on the names of her fellow sisters, Strawberry felt her previously inflated ego deflate like a balloon pricked by a pin. The joy she had just felt morphed into embarrassment and a hint of panic. No. Despite Mingyuan Ho's wealth, I've heard he is nearly 50, and the Mediterranean look is hardly appealing. His spending habits are questionable. The last guild battle was rather unreliable. Shieni Numa, on the other hand, appears so youthful. If his photos are genuine, and considering his extravagant spending, he might just be the true financier. A strong sense of urgency and competitiveness surged within her. After all, she had been the belle of the university, if not for securing a stable future. Who would engage in group streaming? I cannot allow him to be swayed by those other little harlots, especially Wanan the cow and Jojo the green tea. I must showcase my true abilities. If he desires everything, then I must be the most exceptional. Strawberry's gaze sharpened with determination. Meanwhile, the others rushed into the frame, brandishing confetti poppers and expressing their gratitude to Chen Hao. Thank you, Numa, for the eternal love. You are the best. Thank you, Numa. Jojo will always love you. Wow, I received one too. Numa, you are so generous. I'm thrilled. Thank you, Numa. The eternal love has arrived. It's my first time witnessing such an effect. It's magnificent. Momo and Xiao Lu were acutely aware of their standing and felt they were no match for the other 3, merely spectators in the unfolding drama. However, upon receiving their own gifts, they felt fortunate to share in the spoils, marveling at Numa's generosity. As for Jojo and Wanan, their thoughts diverged subtly. Wanan, upon seeing Mingyuan Ho single out Strawberry, imperceptibly curled her lip, her eyes flashing with disdain. This Mediterranean old man, at least I'm 24, and yet he still flirts with newcomers. What does Strawberry possess that I can't achieve through training or surgery? My natural beauty cannot be matched. Yet when she saw Chen Hao's entire gift and her own eternal love, she nearly gasped aloud. He still harbors feelings for me. This insufferable man is too generous. Determined to intensify her efforts, she thought, if he can spend this much, and he seems to be in Jincheng, being in the same city gives me an advantage. Jojo, on the other hand, felt a chill as Zhang Mingyuan's comment appeared, crossing her arms in the resting area while her mind raced with thoughts. This old man is quite bothersome. I heard he had a fallout with the C position of Aurora 230 last month, causing quite the uproar. How could he possibly be attractive? However, Chen Hao's entire gift astonished her, prompting her to adjust her position and squeeze next to Strawberry, adopting the cutest and most vibrant demeanor. Blowing a kiss to Chen Hao off camera. Entirely? That means Wanan hasn't won yet. I must step up. I am the number 1 in the petite and youthful category of our group. I refuse to believe he won't be drawn to me. The 5 girls, each with their own thoughts, came to an unspoken consensus. Without a doubt, Shieni Numa seemed the youngest. If his photos were authentic, he was undeniably youthful, handsome, and affluent. The ultimate choice. They all had to collaborate to win over and please this generous and all-encompassing Numa. As for Mingyuan Ho, who knows how many of his other livestream sisters siphoned his funds each month, leaving little for Aurora 590. Oh dear, dear. 2 male deities. Let us calm our tempers. We are all family here in the livestream. South Mountain, The host appeared flustered as he attempted to mediate the rising tensions. Ming Yuan is an old supporter of Aurora, always looking after his younger siblings, while Numa is the shining star of our Aurora 590. We are all in this together, supporting our sisters. So let us not harm the camaraderie. Of course, his rhetoric, while superficially suggesting equality among them, subtly fanned the flames by juxtaposing the terms star and old supporter. Chen Hao remained unfazed, but Zhang Mingyuan, seasoned in the business realm, understood the underlying implication. In essence, it was a clear warning. Mingyuan, the tides are turning. You, the old wave, are in danger of being washed ashore. Chapter 29, Racing Cars? How mundane. Let us change the game to a PK. Having navigated the business world for years, Zhang Mingyuan found South Mountain's attempts to incite conflict juvenile. He didn't need to engage his intellect to decipher the host's intentions. He knew he was eager for a showdown, which would undoubtedly lead to a financial windfall, perhaps enough to sustain him for a month. Yet, despite seeing through the host's machinations, he had no intention of holding back. What truly incited his fury was not merely Chen Hao's ostentatious display of superiority by stepping on his face. Over the years, had he not been subjected to the disdain of various business partners and clients? Having amassed a fortune of several tens of millions, he was hardly lacking in cunning. His rage was further fueled by the fickleness of Strawberry and the other female streamers, as well as their obsequious flattery towards the ostentatious newcomer. Moments ago, he had showered them with luxury cars, and they had continuously expressed their gratitude and admiration, extolling his handsomeness. Yet, the instant this flamboyant newcomer arrived, everything changed. The gifts he had given, though not as numerous as the cars he had sent, were eclipsed by the expression on Strawberry's face, which made it abundantly clear that she favored the newcomer. How dare this upstart act superior in my presence? And they all pandered to him. My wealth, though not amassed through the winds of fortune, must make you aware of the heights and depths of this world. LV61 Mingyuan Ho. Interesting. This young man has quite the appetite. So, you enjoy playing, do you? Can you handle the big leagues? LV52 Flamboyant Steed. Whatever. Seeing those two simple words ignited Zhang Mingyuan's anger further. LV61 Mingyuan Ho. Send the cars. Starting now, shower Strawberry with gifts. Whoever stops must call the other father, cancel their account, and withdraw from the internet. Do you dare? He chose to disregard everything that had transpired earlier, refocusing the attention on Strawberry. Gentlemen, while we may spar, let us prioritize harmony. We are all family here. Let us not allow this to escalate. Nanshan, observing that the two titans were genuinely strategizing, instantly perked up. Engaging in a gift war was not the essence of their live stream. How about this? It's time for a personal talent showcase. Strawberry, seeing how much support Lord Ho and Brother Steed are giving you, why don't we dance for them? Or perhaps the two gentlemen have something specific they wish to see. A group dance is also possible. Our Aurora sisters can certainly deliver. Chen Hao glanced at his balance and then at the price of the luxury cars, feeling as if merely tapping the screen with his finger could cause pain. The crux of the matter was that the internet in this shabby rental was unreliable. What if it lagged during the stream? Wouldn't that mean defeat for me? LV52 Flamboyant Steed. It can be done, but it seems rather dull. If the Flamboyant Steed found it uninteresting, then why not propose a PK? Each would select a sister, and they would compete for 10 minutes to determine the victor. What do you think? This aligns with our group broadcast format, and the winner would claim the daily championship. The host, Nanshan, also proposed a plan. Chen Hao was deep in thought. Competing against a level 61 powerhouse under his inferior network conditions was a fool's errand. Unless he could overwhelm them from the outset, the risk of losing gifts would be no laughing matter. The key concern was how much to invest at the start if he were to crush them. 100 carnival gifts? That would be around 300,000 dragon coins. What if, in a moment of madness, they actually charged in to compete? LV61 Mingyuan Ho. Are you scared? Will you accept? Just one word. Faced with the urging of Mingyuan Ho, Chen Hao suddenly recalled the tactics employed by those grandmasters of romance. LV52 Flamboyant Steed. Your approach is too mundane. Too predictable. I said all or nothing. Let us do this. The sisters in the live stream are all from the newcomer exhibition hall. So we'll focus on that and compete for the naming rights. You just need to crown Strawberry. I'll claim all, including hers. The time limit will be until the exhibition hall refreshes, which is at midnight tomorrow. I'm leaving you enough time to recharge your funds. Should you lose, I won't require you to withdraw. You must simply roll away whenever you see me in any live stream. What do you say? On the surface, Chen Hao appeared to be granting the other party time for financial maneuvering, but he was playing a clever game of his own. He was primarily concerned that this level 61 veteran might genuinely get carried away, and his 1 million do coins would not suffice. If he could just last until the next day, he could instantly accumulate another 20 million do coins, making it impossible for the other to challenge him. Even if the opponent were the peak prince, He would not risk 300,000 for a piece of meat not yet in hand. The so-called naming rights referred to a feature in Douyin where streamers could illuminate gifts in their gift bar by receiving enough of a particular type of gift. It was somewhat akin to lighting up the QQ icon from years past or achieving milestones in games. The term crown denoted the right to name. The individual who gifted the most of a particular item would obtain the naming rights, and further gifts would be recognized as crown gifts. The newcomer exhibition hall was designed to motivate new streamers, differing from the standard exhibition hall, as it lacked the grand gifts like Carnival or Douyin Airship. The most expensive gift was merely a floral boat worth 2,800 Do coins. Frequent players of Douyin live streams often referred to these two types of exhibition halls as the children's hall and the adult hall. Damn, Nanshan silently lamented. The flamboyant steed's maneuver was brilliant, elevating the stakes and employing the romantic grandmaster strategy, while simultaneously appealing to everyone and crushing Mingyuan Ho, who only targeted Strawberry. Especially the aspect of allowing time for Mingyuan Ho to recharge was a significant slap in the face. Regaining his composure, he felt that flamboyant steed's proposal was excellent. A one-time gamble could be too intense. If the elder truly withdrew, what would he eat? It was better to maintain a steady flow. Moreover, if today's battle was unsatisfying, they could continue tomorrow, ensuring a steady stream of revenue over 2 days. How does Lord Ho feel? This method seems quite good. We are here to show our support for the sisters, and this approach fosters camaraderie. Let us not hit too hard, shall we? The notion of withdrawing is merely for entertainment. With this thought, he hastily encouraged Mingyuan Ho through the microphone. The sisters, including Zhou Zhou and Wanin, also visibly brightened. Initially believing they had no stake in this PK, they were now thrilled at the prospect of illuminating the exhibition hall, solidifying Chen Hao's engagement even further. System notification, Yuan Xiaoyun, Wanin, affection level 1. System notification, Su Xingman, Strawberry, affection level 1. System notification, Zhou Ruolin, Zhou Zhou, affection level 2. System notification, Fan Tingting, Little Deer, affection level 2. System notification, Lu Jiayao, MOMO, affection level 2. Chen Hao gazed at the cascade of affection notifications that appeared in the system, somewhat surprised. Although he had not increased his affection level by sending the eternal love gift earlier, it had risen nonetheless. The audience in the barrage was equally astonished by this new gameplay, their excitement palpable. After all, watching special effects was all well and good, but experiencing a greater variety was undeniably more exhilarating. LV35 Yuzu. Steed's idea is brilliant. Now we can enjoy more than just one type of special effect. LV21 Flamboyant Steed is amazing. LV8 Wandering Eyes. Is this the true high-end gameplay with real taste? I've learned so much. LV28 Uncle Chun, Mingyuan Ho. Sending cars is indeed not as engaging as this. Accept this challenge. LV31 Airborne Excellence. Mingyuan Ho, will you accept? Flamboyant Steed even left you time to recharge. Zhang Mingyuan, witnessing the barrage of comments, felt his nostrils flare with indignation. Damn it, when that furious steed didn't arrive today, everyone was boasting about their lordship. The lord was indeed majestic, but now they all seemingly betrayed him. Haven't they? Nevertheless, despite his anger, the atmosphere had escalated to such a degree that there was no reason to refuse LV61 Mingyuan Ho. Alright. Chapter 30. The Contest for Exhibition Hall Naming Rights. Nanshan immediately noticed Zhang Mingyuan's barrage of comments and was instantly filled with excitement, his voice rising several octaves. Family. Family. To all the presidents waiting at our Aurora 590. The moment of witnessing history has arrived. Nanshan's voice was nearly a roar, even breaking at times. Our dashing and furious steed, the male deity. And the Lord will compete for the beloved little Strawberry. No, the furious steed is here to protect every goddess of Aurora 590. Our peak showdown is about to commence. This round is exceptionally romantic. Let's name the exhibition halls for her. Claim the gift naming rights. Brothers, TikTok #1 and Portia are passé. Today, we shall witness the romantic storm exclusive to the new exhibition halls. The furious steed intends to name all 5 goddesses. The Lord aims to safeguard his cherished Strawberry. Gifts are not measured by size. Even a small heart or a tiny rose is love. All are sincere. Family, let us display our intentions on the public screen. Let us cheer for our 2 male deities. Nanshan's rhetoric was highly evocative, and with the battle anthem resonating in the live room, everyone present, including the viewers, felt an exhilarating rush of blood. Come on, operations team, help me display the exhibition halls of the 5 goddesses on the screen. Nanshan called out to the company's IT, who had just been summoned, to assist in projecting the status of each female streamer's exhibition hall in real time onto the live broadcast, on the interface visible to the audience. The exhibition halls of Zhou Zhou, Wanin, Mo, and Xiao Lu lined the edges, with the Strawberry Exhibition Hall destined to be the most fiercely contested at the top. By the way, Furious Steed, what if other viewers want to participate? Nanshan suddenly realized this point, as he could not control the audience's actions, and hurriedly sought Chen Hao's opinion. LV52, Dashing Steed, it doesn't matter. Nanshan's eyes brightened further. He felt a thrill he hadn't experienced in his years as a host. Family. Our other family members can join at any time. Even a small heart is support. You may choose your favorite goddess to light up her exhibition hall. That too is participation in this peak showdown. Directly joining the fray is even more exhilarating. The barrage in the live room had never refreshed this rapidly. Viewers began to type furiously LV28 Uncle Chun. This event is too interesting. I'll give Xiao Lu a little something LV35 Yuzu. Uncle Chun. You want to backstab my furious steed? LV28 Uncle Chun. Yuzu, it's just participation, with the strength of my furious steed. He de-obliterate me in an instant. LV2111. Both male deities, give it your all. LV8 Wandering Eyes. I've never seen such an entertaining PK. I bet on the Furious Steed to win. LV31 Air Supremacy. It's hard to say. The Furious Steed not only needs to light up the strawberry, but also has to light up others. If some other big brother happens to pass by and lights up a bit, the pressure will be immense. LV14 Little Red Bean. I believe in the strength of the Furious Steed. LV45 Lafa. Don't underestimate the Lord. He is the number one in several live rooms. If he really gets into it today, who wins and who loses is hard to say. LV33 Robbing Love. I'm eagerly awaiting this. Come on, both male deities. Family members waiting in the live room. Now, I will count down from 3, and our PK will officially begin. 3, 2, 1. The showdown starts. Almost the moment Nanshan's words fell, the live room erupted in a frenzy of special effects. On the screen, Mingyuan Ho's ID sprang into action first, and one by one, the Strawberry Exhibition Hall lit up. LV61 Mingyuan Ho sends to Strawberry. Flower Sea Rafting. 2,800 Do coins. X1. LV61 Mingyuan Ho sends to Strawberry. Romantic Lover. 1999 Do coins. X1. LV61 Mingyuan Ho sends to Strawberry. Sports Car X2. But shortly afterward, the special effects sent by Chen Hao began to flood the screen as well. He wasn't in a rush to light up the Strawberry Exhibition Hall first. Instead, he chose to illuminate the others before addressing hers. LV52 Dashing Steed sends to Wanin. Flower Sea Rafting X1. LV52 Dashing Steed sends to Wanin. Romantic Lover X1. LV52 Dashing Steed sends to Wanin. Sports Car X2. LV52 Dashing Steed sends to Wanin. Myriad Fireworks. 688 Do coins. X3. LV52 Dashing Steed sends to Zhou. Flower Sea Rafting X1. LV52 Dashing Steed sends to Zhou. Romantic Lover X1. LV52 Dashing Steed sends to Xiao Lu. Little Hearts X1314. He meticulously illuminated and named each of the other 4 female streamers' exhibition halls, causing the entire live room to erupt in a riot of special effects, with other viewers occasionally sending gifts, and Chen Hao following suit. Typically, illuminating all the new exhibition halls requires 24,000 Do coins, but Chen Hao found it cumbersome. When faced with gifts like Little Hearts and Big Beers, he opted to send 1,000 at a time. This way, he avoided the hassle of some onlookers specifically seeking small gifts to complicate things. Sending large gifts was no problem, and he could simply add more. But frequently sending small gifts became tiresome. A sky full of flower seas, shooting fireworks, adorable rabbits, blooming rose bouquets, shimmering meteor showers, floating hot air balloons, romantic campsites, and tandem bike journeys for 2. The kaleidoscopic special effects continuously refreshed in the live room, rendering the barrage nearly invisible, with many viewers struggling to find the input box to type. In a sense, this visual spectacle was even more stunning than a carnival combo. The public screen displayed an unending stream of gift notifications, with overlapping special effect animations that even began to glitch. Nanshan had fully entered the zone, his words flowing rapidly, transforming into a human embodiment of the barrage atmosphere team. It's exploding. Family members, thanks to the Lord for sending forth the starlight, true love. The Lord's romance is unparalleled. Strawberry is so fortunate. My heavens. Furious Steed. What speed. What grandeur. All 4 goddesses' exhibition halls are now illuminated. Thank you, Furious Steed, for the Flower Sea Rafting and Romantic Lover. Zhou's meteor shower has arrived. Thanks to the Furious Steed for sending Xiao Lu 1,000 roses. Equality for all. What does it mean to be the guardian of the exhibition halls? What does it mean to be the god of compassion? Today, everyone has witnessed it. Thank you, Lord. Romantic Lover has been boosted again. Let us give them a show. Oh my goodness. The Furious Steed has started lighting up the strawberry. Tenfold Starlight True Love for Strawberry. Our strawberry goddess is so deserving. Both sides are true love. Today, you are the happiest girl in the world. Who is this? Thank you, Uncle Chun, for sending Xiao Lu 5 hot air balloons. Oh wow. The furious steed countered with 10. My heart is about to float away with the hot air balloons. The furious steed is so generous. My heavens. Thanks to the passing goddess of weakness. Sending Zhou 20 starlight stars. This meteor shower is, oh my goodness. Thank you, furious steed, for sending Zhou 100 starlight stars. No. This is a galaxy. The most romantic galaxy. The dialect of Nanshan flowed seamlessly as Chen Hao, while acknowledging the gifts, listened to a voice that seemed on the verge of exhaustion. With such lung capacity and reflex speed, one could almost lament that he wasn't hosting instead. Chapter 31. The Lord Above. The differing thoughts of female streamers. On stage, the female streamers had almost transformed into anthropomorphic gratitude machines, their sweet and seductive voices rising and falling in a melodic chorus. Particularly Strawberry, whose expressions of thanks were incessant, often mispronouncing the names of those who gifted her. Yet, in this moment, no one paid heed to such trivialities, be it the audience or Chen Hao and Zhang Mingyuan. Their gazes were fixated on the real-time status of the exhibition in the live stream, oblivious to the streamers' expressions of gratitude. Although the content on stage was simple, consisting solely of thank yous, the sentiments of the various streamers were subtly intricate. Firstly, Strawberry, clutching the microphone, continuously expressed her gratitude while observing the changing names of her exhibition space. The special effects from the identical gifts sent by two big brothers flashed repeatedly, stirring a blend of complex emotions within her. Thank you, Lord, for the romantic lover. Thank you, Brother Angry Horse, for the romantic lover. Thank you, Brother Angry Horse, for the blossoming flowers. She endeavored to present her sweetest smile in the live stream, yet her gaze involuntarily chased the ID of the gallant giver. Astonishingly, he was managing to outshine everyone simultaneously. While Mingyuan was indeed formidable, it felt as though he was merely sufficient for her needs, hardly diverting his attention to alleviate the pressure on Brother Angry Horse, whose support came primarily from onlookers. Moreover, Mingyuan's funds were being distributed among several older streamers, leaving Strawberry uncertain of how many had established ties with him, particularly considering he was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. Indeed, Brother Angry Horse was her true, destined partner. He was younger and brimming with potential. No, she had to maintain a distinction. She must not let him perceive any inclination towards Mingyuan. Thus, she doubled her expressions of gratitude towards Chen Hao, even displaying a noticeably warmer enthusiasm for his identical gifts. Her smile bore a hint of deliberate fluster, coupled with a palpable sense of reliance on Chen Hao. Meanwhile, Zhou, witnessing her exhibition illuminate entirely, had already sprung up in excitement. Wow, Brother Angry Horse's sea of flowers is simply breathtaking. The hot air balloons are soaring too. Thank you, brother. You are the most handsome. Her gratitude towards Chen Hao was particularly sincere and lively, her body language exuberant. Mingyuan, who had time to acknowledge him. He was merely focused on gifting Strawberry, while Brother Angry Horse was generous to everyone. This was the true big brother, undeniably promising, and she must seize this opportunity. Wan in contrast, languidly flashed a bunny ears gesture at the camera, her smile exuding an alluring charm. Thank you, Brother Angry Horse, for the heartwarming bunny boost. How adorable. Her expressions of thanks were comparatively tempered, her demeanor composed, yet her gaze remained fixed on the gallant ID. Humph, Mingyuan, that old man, may seem romantic, but he's rather greasy. If Brother Angry Horse's photo is genuine, he eclipses him by a substantial margin. Even if it's a facade, at least he represents youth. Furthermore, his contributions are so evenly distributed. He must be observing who is more considerate. With this thought, she calmly expressed gratitude to Chen Hao while puffing out her chest. As for Xiao Lu and Mo, although they weren't as animated as the previous three, they too exerted considerable effort in their expressions of thanks, their faces reflecting genuine surprise. Thank you, Brother Angry Horse, for the 10 starry hands. Oh my, I have a romantic lover now. What a delightful surprise. Their inner thoughts, however, were more intriguing. Overall, even if the streamers on stage did not overtly display their feelings, Zhang Mingyuan unmistakably sensed a disparity in treatment. Particularly Strawberry's exuberant reactions to the gifts from the gallant one stirred a tempest of anger within him. Damn it, entertaining with allure while favoring the brother who gifts generously. How outrageous. On the public screen, although the special effects were rampant, nearly obscuring the barrage of comments, it did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm for typing and sharing thoughts, with high-level comments occasionally drifting by. LV21 Huan. Brother Angry Horse is amazing, voice cracking. Strictly speaking, he single-handedly challenged the entire audience of the live stream. LV28 Uncle Chun. The Lord truly has no time for the other girls. Does he feel his funds are insufficient? Even a token gesture would suffice. LV35 Yuzu. Holy cow. These special effects. I feel like my eyes are going to burn out. Is this the power of dragon coins? LV8 Wandering Eyes. Keep swiping. I love watching this. Brother Angry Horse is too powerful, guarding 5 people's exhibition names while suppressing the Lord. LV31 Air Supreme. The Lord is dominant at 230 and 117, but seems a bit passive at 590. Doge meme. LV14 Little Red Bean. Brother Angry Horse just gifted MO another 20 starry hands. Though not a lot. It feels like the other assassins in the live stream are running out of steam. LV45 Rafa. Mingyuan. Lord, the younger generation is pushing the older one aside. ISNT at time to recharge? Doge meme. LV6 Fish Head. Thank goodness I didn't miss this. It's so thrilling. LV33 Steel Love. The Lord just upped his car count by 3, and Brother Angry Horse immediately countered with 10. This is too cool. LV12 Bug Charge. Just joined. What's happening? Is this a celestial battle over exhibition names? LV39 Overlooking the crowd. Isn't that the Lord from 230? Go Lord. Are we about to be overshadowed by a newcomer? LV16 Fisherman San. Lord, can you endure this? Quickly empty your wallet and confront him. Your strawberry sister is watching. If you don't make a move soon, she'll be leaping into Brother Angry Horse's arms. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan's feelings were indescribable. After years of mingling in Douyin live streams, he had never faced such humiliation. As he clicked on the car to reclaim his title, the recharge interface suddenly popped up. Without hesitation, he entered 300,000 in the custom amount field and confirmed the recharge. I will not let you get away with this. Today, I will destroy you. However, unbeknownst to him, an hour had already elapsed, and the middle-aged man, who had been playing with his illegitimate child, had returned with the kid in tow, now seated beside the refreshments. He was quietly discussing something with his second wife and Zhang Mingyuan's third wife, occasionally glancing towards Zhang Mingyuan, whose eyes were reddened, seemingly from the intensity of his emotions. What's wrong with Boss Zhang? He must be burning with jealousy over some woman in the livestream. Zhang Mingyuan's third wife huffed discontentedly, showing the livestream screen on her phone to the others. Oh dear, Boss Zhang is admirable in every aspect, but he gets too caught up in watching live streams. What are you saying, dear? It's just a personal interest. Sister, don't take it to heart. Given the situation, Strawberry might not even be within his grasp. After finally having time to accompany me, he is still burning money to vie for attention from other women. Yet, Zhang Mingyuan, whose face was contorted with anger, was beyond caring. His singular focus was on eliminating that damned gallant one. Chapter 32. Lord, are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Thank you for the gratitude. Our Lord has once again gifted Strawberry 100 hands of the Sea of Flowers. Congratulations to the Lord for being promoted to level 63 on Douyin. Now, let us watch the upgrade animation. Wow. Thank you, Brother Angry Horse, for sending Strawberry the Sea of Flowers. It's over 100 hands now. Still going. 150, 200 hands. Doubling down again. Oh my goodness. Thank you, the magnificent Angry Horse God, for the additional 10 hands of Starlight Camp. Congratulations to the Angry Horse God on ascending to level 57 of the TikTok Elite. The celebratory animation is underway. Nanshan's voice, hoarse from exuberant shouting, reverberates through the live stream, the air conditioning set to a brisk 18 degrees. Yet his excitement has left his shirt drenched in perspiration. This battle for the exhibition hall's naming rights has raged for nearly 2 hours, and not just him. Even Strawberry's voice has begun to falter. It is inevitable. Who could continuously express gratitude and excitement for a full 2 hours without losing their voice? Meanwhile, far away in Hu City, Zhang Mingyuan is visibly sweating. His friend has made an appearance, departing with his mistress. The dinner they had planned has been cancelled, leaving him with only his third wife by his side. However, she has deliberately seated herself at a distance, engaged in a lengthy phone conversation with her friend. Once again, thanks to Lord Ho for the 10 hands of Starlight Camp gifted to Strawberry. Lord Ho is truly generous. Goodness. The Angry Horse God retaliates once more. A full 100 hands of Starlight Camp. Is there no end to this? Just how far can the Angry Horse God's limits stretch? Nanshan's cheers continue. Yet Zhang Mingyuan's gaze has become considerably clearer. Within the livestream, the frequency at which Mingyuan Ho sends gifts has significantly diminished. But each gesture remains a high-value romantic offering, Starlight Camp and Flower Sea boating, with occasional gifts like hot air balloons and wondrous fireworks. It is evident that he strives to maintain a relatively upscale demeanor, yet Strawberry's exhibition hall currently bears no gifts named after him. A rare counterattack requires offerings worth several carnivals just to regain the naming rights. However, each attempt is swiftly overshadowed by Chen Hao, whose gifts surpass his by at least double, both in momentum and prestige, effectively crushing his efforts. All 4 other female streamers' exhibition halls have now been named by Chen Hao. With the audience in the live stream contributing, the basic number of gifts has skyrocketed, rendering even casually passing patrons unable to trouble Chen Hao. All eyes are now fixed on Strawberry's exhibition hall, particularly on the most valuable gifts. Flower Sea Boating. The angry horse god is truly generous. Once again, the screen is inundated with Flower Sea Boating. Lord Ho, it is your turn. Currently, all gift naming rights belong to the angry horse god, and if Lord Ho does not produce something substantial, the naming rights for Strawberry's hall will be irrevocably lost. Nanshan maintains his professionalism as the livestream host, persistently stoking the flames of excitement. At this stage, from the data within the livestream account, it is evident that the young and gallant has amassed over 8 million audio waves, while Mingyuan Ho has also made significant contributions, exceeding 6 million audio waves. The combined sunk cost has reached a staggering total of over 140,000 dragon coins, and as long as they are not utterly defeated, they are unlikely to concede. At this juncture, failing to fervently incite the final coin from the pockets of the big brother would render him unworthy of his hosting role. However, on the screen, Mingyuan Ho seems to hesitate, refraining from further gifting, and the special effects that have persisted for 2 hours finally begin to subside. Seizing the moment, Chen Hao takes a brief respite for his fingers. Even if gifting possesses emotional value, who can endure tapping the screen for 2 hours without fatigue? Just then, a message notification pops up on his new phone, a WeChat message from Little Cat. Little Cat, Brother Angry Horse, we are starting the live stream today. Will you be joining us? If not, please let me know. Chen Hao swipes down on the message, causing the WeChat window to occupy half of his phone screen. Chen Hao, I'm a bit busy today. If there's a PK, just call me after work. Little Cat, wow, brother, you're so cool. Okay, I'll let you know soon. The stockings have already been sent out. You must not be late today. After responding with a simple acknowledgement, Chen Hao closes the WeChat window. How delightful it is to have a new phone. The old one, used for several years, would lag terribly when opening a small window. With a sigh, Chen Hao gazes at the Aurora 590 livestream, still devoid of any new gifts, feeling a twinge of confusion. Surely, Mingyuan Ho's capabilities extend beyond the mere hundreds of thousands just witnessed. Is he simply unwilling to invest further? Zhang Mingyuan indeed feels a pang of reluctance, his heart bleeding as he checks his Douyin expenditure record upon the sudden reappearance of the recharge interface. Over the course of 2 hours, to maintain a semblance of exclusivity for Strawberry's exhibition hall against the reckless onslaught of the mad horse, he has poured in a staggering 6.5 million Douyin coins, equivalent to 650,000 dragon coins. This far exceeds his original budget. It is worth noting that even during his most fervent support for a particular female streamer, he had never exceeded 200,000 in a month. Meanwhile, that mad horse has splurged over 800,000, dominating the livestream contribution leaderboard, utterly absurd. He can perceive no signs of diminishing firepower from that mad horse, as if it were an insatiable abyss. Damn it, this lunatic. Is he out of his mind? Zhang Mingyuan, filled with a mixture of anger and frustration, opens his banking app, assessing the funds allocated across various investment products, then glances at the company's reserve liquidity. For the first time in many years, his fingers tremble as they hover over the phone screen, but the last vestiges of rationality swiftly suppress all his impulses. To engage in a battle for pride within a live stream and tap into the company's liquid reserves? Absolutely not. That would be foolish. For a mere female streamer he is known for only a few days, given the current situation, it seems unlikely he would even win her over. It's simply isn't worth it. Exhaling deeply, he pours himself a glass of ice water. Where did this mad horse come from? Surely he isn't targeting me specifically? Yes, he must have investigated me. Today is all about stepping on me to bolster his own credibility. Zhang Mingyuan's suspicions deepen. He has heard that the opponent is quite young, recklessly throwing money around, and with tonight's all-or-nothing attitude, it is evident he aims to seize control of the livestream. That little vixen Strawberry seemed so delighted by the gifts from that young man. Fine, if you want it, take it. I'll be damned if I don't see how long this strategy can sustain itself. A swift glance at the livestream's comment section reveals a barrage of praise and astonishment directed at the young and gallant, alongside teasing remarks about his own dwindling strength. Particularly, the user Uncle Chun has been relentless in poking fun at him, even going so far as to send a high-level comment. LV28 Uncle Chun, have you been spending? Lord Ho, are you feeling depleted? Are you still in the game? The ire that Zhang Mingyuan had just managed to suppress flares up once more. You bastard. Chapter 33. Lord Ho has faltered. A crushing victory. Provoked by Uncle Chen's high-level comment, Zhang Mingyuan nearly resorts to tapping into the company's liquid funds. Yet, no matter how frustrated, he knows he must endure. If he cannot withstand this, he will never earn that much money. A surge of defeat and rage swells within him. Yet he understands that there is no way he can triumph over this insatiable madman today. Casting a glance towards his third wife, still engrossed in her phone call with her friend, he types on the public screen with slightly trembling hands. LV63 Mingyuan Ho, young and gallant. You have proven yourself formidable. Today, I concede to you. However, I have etched you into my memory. The verdant mountains remain unchanged, and the flowing waters endure. Let us see how this unfolds. This lofty barrage gracefully drifted across the live-streaming room, and soon after, the ID belonging to the esteemed Mingyuan Ho vanished without a trace from the second position on the leaderboard. He exited the live stream, and even went offline entirely. And he had the audacity to make a phone call. Departing. You. Is it permissible for you to monopolize the women in the live stream while I am denied the opportunity to converse with my dear friend? Unable to secure a woman. You take your frustrations out on me, is that it? Are you leaving or not? It seems you no longer desire that handbag, correct? If you wish to leave, then leave. Why the urgency? The live stream momentarily fell into silence before erupting into a frenzy of more fervent barges and cheers. LV28 Uncle Chen. Damn. Has Lord Ho truly fled? Cowardice. LV31 Airy Splendor. This was to be expected, with Brother Nuoma's spending habits. Who could withstand such pressure? LV21 Huan. Brother Nuoma is incredible, voice cracking. Brother Nuoma is invincible, voice cracking. LV14 Little Red Bean. Today, I seem to have witnessed what it means for titans to clash. LV35 Yuzu. Lord Ho has now been drained and fled, laughing and crying in JPG format. LV8 Wandering Gaze. We won. Amazing. Brother Nuoma, you are indeed a divine being. LV12 Bug Charge. This is my first time here. Utterly stunning. A single person taking on the entire live stream, and crucially, emerging victorious. LV45 Rafa. Dressed in fine attire and riding a spirited steed. Remarkable. The new generation has successfully vanquished the old generation upon the shores. LV33 Love Robbery. Brother Nuoma, how majestic. A true affluent brother. Protecting all the goddesses of our Aurora 590. LV39 Overlooking the masses. Huh? To see Lord Ho humbled is worth the price of admission. LV16 Fisherman A. San. I never expected to witness Lord Ho in such a state outside of a guild war. It's quite rare. Nanshan took a deep breath, his voice nearly hoarse as he struggled to maintain control. Family. Do you see? This is the power of love. The dashing and spirited Brother Nuoma, through his own efforts, has fulfilled his promise to protect all 5 goddesses of our Aurora 590. He has successfully repelled the invading foe. Let us flood the screen with praise for Brother Nuoma. Today's leading figure is none other than our Brother Nuoma. After his exhortation, he quickly sent a diamond red envelope worth 100 Do coins into the live stream. With no other requirements than for viewers to type Brother Nuoma is amazing to participate in the lottery. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something was amiss, paused for a moment, and hurriedly added, although Lord Ho has departed, he was still quite dashing today. He contributed over 6 million in sound waves, making him a distinguished patron of our Aurora 590. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Nanshan glanced at the 2 hidden users and 3 other users displayed at the bottom of the audience list, commending his own quick reflexes. After all, he was also a senior figure in the guild's live stream, and a little respect was warranted. What if Lord Ho hadn't truly left and was merely lurking by the entrance? If that were the case, he might later complain to the operators, and he would likely face a deduction in wages for 3 days. This is a technique for watching live streams on Douyin. If one does not enter the live stream directly but observes from outside, the user's name and ID are completely concealed, rendering their presence a mystery to all. It is colloquially referred to as peeking from the door. Furthermore, if one has sufficient level, they can gain invisibility and mysterious person privileges through challenge activities or direct purchases, allowing them to remain unknown to anyone else in the live stream. The 5 female streamers present reacted in various ways. Strawberry let out a sigh of relief, then turned to gaze at the ID at the top of the leaderboard, named Dashing and Spirited. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, imbued with a sense of belonging. He won. He triumphed over Mingyuan Ho for me. He is far superior to Mingyuan Ho. The other 4 female streamers were genuinely elated. Their gift bars in the exhibition hall remarkably uniform, each adorned with the crowning ID, Dashing and Spirited. He won. This is what a true brother looks like. So formidable. Mingyuan Ho was driven away. I have decided. I must cling to Brother Nuoma's leg from now on. Tonight, I shall inquire where he resides. LV57 Dashing and Spirited. Thank you. Chen Hao's succinct response, consisting of just 2 words, gracefully floated across the screen, calm yet imbued with unparalleled authority. He too exhaled. Having expected the opposing Mingyuan Ho to replenish his ammunition at one point, prolonging the conflict significantly, he had feared it might stretch into the next day. While he was confident of victory, his prestige would undoubtedly diminish. Reviewing the system notifications regarding shifts in affection, Chen Hao's expression brightened. System notification, Su Xingmon, Strawberry, affection level, 20. System notification, Yuan Xiaoyun, good night, affection level, 3. System notification, Zhou Ruolin, Zhou, affection level, 5. System notification, Fan Tingting, Little Deer, affection level, 3. System notification, Lu Jiao, Momo, affection level, 3. This encounter had successfully elevated Strawberry's affection level beyond 60, making her the 3rd woman to surpass this threshold in her feelings for him, thereby increasing the cashback ratio to 10:1. The others, while the battle had been intense, were not the main focus, resulting in only modest increases in affection levels. Nevertheless, Goodnight had surpassed 74, Zhou was nearing 60, and both Little Deer and Momo had exceeded 40. The aspiration for all to exceed 60 was within reach. These cash-out tools would only become increasingly valuable. However, this also confirmed his hypothesis. It was not merely the quantity of gifts that augmented affection, but rather the fluctuations in emotion. For instance, a small gesture of aid seemed to yield greater returns than mere embellishments, especially if it were a surprise. The more unexpected, the greater the increase. As for how to achieve such surprises and earn the genuine gratitude of the female streamers, that required thoughtful consideration. So, Brother Nuoma, what shall we do next? Would you like to see some dancing? Or shall we engage in a small PK for relaxation? Or do you have other ideas? Today's KPI, no? This month's KPI has already been met. We could completely conclude the stream now. However, Nanshan still proactively sought Chen Hao's opinion, just in case the brother wished to continue watching the dance. After such a significant event, if he desired to watch dancing, they could dance until dawn. LV57 Dashing and Spirited sends Douyin number 1x1 to Goodnight. LV57 Dashing and Spirited sends Douyin number 1x1 to Strawberry. LV57 Dashing and Spirited sends Douyin number 1x1 to Zhou. LV57 Dashing and Spirited sends Douyin number 1x1 to Little Deer. LV57 Dashing and Spirited sends Douyin number 1x1 to Momo. LV57 Dashing and Spirited. Let us call it a day. My hand is getting tired. Of course, fatigue was one reason. The critical factor was that Little Cat had just messaged him that her PK was about to commence. Chapter 34. Picking up Little Cat after work. Guild War? Alright. Thanks to Brother Nuoma for sending 5 Douyin number 1s to usher all our goddesses of Aurora 590 off work. The authority in our live stream now rests solely with Brother Nuoma. If Brother Nuoma says it's time to leave, then we shall leave. Come. Strawberry and everyone else, gather in front to celebrate. Let us bow in gratitude to Brother Nuoma. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Angry Horse, Lord Ho, and all those who have generously supported us in today's live stream. For those who have yet to follow us, kindly click that follow button. And for those without light sticks, please ensure to grab one. Thus, we shall conclude today's broadcast here. Until we meet again tomorrow. The Aurora 590 livestream studio dimmed amidst a cascade of colorful ribbons and the sweet, melodious voices of 5 girls thanking the dashing Angry Horse. Moments later. Occasionally, when Chen Hao's phone erupted with a flurry of wired, she may take over WeChat notifications. It was Strawberry, sharing some voice messages, or and the others, expressing their customary gratitude after acquiring their phones. However, Chen Hao feigned ignorance, prioritizing the retrieval of the adorable little cat, whose affection for him had reached an impressive 81. She had already sent him a message to notify him. With a swift swipe of his finger, Chen Hao's screen illuminated with the Sunny Sky 004 livestream. The PK had already commenced, although Chen Hao's presence bolstered the atmosphere. According to Douyin's algorithm, the stagnant traffic of such an older livestream room was unlikely to improve, even with a flurry of gifts. Otherwise, major guilds could simply assign a few accounts to shower gifts and elevate the traffic. In such a scenario, major guilds would dominate the live streaming landscape, leaving no room for smaller guilds or individual streamers to thrive. Chen Hao leaned against the door, observing without entering the live stream. Having engaged in streaming for several months, he had acquired such little tricks naturally. At that moment, Little Cat was also engaged in a PK, situated on the left side of the screen, her health bar indicating a remarkable 3 consecutive victories. Today's circumstances were slightly more favorable than yesterday's, although each victory yielded only a handful of hearts. Little Cat and the viewers seemed unconcerned about this. Angry Horse had generously showered gifts yesterday, and Little Cat was confident she had secured a deal with him. The host, Mao, remained unfazed, orchestrating the PK with poise. To all the esteemed executives in the live stream, let us shower Little Cat and Pippi with our support. Are there any assassins? Now is the perfect time to strike while Little Cat's main supporter is absent. If Angry Horse arrives later, you may miss your chance to play the assassin. Mao was untroubled by the prospect of overly flattering Angry Horse, as currently, there were no other major supporters aside from Little Cat. In fact, many viewers entering the live stream were fans of Angry Horse, drawn by the prospect of witnessing lavish gifts and special effects. Amused by Mao's words, Chen Hao finally decided to enter the live stream. LV57 Angry Horse sends Little Cat, Douyin number 1x10. Welcome back, our esteemed Angry Horse, exclaimed Mao. Wow, thank you, Angry Horse, for sending Little Cat 10 Douyin number 1 gifts. Just as Mao finished his welcoming remarks, the live stream erupted with the visual spectacle of rockets launching, startling him momentarily. System notification, Su Xiaodong, Little Cat, affection level 1. The generosity of this Angry Horse was truly astounding. Every visit was exhilarating. Wiping away a bead of sweat, Mao promptly directed Pippi to retrieve the confetti cannons. Thank you, Angry Horse. Little Cat is soaring to new heights today. Little Cat beamed with joy, each taking a confetti cannon with Pippi, eager to unleash the newly purchased celebratory device. Angry Horse, what does this Douyin number 1 signify today? A signal to clock out? LV57 Angry Horse. Yes, let her clock out. All right. Since Angry Horse has spoken, Little Cat, you may take your leave. Remember to visit us often. We are eagerly awaiting your return. Little Cat bowed elegantly towards the camera before exiting the frame. At this moment, Mao cupped the microphone and gently beckoned to Little Cat. Have you spoken to Angry Horse about the Guild War? Not yet. The notice was only sent out this afternoon. All right. Ensure you communicate that to Angry Horse. If he doesn't come, our live stream. Yes, I will tell him, Little Cat nodded. Turning back to continue hosting the remaining PKs with Pippi and the others. Pippi danced to the music on stage, casting a glance at Little Cat's departing figure, filled with envy. Alas, although my income has increased recently, how I wish I could have a major supporter too, even if not as grand as Angry Horse. It would be wonderful to have someone who could send a rocket to escort me home every day. At that moment, as Chen Hao noted that Little Cat had completed her stream, he too exited the live stream, pondering how best to utilize the remaining 9 million Douyin coins. Just as he contemplated browsing the recommendation section for a stroke of luck, a message from Little Cat arrived. Angry Horse, are you available to take a call? The matter at hand is quite significant, and I fear I may not articulate it well in text. Poor Little Cat, JPG. Chen Hao, I can. No sooner had he sent those 2 words than Little Cat's voice call invitation chimed in. What could be so crucial? The sound of high heels clicking resonated from the other end, suggesting she had just exited the company. He could faintly hear her breath and the surrounding ambient noise. Angry Horse. On the line, Little Cat's voice bore a distinct hesitation, the clattering of her heels revealing her apparent unease. Having just concluded a competitive battle for exhibition sponsorship with Lord Ho, Chen Hao was still grappling with how to spend his remaining Douyin coins. Noticing the palpable tension in her tone, he furrowed his brow slightly. What's wrong? Did the guild perhaps notice my support for you and increase your tasks? Based on his experience watching live streams, he assumed the small guild to which Little Cat belonged might be trying to capitalize on his influence to bolster her performance in their regular PKs. There was a brief silence from the other end, her breathing noticeably heavier, even tinged with a hint of suppressed sobs. Chen Hao, holding his phone in his rented apartment, could almost envision her biting her lip in distress, her brow furrowed. No, it's not a task. Well, it sort of is. Little Cat's voice had dropped lower, now laced with a decisive undertone. It's about the Guild War. Originally, according to the usual schedule, there was still a week before the Guild War was to commence, but... Chen Hao raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement lacing his tone, as if he had already begun to piece together the puzzle. It was likely that his presence as Angry Horse, especially after his lavish spending over the past 2 days, had piqued the interest of the small guild behind Little Cat's Sunny Sky 004 livestream. Chapter 35. As long as we place in the top 3. Little Cat's condition. However, Little Cat took a deep breath, as though the forthcoming words required all her courage to utter. But the guild informed us this afternoon that, to align with Douyin's hometown competition event, this month's Guild War will be held 2 nights from now. Having spoken in one breath, Little Cat seemed to exhale a weight that had burdened her. Not just her, even Mao and Pippi found the reasoning rather absurd. Chen Hao, having watched live streams for several months, was well aware of what a Guild War entailed. Essentially, a Guild War was a common money-making scheme in group broadcasts. Alongside voice hall battles and the like, a small guild could rake in tens of thousands of audio waves from a single event, while medium-sized guilds could reach astonishing figures, with individual streamers sometimes amassing 3 to 4 million audio waves. Regarding the elite guilds, such as Guild S, they possess the capability to individually surpass the 10 million sound wave mark. Furthermore, during the guild wars, especially the team broadcasts, the majority of guilds tend to schedule their battles towards the end of the month, serving as a final assessment for the month. Instances like that of the Clear Sky Guild, which initiates their guild war a week in advance, are exceedingly rare, unless under exceptional circumstances. And Chen Hao is precisely that exceptional circumstance. Heh, Chen Hao let out a soft scoff. Yet this sound transmitted through the phone caused little Cat's heart to leap into her throat, her palms clammy with cold sweat. Because I have you, brother angry horse. She hurriedly began to explain, her voice laden with palpable tension and an eagerness to appease. The guild believed that your recent emergence had garnered significant momentum. And with such support from you, it was the perfect opportunity. They advised seizing the moment, lest your interest wane or you decide to depart altogether. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, infused with profound shame and self-loathing. She was acutely aware of her manipulation of Chen Hao, exploiting his affection to ultimately extract money from him. Yet simultaneously, the system's assessment had soared to an astonishing 82 points, engendering within her an uncontrollable fondness that bred a near-blind trust and dependency on Chen Hao. She feared losing him, terrified that he would see through her intentions and come to despise her. On the other end of the line, Chen Hao fell into a contemplative silence. This silence weighed heavily upon little Cat's heart, nearly suffocating her, compelling her to grip her phone tightly. Of course, Chen Hao's silence was not due to hesitation regarding gifting. Rather, he felt a sense of exasperation towards the Clear Sky Guild. How utterly unseemly. Seizing the opportunity without restraint, it was no wonder they would never achieve greatness. Fortunately, Chen Hao's silence did not endure for long. Suppressing his desire to voice a critique, he spoke calmly, his tone inscrutable. So, what are your thoughts on their intentions to exploit? Chen Hao was indifferent to the notion of being exploited. After all, the system's funds were destined to be spent, regardless of where. Engaging in the guild war would provide him with a legitimate excuse to lavish gifts without the fear of inciting trouble. Even with the system's assistance, excessive arrogance would inevitably lead to complications. Should a high-ranking official from Douyin suddenly decide to investigate him offline, it would be awkward if he were to be exposed before he was ready. His direct inquiry stemmed from a desire to gauge the attitude of a woman with such a high affection rating. After all, his previous girlfriend, Tian Sini, had swindled him out of millions and had not initiated a live broadcast, offering him no insight into her feelings, which he could surmise were far from favorable. Little Cat, however, was the first woman to harbor such high regard for him, sparking his curiosity. Simultaneously, Chen Hao remained oblivious to the fact that his mindset had undergone a complete transformation within just a few days. In the past, he would never have dared to pose such a question to a woman. This cavalier attitude towards relationships was unfathomable for someone lacking strength. The fundamental reason was confidence. Chen Hao now possessed boundless confidence, even amidst his debts and lingering fear of exposure. Meanwhile, far away in Hangzhou, his inquiry, "What are your thoughts?" seemed to unlock the floodgates of little Cat's emotions. The words she had contemplated throughout the afternoon, mingled with anticipation, fear, greed, and even a touch of humble affection, could no longer be contained, spilling forth, "Brother angry horse, I want to win. Just this once, I want to triumph in this guild war. It does not need to be first place. As long as we secure a spot in the top 3, I will be satisfied." Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, yet it was remarkably resolute. "I recognize my greed, and I understand that I should not voice this, but I genuinely, desperately need the funds from this guild war. My mother's surgery and subsequent treatment expenses cannot be covered by my meager salary alone. My father sold our house back home and has been at the hospital by my mother's side, depleting all of our savings." Her voice grew increasingly choked with emotion as she revealed another reason for the guild war's early commencement. "The wealthy idler is the scoundrel who previously sought to keep me, but I rejected him. He boasts to other prominent figures and the Clear Sky Guild's management that he intends to humiliate me during the guild war, to bring me to my knees. He aims to illustrate that the new big brother I am associated with is nothing but a facade, and that the one he wishes to support, the first group SRO, will be the one to strike me down." At this point, her voice, choked with emotion, bore a hint of anger and a desire to assert herself. "I was previously ousted from the first group because I opposed him, and now I wish to prove that I can still achieve the top 3 without them. Without that scoundrel." Her speech quickened, as if she had suddenly remembered something. "Brother angry horse, they have only heard rumors of you sending 200 rockets in the Aurora, but they are unaware of everything else, including that I witnessed you engaging with a level 60 brother for nearly $1 million, but without the carnival gifts, no one followed the system's banner. They think you were merely caught up in the moment. I implore you, brother angry horse, please help me and deliver a resounding blow to them. Just until the guild war concludes. Suddenly, her voice rose, imbued with a sense of desperation. Once the guild war is over, I will fly to Jincheng to find you. I am willing. I am willing to give myself entirely to you, my first time. Upon uttering this declaration, she seemed to expend all her strength, leaving only her hurried breaths and suppressed sobs on the other end of the line. Little Cat had never spoken such words before, having voiced them. She felt as though she had laid everything on the table, wagering her remaining dignity and future. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Hao had just lit a cigarette, only to be startled by Little Cat's final remarks, causing him to choke. Chapter 36. Top 3? First, brother angry horse. Hearing the cough on the other end, Little Cat quickly inquired. It's nothing, just a little choke. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, a peculiar sensation surged within Little Cat. Confronted by this man, whose affection for her had reached an impressive 82 points, a profound sense of belonging and admiration compelled her to divulge her deeper thoughts. If you do not mind. If you are willing to have me, I would even consider forsaking live streaming altogether. I could remain in Jincheng, by your side, accompanying you. I am willing to learn anything, to do anything. I simply desire to be your girlfriend in peace. Her voice softened to a near whisper, imbued with the fragility of her desperate gamble and a glimmer of hope that starkly contrasted with her earlier pleas and resolute declarations. System notification, Su Xiaotong, Little Cat, affection level, 1. Chen Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, enveloped in silence, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his phone. He listened to Little Cat's tearful promises and almost humble requests, while simultaneously perceiving the immense emotional turbulence within her. After all, he had yet to make any promises or take any action, and astonishingly, his affinity score had managed to increase slightly from a baseline of 82. Although Chen Hao was still relatively young, the burden of millions in debt had long since opened his eyes to many truths and imparted invaluable lessons. He could sense Xiao Xiaomao's aversion to the guild gatherings, her apprehension toward the affluent idlers, and her concern for her mother, all of which had coalesced into a profound reliance and fondness for him. Even though Xiao Xiaomao remained uncertain of her own appearance, having never even engaged in a video call with him, possessing only a single photo of uncertain authenticity, this connection was undeniably facilitated by the system's assessment. Her narrative echoed the classic sentiment of a sick mother, a brother attending school, and her own shattered existence. Without the system's indication of her goodwill, Chen Hao, drawing from his past encounters with various emotional dramas within the streaming realm, might have dismissed her words as mere fabrications aimed at exploiting his generosity. He understood that for Xiao Xiaomao, this was not merely a routine guild battle occurring monthly, but rather a high-stakes gamble in which the entirety of her life was the wager. A gamble placed by Su Xiaotong, the girl herself. As for her recent mention of the affluent idler, what a pathetic figure. Lacking the courage to compete with him in gifting, merely a facilitator of cashback schemes. If all went as planned, by the day after tomorrow, he would see over 40 million Do coins added to his account, equating to more than 4 million Dragon coins. Even in the S Guild's competitive landscape, the top female streamer would hesitate to claim such an outcome. For Xiao Xiaomao on the other end of the line, those fleeting seconds of silence felt interminable, akin to an entire century, laden with unbearable tension. Just as despair began to seep into her heart, Chen Hao's signature calm voice finally resonated through the receiver, each word striking her heart with profound clarity. All right, I will come the night after tomorrow. You simply need to stand on that stage and be yourself. I will handle those faces. As for your doubts about my reliability, the ones I support can only attain first place. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Hao mused that following the event, he would likely have enough cash to rent a spacious apartment, ensuring no slip-ups. There were no excessive reassurances, no fervent promises, only these succinct, imperious phrases brimming with unfathomable financial power, accompanied by an arrangement that left no room for her skepticism. First place. On the other end of the line, Xiao Xiaomao's sobs abruptly ceased, giving way to a more fervent outburst of tears, now infused with a different emotional spectrum: ecstasy, excitement, relief, and a deeper sense of reverence and affection. Woohoo! All right, brother Ma, brother Hao, I will wait for you. I will heed your every word. The night after tomorrow, I will present my best self. Having experienced that divine night, she was assured that the man on the other end would honor his promise. He had pledged himself to her, her celestial being, willing to fight on her behalf. As the call ended, she clutched her phone tightly, tears streaming down her face like an uncontrollable torrent, an expression of unbridled joy rather than despair or anxiety, an overwhelming thrill at having won her wager, and an ever-deepening infatuation with the man in Jean City, who seemed to possess boundless strength. System notification, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Xiaomao, affinity level, 5. Chen Hao observed the system's notification, filled with anticipation for Xiao Xiaomao's unwavering trust and affection, while also eager to discover the rewards awaiting him upon reaching an affinity level of 90. With this latest increment of 5 points, her affinity for him had risen to 89, just a hair's breadth away. He sensed that achieving 90 would be a significant milestone. However, given today's circumstances, surpassing the threshold after the guild battle seemed inevitable. Thus, he resumed his quest, believing that in a few hours, he would undoubtedly locate a female streamer rated above 80. One in prime condition. Immersed in his search, Chen Hao continuously refreshed the live streams. Fortunately, he had upgraded to a new phone, for otherwise, his old device would have faltered under the strain. As he scrolled through the ever-changing streams, he noted that among the 10 rooms, 7 or 8 were group broadcasts, with only sporadic appearances from other types of streams. There were many girls rated above 80 in group settings, yet without sufficient gifting, they remained indifferent, their states largely subpar. Should he bind with them, even at the system's expense, Chen Hao felt it would be a considerable loss. Suddenly, his fingers paused mid-scroll, captivated by a live stream titled Stamina Challenge, featuring a spirited duck character. The streamer, a young girl with a high ponytail clad in form-fitting workout attire, was introduced as Wei Wei. Her face was fair and unadorned, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead and cascading down her neck to her collarbone. The snug sports tee clung to her form, dampened by perspiration, accentuating her well-toned curves and incomparable physique. She was energetically performing a fast-paced dance, reminiscent of the full firepower dance he had previously witnessed from Zhu Zhu and her crew on Extreme Light 590. However, Wei Wei's rendition was decidedly more concise, vigorous, and powerful. Despite her labored breathing, her gaze remained intense. Whenever the audience's gifting waned, she would pause to hydrate. This unorthodox approach, distinct from the typical beauty and dance streamers, instantly captivated Chen Hao. Of course, the system's prompt was the primary allure. Name, Xie Yue. Age, 22. Rating, 92. Health status, normal. Affinity, 0. System notification, send 1 Do coin to bind with this streamer. At this juncture, Chen Hao had yet to realize he was about to encounter a familiar face. Chapter 37, Stamina-based dance streamer, 92 points. Chen Hao was somewhat taken aback. Among the female streamers he had previously bound, the highest rating belonged to Strawberry, who fell short of this Wei Wei by a single point. This revelation piqued his interest, prompting him to enter the live stream. Welcome, gallant brother, to our live stream. This is a stamina-based gift and dance stream. If you have a dance in mind, feel free to send the corresponding gift. At that moment, Wei Wei was taking a break, sipping water, and she quickly acknowledged the arrival of a level 57 with a purple banner effect. Chen Hao remained patient, observing the gift icons to the left of the live stream, each corresponding to various dances. Cheer Up, Duck, 15 Do coins, Full Firepower Dance. Love You, 52 Do coins, Victory Dance. Shining Stars, 99 Do coins, Snowstorm Shake. Hot Air Balloon, 520 Do coins, Unlock Long Dance. Universal Fireworks, 688 Do coins, Reset and Clear. The dance she had just performed was presumably the Cheer Up Duck, which he found quite entertaining. Before the system was implemented, Chen Hao had encountered dance streamers, yet most of them demanded exorbitant fees, often starting at the price of a heart-shaped gift. This dissuaded him from engaging, especially as he was not spending coins at the time. Currently, he had come across other physical streamers, but they were either male or had received low system ratings. It was indeed rare to find a female dance streamer with such a high score. After some contemplation, he realized that he had grown weary of the same dance routine, Firepower Unleashed, which he had watched countless times on the Aurora 590. Thus, he decided to seek a change of flavor. LV57 Gallant Young Man sends 10 Love You to Wei Wei. Wei Wei, taken aback by this unexpected generous gift, set down her water cup and sincerely expressed her gratitude to the camera. Thank you. Thank you to this gallant brother for the 10 Love You gifts. I will start dancing right away. With a tap on her controller, the music began to play, and she commenced her victory dance in a loop. System notification, Xie Yue, Wei Wei, affection level 10. Chen Hao, observing the rise in Wei Wei's affection level, felt a wave of relief wash over him. She was quite amiable. Unlike those prominent female streamers who often took ages to acknowledge a first-time gift with just a single point increase. At that moment, there were over 80 viewers in the live room, most of whom were simply enjoying the dance performance and occasionally sending small gifts, with the highest fan light sign only reaching level 8. LV7 Happy Lele, a big brother has arrived. LV29 Ice Point, big brother, how about suggesting a hot air balloon? Wei Wei's short dance is spectacular. LV23 Breakthrough, big brother, quickly send some encouragement. Let her acknowledge defeat and hang a banner. LV18, not dwelling on the past. This big brother is impressive. I would hesitate for quite a while to send over 500 coins, but he did it right away. LV28, let it be. Big brother, pursue her. Our Weiwei has yet to be pursued. LV2 user 854788. Weiwei, keep it up. The concept of pursuing refers to a common practice among physical streamers on Douyin. Generally, a gift worth a dime could compel the streamer to perform various physical tasks, such as dancing, and some live rooms even featured props like pressure boards. Typically, upon receiving a gift, the streamer was obliged to complete the corresponding task. If a streamer received too many gifts and could not fulfill the requirements, they would need to concede to the generous givers, often necessitating the display of a customized banner in the background. Common banner phrases were straightforward, such as XXX, have been pursued by Big Brother Sister XXX. Having frequented live rooms for a few months and gained some understanding of the streaming world, Chen Hao felt perplexed. After bestowing 10 love you gifts, he noticed he had ascended to the top of the current online viewer contribution leaderboard. Physical streamers typically diminish the effects of makeup and beautification. With a host as beautiful and fit as Weiwei, it was puzzling that there were nearly 100 viewers in the live room so late. Yet no prominent supporter was present. This was not merely Chen Hao's overthinking. In the streaming environment, even content-driven or entertaining streamers often had several loyal supporters. Weiwei certainly had her fair share, though they were primarily sentimental supporters who did not frequently linger in her live room, only occasionally sending substantial gifts as a show of support. The underlying reason for this was her refusal to engage in flirtation with those prominent supporters, a testament to her confidence in the content of her streams. However, this came at a cost. Despite her dedicated and hardworking streams, her income paled in comparison to those streamers who spent their time chatting in live rooms, engaging in flirtation with big supporters on WeChat. Despite the fact that those attractive streamers often had only a handful of viewers, they would occasionally have a private benefactor appear in their live rooms, assisting them in PK battles and sending significant gifts. Sometimes, it was not unusual for a single PK round to yield hundreds of thousands of sound waves. Regardless, Chen Hao was solely focused on gifting for the return of coins. Since the atmosphere was normal, he would simply continue gifting. Chen Hao shook his head, noticing that Weiwei had finished her 10 rounds of the victory dance, and he clicked on the gift bar again. LV57 gallant young man sends 10 shimmering stars to Weiwei. LV57 gallant young man sends 10 hot air balloons to Weiwei. Wow. Thank you to the gallant brother for the 10 shimmering stars and 10 hot air balloons. I haven't received so many gifts in quite a while. Weiwei's eyes lit up on screen. Her sentimental supporters seemed to be quite busy in reality and had not appeared for a week, leaving her income this month rather concerning. Seeing this new big brother send such generous gifts without imposing excessive demands truly delighted her. System notification, Xieyue, Weiwei, affection, level 5. Finally, the remaining 1.9 million Douyin coins were finding a purpose. Chen Hao glanced at the system notification, feeling a sense of joy. Despite the sweat glistening on Weiwei's brow, indicating her fatigue, she continued to execute her dance moves with unwavering precision. This sparked Chen Hao's curiosity. He was eager to discover where Weiwei's physical limits truly lay. As time elapsed, Chen Hao continued sending gifts for over an hour, having repeated everything except for the last grand fireworks gift several times. He planned to clear his Douyin coins at the appropriate moment. Weiwei was visibly more exhausted than before, struggling to maintain the standard of her dance moves. Gallant brother, I'm still short 20 blowing snow dances. I'm quite fatigued. May I take a sip of water? She picked up the towel from the table, wiped her sweat. Her smile slightly weary, yet radiantly bright. LV57 gallant young man. No worries. Take a break and hydrate when you're tired. For Chen Hao, pursuing Weiwei and hanging a banner was not of paramount importance. It would be troublesome if she genuinely exhausted herself and her affection level dropped. After all, she would naturally plead for mercy when she could no longer continue, and a brief pause for a sip of water was inconsequential. Weiwei felt grateful for his understanding. He was one of the few considerate big brothers she had encountered during her 2 months of streaming. Many would not permit her to stop for water unless she agreed to fulfill certain requests. System notification, Xieyue, Weiwei, affection, level 1. At that moment, Chen Hao had spent a total of 130,000 Douyin coins in Weiwei's live room. While it was not a significant sum for him, her affection level had risen to 21. If she were a more traditional physical streamer, such an expenditure might have already led to her waving a white flag in surrender. Chen Hao had been watching for over an hour and genuinely admired her stamina. Unbeknownst to him, Weiwei was actually a senior at the Beijing Sports University and a campus beauty, originally a long-distance runner. Though her academic performance did not place her in the top 10 of her class, she was still considered outstanding. In terms of endurance, she likely surpassed the majority of streamers. LV7 Happy Lele. Big brother is incredibly strong. LV29 Ice Point. Wei Wei is so lucky today to encounter such an easygoing big brother. LV23 Breakthrough. Gallant brother, if you think Wei Wei dances well, you can come often to watch. LV18 Not dwelling on the past. It seems Wei Wei is nearing her limit. I doubt she can handle many more encouragement gifts. LV28 Let it be. Finally, we might see Wei Wei hang a banner, huh? At that moment, Chen Hao suddenly noticed a unique entrance effect. A verdant dragon spiraled into the live broadcast room as a glittering ID materialized within. Wei Wei, who had just taken a sip of water, appeared to recognize this ID, her brow furrowing slightly, yet she feigned normalcy as she extended a welcome, esteemed gentlemen of leisure, to the live stream. Chapter 38. The Provocation of the Gentleman of Leisure. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes. He had heard this ID mentioned by Xiao Xiao Cat just over an hour ago. However, with the multitude of individuals sharing the same name on Douyin, he intended to peruse the profile of this gentleman of leisure to avoid any misunderstandings. Yet, before Chen Hao could click into his personal page, the barrage of messages he sent to the public screen had already served as his self-affirmation. LV62 Gentleman of Leisure. Oh, ISNT this brother angry horse? Instead of preparing for your little cat's guild battle, you've come to flirt with a new sister, have you? Chen Hao was nearly amused to the point of irritation. He had intended to confront him during the guild battle, yet fate had led him to encounter him directly this evening. LV57 Angry Horse. What are you even? In Hangqing. Within the office of a machinery manufacturing plant, Tian Yong was engrossed in the live broadcast, the screen displaying Wei Wei's stream. Upon witnessing Angry Horse's retort, the smirk that had adorned his face froze. He was indeed the holder of the Gentleman of Leisure account, recently burdened with an urgent order. He had been urging his workers to toil tirelessly, without any hope of overtime pay. What, Sumi? I have plenty of means and time to drag this out with you. If you're unwilling to work, there are countless others who will. Besides, even if arbitration were to favor you after 2 or 3 years, I can afford to wait. Can your workers survive without food and drink during that time? Can they sustain such a burden? Crucially, he could use the pretext of supervising factory operations to avoid returning home. Each night, he could seek out various charming sisters to nurture his affections, retreating to a foot massage parlor for a night's rest, thus evading the wrath of his domestic tyrant. Upon entering the live stream tonight, he blatantly disregarded Wei Wei's emotionally charged welcome and directly accessed the viewer contribution leaderboard. Let us see, 130,000 votes. Impressive indeed. Angry Horse. What a narrow path of fate. You can take the woman I don't want, but you dare to snatch the one I have my sights set on. Thus, his initial provocative comment was born. He had been eyeing Wei Wei for a month. Her beauty and figure were unrivaled, entirely to his taste. To his dismay, after splurging hundreds of thousands on gifts, Wei Wei merely reciprocated with a follow and expressed her gratitude. Not only did she fail to send any private messages regarding her outfit, short videos, or voice chats to flirt, she didn't even add him on WeChat. This left Tian Yong feeling quite vexed. She was deviating from the expected script. It was no wonder she lacked a guardian brother. This girl simply did not understand the nuances of live streaming. That was his line of thought. Today, after a week's absence, he returned, believing that such a proud streamer required a gentle reprimand, a bit of time in the proverbial sun. If she were a beauty focused on conversation, he would remain silent in the stream. However, this dancer, who required gifts to perform, was far easier to manipulate. LV62 Gentleman of Leisure sends Wei Wei a cheered duck x100. LV62 Gentleman of Leisure, the young lad is quite audacious. I'm busy today, but in a few days, I'll show you what it means to have layers beyond layers. LV62 Gentleman of Leisure, Wei Wei, let us add some exercise to your routine. I happen to hear about this soft-hearted little horse. Perhaps it LL shower you with fireworks for a clean sweep. Wei Wei's face turned pale upon seeing the gift notification. A whole 100 cheer ducks. This signified that she needed to complete 100 high-intensity dances immediately. If it had been at the start of the broadcast, or if Angry Horse had arrived earlier, things would have been manageable, but now her stamina was truly depleted. After all, Angry Horse had requested several lengthy dances that drained her energy. Just as she managed to rest for a few minutes, her legs were still trembling slightly. Gazing at the daunting reminder of 100 repetitions, she felt on the verge of tears. Thank you for the 100 cheer ducks, Gentleman of Leisure. Though she felt compelled to express gratitude for the gift, her face bore no trace of joy. She was acutely aware of the implications of seeking this man's favor. And after a deep breath, she commenced her dance. After more than 10 minutes, with only 10 dances left to complete, another gift notification suddenly appeared. LV62 Gentleman of Leisure sends Wei Wei a cheered duck x100. In the midst of her dance, Wei Wei faltered momentarily, visibly flustered. LV62 Gentleman of Leisure, continue. This sequence repeated twice, and after laboring through 220 dances, she found herself struggling to endure. Gentlemen of leisure, please, not like this. I truly cannot continue. It's too much. After much deliberation, she resolved to concede. Her stamina was genuinely insufficient, and persisting further would jeopardize her health. What if I hang a banner to concede? I yield. Is that acceptable? I truly cannot go on. The gentleman of leisure appeared to be anticipating this moment, leisurely typing a response. LV62 Gentleman of leisure. A banner? A concession? Haha. You need not dance if you prefer. Simple enough. After the stream, I'll provide you with an address. You can come meet me in person. The frivolity and veiled threat in his words were unmistakable, seemingly coercing Wei Wei into acquiescing to an offline meeting, with the ultimate aim, of course, being to consummate their encounter behind closed curtains. Upon reading this message, Wei Wei's expression shifted from embarrassment to indignation. The pallor of exhaustion on her face suddenly flushed with color. She inhaled deeply and resumed her dance, albeit with movements that were increasingly unrefined and rigid. At this moment, the public comments grew increasingly furious. Though many were merely spectators, they had, by default, become fans of Wei Wei. LV7 Lele happy. This is outrageous. What if something happens while she dances? LV15 Little Bug. This person is utterly despicable. Threatening her life? Can I report this? LV23 Breaking Cocoon. That gentleman of leisure caused quite a scene last time he came. Wei Wei ended up taking 3 days off after that. LV29 Ice Point. I used all my tickets from that incident. I spent 5,000 on fireworks to save Wei Wei, but it was still futile. This scoundrel replenished after clearing them. LV18 Not remembering the past. What can we do? She won to even agree to hang a banner. Does anyone have a way to save Wei Wei? LV28 Let it be. Angry Horse. Brother, are you still here? Please, save Wei Wei. LV2 User 854788. Is there a deity passing by? Please save Wei Wei. Chen Hao observed the comments on the public screen, fully aware of what would transpire. Yet he remained silent. The reason was simple. He had discovered that genuine gratitude from the host was the best catalyst for increasing affection. After witnessing the 100 cheered ducks from the gentleman of leisure, he could easily surmise the latter's intentions. With such a person aiding his rise in favor, he couldn't be more pleased. Chen Hao had initially planned to intervene before Wei Wei sought his assistance or agreed to some demands from the gentleman of leisure. However, he was taken aback by the girl's fortitude. Seeing her struggle to keep dancing, he decided it was time to act. LV57 Angry Horse sends Wei Wei a myriad fireworks X1. LV57 Fresh Attire and Angry Horse. Wealthy idler, bullying a physically strong streamer. Do you think you're quite impressive? Huh. Take a break, streamer. At this moment, Wei Wei finally exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping her sweat as she forced herself to express her gratitude to Chen Hao. Thank you. Thank you, brother Angry Horse. System notification. Wei Wei, affection, level 5. Just as I thought. Chen Hao observed the live stream, where Wei Wei, finally able to take a breather, was bent over with her hands on her knees, gasping for air, and felt a sense of relief. The change in Wei Wei's affection level undoubtedly reaffirmed his thoughts. Meanwhile, far away in Hangzhou, Tianyong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The bait has been taken. Chapter 39. The Grand Fireworks Battle. Go, Duck Army. Tianyong was not a fool. Such overt and obvious so-called hints or threats could not be explicitly made in the live stream. A streamer who might privately agree would never do so in front of all the viewers. Of course, if she truly agreed, Tianyong would merely laugh it off, pretending he was joking. If he dared to go through with it, he might very well find himself in legal trouble. What he desired was for Wei Wei to persist. As long as the current top player, Fresh Attire and Angry Horse, had not departed, it indicated hesitation. And as long as Fresh Attire and Angry Horse could not resist sending fireworks, he was confident he could provoke his opponent, causing them to expend a significant amount of funds today. This way, when the Guild War arrived in 2 days, his burden would be considerably lighter. That would be the real opportunity for him to strike. And as for this Wei Wei, if he couldn't have her, so be it. There were plenty of other girls on Douyin. He wasn't missing out on just one. LV62 Wealthy Idler sends Wei Wei a Duck Army X10. LV62 Wealthy Idler. Continue. Fresh Attire and Angry Horse. I'll send 10 at a time. Let us see if you can keep sending fireworks. Wei Wei had just recovered a bit and initially wanted to thank Chen Hao again, but upon seeing the reappearing Duck Army, her expression soured. However, since she had set the rules, she could not violate them. She moved her somewhat cramped calves and clicked on the music to start dancing. The other fans and viewers in the bullet comments could no longer bear it and began to berate the Wealthy Idler, with some even hoping Wei Wei would just end the stream. LV29 Ice Point. Wealthy Idler, you're really not a decent person. LV7 Happy Lele. This is too much. Wei Wei, just end the stream. LV15 Little Bug. Right. End the stream. If you want to roll, then roll. No one would think it wrong to roll on someone like this. LV23 breaking cocoon ice point, directly cursing a player over 60 levels high. LV29 ice point, breaking cocoon, doesn't he have the guts to come through the internet and fight me? LV29 ice point, fresh attire and angry horse. Don't engage with this fool. He is just consuming your resources. It's not worth it. Chen Hao looked at the provocative comments from the wealthy idler on the screen, then glanced at Wei Wei's helpless expression and let out a scoff. He had come today to spend his remaining Douyin coins. That was system money, and he felt no regret. Initially, he had considered clearing it all near midnight. Although it would seem odd to spend 180,000 Douyin coins all at once, given the prior groundwork, it could be somewhat justified. However, now he found himself fortuitously assisted by the self-important wealthy idler, rationalizing his expenses. Not only did he consume the Douyin coins efficiently, but he also boosted Wei Wei's affection level and struck a blow to this scoundrel. It was a perfect trifecta. Nothing could be more splendid. LV57 fresh attire and angry horse sends Wei Wei a grand fireworks X1. LV57 fresh attire and angry horse. Wei Wei, no need to dance. Take a sip of water and rest. Wealthy idler, keep it coming. For every few you send, I'll send a few. Ha ha ha, young one. Do you think you can outplay me? Seeing the grand fireworks and Chen Hao's comments, Tian Yong, mistakenly believing he had successfully provoked them, happily sent another 10 duck armies. LV62 wealthy idler sends Wei Wei a duck army X10. LV62 wealthy idler, oh. Let me see how grand your little cat-esque guardian truly is. LV57 fresh attire and angry horse sends Wei Wei a grand fireworks X1. LV57 fresh attire and angry horse. Just pocket money, enough to drown you. LV62 wealthy idler sends Wei Wei a duck army X10. LV62 wealthy idler. Then continue. Don't be timid. LV57 fresh attire and angry horse sends Wei Wei a grand fireworks X1. LV57 fresh attire and angry horse. Afraid you'll be timid? The two participants exchanged gifts continuously in the live stream, and Wei Wei even ceased to thank the wealthy idler for his gifts. She pulled up a stool to sit in front of the camera, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Chen Hao. Thank you. I am truly grateful to you. Brother Angry Horse. Brother Angry Horse. If you feel it's not worth it, you can stop at any time. I can still hold on. At this moment, she was also trying to regain her strength. After all, 150 Douyin coins for 688 Douyin coins was a deal that could not be ignored. If Chen Hao decided it wasn't worth it and left, she would still have to endure by herself. The viewers in the live stream were also astonished, witnessing the two exchange insults while sending gifts, feeling they had never encountered such an absurd scene. LV7 Happy Lele, wow. Brother Angry Horse is incredibly powerful. How many has he sent? LV15 Little Bug. I counted. So far, there have been 158 grand fireworks. 159. 160. LV23 breaking cocoon. My goodness. How many minutes has it been? They've already sent out 4 carnivals. LV29 Ice Point. Brother Angry Horse is phenomenal. Slap that pretentious fool in the face. What wealthy idler. I see him as both foolish and idle. LV18 not dwelling on the past. Over 200 already. And still sending more. LV28 going with the flow, fresh attire and angry horse. From today onwards, you are my big brother. LV2 user 854788. 300 already. My heavens. User LV29 Ice Point shared the live stream. Originally sitting in front of the camera, her ample bosom rising and falling as she worked to rest and recover her strength. Preparing to continue enduring, Wei Wei was now utterly stunned. Her large, luminous eyes blinked in disbelief, filled with shock. Her small mouth slightly parted, revealing a hint of her delicate pink tongue between her pearly teeth. Her mind momentarily blank. She even forgot to thank Chen Hao. The entire live stream was filled with the background music and the constant display of exploding grand fireworks effects. New viewers continued to enter the live stream through the shared link, witnessing this bizarre scene, joining the chorus of discussion in the comments. LV9 Earthling. What is happening in this live stream? LV1 Extremely happy. I'm seeing a showdown between two big brothers. LV42 Snail. 10 duck armies for 1 grand fireworks? Is such a poor deal even worth it? LV22 Pure White Little One. I wish I had money too. To show off like that. They're saying they've sent nearly 1,000 already? Is that real? LV37 Spicy Fries. Looking at the contribution value, it's already 1,000,000 music waves. Utterly absurd. LV13 Little Rainy Day. This brother fresh attire and angry horse is incredible. Is this what a tycoon is like? Is this what a tycoon is like? Wei Wei couldn't help but marvel in her heart. In Hangzhou, Tian Yang's smile gradually stiffened. In principle, by now, he should have felt elated, having successfully spent a staggering 1.4 million Dou coins on Chen Hao. Yet, a sense of joy eluded him. This was because he himself had already expended 300 0.000 do coins. Such a colossal sum, in the past, would have sufficed to secure a top 3 position for his favored female streamer during the monthly guild battles in the Qingkong Guild. Was this extravagant display of flamboyance a form of madness? Had he truly sent out 10 carnival ducks just to cheer someone on? At this moment, he found it increasingly difficult to discern whether it was he who had lost his composure or if it was Chen Hao who had succumbed to folly. Chapter 40. The fortuitous idle rich man ensnared by the cheer duck. As midnight approached, the fortuitous idle rich man had ceased sending out cheer ducks in multiples of 10. However, even a solitary duck sent his way was met with a barrage of grand fireworks from the opposing side. Damn it! Am I merely a tool to boost the streamer's favor? Is your money conjured from thin air? Tian Yong, seated in the office of Hangzhou, couldn't help but curse aloud. Little did he know, just hours prior, another individual not far from him in Huqing had uttered the same words. Of course, Chen Hao wholeheartedly agreed with his initial sentiment. For, compared to the early moments of showering fireworks, Wei Wei's favor towards him had escalated from a mere 26 points to an impressive 52 points. The threshold of 60 points was now within reach. Had he not grown desensitized to the gifts later on, perhaps it could have risen even higher. It was not just Wei Wei, even the audience, bombarding the chat with comments, seemed numb to the spectacle. LV-15 little bug. How many has it been? LV-9 earthling. Unclear, too many to count. LV-29 ice point. At least 2,000 fireworks by now. LV-7 happy Lele. I've never seen so many fireworks in my life. LV-23 breaking cocoon. I reckon it's not his financial prowess that limits Angry Horse, but rather the endurance of his fingers. LV-42 snail. Ice point. It's more than that, at least 2,500. LV-29 ice point. Fortuitous idle rich man. Are you still in the game? Weren't you supposed to exchange 10 ducks for 1 firework? How long have you been sending them one by one? The fortuitous idle rich man was indeed at his wit's end. With less than 10 minutes until midnight, the cheer ducks vanished. Tian Yong, gazing at the Dogecoin recharge interface on his phone, was so incensed that he nearly smashed his device. The tickets he had prepared for the guild battle were now all depleted. Flamboyance, was it? I'll remember you. In 2 days. I will make it my mission to obliterate you. Having fully succumbed to rage, he resolved to utilize the deposit from the new project in 2 days. I refuse to believe that you can churn out infinite funds online. Following that, he left without a word, exiting the live stream and shutting down Douyin. As the second-ranked individual disappeared from the viewer list, the live broadcast fell silent for a few seconds before the chat erupted in a frenzy. LV-29 ice point. We won. Angry Horse is amazing. He drove that foolish, idle rich man away. LV-15 little bug. My goodness. Angry Horse, you're my hero. How many fireworks was that? Over 1.9 million in sound waves. LV-9 earthling. I'm in awe. Completely in awe. Angry Horse, from now on, you are a deity in my heart, single-handedly preventing him from funding further. LV-7 happy Lele. Now that's what a big brother looks like. Not to bully, but to protect the streamer from such outrageous harassment. Angry Horse, I'm your biggest fan. LV-23 breaking cocoon. What does Angry Horse's family do? Do they truly have mountains of gold and silver? LV-42 snail. Never imagined that cheer ducks and grand fireworks could generate over 2 million sound waves. LV-18 no looking back. Fortuitous idle rich man. Stunned, are we? Couldn't he pull off the act and ended up getting played? Angry Horse is the true wealthy elite. LV-28 go with the flow. No looking back. He has already gone. Let us not kick a man when he has down. Doge meme. LV2 user 854788. This live stream has been incredibly thrilling tonight. Angry Horse is magnificent. The streamer has worked hard too. LV29 ice point. I didn't notice earlier. Congratulations to Angry Horse for leveling up. The entire screen was inundated with comments such as Angry Horse is amazing. Big Brother is formidable. And congratulations on leveling up, Big Brother. Everyone was immersed in the victorious euphoria of Chen Hao's overwhelming triumph over the fortuitous idle rich man. Before the camera, although she had regained some stamina, Wei Wei remained in a state of glistening perspiration. Her slender athletic t-shirt was thoroughly soaked. Yet the fatigue on her face had been replaced by excitement and astonishment. At this moment, she paid no heed to the disheveled strands of hair dampened by sweat on her forehead. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. Then, she bowed deeply and sincerely to the camera. Thank you. I am truly, truly grateful to you, Angry Horse. Wei Wei's voice trembled slightly from breathlessness and excitement, tinged with a strong nasal tone, yet each word was clear and powerful. I genuinely don't know what I would have done without you today. I understand how costly those fireworks are, and it's truly generous of you to spend so much on me. As she spoke, her voice began to quiver. Lifting her head, she found that tears had mixed with the sweat on her face. I am immensely thankful to you. This kindness, I, Xie Yui, shall forever remember. Having just finished her sentence, she seemed to recall something, hastily retrieving the fireworks she had prepared. Boom. As the fireworks erupted, she joyfully exclaimed, I was so astonished earlier that I forgot to congratulate Angry Horse on reaching level 58. I am immensely grateful to you tonight. Not only did you come to my rescue, but you also helped me level up. Simply put, you are incredibly impressive. LV58 Flamboyant Angry Horse sent Wei Douyin number 1x3. Chen Hao promptly spent the remaining 30,000 Do coins, succinctly typing a brief message. LV58 Flamboyant Angry Horse, no need for thanks. Rest well, I'm off. Wei appeared momentarily taken aback. She had never before been signed off with Douyin number 1. As for Chen Hao's concise reply, she was not surprised. Rather, it felt entirely appropriate. Indeed, a true big brother should communicate so succinctly. Thank you for the 3 Douyin number 1s, Angry Horse. She excitedly seized the firework once more and set it off within the live stream. However, at that moment, Chen Hao had already exited the broadcast. A true man, when it's time to leave, departs without hesitation, at most lingering at the door. He glanced at the increment of 1 point in Wei's favorability and smiled contentedly. After a few seconds, Wei expressed her gratitude to the other viewers who had been waiting in the live stream before concluding the broadcast. On Chen Hao's end, he received a WeChat QR code from Wei via private message. Upon adding her as a friend, he was somewhat astonished. For this WeChat nickname was simply Yui, and the profile picture was a scenic photograph, not the typical streamer-s WeChat, but rather her personal account. Wei quickly sent a message, her tone sincere yet measured. Yui, hello Angry Horse. I am truly grateful to you today. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Rest assured, I am not the type to use WeChat to maintain connections with big brothers for gifts. I simply feel that a life-saving grace should be acknowledged. Though it may not be much, it is indeed heartfelt. Yui, WeChat red envelope, 888 yuan. Chen Hao regarded the message and the red envelope sent by the girl on the other end, seemingly devoid of any ambiguous implications. He held a certain admiration for Wei and finally comprehended why, despite being a female streamer with a remarkable system rating of 92, she had not secured her older brother's protection. However, at this moment, his emotions were rather convoluted. It was the first time he had received a red envelope from a girl. Should he accept it or not? If he accepted, would it tarnish his image? Yet, he genuinely desired it. After some internal struggle, Chen Hao decisively clicked to claim it. Chen Hao, no need for formality. It's merely a trivial gesture. If you don't accept the red envelope, it might lead to unnecessary speculation. I can always send you gifts in the live stream later. After sending this message, Chen Hao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly typed another inquiry. Chen Hao, by the way, I noticed that entrance effect from that idle person. It looks quite impressive. Do you know what it is? Wei, upon reading Chen Hao's message, appeared visibly astonished. Could it be that this older brother had only recently begun watching live streams? Was he so new that he had yet to understand the skins? That would be incredibly impressive. Chapter 41, The Dragon Knight. Nevertheless, Wei would certainly not broach such a topic herself. Instead, she patiently explained to Chen Hao, I know about that entrance effect. It's not merely an effect, but a special identity skin called the Dragon Knight. It can be unlocked during specific events or after accumulating a certain amount of recharge within a designated period. Once you unlock this skin, you can send some truly extravagant gifts that can only be given while wearing it. It serves multiple functions and is essentially a mark of a wealthy individual. You can access the gifts section, where there is a mysterious shop. It should indicate whether you have unlocked it. Chen Hao understood. This was, in fact, a symbol of identity and a credential for unlocking special gifts. Chen Hao got it. I'll look into it and log off for now. He had indeed not seen this entrance effect before, and the reason was quite simple. The live streams he frequented, such as Qing Kong 004, where Xiao Cat was, had never hosted such affluent individuals. However, after a few minutes, he speculated that perhaps someone had come by, but most likely wearing a mysterious skin. This was because he discovered not only that he had unlocked the Dragon Knight skin and others like the Rose Duke, but also that he had inexplicably completed a challenge in an event called Glory Journey. Within it, he had received numerous rewards, including a mysterious outfit, an invisibility feature, and a full moon emblem that followed his level icon. The mysterious outfit and invisibility feature were temporarily useless to him, as his primary focus was to either accumulate money or enhance his favor with female streamers. Essentially, he was there to show off, and he would not want the recipients of his gifts to be uncertain of their origin. The full moon emblem, however, showcased his spending activity. This emblem was categorized into new moon, crescent moon, and full moon. The more complete the moon, the higher the user's spending activity. Wearing the skin, Chen Hao exited Douyin and let out a long sigh. Damn, why does it feel like the Douyin I used before was a mere incomplete version? I guess I need to spend enough to unlock the full edition, right? He then glanced at his balance of Universal Dragon coins on his phone. All right. Combined with what Weiwei sent over, I have a total of 26,000, plus what I expect to earn tomorrow and the day after. It should be sufficient for a complete makeover. By then, whether in videos or offline meetings, I won't have to worry about revealing my true self. He routinely replied to Zhou Zhou and the others with greetings, corrected their homework, and commented on their daring outfits for the day. Then, filled with anticipation for the upcoming guild battle in 2 days, Chen Hao fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, after Chen Hao had washed up and sat at the edge of his bed, he gazed at the 28 million Douyin coins in his balance with a forlorn expression. How the hell am I supposed to spend this reasonably? If I throw money around, won't people think I'm a fool? He opened Douyin Live and spent half an hour browsing various streams, still at a loss. In the end, he steeled himself and clicked into a stream that had just refreshed. A dragon entered the live room from the right side of the screen, and the ID Fresh Clothes and Galloping Horse appeared in the entrance prompt. In the live stream, Song Chinga was strumming a guitar and singing, oblivious to her surroundings. Continuing with the song requested by her fans, she wore a light beige long dress, her long black hair elegantly styled, exuding an aura of both purity and exquisite beauty. She seemed to embody the white moonlight of everyone's school days. Under normal circumstances, in a typical live stream, if a wealthy individual entered on a dragon, the host would certainly need to extend a welcome. However, Song Chinga was different. She was a renowned musical prodigy on Douyin. In less than 2 years since her debut, she had released 3 albums and even starred in a wildly popular web drama, consistently attracting an audience of over 30 to 40,000 viewers. Hosts of her caliber generally do not specifically welcome affluent guests, as such occurrences happen every few minutes. Just looking at her audience contribution leaderboard, the top 10 were all distinguished individuals, ranging from level 68 to level 42. The viewers themselves paid little attention in such a grand live stream. They had grown numb to the entrance effects. This live stream was abuzz with viewers and fans continuously sending small gifts. Various popularity tickets and hearts flooded the screen, while every few moments, dazzling star gifts sparkled. Chen Hao took a look at the System S rating. Name, Song Chinga. Age, 23. Rating, 95. Health status, normal. Favorability, 0. System prompt, send 1 Douyin coin to bind with this streamer. Chen Hao had followed her since he began using Douyin several months ago, although he rarely tuned in. After all, in such a live stream, a passerby viewer had no sense of presence, merely watching. He knew that even if he hadn't spent much, he was still a well-known viewer in Qingkong 004. Occasionally, sending a few hearts while grabbing red envelopes would earn him a word of thanks from the hosts. Air Mao and Xiao Xiao Cat. In this space, he felt utterly insignificant. Finally, as the song concluded, Song Chinga set down her guitar and greeted the audience in the live stream. Thank you all for your encouragement. This song is dedicated to Sister Little Vinegar. Wishing you smooth sailing in the future. For those who want to request songs, please type the titles in the chat, and I'll sing the one with the most votes shortly. With the song's end, the already non-stop gifts surged even faster. LV58 Fresh Clothes and Galloping Horse sent Song Chinga a diamond sports car X1. Among the multitude of special gifts, Chen Hao's gift also emerged. The diamond sports car was something he had discovered while researching the gift section yesterday. It cost 300 Douyin coins more than the ordinary sports car, which he had already unlocked. Not only the sports car, but also the Diamond Carnival, Diamond Rocket, Diamond Hot Air Balloon, and the newly unlocked Eternal Diamond and Golden Rose were among the gifts he could send, all of which he had unlocked after reaching a certain level of spending. However, despite sending the gifts, aside from a few fans thanking him on behalf of the host, Song Chinga simply kept saying thank you to the camera and did not even mention Chen Hao's ID. Watching his favorability remain stagnant left Chen Hao feeling somewhat helpless. He had initially been reluctant to send gifts to major streamers because he believed the cost-effectiveness was too low, having encountered and received numerous extravagant gifts. The challenge of elevating the affection level to 60 appears daunting. However, today, armed with 20 million Dou coins, he is determined to give it a try. LV58 Gallant Knight presents to Song Chinga the Dragon Rider X10. This gift can only be unlocked while donning the Dragon Rider skin, priced at 30,000 Dou coins each, akin to that of a carnival. Additionally, there exists the Urban Ranger at 10,000 Dou coins and the Dragon Hunter at 20,000 Dou coins. Suddenly, a magnificent azure dragon materializes, unleashing a ferocious roar towards the ranger standing amidst the urban jungle. Subsequently, the dragon soars through the sky, with the ranger riding majestically upon its head. Most notably, this special effect is accompanied by a tremor, making it impossible for anyone within the live stream to overlook it, as even their phones vibrate fervently. Regulars on Douyin live streams fondly refer to this gift as the Great Dragon. Song Chinga herself is evidently taken aback. as it is rare for someone to initiate with 10 dragons right off the bat. She had completely overlooked Chen Hao's diamond-encrusted sports car moments ago. Thank you. Thank you to this gallant knight for the 10 magnificent dragons. Are you a new friend? I appreciate your support. It's truly generous. Her tone is warm, yet devoid of the exuberance typical of smaller streamers. Curiosity begins to ripple through the comments. LV46 one lie, gallant knight? A new face. And starting with 10 dragons? LV32 drowning fish. The name sounds quite chivalrous. He seems rather formidable. LV19 sunflower seed. What the? Gallant knight? What brings you here? Chapter 42. 100 dragons, bidding farewell to the past. Sunflower Seed is a veteran viewer of the Qingkong 004 livestream and a fan of Song Qingge's. Typically, when the group broadcasts he follows are inactive, he indulges in Song Qingge's melodies and feasts his eyes. To his surprise, he encounters Chen Hao here, which visibly stirs his excitement. LV19 Sunflower Seed. Gallant knight, I heard there's a guild war tomorrow. Did Xiao Miao mention it to you before you left yesterday? LV19 Sunflower Seed. Gallant knight, we're all rooting for you. You must ensure Xiao Miao emerges victorious. Regrettably, the barrage of comments in Song Qingge's livestream refreshes at a pace too swift for Chen Hao to catch his words. His attention is fixated on the system's affection level notification. System notification. Song Qingge's affection level. 5. 30,000 dragon coins, 300,000 sound waves, and yet, starting from 0, it has only risen by 5 points? Chen Hao is astounded. He had anticipated that showering gifts upon a major streamer would yield a lower cost-performance ratio. Yet he did not foresee it would be this dismally low. Glancing at the audience contribution leaderboard, he finds himself ranked 3rd. By the way, gallant knight, you may not be aware, but in my live stream, gifting a carnival or equivalent value gift allows you to jump the queue to request songs. You have contributed the most so far. Do you have a song you wish to hear? Please feel free to type it in the chat. Given that he has just gifted 300,000 sound waves, Song Qingge promptly reminds him, noticing his silence. Chen Hao ponders for a moment and types a line of text. LV58 Gallant Knight, play Someone Like Me. Song Qingge is certainly familiar with this song. She nods and picks up her guitar once more. Thus, this song Someone Like Me is dedicated to Gallant Knight, wishing you a radiant life. As her fingers dance across the guitar strings, a melodious tune resonates. Someone as exceptional as I should have shown throughout life. How is it that after more than 20 years, I still drift amidst the crowd? Song Qingge's ethereal voice fills the air, transmitted through a top-notch sound card to the ears of every viewer in the livestream. Chen Hao listens, his emotions tangled. Over the past few months, he has often found solace in this song, feeling as though the lyrics resonate with his own experiences. Someone as astute as I should have long bid farewell to innocence. Yet still, I traded a piece of my heart for a body adorned with scars. His choice of this song is, in his subconscious, a desire to bid farewell to his self-pitying past, to embrace the future. The time has come for me to truly live a brilliant life. Reflecting on this, Chen Hao opens the gift bar. As he listens to the song, he incessantly taps the dragon icon on his screen, maintaining an unbroken combo. He intends to complete the entire song as a ceremonial farewell to his past. LV58 Gallant Knight presents to Song Qingge, the Dragon Rider X1. X2 X5 X10 X50 X100 X20 X300400. Congratulations to user, Gallant Knight, who has just successfully leveled up to LV62. As the combo count of the Dragon Rider gifts escalates, viewers begin to find it challenging to hear Song Qingge's voice. All that reverberates in their ears is the relentless dragon roars and the incessant vibrations from their phones since the song's onset. LV8 Wang, Ashui, wow. How many dragons now? LV46 one lie. My heavens, he is still tapping. Over 100 now. LV32 Drowning Fish. More than 200. What is the highest combo in Qingge's livestream? LV51 Potato Stewed with Carrots. I remember the highest was 300 for the carnival. Wow. A record-breaking moment. LV59 Heartfelt. 400 dragons. Didn't he enter at a lower level than me? LV43 Zhang Shanshan. My phone is already numb from the vibrations. It's my first time seeing the Great Dragon effect, and I'm getting a bit tired of it. LV2A Cat. My goodness. This is the first time my phone has vibrated like this in my life. I'm tempted to relocate my phone. LV15 Dodo. A cat, dear sister. Care to elaborate on where you place it to vibrate like that? LV7 Wheat Loses. Gallant Knight. Do you need any leg ornaments? The kind that shouts 666. If not, would you consider adopting an internet son? LV19 Sunflower Seed. Gallant Knight, you're amazing. Unparalleled, Gallant Knight. But do remember to save some for the guild war. Laughing and crying JPG Song Qingge was initially deeply engrossed in her performance. Yet the overwhelming dragon roars in the live stream rendered her nearly unable to hear her own voice in the earpiece. Upon opening her eyes, aside from Chen Hao's continuous level-up notifications, all she sees are the effects of the Great Dragon. The most crucial part is that the combo count of gifts continues to rise. Overwhelmed by the astonishment, she eventually struggles to find the original melody. The guitar emits peculiar tones from her trembling hands, but fortunately, her foundational skills prevail, allowing her to finish the song with great effort. After a brief moment of distraction, Songqinga suddenly snaps back to reality. Her cheeks flush with intense emotion, spreading to the tips of her ears. She hastily sets down her guitar and stands, bowing deeply to the camera. This gesture is exceedingly rare in Songqinga's livestream. Thank you so much. She lifts her head, her previously clear voice now significantly elevated. Her hands instinctively clasped at her chest. Thank you, gallant knight. I am truly, truly grateful for your support. 400 dragons. I have never seen anything like it. This is the most astonishing and grand gift I have ever received. It is simply beyond belief. So many gifts weigh heavily upon me. I genuinely find myself at a loss for words. It seems that the latter part of the performance was slightly out of tune, and I sincerely apologize, dear brother Nuoma. Would you like me to sing it for you again? Speaking of singing off-key, her already slightly flushed face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. LV62 fresh attire and galloping steed. No need, it's quite pleasant as it is. Upon seeing Chen Hao's response, Songqinga let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly continued. Thank you for your kind words, brother Nuoma. However, since you've been so generous, I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. Perhaps this, if you have some free time, I could have my assistant reach out to you so we can exchange private contact information. After my broadcast, if it's convenient for you. My team and I would love to arrange a meeting to express our gratitude personally. Would that be acceptable? System notification, Songqinga's favorability rating increased by 15. As Chen Hao observed the rise in favorability indicated by the system, he furrowed his brow slightly. The cost-effectiveness of large streamers truly leaves much to be desired. Having spent 12 million in gifts, the favorability only increased by 15 points. LV62 fresh attire and galloping steed. Alright, I'm off then. With that, Chen Hao exited the live stream, intending to head downstairs for lunch and to stretch his legs. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Songqinga and the audience were left in a state of bewilderment as they watched Chen Hao, who had suddenly vanished from the top of the leaderboard. LV8 Wang Ashui. Yes, leaving just like that? LV46 Wen Lai. Incredible. LV32 Drowned Fish. Is this what a wealthy patron does? Appearing and disappearing like a phantom? LV19 Melon Seed. True to brother Nuoma's style, he gifts and then departs. After a few moments of confusion, Songqinga noticed the audience discussing Chen Hao and quickly took control of the situation. Once again, I express my gratitude for brother Nuoma's gifts. As you all have seen, today has been truly extraordinary, and my current state isn't quite suitable for singing. Therefore, I will take a moment to compose myself in the makeup room. Please give me 10 minutes, during which, feel free to type in the songs you'd like to hear. With that, she hurriedly stood up, leaving the camera to enter a small conference room nearby. Inside, her studio team of 5 or 6 members was busily engaged with their phones and laptops. Some were examining Chen Hao's account details. Others were scouring the internet for information related to this ID, and a few were even on the phone with Douyin's liaison staff, inquiring further. What do you all think? This is highly unusual. A patron suddenly appearing to gift 400 dragon tokens. What could his intentions be? Surely, he cannot merely enjoy my singing. Chapter 43, The Million Token Surge. The Restless Female Streamers. Songqinga had confidence in her charm, yet she was not blindly self-assured. As a prominent streamer who had been in the industry for nearly 2 years, having even established her own studio and team, the undercurrents of this world were not entirely foreign to her. She was well aware that no one would simply bestow hundreds of thousands of dollars without any prior connection. However, no one could answer her questions. At least, within those fleeting minutes, no one had managed to uncover the details about fresh attire and galloping steed. Qinga, has he added you yet? A woman who appeared slightly older set down her phone and sat beside Songqinga. This was her sister, Song Qingying, who also served as her manager. He has added me. I inquired about him, but Songqinga furrowed her brows, displaying her phone's screen to her sister. Mr. Fresh Attire and Galloping Steed, I am truly grateful for your generous support tonight. 400 dragon tokens are simply astounding, and our entire team is in awe. May I ask if you were previously a fan of mine? Or do you have any music-related projects that you feel align with my style? If it's convenient, I would be delighted to express my thanks in person. Song Qingying nodded, proud of her sister. The gratitude was sincere, devoid of ambiguity. And while subtly probing the other party's intentions, her approach was impeccable. She continued reading and came across Chen Hao's response. Chen Hao, You're too kind. I merely admire talented musicians. No need for a meeting for now, as I have been quite busy. Perhaps another time. This left Song Qingying momentarily bewildered, her mind momentarily stalling. After a few seconds, she lifted her gaze to meet her sister's bemused expression. What does this mean? I'm not sure. Which is why I showed you. The sisters engaged in a mental clash, yet they could not arrive at a universally acceptable conclusion. They simply could not fathom that Chen Hao had come solely to shower them with gifts. His message was, in fact, quite straightforward. He was not available for a meeting at this time. Such a prominent streamer, seasoned and discerning, understood that in her current state, she could easily reveal vulnerabilities in certain details. Rather than meet in the coming days, it would be prudent to wait until the favorability was significantly higher. Noticing that Song Qinga had not responded further, Chen Hao paid it no mind, and after lunch, he returned to his room. With both Jingguang 590 and Qingkong 004 not live streaming, he decided to lie down and take a nap, setting an alarm to wake up when Jingguang 590 began their broadcast. Thus, the dialogue in the dance practice room unfolded. Xiao Xiao Cat, what is your take? I can't reach him, but I trust Brother Nuoma. Let us hope for the best. In Hangcheng, within the dance practice room of the Qingkong Guild, Pippi and Yegua gathered around Xiao Xiao Cat, fixated on her phone's WeChat interface. Just moments ago, Ermao had called to inform her that fresh attire and galloping steed had gifted 400 dragon tokens in Song Qinga's livestream. This revelation had startled him tremendously, prompting him to instruct Xiao Xiao Cat to remind Chun how to save some tokens for the guild battle. It was utterly shocking. 12 million in gifts. 2 million dragon tokens. Brother Nuoma is indeed formidable, but what about the guild battle? He is already level 62. Level 62. We've witnessed him ascend to this level. In just a few days, he has spent over 7 million dragon tokens. Do you comprehend what this signifies? The group broadcast mode has surged in popularity this year, thanks to that wealthy patron who gifted over 900 gala tokens to a streamer from the S Guild. Brother Nuoma has already dispensed half of that amount in mere minutes. No one could possibly sustain such spending. Choose your words carefully. Consult with Pippi and the others about how to gauge Brother Nuoma's remaining balance. Xiao Xiao Cat was equally astonished. She found it difficult to imagine the sheer enormity of 2 million. She had never encountered such wealth in her lifetime. After carefully considering her phrasing and words, she sent an inquiry to Chen Hao via WeChat. However, at that moment, Chen Hao was still in his midday slumber. He had set his alarm to rise when Jingguang 590 began their livestream. Thus, the conversation in the dance practice room transpired. Xiao Xiao Cat, with her brow furrowed and her teeth gently biting her lower lip, felt a growing sense of urgency. She knew Chen Hao was a generous individual. She was well aware of this fact. She even followed Jingguang 590 on her own account to observe the fierce competition between him and Mingyuan Ho. Previously, she had held a sense of confidence. In terms of physique, appearance, and dance talent, she believed she would not be outshined by those 5 girls. However, this time, her opponent has a new contender, Song Qinga. In terms of appearance, she not only surpasses, but evidently belongs to a higher echelon. Not to mention that she is a prominent streamer with countless admirers. When it comes to talent, she is undeniably superior. As her official title on Douyin proudly declares her a singer, she cannot afford to delay any longer. Given her prior promise to visit Jincheng, she resolves to pack her belongings upon returning home tonight and to bring her luggage directly to the company tomorrow. The moment the guild battle concludes, she will immediately purchase the soonest flight ticket to Jincheng. Little Cat's sense of urgency has never been as intense as it is now. Likewise, Aurora 590 is equally determined. The broadcast is about to commence, and I have little more to say. My goal is to deliver our best performance during these upcoming streams. It has been several days since he made such a substantial contribution, and Douyin has yet to take any action, the implications of which I believe are clear to you all. This evening, I expect you to ensure that our guild battle information is disseminated effectively for next week. Previously, he was merely a fading small group, but your opponents are unmistakably different now. You all understand the caliber and strength of Song Qinga. I do not care who among you employs what methods or tactics. My sole hope is that, in this month's guild battle, someone from our team secures a place in the top 3. Do you comprehend? The operations supervisor, Yang Min, slammed her palm on the table with a resounding thud. Her implications almost overtly stated. Such a high-caliber individual cannot be swayed by ordinary flirtatious banter or simple video interactions. The usual techniques for maintaining relationships with prominent figures are futile. In reality, such individuals are surrounded by temptations that rival your own. Even the most affectionate among them has a favorite. To become that most cherished one, the benefits are too significant to elaborate. All you beautiful sisters, blessed with both looks and figures, why do you forsake your professional pursuits to engage in group streaming right after graduating from university? You know the answer. Find him to our live streaming room. Or, at the very least, to one of his favorite streaming spaces. Zhou, Strawberry, and Goodnight exchange determined glances, their captivating eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Chapter 44. Reactions from all sides. The package has arrived. I possess the finest physique, and my looks may very well be the most striking. He even fought for me against Lord Ho. I am absolutely confident in my chances. This is Strawberry speaking. Tonight, I will don my most alluring outfit and record a video to send him. The intimate apparel should have arrived by now, as I sent it via express delivery. This is Goodnight. It is evident that she has some dealings with him. Last time, Strawberry received the most gifts from him during the exhibition, and recently, his responses in their chats have been noticeably perfunctory. If this continues, this is Zhou, the most scheming of the group. She realizes that besides her vivacious charm, with a devilishly attractive figure and 2 voluptuous teammates, her opportunities seem to dwindle. This cannot stand. Next week, I have heard he will assist that little cat in the guild battle, so I shall arrange to meet him after tomorrow night. Regardless of whether he truly looks as he does in the photographs, I will make my move. Mo and Little Deer sat at the conference table, observing their scheming sisters with a sense of bewilderment. The two of them have always been relatively transparent within the group, and it is apparent they cannot compete with the 3 of them. What should they do? Aside from the various group streaming rooms, the fact that this time the contributions were made in the large streamer's room naturally drew attention from all quarters. 2 million may not seem like much in reality, but as a live streaming gift, it is sufficient to create ripples in the small Douyin streaming community. All information regarding the account Fresh Clothes and Galloping Horse is currently under scrutiny by countless individuals. Some companies have even resorted to hiring hackers in an attempt to uncover his true identity. However, thus far, they have yielded no results. The Douyin official does possess Chen Hao's real name information, yet the resistance from various fronts is considerable. They were astonished to discover that they could not obtain Chen Hao's offline real information through previously established channels. This has rendered the Douyin live streaming business department more cautious than ever. Even the personnel who were initially confirmed for collaboration have become uncertain, necessitating a potential reevaluation of their choices. This is the first time the ID Fresh Clothes and Galloping Horse has truly captured the attention of many. Naturally, the affluent and leisurely individuals have also caught wind of this. After all, he frequents multiple streaming rooms and is well acquainted with many powerful figures, some of whom even share small groups. Have you heard? Someone gifted Song Chinga 400 big dragons within a few minutes. There seems to be some strength behind that. I believe it's called Fresh Clothes and Galloping Horse. Surely, it's not a wash, is it? What a joke. It's not like a few years ago, when anyone would dare wash. True, those few from a certain platform are still busy sewing. These conversations have left him feeling exceedingly anxious. What is the true origin of this mad horse? Having already decided to utilize the project as deposit, he has even preloaded funds. However, staring at the 800,000 Do coins in his account, he feels somewhat uncertain. Is it time to add more? But doing so would impact the initial investment and procurement of materials for the project. Contemplating the potential consequences of any issues arising with his project, he begins to waver. Yet, thinking of that little cat who rejected and scolded him, as well as Wei Wei's completely different attitude towards him and Fresh Clothes and Galloping Horse, fills him with indignation. Ultimately, the desire to reclaim his pride prevails. Damn it, I cannot swallow this resentment. You think money is everything, huh? I've had my fair share of robbing Peter to pay Paul over the years. You've spent an extra 2 million. I refuse to believe you can still put forth another million just to engage in a guild battle with a small streamer. Resolute in his decision, he begins operating on his computer. The funds from the company account, having gone through several procedures and bypassed certain processes, appear in his possession on a discrete bank card. As the clock strikes 4 in the afternoon, Aurora 590 begins its broadcast punctually. Chen Hao hears his phone alarm ring and rises from bed. However, he does not immediately open Douyin. Instead, he finds the system notification indicating an increase in favorability perplexing. System notification, Song Chinga's favorability increased by 5. System notification, Zhou, favorability increased by 3. System notification, Su Xingmon, Strawberry, favorability increased by 1. System notification, Yuan Xiaoyun, Goodnight, favorability increased by 1. What is going on? Others I can understand, but Song Chinga? Can favorability increase with a delay? He can roughly guess the intentions of Zhou and the others. It is likely that today's display of strength has reassured them. However, when it comes to Song Chinga, he is genuinely baffled. He had initially thought the cost-benefit ratio was extremely low, yet there was no gift-giving, and her favorability still inexplicably rose by 5 points. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Shaking his head, he decides not to dwell on it, and promptly opens Douyin. Entering the Aurora 590 live streaming room. The atmosphere within the room, unlike yesterday, is now dim as they enter the promotional phase. As soon as someone sends a gift, they will perform the newly rehearsed leg-sweeping dance. 5 pairs of long, slender legs clad in black stockings sway enticingly in the dim light, seemingly teasing the hearts of all viewers. The lights suddenly brighten for a moment, showcasing their distinctive beauty and figures. Subsequently, the room returns to darkness, leaving only the sound of high heels clicking against the floor, awaiting the next gift to ignite the performance. Today, their attire exudes a more mature and seductive allure, artfully showcasing the captivating charm of femininity in a tantalizing manner. The audience in the live stream has surpassed 1,000, with the emergence of their personal supporters, affectionately known as the sentimental big brothers and sisters. These viewers do not seek any personal engagement with the hosts. They are simply there to lend their unwavering support. Amidst the flurry of small tokens of appreciation, occasional gifts such as shimmering stars and true love roses, worth 366 Do coins, are presented. The host, Nanshan, continually expresses gratitude for the gifts while endeavoring to elevate the atmosphere of the stream. Thank you for your thoughtful gifts. We are currently in the phase of attracting more viewers, so let us cast our popularity votes. If you don't have any votes, that's perfectly fine. Let us use our little hands to give the stream a thumbs up. Suddenly, he spots an ID entering on a blue dragon, and an exhilarating rush courses through him. Welcome home, our gallant horse god. At that moment, the live stream erupts into a full-screen display of Chen Hao's entrance animation. The mention of the 400 grand dragons is deliberately omitted. He knows better than to bring it up, as it would seem overly presumptuous and might breed resentment. Chen Hao, however, does not engage in idle chatter. He swiftly opens the gift panel and begins a flurry of clicks. LV62 Gallant Horse sends 30 dragon riders to Goodnight. LV62 Gallant Horse sends 30 dragon riders to Zhou. LV62 Gallant Horse sends 30 dragon riders to Strawberry. LV62 Gallant Horse sends 30 dragon riders to Little Deer. LV63 Gallant Horse sends 30 dragon riders to Mo. LV63 Gallant Horse sends 10 dragon riders to Goodnight. Wow, thank you so much. A heartfelt thanks to our gallant horse god for sending 30 grand dragons to each of our goddesses. Congratulations to the gallant horse god for being elevated to level 63 on Douyin. A total of 150 grand dragons are swirling around our Aurora 590. Let us flood the screen with praises for our gallant horse god. You are absolutely stunning, aren't you? Thank you again for sending 10 grand dragons to Goodnight. It seems our Goodnight goddess has particularly captivated the gallant horse god today. You are so fortunate. Even I am envious. Goodnight, sensing the inquisitive gazes of her 4 teammates, wears a perplexed expression. I haven't done anything. Meanwhile, Chen Hao swiftly types a message and exits Douyin at lightning speed. LV63 Gallant Horse. Let us not engage in PK today, just enjoy the dance. I have something to attend to, and I'll return shortly. The reason is simple. Upon entering the live stream, he noticed a notification on his phone. You have a package arrived at Jinjiang Tianfu Garden, a 32 hive cabinet. Please collect it promptly. The personal items and photographs sent by Goodnight have arrived. In the live stream, everyone gazes in bewilderment at the individual who entered just a minute ago and ascended to the top of the leaderboard. After sending a brief message, he abruptly vanishes from the stream, leaving everyone in disarray. LV2111. My goodness, he came in and sent 160 grand dragons, and then just left? LV8 Wandering Eyes. I don't know what to say. Gallant horse god, you're incredible. LV31 Airy Elegance. Gallant horse bro is simply phenomenal. Is this the demeanor of a wealthy patron? LV45 Rafa. For the first time, I feel that being level 45 is nothing. They can upgrade at will. Oh, gallant horse god, you remain so carefree and unrestrained, truly a young man of elegance. However, although the gallant horse god has departed, his requests linger. In our live stream, we follow the gallant horse goddess lead. Today, we shall not engage in PK, and everyone is free to enjoy the dance. No need to send gifts. Just give our stream a thumbs up. New friends entering the stream, please follow us and light up the sign. Nanshan pauses for a few seconds before swiftly regaining control of the live stream's atmosphere. Meanwhile, Chen Hao pays no heed to this, as he drives his Lamborghini Huracan directly from the suburbs to the city center. Hours later, after enjoying a meal in the city center, he finally returns to his room with the package. Given the traffic conditions in Jincheng, it's no wonder that regardless of whether one is in a Lamborghini or any other vehicle, traffic jams are inevitable, especially as he finds himself caught in the evening rush hour. Despite receiving countless envious glances, he lacks the inclination to flaunt it. Grabbing a utility knife from his room, he carefully opens the package. Inside lies a gift box sealed with tape, seemingly repurposed from the original packaging of the lingerie Goodnight had purchased. He holds his breath as he unties the final ribbon of the gift box. Upon opening it, he finds no extraneous cushioning, only a deep purple lace bra, lying perfectly in the center. The intricate patterns and delicate black lace trim embellish its edges. Staring at the large F on the label at the back of the bra, his eyes widen in astonishment. Just the thought of the fullness and weight that the size implies sends a wave of thirst coursing through him. As he lifts the bra, his palm nearly feels the weight of its softness, difficult to grasp with one hand. Yet, the true fatal temptation lies beneath the bra. At the very bottom of the gift box is a 4-inch Polaroid photograph. The image showcases Goodnight herself, with what appears to be her bedroom in the background, dimly lit with warm yellow hues that create an ambience of intimacy and allure. She is clad solely in the bra, her upper body prominently displayed before the camera. The deep cleft is perfectly accentuated, the full and rounded contours nearly straining against the lace-esque confinement. Her fair skin, juxtaposed against the deep purple fabric, appears even more luminous and enticing. In the photograph, she is slightly turned, one hand seemingly holding the camera while the other forms a peace sign. With her chin slightly raised and a lazy yet mischievous smile gracing her lips, her gaze is fixed directly on the lens, as if she is looking straight at Chen Hao. There are no overtly provocative gestures, merely her alluring presence, coupled with her enchanting gaze and smile, composes the most impactful tableau of temptation. Most crucially, the very bra depicted in the photograph is now in his hands. Chen Hao swallows hard. This is the first gift he has ever received from a streamer. While others may receive a cup of milk tea as their inaugural gift, his first is a bra. How splendid it is to have wealth. He unconsciously muses to himself, struggling to resist the urge to lean in and inhale the scent of the bra. He promptly reopens Douyin. Though it is now past 8 in the evening, the Aurora 590 live stream continues with participants dancing the leg-sweeping dance, with the audience count having surpassed 1,500, marking a record high for the stream. After all, the dancing is visually appealing, the lighting is exquisite, and they are entirely focused on dancing without engaging in PK. Furthermore, the host does not pressure for votes, but merely hopes for likes and follows, leading many lower-level casual viewers to remain in the stream. Urban Knight Gallant Horse makes a dazzling entrance. Nanshan immediately notices this notification and enthusiastically welcomes, "Welcome back, Gallant Horse God. As per your request, there will be no PK in our live stream today. We will dance until 10 o'clock and then conclude. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the magnificent Angry Horse for bestowing diamond rockets upon every goddess. My goodness, I am immensely thankful to Angry Horse for presenting the Night Goddess with 10 Dragon Rangers." Chen Hao generously gifted everyone a diamond rocket and then presented the Night Goddess with an additional 10 Dragon Rangers as a reward for receiving her delivery. LV63, clad in splendid attire, proclaimed, "Let us clock out. I'm leaving." Subsequently, without regard for the reactions in the live stream, Chen Hao made his way to the live broadcast room of Little Cat, who was currently performing a dance for fortune, a personal showcase triggered by a viewer gifting a shining star. It appeared that, thanks to Chen Hao's assistance, although the audience numbers in the live stream did not show significant improvement, some fans indeed showered her with gifts. Observing the radiant smile on Little Cat's face, which was evidently brighter than before, Chen Hao felt an inexplicable joy. At that moment, the host, Mao, announced, "Welcome back, Angry Horse. Little Cat has been waiting for you for quite some time. Shall we send her a rocket to allow her to clock out and rest? After her shift, she will surely express her gratitude for your support. The guild battle commences tomorrow at 2 p.m. Do join us." The charm of smaller live streams, in contrast to larger ones, lies in their more casual atmosphere. Remarks like Mao's, suggesting that she thanked Chen Hao after her shift, would be deemed inappropriate in a larger setting. Simultaneously, he subtly hinted to Chen Hao that today only one rocket was necessary. There was no need to overindulge, as it would be wise to conserve resources for the guild battle the following day. However, Chen Hao displayed no interest in restraint, fervently tapping the gift bar. Goodness. Angry Horse descends once more. "Thank you, Angry Horse, for gifting Little Cat 110 Dragon Rangers and 5 Douyin #1 gifts." Mao's voice soared an octave higher. Yet, amidst the exuberance, his tone became slightly frantic, his volume suddenly lowering. "Divine One, we must save some resources for tomorrow's crucial battles." Little Cat's dance abruptly halted at the sound of roaring dragons resonating through the live stream. Wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Angry Horse. Please do come and support Little Cat tomorrow." Out of the camera's view, her nails dug into her palm. "He truly has not forgotten me. I also possess 100 Dragon Rangers." Although she trusted Chen Hao's promise, facing a competitor like Song Qinga, who appeared nearly unbeatable, did cause her some anxiety. Yet, With the arrival of those 100 Dragon Rangers, her resolve strengthened. Brother Angry Horse undoubtedly harbors no fear of scarcity. Were it not for the uncertain timing of the guild battle's conclusion, I would have purchased my ticket today. LV63, resplendent in his attire, stated, "Clock out and rest. Perform splendidly tomorrow." After sending this message, Chen Hao logged off. Chapter 46. The Judgment of Chat Records. Chen Hao closed Douyin and glanced at his bank balance. Today, he successfully spent 20 million Douyin coins. Considering the various refund rates from different female streamers, his current bank balance was now quite substantial. 230 yuan. In just one day, he had earned 100,000. This was something he had never dared to dream of in the past. Little Cat had made the most significant contribution, bringing in 670,000 on her own today, although he had only gifted her 3.7 million in waves. Her affinity level was an impressive 89, with a refund rate soaring to 51. Indeed, elevating affinity was the optimal solution. It was both secure and remarkably cost-effective. Tomorrow, during Little Cat's guild battle, he planned to shower her with gifts. During the guild battle, he could unleash a torrent of gifts. With Little Cat's refund rate, the amount returned would be staggering. Chen Hao found himself momentarily stunned. Tomorrow, he had a budget of 40 million Douyin coins and 4 million Dragon coins. 1/5 of that would amount to 800,000 Dragon coins. He sensed that it would not be long before he was entirely liberated from his debts. A life he had never dared to envision awaited him, with all its splendid possibilities. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Hao refrained from waiting for the system to refresh at midnight. He freshened up and fell asleep. In recent months, the enormous pressure stemming from Tian Xinyi's misdeeds had robbed him of restful slumber. He had endured too many sleepless nights and needed to recuperate. He also planned to prioritize fitness, lest he become a wealthy individual who left this world too soon. As Chen Hao drifted into slumber, the 5 members of the Aurora 590 girl group remained awake, still not having officially clocked out. The large screen in the conference room displayed the live stream data panel from that day, despite a considerable audience, which even featured a few generous viewers gifting luxury cars and airplanes. The staggering amount of donations from Resplendent Horse remained dazzlingly prominent. The atmosphere in the conference room felt almost palpable. Nanshan, being male, had just been expelled from the meeting room. The remaining members, Zhou, Strawberry, and their operations supervisor, Yang Min, were all fixated on one, and notably, Zhou and Strawberry's eyes shimmered with curiosity and disbelief. "Wanan, do tell." Yang Min's voice was soft yet imbued with an undercurrent of pressure as her fingers drummed on the table. "Today, Brother Angry Horse gifted you an additional 20 Dragon Rangers, and the last 10 were sent as you were clocking out. While others received 30, you received 50. Explain that." Wanan instinctively straightened her posture, a fleeting glimmer of pride crossing her features before the intense gazes of those around her overwhelmed her composure. I'm not quite sure, Sister Yang. Could it be that Brother Angry Horse simply enjoyed my performance today?" Wanan's gaze was noticeably evasive. "He liked your performance today?" Strawberry scoffed, lazily reclining against the chair, her long legs crossed in tight jeans. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes filled with scrutiny and a hint of disdain. "Today, all 5 of us danced the light-off dance. The focus was on leg shape and contour. Who could possibly notice your assets? Why would he favor you? Can he even see your straps? As for physique, I am certainly not inferior to you." Her tone dripped with confidence and pride. "What do you mean by assets?" Wanan's retort was cut short as Zhou leaned closer, an innocent expression of concern on her face, her voice soft as silk. "Oh, Strawberry. Please don't be so harsh. Wanan has her own advantages. Perhaps Brother Angry Horse simply finds Wanan to be especially genuine?" She deliberately emphasized the word genuine, the implication unmistakable. "But, Wanan, do quietly tell us, how far have things progressed?" At this, Wanan's face flushed crimson, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. "We were just having a casual chat. I also shared those chat screenshots in the group." "Casual chat? How could casual chat earn you 20 additional Dragon Rangers? Don't think I can't see through your edited chat logs." Yang Min's voice rose sharply, laced with a sense of urgency. "Currently, we possess only one brother of such immense stature in our live stream. Who he chooses to favor is of utmost importance. This profoundly affects the future of our entire group, as well as the outcome of this month's guild battle. What exactly did you do? Show me your phone." Sister Yang. Goodnight was somewhat reluctant. She squirmed in her chair, evading Strawberry, who had seized the opportunity to snatch her phone. "Hand it over. If you don't, it indicates that our relationship has already been established. In other words, you must be confident that our guild will rank in the top 3 this month, right? You know the consequences if our reported revenue to the guild falls short." Listening to Yang Min's words, Goodnight felt a pang of fear. She had initially planned to use a smokescreen to eliminate a few opponents early on, Ultimately, under the intense gaze of everyone present, Goodnight bashfully unlocked her phone. She opened the WeChat chat interface with Chen Hao and handed it to Yangmin. Zhou was the first to lean in, while Strawberry coldly craned her neck. And Xiao Lu and Mo held their breath in anticipation. Yangmin's fingers swiftly scrolled through the screen. The initial messages were merely Goodnight's playful expressions of gratitude, greetings, life updates, and outfit shares. However, her gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on a call log from the very night Goodnight had pleaded for mercy. More importantly, she soon spotted the delivery address sent by Chen Hao. With practiced ease, Yangmin returned to the home screen and opened an audio file. Within seconds, she found an audio recording corresponding to the date. After all, for streamers like them, recording voice calls with the Big Brother was an essential skill. Without waiting for Goodnight to react, Yangmin cranked up the volume and hit play. What dance should I perform, darling? What to wear is entirely up to you. Any style is fine. I will send you the intimate clothing that others cannot see, along with a signed photo of me wearing them. The conference room fell silent, the only sound being the voice emanating from Goodnight's phone. The atmosphere grew thick with tension as the words, especially the last secret, reverberated through the stillness. The air felt as if it had solidified for several seconds. Intimate clothing? Strawberry was the first to erupt, her beautiful face betraying shock and disbelief. Her voice rising sharply in incredulity. You actually sent him your underwear? Zhou covered her mouth, her eyes wide with realization, yet a glimmer of understanding shone through. Oh my, Goodnight, you are far too bold. Chapter 47, 2 Guild Wars? Zhou's tone was laced with astonishment, akin to the feeling of betrayal from a close friend. Yet internally, she began to scheme. So that's how it is. Indeed, my strategy was correct. Meeting early on is the most direct way to make an impression. Mo and Xiao Lu gasped softly, their faces flushed. Goodnight's head nearly buried itself in her chest, her ears reddening to the point of nearly bleeding. Even her once proud stature seemed to shrink. I just wanted to express my gratitude. He merely said okay, and I never anticipated he would respond with such a flurry of affection. Yangmin scrutinized the screen, quickly glancing at a few other messages, her brow furrowed. After examining Goodnight closely several times, she took a deep breath and returned the phone to Goodnight, who was on the verge of tears. In the future, such sincerity must be at least reported to me. Uncertain factors can easily destabilize the entire group. This is crucial. Goodnight nodded hastily. Yangmin surveyed the room, her gaze particularly landing on the flickering eyes of Zhou and the still aggrieved Strawberry. Listen closely. From this chat record, we can deduce several key pieces of information. She raised a finger, indicating the first point. He explicitly refused video calls for bedtime, indicating he has not been completely won over by Goodnight. He has his own principles and pace. Second, the 20 additional dragons, combined with the delivery information I observed from Goodnight's phone, reasonably suggest that this was merely a trifling reward following his receipt of Goodnight's small gift. Emphasizing the phrase small gift, she spoke with weight. For someone like him, this might be akin to tipping for a cup of bubble tea, albeit in the thousands. To him, it may truly be insignificant. Third, today, he commenced by distributing 30 dragons to everyone, demonstrating his interest in our group overall. At least for now, he has not shown favoritism towards any single individual. Yangmin looked at the others, stressing, Strawberry, you needn't envy Goodnight's figure. This morning, he bestowed a whopping 2 million dragon coins upon Songqinga. That is the true rival. She challenged, is there anyone among you who dares to claim that beauty, physique, and talent can surpass Songqinga? Finally, Yangmin closed her notebook. In summary, Goodnight gained an additional small reward through unconventional sincerity, yet this does not mean that the Big Brother is bound to her. All of you remain under his evaluation. He still harbors investment intentions towards everyone, especially you two, who are not pulling your weight. Do you not wish to share in this substantial opportunity? Yangmin's piercing gaze swept towards the corner of the conference room, where Xiao Lu and Mo nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grain. Yes, we will strive harder, Yangjie. Following Yangmin's analysis and summary, the tense atmosphere in the conference room began to ease slightly. Strawberry's taut expression relaxed, her crossed arms lowering, yet her eyes still held a trace of stubborn defiance. Silently vowing, as long as it's not a binding, humph. After this month's guild competition, I will find a time to invite him out. Once I see him in person, I refuse to believe I cannot capture his interest. Zhou's face oscillated between shock and realization, but internally, she had resolved to take action the following night. Goodnight exhaled a sigh of relief, but a flicker of discontent remained. She stole a glance at Yangmin, then at her sisters, each harboring their own thoughts. Feeling a tumult of emotions within, was it truly just that small reward for the underwear? Alas, it seems insufficient. I must exert myself further. Yangmin rose, switching off the projector in the conference room, concluding, thus, prior to next week's guild battle, Whoever can genuinely enter his heart will emerge victorious. Everyone, strive hard. Meeting adjourned. With diverse thoughts swirling in their minds, the group stood and exited the company. Mo and Xiao Lu glanced at Goodnight, who was quietly packing her belongings, her face still tinged with crimson. They observed Zhou, who walked ahead, constantly tapping on her phone, and the proud Strawberry, who strode confidently, exchanging a look. They recognized the confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. The contest for the favor of the big brother seemed to intensify, while it appeared that they had yet to even secure their tickets to the battlefield. The following day, Chen Hao awoke and checked his phone, where he found a notification from the little cat. He began his morning routine. The event starts at 2 in the afternoon. That gives me 2 hours. Plenty of time for lunch. Why is Zhou so proactive, directly changing my title to baby when her affection level hasn't even reached 60? What a joke. Why are Strawberry and Goodnight also so enthusiastic? Did they have a small meeting yesterday? As Chen Hao brushed his teeth, he furrowed his brow at the messages on his WeChat. What on earth is happening? The guild war is next week, I see. Having never participated in a guild war before, the prospect of battling twice this time piqued his interest. In pursuit of good health, he descended to indulge in a hearty Chinese meal. With over 100,000 in his account, why settle for instant noodles? As he ate, he chatted on the phone with Xiao Mao, who had already arrived at the guild war venue. She had rehearsed the proceedings that morning and was now patiently awaiting the commencement of the event. Hello? How's your rest going? I just slipped away to the fire escape to call you. It's too noisy in the studio, she said, her voice lowered, tinged with a barely perceptible urgency and grievance. According to guild regulations, high-earning female streamers should have private lounges to facilitate communication with their seniors. However, Xiao Mao had not received the rights that were rightfully hers. How is the venue arranged? Are you feeling nervous? Chen Hao inquired. And upon hearing the mention of the venue, Xiao Mao's complaints surged forth. Don't even get me started. How go? Didn't I tell you our guild has 4 streaming rooms, with over 20 female streamers participating in the guild war? Guess what? They couldn't even spare a decent place to rent. Other guilds, even the smaller ones, would at least temporarily lease a spacious venue for such a significant event, adorned with various decorations to elevate the atmosphere, right? She paused, seemingly ensuring no one else was around, and lowered her voice further. Yet our Clear Sky Guild is so stingy. They simply arranged the event in the first team's streaming studio, swapping out their usual backdrop for a new poster, turning up the lights a tad, and nothing else changed. It's cramped beyond belief, and the air conditioning is abysmal. When I walked in today, the overwhelming scent of various perfumes nearly suffocated me. As Chapter 48, the Guild War commences, unfolded, Chen Hao found amusement in Xiao Mao's grievances. Having never participated in a guild war, he had no real concept of what to expect. You made it sound so serious. I thought it would be quite grand, he remarked. Indeed, compared to other guilds, this is utterly rudimentary, Xiao Mao emphasized, sharing a video with Chen Hao. Upon opening it, he discovered it was the promotional video for the Clear Sky Guild's war, consisting solely of a single poster. There was nothing else. Just a display of several high-earning female streamers accompanied by some music. Xiao Mao appeared in the upper right corner, while the center position was occupied by a girl named Ruo, presumably the one supported by a wealthy benefactor. Beneath the poster were the so-called rewards for the guild war. Chen Hao examined the details closely, nearly choking on his food. The champion's rewards included an iPhone 16 Pro Max, cash of 2,888 yuan, short video promotion, a photography collection, and a 1-month exclusive VIP lounge usage. The runner-up received a cash reward of 1,888 yuan, short video promotion, and a photography collection. The third place garnered a cash reward of 999 yuan and a photography collection. What an utterly disgraceful display. How dare they present such rewards on the poster? Chen Hao almost exclaimed in disbelief. The lounge was merely rented. The photography collection amounted to hiring a mediocre photographer for a few shots. And the short video promotion was even more absurd, just a brief dance video shared through the guild's account, relying solely on luck for views. He recalled the so-called champion short videos from previous months, most filmed in either the studio or the lounge, with one even taken at the elevator entrance of an office building. As for the likes, none had surpassed 1,000. In the end, there was just an iPhone and a pitiful cash reward. Even their most mundane monthly guild war saw champions receiving gifts equivalent to more than 10 iPhones. After watching the video, a thought suddenly struck Chen Hao. He had no intentions of starting a company or managing operations, but perhaps he could send someone over to Aurora. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao's voice continued to echo in his phone. Later, all the ladies will be crammed into that room, waiting for their turn to speak. Only those with high scores can step out for a breather. And since I was kicked out before, their attitude towards me isn't great, which makes me a bit anxious about performing well. The latter part of her statement revealed a hint of trepidation and unease. To Chen Hao, her earlier complaints seemed more like a release of her pent-up anxiety. After all, it wasn't Xiao Mao's first time participating in a guild war. But her experiences from the previous 2 months had been rather harsh. Don't let the environment affect you. Remember what I told you. Just stand on that stage and be yourself. Leave the rest to me. There was a brief silence on the other end before Xiao Mao took a few deep breaths. Her voice, now steadier and more resolute, responded, I believe in you, Hao Ge. Just thinking about you being here today, ready to help me stand up to them, makes my heart race. Her voice lowered, laced with a hint of shyness and urgency. Hao Ge, I've already dragged my suitcase to the company. Chen Hao raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Oh. Though it was merely a question, a wave of panic washed over him. Goodness, this is all happening so quickly. I haven't even rented my place yet. Yes. I've packed my change of clothes and toiletries. They're all in the lounge. As soon as we win tonight, I'll immediately buy the fastest flight to Jin City. I don't want to wait a second longer. Her voice trembled slightly, brimming with anticipation for the future. Hao Ge, all I can think about now is seeing you soon. After tonight, I'll really be by your side, right? Chen Hao felt a surge of anxiety. He wasn't prepared yet, but listening to Xiao Mao's cautious inquiry, laced with reliance and a yearning for reassurance, he found himself unable to deny or postpone the inevitable. Of course, just remember to keep your eyes peeled and observe their expressions after they're put in their place. All right, you go prepare now and focus. Xiao Mao responded with fervor, as if infused with boundless confidence. Got it, Hao Ge. I will present my best self. I'll be waiting for you, waiting to fly to your side. As the call ended, Xiao Mao clutched her phone in the fire escape. After a moment of silence, she made her way back to the preparation room. Along the way, she noticed everyone anxiously fiddling with their phones, either making calls, sending messages, or even engaging in video calls. In a guild war, relying on random benefactors for votes was simply not an option. Between two renowned individuals lies a chasm as vast as a carnival, and seldom do spectators dare to congregate. Everyone is frantically reaching out to their esteemed mentors. For in such circumstances, the tickets of ordinary fans hold no significance whatsoever. Yet, a select few exhibit a demeanor of indifference. Take, for instance, Pippi from Qingtian 004, who, at this point, has no prominent figure to rely upon. She has managed to contact a handful of fans from her previous racing escapades, subtly hinting at the prospect of sharing a few photos of her legs in black stockings post-event and perhaps adding them on WeChat for further engagement. However, whether they will actually come to support her remains a matter of chance. After all, being humiliated in guild wars has become a regular occurrence for her. As long as she can avoid a 0-point elimination, she considers herself fortunate. On the other hand, Chen Hao has forsworn his unfinished meal. He sets down his bowl and chopsticks, settles the bill, and hastens to the city center in his Lamborghini. Fortunately, given the lunchtime rush, the expressway and overpasses are not overly congested, allowing him to arrive at the spacious flat he had earmarked well before 2 p.m. Parking at the roadside, he opens the live stream shared by the petite Xiaomao via Douyin. At this moment, the live stream is in its warm-up phase, with the enthusiastic host, Mao, igniting the atmosphere. Welcome, dear family of Qingtian, to the live streaming room. The Qingtian Dream Cup Guild competition is about to commence. Just 1 minute left. Let us boost the popularity with some tickets and likes. The ladies are making their final preparations. Dear family, are you ready? Oh, let us welcome our esteemed patriarch, the affluent and leisurely big brother, to the Guild War live scene. Our Ruo and Feifei have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 49, Confrontation. Oh, look who we have here. Ruo, arms crossed and teetering on 10-centimeter stilettos, sachets over to Xiaomao. Suxiatong, I must say, I admire your audacity to participate in the guild war. Behind her are other members from Group 1, as well as the center stage figure, Feifei from Group 3. As one of the primary recipients of the affluent gentleman's generosity, Feifei chimes in, her tone dripping with derision. Indeed. Just because you've lashed onto a nouveau riche-esque coattails, do you think you can rise to prominence? Have you taken stock of your own worth? What of your so-called big brother? The one with the ostentatious name, Xianyi Numa? Sounds impressive, but where is he? Is he too intimidated by today's fierce competition to show his face? The surrounding noise seems to fade, with several other streamers casting furtive glances their way. Hearing Feifei's taunt, Ruo cannot help but smirk inwardly. This Feifei is clearly naive, unaware of how Xianyi Numa generously bestowed 400 dragons upon Songqinga. Moreover, just yesterday, he had lavished 100 more upon Suxiatong. I can only surmise that he has nearly exhausted his resources, or perhaps shifted his affections, prompting her to come and gloat. What a fool. What could the affluent gentleman possibly see in her? Pippi and Yegua would like to come to Xiaomao's defense, yet they lack the confidence to do so. Approaching would only invite humiliation. Xiao Mao clenches her fists, sensing the concerned gazes of Pippi and Yegua. Yet, amidst the pounding of her heart, she perceives the unwavering trust she has placed in that man. With her head held high, she wears an expression of serene defiance, tinged with a hint of mockery. Whether he comes or not is not for you to worry about. Rising to meet the gazes of Ro and Fei Fei, she speaks with calm assurance. And what of you? Leaning on that uncle who surely won't leave his wife for you? Do you feel proud? Silence. Brother Qianren's strength is formidable, Fei Fei retorts, her impatience flaring as if her tail has been stepped on. Xiao Mao chuckles derisively, her voice low yet piercing enough for the two to hear. Strength is only revealed in action. As for your uncle, her gaze carries a mix of pity and derision, a silent celebration of her own fortune. You both know very well what he desires from you. We are but fleeting youth. How long can he sustain you? A year? 2 years? What then? Will you cling to your meager savings, or be cast aside like the one before you? These words strike at the very core of Ro and Fei Fei's insecurities, causing Ruro's smug expression to falter, becoming visibly rigid. She had expected Xiao Mao to submit to her mockery as she had in the past months, but this time, she dares to retaliate. They are acutely aware of the affluent gentleman's nature and the rapid evolution of the streamer scene. Xiao Mao's words lay bare their deepest anxieties. You. Ruo trembles with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Mao, her meticulously made-up features contorting. You wretch. Unable to keep Brother Qianren, you were expelled from Group 1. And now you dare boast about some unknown man. Suddenly, a voice interrupts their quarrel. What is all this ruckus about? The impatient voice of Group 4's host, Mao, rings out as he perceives the tension. Everyone, get ready. We're about to start in 1 minute. If you have the energy to bicker, save it for the stage where you'll need it. I fear you won't have any left when the time comes. Ruoruo, interrupted by Mao, shoots a venomous glare at Xiao Mao, as if wishing to pierce her with her eyes. Humph. We'll see. I'll be keen to observe whether your wild man possesses the ability to stand up for you. With that, she whirls around, dragging the equally displeased Fei Fei back to their group. Xiao Mao disregards Ruo's outburst, quietly standing in place, awaiting the commencement of the guild war. Brother Hao said to strike those faces. Brother Hao said to focus on myself. Brother Hao said I must secure first place. After several seconds, Mao, the host of the guild war and also the host for Group 1, raises his voice dramatically. Dear family of Qingtian, the clock strikes 2 o'clock. Our Qingtian Dream Cup monthly guild gala officially commences. In an instant, the live stream goes black, and moments later, an exhilarating yet somewhat cheap electronic melody fills the air. The screen first showcases a rudimentary PPT-style montage. Beyond the enlarged text proclaiming the Qingtian Guild's Summer Dream Cup monthly gala, it rapidly displays several past months' so-called champion posters. The female streamers in the photos are all set against this same studio backdrop, with the only distinction being the differing dates on the posters. Finally, the promotional poster for this guild war is projected at the center of the live stream, the very one Xiao Mao had shared with Chen Hao. Aside from Xiao Mao, who is relegated to the top right corner, the center stage belongs to none other than Ro, her smile radiant. Welcome. Once again, we extend a warm welcome to all family members joining us for the Qingtian Guild's Summer Dream Cup monthly gala live event. As the video concludes, Damao's voice reverberates through the live stream once more. Dear family, this is a contest of honor among our Guild's 4 live rooms, a testament to our strength. Today, over 20 elite streamers from Qingtian will compete on the same stage, vying for the highest honor and abundant rewards. Certainly, the most substantial reward and honor undeniably stem from the unwavering support and affirmation of family. He subsequently began to recite the specific details of the rewards. At this moment, Chen Hao had already entered the live streaming room, and as he listened to the pitiful entitlements and rewards being read aloud, he found it somewhat amusing. Such audacity. It was quite perplexing how he could muster the courage to announce such meager rewards. The host on site, Mao, even caught the sound of snickers from several female streamers present. They seemed to agree that the reward details were indeed somewhat unacceptable, and after hastily concluding the list, he moved on to the main event. Ahem, all right. Family members, without further ado, I believe you are all eagerly anticipating the appearance of our divine goddesses of the clear skies. Mao's voice rose slightly in volume. Now, let us proceed to our fashion show segment. Accompanied by softer melodies, the rudimentary stage lighting focused on the left side of the live streaming room. This setup was clearly a replica of the Grand Guild style, but due to limited funds, the so-called floral arch constructed hastily was exceptionally shabby. Chen Hao observed the plastic faux flowers adorning the arch, noticing some were even damaged, and he wondered how many times they had been used. This implied that little Mia would likely take some time before making her entrance. With this thought, he refrained from closing the screen, donned a Bluetooth headset on one ear and made his way toward a distant real estate agency. Meanwhile, as Chen Hao communicated with the real estate agent, the fashion show segment commenced. Chapter 50, Fashion Show and Group Dance. The competition begins. The first to grace the stage was the center position of Group 1, Ruo. She had evidently composed herself after earlier discontent, her face now adorned with a professionally trained smile. Emerging from the makeshift floral arch on the left, she swayed her hips, pausing at the center of the studio to blow kisses and form heart gestures toward the camera, making every effort to showcase her alluring curves. The entire display lasted a mere 10 seconds before transitioning to the next member of Group 1. Typically, during guild battles of larger guilds, fans and sponsors begin sending gifts and votes at this juncture. However, the smaller guilds were markedly different, unless arrangements had been made in advance. They generally waited until the main event commenced. After all, with the guild battle underway and only around 400 viewers in the live streaming room, sending gifts to the streamers at this moment lacked any emotional value, as they could not even pick up the microphone to express their gratitude. As the fashion show progressed, Fei Fei from Group 3 took her turn. She seemed to deliberately emulate Ruo, but her overall execution fell considerably short. At this moment, Chen Hao, while inspecting properties, would occasionally glance at the live stream. Unfortunately, he was left sorely disappointed. The stage and lighting effects were exceedingly rudimentary, even though the streamers endeavored to highlight themselves. They hardly stood out. A few streamers donned rented evening gowns, yet the on-screen effect was abysmal. More critically, it became evident that the smaller guild was indeed small. As of the nearly 20 female streamers, only one, who was Ruo, managed to earn the system's recognition, achieving a score of 81. As Chen Hao anticipated, the status section displayed an anomaly, and the details in parentheses left him astonished. Excessive historical drivers, currently in a relationship with more than 3 individuals, history of abortion, carrying an abnormal virus, currently pregnant. Goodness, how extravagant. Chen Hao stared at the lengthy list of irregularities, unsure of where to begin his critique. As for the others, the lowest scoring streamer could barely muster a score of 35. He furrowed his brow, baffled at how this individual, whom makeup and beauty filters could not redeem, had the audacity to participate in group streaming. The key point was that the Clear Sky Guild was indeed willing to accept her into their ranks. Finally, it was the turn of the fourth group, where Xiao Cat and her companions made their way across the screen. Xiao Cat appeared somewhat nervous, but after taking a deep breath, she suppressed her complex emotions and slowly moved to the center of the live streaming room. Without excessive gestures, she simply straightened her slender back, her gaze resolutely fixed on the camera, as if she could see the man currently in Jean City through the screen. When Pai and Yigua made their entrance, although their expressions were cheerful and lively, a hint of helplessness was evident. The fashion show segment concluded amidst an awkward atmosphere, and Damao's voice promptly rang out. Thank you to all the goddesses for their splendid appearances. Family members, are your eyes dazzled? Don't fret. The most exciting parts are yet to come. Family members, please type your support messages for our goddesses on the screen. Let us welcome the opening group dance presented by the popular streamers of Groups 1, 2, and 3. As the energetic K-pop music blared, the lighting illuminated a section of the stage in the live streaming room, with Ruo at the center. The streamers from Groups 2 and 3 quickly took their positions under the spotlight, beginning to move in sync with the rhythm of the music. While their movements were not exceptional, they were cohesive enough to suggest they had undergone some rehearsal. Ruo, at the center, endeavored to showcase her dance. Each thrust of her chest and sway of her hips aimed at electrifying the atmosphere within the live stream, with Fei Fei and the others doing their utmost to keep up. Typically, this segment serves to attract fans and constitutes a display of presence. In many larger guilds, the opening dance of such monthly celebrations is a critical component. Unfortunately, the venue was simply too cramped, and the Clear Sky Guild had not even spared the expense for a professional cameraman, lacking even a proper live camera operation, coupled with the crowding and heat backstage. Although beads of sweat dotted each of their foreheads, the overall effect of the group dance was decidedly mediocre. Not to mention the guild battle. Their stage effects paled in comparison to those of larger guilds during their regular live streams. The group dance segment ultimately concluded in a rather tepid atmosphere, prompting Ruo and her companions to hastily exit the stage to wipe away sweat and touch up their makeup. In the meantime, Damao's voice rang out once more. Now, without further ado, the most thrilling and intense segment of the competition is upon us. While the goddesses prepare, I shall take a moment to explain the rules of our guild competition for the benefit of any new friends and family members who may not be aware. After all, we are a small establishment without base scores or ticket requirements. From Group 1 to Group 4, all female streamers will have a basic 3-minute voting time. There is no countdown during the voting period. Following the conclusion of the first round of voting time, we will enter the microphone segment. The speaking order for the microphone segment will be in reverse order of scores, proceeding sequentially. Those at the back will automatically take the stage. The microphone segment consists of rounds of scores plus the score differential from the previous speaker, with each time the last speaker takes the stage counting as one round. Round scores are 100 sound waves, 200 sound waves, 500 sound waves, 1,000 sound waves, and so forth, with a maximum limit of 5,000 sound waves. Each microphone opportunity allows for 2 minutes of speaking time, and when time is up, I will initiate a 3-second countdown. When time runs out, the individual will be eliminated. Of course, even after elimination, one can still be revived, but the requirement for revival is a plane ticket. Throughout the event, everyone can accumulate scores for their favorite streamers at any time. The higher the score, the fewer opportunities to take the microphone, naturally leading to greater safety. Lastly, I remind everyone to ensure they select their favorite streamers for support. Do not accidentally drop them. If, by chance, they do fall, please promptly inform me, and I will retrieve them for you. In fact, this is also a characteristic of the small guilds' guild wars, its casualness. Generally speaking, larger guild wars typically do not permit the retrieval of mistakenly sent gifts. Moreover, the concept of revival is virtually unheard of for regular viewers of major guilds. Revivals are seldom witnessed during guild wars. This is because the streamers of large guilds boast an extensive fan base, and to maintain fairness, they do not allow the rules to be casually breached. Elimination is final and unequivocal. Conversely, medium and small guilds, in their bid to extract every last cent from their patrons, almost invariably implement a revival mechanism. There are no standardized rules regarding revival tickets. They can vary anywhere from the flight to Douyin number 1. As for the host countdown, it is even more nuanced. If he so wishes, 3 seconds can stretch into 3 minutes. However, should he choose not to, 3 seconds might dwindle to less than 1. After the rules have been introduced, the voice of Chen Hao resounds once more. Now, let us commence the exhilarating main event. Please welcome our Team 1, last month's champion, Goddess Ruo, to kick off the 3-minute voting segment. Ruo, exuding an air of confidence, steps to the center of the stage and takes up the microphone. Greetings to all my dear family members in the live stream. I am Ruo from Qingtian 001. I can sing and dance, and I have some personal talents as well. Are there any family members who adore me? Could you lend Ruo a hand? Can everyone take a look at Ruo? Help her pile up those points. Let us push higher. She continues. Thank you to Limo Baby for the support. Thank you, Brother Alba, for the hot air balloon. Wow. Thank you, Brother Goji Rabbit, for the sports car. Thank you, dear brother. If anyone has small tickets, please feel free to contribute as well. Even little hearts on Douyin are a form of support for Ruo. As time ticks past the 2-minute mark, the affluent onlooker in the audience remains silent. Currently, Ruo has garnered over 3,000 audio wave gifts, all from the esteemed patrons she usually tends to. In a typical daily session, this would be considered a commendable start. However, in the context of a guild war, especially as last month's champion, it feels somewhat inadequate. With only 30 seconds remaining on the countdown, the expression of assured victory on Ruo's face begins to falter, becoming somewhat stiff and awkward. After all, her Team 1 members are not the only ones in attendance. There are also a dozen other female streamers and hundreds of viewers scrutinizing her every move, especially as she catches a glimpse of Xiao Mao, whose mocking expression further exacerbates her discomfort. Is anyone still watching Ruo? Perhaps her family members are still on their way. If you appreciate Ruo, could you lend your support? Gradually, the perspiration she had just wiped away begins to reappear on her forehead. Yes, are Ruo's family members still around? Please help Ruo accumulate more points. That way, it will be much safer. Chen Hao also chimes in. Yet both he and Ruo's gaze remain fixed on the list of high-level users in the live stream, particularly on the ID of the affluent onlooker. Surely, the gentleman must be contemplating whether he can afford to contribute or is hesitating to send gifts. Such scenarios are commonplace among lesser-known streamers in small and large guilds alike. Even if prior agreements were made, it is not unheard of for individuals to suddenly withdraw their support on the spot. After all, aside from unexpected circumstances, it is not unusual for patrons to change their minds due to a sudden dip in mood. However, the more prevalent reason is the cautious mindset of the affluent onlooker. They typically reserve their gifts, only bestowing them once they sense the streamer is in dire straits. This way, they not only receive a more heartfelt expression of gratitude, but also serve as a reminder to the streamer, without me, you are nothing. Only 10 seconds remaining. After 10 seconds, Ruo must temporarily step away, so family members, remember to accumulate as many points as possible. Of course, further contributions can be made at any time. Chen Hao's voice continues to resonate, and as the host of Team 1, he exerts himself in rallying support for Ruo. As time dwindles, The owner of the ID affluent onlooker, Tian Yong, squints his eyes in a private room of a tea house. It's about time. Subsequently, he dispatches the gifts he had prepared in advance. LV62 affluent onlooker gifts row 10 dragon riders. The furious roar of the dragon and accompanying special effects erupt instantaneously, invigorating Mao, who promptly exclaims, "Wow!" A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed benefactor. Thank you to the affluent onlooker for the generous gift of 10 dragon riders to Ruo. Our Ruo will receive a base score of 300,000 points. The affluent onlooker is simply magnificent. Family members, let us light up the screen. Simultaneously, the music in the live stream shifts to an exhilarating tune dedicated to grand gifts. Upon witnessing the affluent onlooker's generous contribution, a palpable sense of relief washes over Ruo. Wow! Thank you to my dear onlooker for the 10 dragon riders. You are simply too magnificent today. Thank you for your unwavering support for Ruo. I absolutely adore you. She expresses her heartfelt gratitude toward the affluent onlooker, especially considering he had not previously made such a substantial contribution during the last guild war. Last month, those 10 dragon riders would have practically guaranteed a top 3 finish. It seems he was perhaps stimulated by the competitive spirit, and he had long made it known that he intended to face off against Xiao Mao. Regardless of the outcome, as long as he contributed, there would be a sunk cost. Unless he were to reveal his hand, the affluent onlooker was unlikely to withdraw at this juncture. The enthusiasm of the livestream audience was evidently ignited by the 10 dragon riders. LV5 Lazy Sheep. Wow, is the opening this explosive? LV2 KKKK, 10 dragon riders at the start. The onlooker is incredible. LV18 beautifully named. As expected of last month's champion, such prowess. LV49 Misty Moon. What a spectacle. Lily must also strive to excel. LV32 Play. This is simply outrageous. Is Ruo planning to take a break until the guild war concludes? LV19 Sunflower Seed. Go. Xiao Mao. Simultaneously, a stream of high-level comments cascades through the live stream. LV62 Affluent Onlooker. Dashing and audacious. Why the silence? You're now level 63. Surely you haven't run out of tickets? Although Tian Yong harbors some uncertainty within, as the most prominent supporter of the Qingtian Guild, he must maintain an imposing demeanor, especially since he had previously declared his intention to confront this mad horse. Having just sent 10 dragon riders, it was indeed the perfect moment to flaunt. However, his taunt went unnoticed by Chen Hao, who was merely wearing headphones and listening to the audio, not observing the live stream feed. Thus, if I need to pay a deposit of 3 times the amount, including the intermediary fee, I would require an upfront payment of 200,000 yuan, correct? He is currently situated in a spacious flat at the Jinqing International Financial Center, a high-end apartment with an impressive area of 200 square meters. Yes, Mr. Chen, this is a premium apartment. The rent includes property management, utilities, and gas, with no additional fees. He continues, moreover, each resident will be provided with a housekeeper who can assist with any issues you may have. The real estate agent and the property manager were guiding Chen Hao through the room, where this exquisitely decorated spacious flat was in a state that was nearly ready for immediate occupancy. All right, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so please expedite the drafting of the contract. Certainly, Mr. Chen, rest assured that our service will undoubtedly meet your expectations. The agent, visibly elated at the prospect of concluding such a substantial transaction, was practically glowing with excitement. After all, he had noted that Chen Hao arrived in a Lamborghini. In a bid to secure the opportunity to attend to him, he even promised to treat a dozen colleagues to hot pot upon the deal's completion. Meanwhile, Chen Hao settled into the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a glance at the bustling city streets below before directing his attention to the live stream on his phone. Although he possessed merely over 100,000 in cash, he anticipated that this amount would soon increase significantly. At that moment, the final female host of the third group was on stage, the one with a system rating of 35 points. When she reached the threshold of over 100 low points, she awkwardly handed the microphone to the approaching Xiao cat. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor was crisp and steady, devoid of any tremor. Taking the microphone, Xiao cat confidently strode into the spotlight, her gaze resolute and composed. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the gleeful host, Mao. Yet she chose to place her faith in that man. Chapter 52, dressed in fashion and riding high. The most romantic dragon. Just moments ago, the high-end comment from the affluent idle gentleman had not elicited a response from Chen Hao, creating a ripple in the live stream. LV2 KKKK. Who is this dressed in fashion and riding high? LV18 beautifully named. Is this about to escalate? It's been called out. LV49 Misty Moon. Dressed in fashion and riding high. You've been mentioned. Come out and chat. The situation on site was even more intricate than that of the live stream audience. Haha. Mao's laughter was somewhat forced as he sat at the control panel, his expression growing increasingly grim. Oh, our guild battle is primarily to showcase the strength of our goddesses. The idle gentleman is indeed formidable. Of course, the riding high gentleman is no slouch either. I heard he gifted our Xiao Xiao cat goddess 100 dragons yesterday. Perhaps the riding high gentleman simply exhausted his resources prematurely. Regardless, while the guild battle is the most significant honor for the sisters each month, gifting to a beloved goddess is always a form of support. Don't take it to heart. Riding high gentleman, perhaps he is preoccupied with other matters. Who knows? Once he's done, he might showcase his prowess for us. Mao was genuinely apprehensive, fearing that this dressed in fashion and riding high gentleman might genuinely lack the resources. The early initiation of the guild battle was intended for a face-off between the affluent idle gentleman and the dressed in fashion and riding high. If one were to be absent, how much revenue would be lost? Whether you two gentlemen or the female hosts succeed is of no concern to me. Being able to produce tickets is the ultimate truth. As Mao's words fell, despite seemingly attempting to smooth over the situation for dressed in fashion and riding high, none in attendance were oblivious. The veiled barbs in his remarks effectively pitted Xiao Xiao Cat against dressed in fashion and riding high. Generally speaking, when a host employs such rhetoric, even if they do not secure tickets, the gentleman being called out would typically respond. Unfortunately, Chen Hao was preoccupied with inspecting the property and had no inclination to engage with such provocative banter. Haha, I said so. As Roro, who had just exited the studio with 10 dragons worth of low scores, beamed with delight. She approached Xiao Xiao Cat and deliberately slowed her pace, ensuring her voice was audible enough for everyone outside the studio to hear. What a pretender this gentleman is, merely tossing around some cash for a fleeting thrill. If it came down to it, he would be the first to back down. Perhaps he is just a nouveau riche. How much has he squandered recently? I wonder if he has been drained dry. That person, before cozying up to the gentleman, should have opened their eyes. Did they genuinely think they had struck gold? Now they're left looking foolish, aren't they? TSK, TSK, TSK. I feel embarrassed for her. Laughter erupted around them, with various expressions of schadenfreude and pity directed at Xiao Xiao Cat. I thought the gentleman who could gift hundreds of dragons in a day was impressive. Turns out it's just this. I initially believed that someone would reclaim a top 3 position, but now it seems they were overly optimistic. I heard she brought a suitcase to work. Is she planning to fly off right after the competition? Wasn't it said that she was rather proud? Is she now bowing her head in humility? What a pity. It seems she flies off into solitude. Sigh. After finally regaining a gentleman, she relinquished her trivial pride, only to receive this in return. The faces of her comrades, Pai Pai and Yigua, flushed with indignation, wishing to counter Ro but lacking the confidence, could only gaze at her with concern. After all, they were all part of the same team, sharing in each other's misfortunes. Moreover, with the recent influx of money, their concern for Xiao Xiao Cat was particularly sincere. Yet, standing there, Xiao Xiao Cat's almond-shaped eyes, which had recently glimmered with tears of despair and joy, now radiated a calm serenity. Doubt me? The one I support can only secure first place. The man's words echoed in her mind. All she possessed now was her faith in that man. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes, she waited patiently until she finally stood at the center of the stage. Dear family members of the live stream, Xiao Xiao Cat began, her voice not artificially elevated, yet resonating with clarity and strength, sweeping away the timidity she had displayed in the previous months, infused with newfound confidence. I am Xiao Xiao Cat from the Qingkong 004 live stream room. Thank you all for being here today. I can dance in various styles. I can sing, perform small magic tricks, and play the guitar. Each of us has journeyed through challenges to arrive at this moment. However, today's competition is not merely a contest for me. I know many are waiting to see the misfortune of me and those who support me. She paused slightly, her gaze intensifying and her lips curving into a subtle smile. But I have faith in him. He has never broken his promises. He said he would come to support me today, and he will surely be here. He declared that the woman he supports deserves more than a top 3 finish. She can only aim for first place. Since that moment, I have believed that the honor of the championship today belongs solely to us. Her voice rose, imbued with a fervor she had long forgotten. So, dear family, are you ready to unleash your firepower? No matter how much you have, even if it's just a small heart, let it be bullets directed at those who mock us. Do you wish to follow the true affluent gentleman and share in the joy of victory with me? Let's pile up those points together. Do not let the riding high gentleman bear this alone. Let us seize the championship together. With that, she raised her arm fiercely, clenching her fist, her gaze unwavering as she looked directly into the camera of the live stream. Everyone was taken aback, from host Mao to Ro, and even Pai Pai and Yigua, as well as the viewers in the live stream. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly delicate Xiao Xiao Cat could stand in the spotlight and deliver such a powerful declaration. After all, Outside of the highly popular streamers from larger guilds, speaking in such a manner could easily lead to being humiliated. In the live stream, her carefully prepared makeup appeared even more exquisite on this stage. Particularly, her eyes, which sparkled as if adorned with starlight, were extraordinarily captivating. As gifts began to appear one after another on the live stream screen, the petite cat earnestly grasped the microphone to express her gratitude. Thank you, Guiziran Go, for the hot air balloon. Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu, for the 10 little hearts. Thank you, Manta Go, for the shining stars. Thank you, Kale Go, for the cheering duck. Thank you, Tan Xiao Go, for the firework tube. At that moment, a gift tray effect belonging to the Urban Ranger skin materialized in the live stream. Listen, the dragon roars. LV63 Xian Inu Ma sends to Xiao Xiao Cat, Dragon Ranger X10. 20501002005000520. Congratulations to user Xian Inu Ma for successfully ascending to LV64. Congratulations to user Xian Inu Ma for successfully ascending to LV65. Congratulations to user Xian Inu Ma for successfully ascending to LV66. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Xian Inu Ma, for this multitude. The numbers keep increasing. The Furious Horse President continues the combo. My heavens. Over 400 dragons. The combo goes on. 500. 500. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you, Furious Horse President, for the 520-hand dragon rangers gifted to the goddess Xiao Xiao Cat. This is the most romantic number. This is a divine favor bestowed upon Xiao Xiao Cat. Xian Inu Ma, I have never witnessed such a romantic grand gesture. Xiao Xiao Cat, you are the happiest girl in the world today. I am already in tears. Family in the live stream, do you feel this profound love? Let us together flood the screen with the most romantic Furious Horse Deity. I want to see your cheers. I want to see the words Furious Horse Deity dominate the screen. Chapter 53, The Sensational Live Stream. De Mao's voice, overwhelmed with excitement, cracked as he stood up to roar, even toppling his chair. Yet, no one cared, not even he himself. Amidst the continuous roaring of dragons and the dazzling effects filling the live stream, everyone was engulfed in an ecstatic frenzy. The TikTok announcement banner at the top of the live stream flickered incessantly, with the originally 400-plus audience rapidly swelling with new viewers drawn in by the banner. In mere seconds, it surged to over 3,000 and continued to grow. The bullet comments exploded with fervor. The entire public screen went utterly wild. Countless IDs and messages cascaded across the screen like a waterfall. LV13 heartfelt. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. LV33 casual. Oh my gosh. 520 dragons. LV5 lazy sheep. Furious Horse Deity is incredible. Invincible. LV18 beautifully named. Furious Horse God. Take me as your little brother. LV8 colorfully black. Brothers, I see a rain of dragons falling from the sky. LV7 just fine. Oh my gosh. Came in from the banner. What a divine operation. LV24 November. As soon as I entered, the live stream was overwhelmed by effects. LV1 Little Zone. What on earth is going on? My phone is vibrating like crazy. LV33 Love Story. This is way more exhilarating than the blue mood. LV11 Sleep Well. Love Story. Sister, where did you put your phone? LV49 Misty Moon. Oh no. I've encountered a true tycoon. LV32 Play. I remember the S-Guild War. Last month South first place barely reached this level of sound waves. Right? Just through it. LV19 Guiziran. Oh my gosh. Furious Horse God, you are amazing. I participated in scoring. LV22 Kale Chicken Wing. Furious Horse Brother is awesome. Xiao Xiao Cat, you are the queen of tonight. Undisputed. LVXX Mysterious Person 145054. Witnessing history. LV17 Tan Xiao Jian. First on the little list. So many people have come in. LV12 Xiaoyu. A true god has descended. Furious Horse Brother. I love you. You're incredible. LV20 Mantis Slice. This sound wave must have broken the highest record of the Qing Kong Guild, right? LV2 KKKK. Compared to Furious Horse Brother, the idol fellow is just inferior. The bullet comments and the audience spiraled into a state of frenzy. And the atmosphere in the live stream was equally tumultuous. All about 20 female streamers who were resting backstage, touching up their makeup, or hurriedly contacting their benefactors, found their movements almost frozen in place. One female streamer dropped her powder compact with a loud crack, shattering it to pieces on the floor. Yet, she remained oblivious. Her mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the skyrocketing number of dragon gifts in the live stream. Another female streamer, attempting to drink water, was caught off guard and choked, coughing violently. She pounded her chest while pointing at the live stream screen hanging outside the lounge, her expression one of sheer astonishment. The other streamers, who had previously been casually chatting and scrolling through their phones, also halted. They stood transfixed, their eyes glued to the screen. Expressions of utter disbelief etched upon their faces. As group streamers, they had witnessed numerous guild wars, and some had even participated, but a staggering 520 dragons. This was exceedingly rare, even at the grandest guild competition events. My heavens! It was unclear who first let out a shriek, but it served as a trigger, instantly igniting the entire backstage. 520. A full 520 hand dragons. Insane. Crazy. What kind of competition is this? Just declare the champion already. This Su Xiaotong. Oh my goodness. If only I had such a benefactor. I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. In this lifetime, if I could receive such a gift just once, I would feel my entire streaming career would be worth it. Many streamers covered their mouths in shock. Some even jumped up in excitement, even though the 520 dragons were not gifted to them. What luck! Why is it not me? If only it were me. How wonderful it would be. Countless voices of chatter erupted in the backstage, and many gazes directed towards Xiao Cat on the screen were filled with unspoken envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, Pai Pai and Yigua from Team 4 were utterly stunned. 500, over 500, my heavens. Pai Pai mumbled to herself, her voice trembling with emotion. In the next moment, she suddenly embraced the equally shocked Yigua. Weavy won. It's a sure win. Xiao Cat has definitely won. Furious Horse Brother is too amazing. Yigua also came to her senses, stammering with excitement. Woo, so incredible. Furious Horse Brother is superb. Xiao Cat is so incredibly happy. All their previous worries and complaints regarding Xiao Cat transformed into pure, unadulterated joy. The nearby Lung Lung and others rushed over, and the four of them embraced, cheering and jumping. They looked at the figure of Xiao Cat under the spotlight of the live stream, their eyes brimming with happiness and unmistakable envy. Such a degree of adoration could shatter the heart of any group streaming female host. Amidst the focus of everyone's gaze, when the first Grand Dragon effect appeared, Xiao Cat's body jolted violently as if struck by a heavy blow. The ever-increasing gift count, the host's ecstatic roars, the dragon roars in the live stream, and the screams of other female streamers outside the studio filled her ears. Until the final count of gifts settled at 520, all fortitude and composure crumbled in an instant. He has arrived. He has arrived. Not only has he come, but he has fulfilled his promise in the most exceedingly romantic manner. First, this is no mere first. This elevates her directly to a pedestal of adoration. Even devoid of sensitivity, she could vividly envision the multitude of short video clips of this moment flooding Douyin tomorrow. Though she had already placed immense trust in Chen Hao, she never anticipated that he would go to such lengths for her. This level of protection and romantic declaration transcended monetary value in the heart of Little Cat. It was a form of affection and affirmation so profound that she could scarcely articulate it. Sob. She abruptly covered her mouth. Yet she could not stifle the torrent of sobs that erupted. Tears poured forth like a deluge, instantly ruining her meticulously applied makeup, unceasing in their flow. She could no longer hold the microphone. With a clatter, it fell to the floor of the live-streaming room. Amidst the thunderous roar of the dragon's cry, Little Cat lost all semblance of composure and wept uncontrollably. All her grievances, fears, and worries vanished in that moment. During the last guild battle, she had been openly mocked by Demao. This time, there was no hint of reproach. Covering the microphone, he quickly arranged for the operations team to fetch a new one, quietly waiting just off camera. Wait. Only hand it over when she shows any sign of speaking. Show some awareness. If you misjudge the timing, I'll dock your salary for the month. Today, she is the queen of this live-streaming room. Everyone, be prepared. Send the confetti cannons to the fourth group S anchor. As soon as she speaks, let them unleash a torrent. Where's that imposing banner from last time? Find 2 more anchors to hold it up behind her. This is 6 million in audio waves. That idle rich person can vote or not. It matters not. Today, we must give Angry Horse the grand spectacle he deserves. This 520 dragon must undoubtedly trend. No one is allowed to falter. Chapter 54. Is there more? I'm in a hurry. At this moment, Demao looked at Little Cat with eyes full of surprise. He never expected that what had initially been a decision to seize an opportunity while Big Brother was on a high would yield such tremendous results. What KPI? What performance? To hell with it. The next quarter's performance is already secured. As for whether that wealthy idler continues to contribute, let them do as they please. Today, the bosses behind the guild will surely be overjoyed, not knowing how much their bonuses will increase this month. Minutes passed, or perhaps it was over 10 minutes, and the deafening dragon's roar finally subsided. Little Cat's weeping also lessened, morphing into rapid, gasping breaths. An operations team member, like a shadow waiting off camera, seemed to receive a supreme directive and dashed forward. He nearly knelt as he confidently handed a newly tested microphone to Little Cat. What? You say the voting time is only 3 minutes? What does that matter? Is 520 dragons not significant? Almost simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, Dumao signaled Pai Pai and Yigua, who rushed to stand behind Little Cat with their confetti cannons. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of the confetti cannons being triggered echoed in succession, and countless rose-shaped ribbons erupted from behind Little Cat, enveloping her in a sea of flowers. Pai Pai and the others enthusiastically created a jubilant atmosphere, their faces radiating unmasked joy and excitement. Soon after, 2 female anchors joined them, raising the already prepared giant foam board high above their heads. Big Brother is magnificent. The glittering characters swayed with their movements as they chanted praises for the angry horse god. Little Cat instinctively grasped the microphone thrust before her, the blinding spotlight and the cascade of rose petals falling from her eyes, making her feel as if she were in a dream, summoning every ounce of strength. She took a deep breath. However, from the very first word, the intense choking sensation was unavoidable, her voice transformed by heavy sobs. Thank you. Thank you. Fresh attire and gallant steed, Big Brother. Wu Hao Ge. The address shifted in an instant. She could no longer suppress her emotions and simply wished to call him by his true name. I truly apologize. Just now. She wanted to apologize for her earlier loss of control and decorum, for she had promised to present her best self on stage. Yet, she could not help herself. Setting down the microphone, she took deep breaths, her left hand wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Finally, she raised the microphone again, her voice rising. You said you would come. You said that my support would only be first. I knew it. I knew you would never deceive me. You always follow through. Woo, I believe. I have always believed. Thank you, Hao Ge. Thank you for your affection. Thank you for your willingness to do this for me. She thought of Chen Hao, of the 15.6 million audio waves he had sent her way, and the pressure of her mother's medical expenses that had suddenly evaporated. An overwhelming sense of happiness left her nearly unable to stand. This is the happiest moment of my life. She choked, tears gushing forth uncontrollably, no matter how she tried to wipe them away. LV66 fresh attire and gallant steed, don't cry, you deserve it. LV66 fresh attire and gallant steed. Wealthy idler, I love listening to the dragons roar. I can't stand to hear just 10 dragons for a few seconds. Is there more? I'm in a hurry. System notification, Su Xiaotong, Little Cat, affection level 10. Congratulations, host, Su Xiaotong, Little Cat. Affection level has reached 99, refund ratio increased to 11, and a basic ability lottery awarded once. Chen Hao, witnessing Little Cat's genuine gratitude, felt a stirring within him. After all, to be the recipient of such heartfelt appreciation from a girl who loves him is a rarity that many might never encounter in a lifetime. Of course, what touched him even more was the system notification. A refund ratio of 11. What does that imply? It means whatever he gifts Little Cat, he will receive back in kind. In the future, as long as he gifts Little Cat, in a certain sense, he could do so infinitely. It was akin to a perpetual motion machine. As for the system's lottery, he planned to investigate it later. The rental agent had already arrived with the contract, and he intended to sign it and make the payment. Glancing at the 3.12 million that had just been deposited into his bank account, Chen Hao couldn't help but smile broadly. Meanwhile, some individuals were not sharing in the joy. Just moments ago, Ruoa had been gleefully showcasing the 10 dragons that the wealthy idler had gifted her, relishing in the feeling of being the center of attention. If it weren't for Air Mal lurking nearby, she might have marched over to Little Cat and humiliated her further. Yet now, amidst the cacophony of excitement and the surrounding uproar, she found everything merely irritating. The cold, awkward, and even openly mocking gazes of the other female anchors felt like daggers piercing her. Fei Fei, having also received a Douyin blimp, had initially followed suit with bravado, yet now resembled a frostbitten eggplant, utterly deflated. Hadn't they just been boasting about those 10 dragons? TSK, I have never witnessed such a forceful slap in the face. Truly, it is reminiscent of a clown. The idle rich? Under these circumstances, they must be preparing to flee, right? Heh. Just imagine if the idle rich were to discover that their beloved Ruoa is entangled with a member of that boy band from the neighboring company. Even 10 dragons would likely fail to impress. The murmurs around her reached Ruoa's ears, causing her complexion to turn ashen, nearly causing her to falter. Instinctively, she grasped the equally pale Fei Fei beside her, her heart racing violently within her chest. This was an astronomical sum exceeding 1.5 million dragon coins. Such a figure should never have appeared in a modest guild like the Qingkong Guild's monthly battle. A chill coursed from her feet to her head. as Fei Fei's whispered words echoed in her ears. 500 and more? Has he gone mad? The two of them simultaneously harbored the deepest of concerns. Would the idle rich, that old veteran, truly be scared away? Given their understanding of him, he usually prepared a mere 300,000 or 500,000 for guild battles. But faced with such an overwhelming situation, did he truly have the courage to persist? It now seemed that disgrace was inevitable, and both of them would likely have to tread carefully within the guild for quite some time. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting only despair and anxiety for the future. After all, with the spectacle of today, it was likely that the future queen of the guild would be the little cat. And those unrestrained words they had spoken today undoubtedly offended him gravely. With a figure like Xian Inuma backing him, what would they do moving forward? If they were to ponder further, would the idle rich truly return to the Qingkong Guild's live stream after suffering such public humiliation? Would he still be willing to support them with votes in the future? Perhaps upon encountering related live streams, he would flee faster than anyone. While their concerns were not without merit, at that moment, within the tea house, the idle rich, Tian Yong, had no intention of fleeing. Chapter 55, The Idle Rich's Counterattack. Upon witnessing Chen Hao send out a staggering 520 dragons, Tian Yong was indeed taken aback. 520 dragons. Has this lunatic lost his mind? That was his sole thought. Then, seeing Chen Hao's taunting message asking, "Is there more? I'm in a hurry," a surge of blood rushed to his head. Previously, he had diverted over 2 million from the company's funds, which initially provided him with a sense of confidence. However, he never envisioned that he would exhaust it all in the live stream. This amount, let alone in the Qingkong Guild's battle, could secure a top 10 finish even in the S Guild. With a stroke of luck, he might even contend for first place. He had initially planned to use 10 dragons to temper the momentum of Xian Inuma. Ideally, the opponent would hesitate to retaliate if they dared to resist. He would crush them with absolute strength. Then he would compel the little cat to bow her head and apologize, even meeting offline to make amends. Yet, he was entirely unprepared to find himself the one being crushed. Now, as he observed the provocative messages from Chen Hao, he struggled to suppress his anger. What were Ruo and Fei Fei worth? With over 2 million, he could indulge in countless distractions. Why would he be foolish enough to splurge millions just for pride? Just then, his phone began to vibrate incessantly. It was a group chat, filled with acquaintances he had met during his Douyin livestream. Among them were the top supporters of other female streamers from the Qingkong Guild, as well as some high-ranking individuals from other circles. These people were relatively affluent, spending money freely online, generally only conversing with those of similar status. Over time, after becoming familiar in the live streams, Tian Yong had created a group chat. This group was not merely a casual chatting space. In a sense, it constituted a valuable social network. Within it, Tian Yong had even expanded beyond one client, successfully securing several significant deals. Long Chong, old Tian, this new big shot in Qingkong is rather ruthless. Are you still on board? The boys are ready with their seeds. Fish seller A Wei, brother Xian Ren, weren't you supposed to teach Xian Inuma a lesson? The brothers are all waiting for it. Ha ha. Ruo Shui Sen Xian, brother Xian Ren, I've still got hundreds of thousands of votes on my end. I can help round it off. Do you still want to proceed? The last to speak was Ruo's second top supporter. Following that, many others began to chime in, inquiring about what was happening and whether Xian Ren would continue. Some had even left the group. Damn it. Tian Yong, holding his phone, felt uncertain. Setting aside everything else, as the group owner, he had directly shown fear. It seemed impossible to engage with these individuals on equal footing in the future. Such an incident would likely lead to ridicule, even if they did not leave the group. More importantly, today's 520 dragons would undoubtedly trend. As the initial provocateur, he feared that being a mere backdrop would not only mean humiliation, but that even the big shots would regard conversing with him as beneath them. If that were the case, not only would he be unable to participate in the Qingkong Guild's livestream, but he might also lose this group, resulting in significant losses. For someone of his standing, sometimes connections are more valuable than cash. Is he trying to show off? I refuse to believe he wouldn't treat money seriously. He slammed his fist on the tea table, causing the Yixing teapot to clatter. From what I know, this Xian Inuma leveled up within 5 days. Now at level 66, it meant he had sent over 5 million within that time frame. No matter how wealthy one is, even those with assets in the hundreds of millions cannot casually part with 5 million in a week. As for the truly wealthy, they are surrounded by beautiful women who would fawn over them. So why would they splurge so much on a minor streamer? Giving gifts to group broadcast female streamers is purely an expense. It's not like courting clients, where there might be greater potential future returns. He began to forcibly convince himself. This mad horse must be trying to intimidate me. He must be out of votes. If I can just endure this round, making him believe I am unfathomable, perhaps he will concede. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his hands trembled as he typed out a message. LV62 Idol Rich, Cien Inu Ma, this is just the beginning. Then, he opened Douyin's recharge interface. Meanwhile, in the guild battles live stream, Mao and Ruo both felt a surge of adrenaline. Is he going to continue? Oh my goodness. This could mean my bonus this month would surpass last year's total. Mao's heart raced as he had only just been boasting about Cien Inu Ma. Now he switched seamlessly. Family, look, the Idol Rich has spoken. This is just the beginning. This is the audacity of our Qingkong's #1 leader. The Idol Rich is a true man. So handsome. Mao slapped the control panel, nearly toppling the microphone. What is the Idol Rich saying now? Are we waiting for the final championship battle, or? His words were only half finished when a line of advanced messages floated by. LV62 Idol Rich, have Ruo come up. There is a discussion to be had. Hurry, hurry. Ruo Goddess, it's your turn to take the stage. Little Cat Goddess on the left, Ruo Goddess on the right. Operations. Another microphone for the Goddess Ruo, please. Prepare the fireworks and placards. Mao felt his heart racing alarmingly. After years in the industry, he had never presided over a duel of such monumental stakes. Of course, this was a minor guild. The guild wars of mid to large-scale guilds were never so casual. Meanwhile, Ruo, back in the spotlight of the live stream, felt a fleeting disorientation. The humiliation of her recent plummet from the heights still lingered, but now it seemed she had grasped the final lifeline. Filled with renewed hope, her desire to reclaim her glory and the prospect of immense profits swiftly overshadowed all reason. This old boss hasn't given up on me. He is still willing to invest in me. I might still have a chance to turn the tide. Moreover, after deducting the platform and company shares, 20 of the gift waves would be mine. To equalize, I would need at least 510 carnival gifts. Standing to the right of the live stream, Ruo suppressed her overwhelming excitement and thirst for revenge, exuding an air of forced composure while donning her sky-high heels. Xiaomiao and she flanked each other. As if two distinct energies clashed within the live stream room. The audience grew increasingly exhilarated. LV5 Lazy Sheep. Is it about to erupt into conflict? LV18 Beautifully named. Wow. Today is worth it. LV49 Misty Moon. Now we're in for a show. LV19 Sunflower Seed. Go, Angry Horse God. Go, Xiaomiao. LV2 KKKK. Brother Xianren is still the seasoned boss. I think he can win. At that moment, Ruo seized the newly presented microphone. Brother Xianren. You're so handsome. I'm ready, Brother Xianren. No sooner had her words left her mouth than the affluent Xianren wasted no time, and the counterattack commenced. LV62 Affluent Xianren gifted Ruo a Dragon Rider X500. Congratulations to user, Affluent Xianren, for successfully leveling up to LV65. Chapter 56. Intensification. A ramp-up of combos. Simultaneously, Ruoshui Sanqian, who had previously promised to help with the minor contributions, also made his move. LV51 Ruoshui Sanqian gifted Ruo Golden Carnival X10. Congratulations to user, Ruoshui Sanqian, for successfully leveling up to LV52. Though he wasn't considered a top-tier boss, those 10 carnivals served as a token of goodwill. Combined with the earlier 10 dragon gifts and his greater number of scattered tickets compared to Xiaomiao, Ruo's total score temporarily surpassed Xiaomiao's, placing her at the pinnacle of the contributor leaderboard. Mao, quick on the draw, began to play the exclusive music for big gifts. What's in your head? In your head. Zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, hey, hey. The DJ version of Zombie blared as Mao's voice echoed throughout the live stream room. Wow. Brother Xianren has struck. 500. 500 hands. Dragon Rider. No, from today onwards, please call him Brother Xianwang. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. And thank you to Brother Ruoshui Sanqian for also stepping in. 10 hands of Golden Carnival. Thank you both for your tremendous support. Ruo has reclaimed her throne. The true king has returned. Now the pressure is on Xiaomiao, the goddess. Angry Horse God, or rather, Angry Emperor, do you have anything to say? Mao shouted until he was hoarse, saliva almost spraying onto Ruo. The barrage of comments erupted. Such a high-stakes duel between bosses was a rare spectacle. LV5 Lazy Sheep. It's on. It's on. LV18 Beautifully named. Wow. It's really happening. LV49 Misty Moon. Now it's a celestial showdown. LV7 Just Fine. So thrilling. More exhilarating than watching the S-Guild match. LV24 November. Dressed in fine clothes and riding an angry horse. It's your turn, Angry Emperor. Charge. LV19 Sunflower Seed. Go, Angry Emperor. Go, Xiaomiao. LV2 KKKK. Xianhuang is incredible. Go, Xianhuang. Ruo was overwhelmed with joy, tears of excitement blurring her vision as she held the microphone, unsure of what to say. Members of Team 1 and Fei Fei, well prepared, rushed behind her, brandishing the imposing placard of the boss. Yet, Just as she had barely surpassed Xiao Miao, Chen Hao's counterstrike hit. LV-66 dressed in fine clothes and riding an angry horse gifted Xiao Miao Dragon Rider X10. A gift notification abruptly interrupted Ruo's words of gratitude. Xiao Miao's eyes brightened. Her score had surged ahead. Thank you, Brother Hao. Dumao's voice rang out, brimming with excitement. Wow, instant comeback. Instant comeback. Angry Emperor just countered with 10 Dragon Riders. Is there more? Xianhuang, do you have anything left? Anything to say? As his words faded, the screen indeed displayed yet another gift notification. LV-65 Affluent Xianren gifted Ruo Dragon Rider X1, X2, X5, X10, X20. Wow, instant return. Family, look. Xianhuang is returning instantly. He is still sending gifts. Numbers are coming out. Thank you, Xianhuang. Wow. Before Dumao could finish his expression of gratitude, Chen Hao had already dispatched another gift. LV-66 dressed in fine clothes and riding an angry horse gifted Xiao Miao Dragon Rider X1, X2, X5, X10, X20. Angry Emperor has struck again. They're all sending gifts. Who will ultimately claim the top spot? Today, there are 2 fortunate girls in the world. But who is the happiest among them? Wow. Brother Ruoshui has also stepped in. Thank you, Brother Ruoshui Sanqian, for sending 10 hands of carnival again. Unwilling to be outdone, Ruoshui Sanqian attempted to join the fray. But upon witnessing the soaring combo counts of the two, he opted to withdraw after sending 10 carnivals. He was merely a seasoned employee at a major IT firm in Hangzhou, while he was wealthy compared to the average person. Such a level of warfare was beyond his reach. The small sum of over 100,000 he had spent today equated to 2 to 3 months' salary for him. LV-51 Ruoshui Sanqian, Affluent Xianren, Xianhuang, I'm counting on you. This is truly terrifying. Ruoshui Sanqian resigned himself to defeat. Yet the audience in the live stream room was utterly ecstatic. Countless comments flooded the screen, with everyone unable to contain their desire to express themselves. LV-13 Heartfelt, Instant return. Instant return. Angry Emperor is incredible. Such speed. LV-33 Casually. Wow. It's heating up. This is a true celestial battle. LV-5 Lazy Sheep. Xianhuang is magnificent. Angry Emperor is awesome. LV-18 Beautifully named. I can't hear anything on my phone. Just all dragon roars. LV-8 Colorfully Black. My phone is vibrating like crazy. It feels like my budget smartphone can't take it anymore. LVXX Mysterious Person 589555. It's on. It's on. Keep going. I've already ordered barbecue. LV-24 November. I didn't come in vain. This is thrilling. LV-33 Love Story. I'm gone. LV-11 Sleep Well. Love Story. Sister You. LV-49 Obscured Moon. Today seems to be doomed. After this battle, at least one account will be deactivated. LV-19 Sunflower Seed. Go, Angry Emperor. Angry Emperor is magnificent. LV-22 Cola Chicken Wings. Brothers. Does charging Dogecoins now allow us to use Happy Beans? What a turn of events. LV-17 Laughing while jumping. I wouldn't dare use Happy Beans like that. LV-2 KKKK. Both of you are incredible. Witnessing this grand dragon reign is worth it. Simultaneously, the astonishing rate at which gifts were being sent naturally elevated the live stream's engagement to its zenith. The official banner atop the Douyin live stream flashed continuously, and the room firmly secured the top position on the hourly leaderboard. An increasing number of viewers poured into the stream, with the count nearing 10,000. 2 upgrade notifications scrolled across the public screen in quick succession. Congratulations to user Fortunate Leisure for just achieving level 66. Congratulations to user Dashing Steed for just achieving level 67. Congratulations to Angry Emperor and Leisure Emperor for their successive ascensions. Family, the heavens tremble and the earth ignites. Our 2 brothers are unleashing their full power. Is the family of Goddess Ruo present? Where is the Ruo army? The decree of Leisure Emperor has been issued. Show me your solidarity. Thank you, thank you. Gratitude for Leisure Emperor's continuous barrage of dragon rain. Are the family of Little Cat Goddess here? Currently, Leisure Emperor is still in the lead. The pressure is on you. Let us see your support for Angry Emperor and Little Cat on the public screen. When the Angry Emperor is enraged, the divine dragon descends. Thank you, Angry Emperor, for the continuous barrage of dragon rangers. Big Hair. While hoarsely cheering for the 2 brothers, also endeavored to attract new viewers. The newcomers clicked to follow, welcoming everyone to the Sunny Sky monthly gala. Let us bask in the good fortune of the dragon reign. Use your prosperous little hands to elevate the number of likes. Today, I aim to break 10,000 likes. Presently, we have our Goddess Ruo and Little Cat Goddess on stage. The leaderboard is in the upper left corner. Feel free to check out their personal accounts. Meanwhile, in a tea house, Tian Yong, incessantly tapping the screen, felt his spirits plummet. Yet, with the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Having already spent 2 million, the sunk cost was staggering. He could only continue to gamble. Gritting his teeth as he pressed on, his fingers trembled, mechanically clicking the gift icon. Chapter 57. The Leisure Man Flees. Oh my, good heavens. Do you see this, family? What does it mean to wield divine power like a prison? What does it mean to slay gods and demons? Angry Emperor continues his pursuit. There is no sign of stopping. Leisure Emperor, maintain the barrage. You must not be caught. This is explosive, family. The live stream has erupted. This is the rhythm we need. Where are the rockets? The planes? For those who love to revel in the excitement, any gift will do. Even a tiny heart contributes to this great battle. Big Hair's voice persisted. Jin Sheng, one hand sipping cola while the other continuously tapped his phone on the table, felt as if he were engaged in a tedious match 3 game. He was barely inclined to check the count of Dragon Rangers, maintaining an extremely steady pace of continuous gifting. The notifications for their gifts were fixed on the live stream screen, and the numbers kept climbing, further elevating the atmosphere in the room. The 4th team, led by Pippi, returned to stand behind Little Cat, each taking turns to pull the gift tubes and set them off. One after another, they were relentless. Roro and Little Cat, clutching their microphones, expressed their gratitude, eventually becoming so engrossed they could only bounce and make hearts towards the camera. Just as the atmosphere reached a crescendo, suddenly, one gift count ceased its rapid increase. The gift count from Fortunate Leisure was fixed at 254, and after a few seconds, it vanished. Meanwhile, the gift count for Dashing Steed, having surpassed 254, did not stop until it reached the round number of 300. Tian Yong, who had been fervently tapping his phone screen, found himself frozen, staring blankly at the recharge interface that popped up on his phone. He had risked reallocating company funds, combined with a portion of his own savings, totaling over 2 million. In just a few short minutes, it had all been expended. He stared blankly at the Douyin recharge screen, then glanced again at the final count of 300 Dragon Rangers from Dashing Steed, suddenly feeling a chill rise from within. Fear, regret, like a cold tide. A wave of emotions intertwined with dread and remorse engulfed Tian Yong in an instant. A sense of powerlessness gripped him, and after a moment of daze, only one thought remained. Run. Run immediately. Losing is losing. Cowardice is cowardice. If I must be embarrassed, so be it. How could I spend all this money in a single day? He looked at the audience contribution leaderboard, where the ID firmly seated at the top left him at a loss for how to express his emotions. Madman, you are utterly insane. How much money do you have left? Is it all just blowing in with the wind? He didn't even dare to type a word in the comments, hastily exiting the Douyin app in a near panic. Wait, has it stopped? Leisure Emperor has stopped. 254 divine dragons, exhausting all resolve and willpower. Thank you. Thank you. Leisure Emperor deserves the loudest applause and utmost respect. Family, let us flood the screen with the might of Leisure Emperor. Big Hair was the first to catch the cessation of Fortunate Leisure's barrage, and after a brief expression of gratitude, he quickly turned to hype Dashing Steed. But Angry Emperor. Our Angry Emperor is still clicking. He has caught up. Surpassed. No sign of stopping. 300. Thank you, Angry Emperor. For the 300 Dragon Rangers. Is this a complete domination? Is this a total crushing? Leisure Emperor unleashed 254 divine arrows, while Angry Emperor's 300 piercing arrows immediately soared in response. A miracle. This is a miracle that has never occurred since the establishment of the Sunny Sky Guild. Family, let us flood the screen with the invincibility of Angry Emperor. Overwhelmed with excitement, he nearly lifted Chen Hao to the heavens. Only after speaking did he realize he might have gone too far, hastily adding a couple of words. Good heavens, our health bars are already insufficient. We have long surpassed the limit. Also, gratitude to Leisure Emperor for today's tremendous support. Is there any argument left? Yet deep down, Big Hair was already certain that Fortunate Leisure had clearly run out of funds. Both sides had spent over 2 million today, yet the gap was still nearly 50 gifts. What could possibly be said? Especially since he noticed that the ID that originally held the second position, Fortunate Leisure, had already vanished from the audience list, clearly having fled. The comments on the public screen were flying by at an astonishing pace, whether old viewers or newcomers flooding into the live stream, even fans of other streamers. All reveled in witnessing Chen Hao's triumph over Fortunate Leisure. The frenzied comments refreshingly tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the victor, Dashing Steed. LV13 heartfelt, wow, completely crushed. LV33 casual, just 50 gifts behind. Leisure Emperor, do you have anything to say? LV5 lazy sheep, the Rage Emperor is incredible. The Rage Emperor is invincible. LV18 notable one. Has anyone kept track? How many dragons has the Rage Emperor gifted today? LV8 colorful black. At any rate, it has surpassed 800. LVXX mysterious person 589555. Haha, 254. Stop right there. What a classic. Has the recharge interface popped up? LV49 Misty Moon. Most likely. PS truly out of funds. This is quite an embarrassment. I fear the Leisure Emperor 1T graced the clear sky again. LVXX mysterious person 589555. Misty Moon. Ha, the Leisure Emperor has fled. Just look at the audience list. LV49 Misty Moon. No way. He really ran away. LV24 November. I'm done, utterly done. From now on, the number one in clear sky is the Rage Emperor. The Leisure Emperor? Better go wash up and sleep. He probably 1T return. LV19 Sunflower Seed. The Rage Emperor is invincible. Little Cat is so fortunate. Leisure Emperor? Rename him to Salty Fish. LV17 Laughing while bouncing. Wealthy Leisure Man. Care to make another appearance? Surely you're not truly out of money? Have you lost your nerve? Come out and admit defeat. LV2 KKKK. 520 dragons will determine the fate. 300 dragons will slap his face. Rage Emperor, pure artistry. What a worthless Leisure Man. LV19 Sunflower Seed. Ha, brother, I've seen you hopping around for quite some time. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Little Cat continues to express her gratitude towards Chen Hao. Thank you, Brother Hao. Thank you for being willing to do so much for me. I feel so blessed. Thank you for everything you've done for Little Cat. I will cherish it dearly. You said that Little Cat can only be number one. And you truly made it happen. Beside her, Ruruo, who had not spoken for a minute, wears a somewhat stiff smile. The flush of excitement from the massive gifts has slowly faded, leaving her somewhat pale. Every word of Little Cat's heartfelt thanks pierces Ruruo's heart deeply. The genuine gratitude and happiness starkly contrast with her overwhelming sense of loss, rendering it almost ironic. The members of Team 1, who were initially ecstatic, stand bewildered and at a loss, contrasting sharply with Team 4, where Pippi and others are celebrating with fervor. Ruruo's hands tremble slightly. Just a minute ago, she was immersed in the hope of a comeback and the immense joy of being in the spotlight again. The steadily increasing number of gifts from the wealthy Leisure Man had made her feel as if wealth, status, and revenge were all within her grasp. However, now all those dreams have shattered. Especially upon seeing the wealthy Leisure Man disappear from the audience list, she realizes that without alternative means, she probably won't see this ID in the live stream again. The biggest benefactor has fled, and in front of tens of thousands of viewers, all fans of the Clear Sky Guild, she has been utterly crushed and forced to retreat. This is the greatest loss. After platform and guild deductions, she will likely take home less than 500,000. While it seems a substantial amount, given her current spending habits, it likely 1T last a year. A lavish feast every day, which is more important, she knows all too well. Without the support of the big brother. Next month, she'll be relying on that useless second place, Ruashue Sanchan, and may not even make it to the top 3. Meanwhile, Little Cat, with her seemingly endless stream of gifts, as long as she doesn't sabotage herself, her status will likely remain unshakable. At that point, with the animosity between them, Ruruo believes Little Cat will surely not let her off easily. The immense pressure might even compel her to leave the Clear Sky Guild and switch accounts. However, team broadcasts require visible live appearances. Unlike vocal rooms or virtual streamers, switching accounts isn't as simple. What to do? No, absolutely not like this. I must think of a way. Even if I can't win, I must at least squeeze out a little more. Ruruo's mind races, while Damao's voice rings out once more. My goodness, how intense, how shocking everyone. The Leisure Emperor may have had something urgent to attend to, but we must once again express our gratitude to our two big brothers. The passionate duel between the two today is undoubtedly the most colorful highlight for our Clear Sky Guild. This scene, this spectacle, I could boast about it for a decade. Once again, thank you to both big brothers for their immense support for our goddess Little Cat and goddess Ruruo. Since the Leisure Emperor hasn't made a statement for now, let us swiftly continue with our competition. Though Damao's voice is hoarse, his enthusiasm remains undiminished. He pauses briefly, swiftly redirecting the conversation back to the competition. After all, it's best to seize the moment while the audience is plentiful and give more female streamers opportunities to shine. Perhaps they can attract more big brothers. Thus, the thrilling confrontation segment comes to a temporary pause, and we invite the two goddesses to take a break. Who will be rallying votes next? After this, we will enter the equally intense and exhilarating microphone segment. Once Little Cat and Ruruo leave the stage, Pippi awkwardly remains, as it's now her turn. However, perhaps due to being in Team 4, many of the passing big brothers shower her with small gifts, pushing her score beyond 2,000 sound waves. The subsequent Yegua and Lingling also achieve similar results, generally ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 sound waves. Meanwhile, backstage, both Little Cat and Ruruo are on the phone, with the atmosphere on either side starkly contrasting. One side is a whirlpool of ecstasy. At this moment, Little Cat has just hung up her call with Chen Hao, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Yet her eyes shine brilliantly, and the smile on her lips is impossible to contain. She eagerly shares this happiness across multiple social media posts. Brother Hao said he's waiting for me at home. I'll book the fastest flight after the competition. Little Cat's voice trembles with excitement, each word dripping with sweetness. Pippi, Yegua, he's truly wonderful. Pippi hugs Little Cat tightly, nearly squeezing the breath out of her. Cat, you're so fortunate. I'm really envious of you. Today, you must be the happiest woman in the world. Yegua hands Little Cat a bottle of freshly opened mineral water, her face radiating joy. After all, they are from the same team, and according to company rules, they too will receive bonuses. More importantly, they have truly managed to slap the previously arrogant Roro and the Team 1 streamers in the face. Sister Cat, drink some water. Your voice is getting hoarse. I have some throat lozenges here. The Rage Brother is just too handsome. Lingling also approaches, offering a tissue from her bag to Little Cat. Sister Cat, your makeup is a bit smudged. You must retouch it. You are now the crown jewel of our clear sky, so you must look splendid. Plus, you'll need to wear a crown on stage later. Now is the time to rest a bit. Even Ermao is continuously congratulating her, his face alight with joy. Goddess Cat, you've worked hard. That scene was simply sensational. The Rage Brother is so good to you, no doubt about it. Now that the Leisure Man has fled, victory is practically secured. Today has truly been unexpected. No kidding, he's the host of Team 4. This month's bonuses will undoubtedly surpass his 6-month salary. In the narrow and crowded backstage, the jubilant laughter of the entire 4th troop resounded incessantly. Coco and her companions were well aware that the Little Cat was rushing to catch her flight, and they deliberated on where to celebrate with drinks afterward. Pai, true to her name, was there mimicking Ruo's previous remarks, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Unbeknownst to them, someone had found a wild man who had audaciously spoken out of turn in front of my sister Cat. In another corner, Ruo had naturally overheard. With a grim expression, she chose to exit the backstage and made her way to the company's fire escape. After surveying her surroundings and confirming her solitude, Ruo pressed her phone tightly against her ear. Her voice was suppressed to a whisper, laced with a desperate sharpness. On the other end of the line was Tian Yong, who had finally answered after multiple attempts, his tone heavy with fatigue, regret, and suppressed anger. I've burned through all my money. Over 2 million. What more do you want from me? Can't you see that person is a lunatic? How much has he smashed? Should I wager my life against him? Ruo fell silent for a few seconds before dropping a bombshell. Tian Yong, listen carefully. I am pregnant. The baby is nearly a month along now. The other end of the line fell into a deafening silence. It was as if Tian Yong had been choked, rendering him breathless. After a full 10 seconds, he finally managed to stammer out a horrified question. What did you say? Ruo's voice reached his ears, cold and calm. I said, I am carrying your child. Chapter 59, The Deal. In truth, Ruo herself was uncertain whether the child was indeed Tian Yong's. She had merely calculated the timing and deemed that the most probable candidates were 3 individuals. One was a casual fling from the neighboring boy band. Another was her young boyfriend, who was the second ranked in her live stream, known as Shui Senxian. As for the last one, it was naturally Tian Yong. After all, she accompanied him weekly, and he would undoubtedly not be absent from the list of potential fathers. If you don't believe me, I can send you the hospital reports. A persistent silence ensued, enveloping both Ruo and Tian Yong. She could sense that his silence was a manifestation of his fear. After a few more seconds, Ruo slowly threw down her final card, her voice icy as it pierced through to Tian Yong's ears. I am presenting you with 2 options. The first is for you to immediately disappear, and I will take the fall. Her voice gradually escalated, infused with a ruthless determination. However, in a short while, I will waddle over to your wife with my pregnant belly. I will inform her that not only have you been keeping a female live streamer, but you've also created a life. I have ample evidence of our time together on my phone, including all the hotel receipts, even from last night. You dare? Tian Yong let out a furious roar, only to quickly lower his voice like a duck with its throat grasped. Do you want us both to perish? I'm telling you, I am not afraid. Yet, Ruo's voice remained composed. Do you think I am unaware? Your business has grown so large. All thanks to your father-in-law's support. Tian Yong's mind buzzed, as if it had exploded. He understood that Ruo was speaking the truth. He had started with barely any assets. The entire factory startup capital was provided by his wife's family. While he might indulge in some frivolities outside, his wife could perhaps turn a blind eye, as she was not the quintessential devoted wife. But an illegitimate child? That was something his wife could not tolerate. And if his mother-in-law and father-in-law discovered the truth, it would spell disaster. With his in-laws' influence, they could strip him of everything overnight, banishing him from that circle for good. The mere thought of his in-law's potential actions sent a shiver down Tianyang's spine. And there is a second option. Rua's voice came through the phone, suddenly softening, as if the icy words just spoken had not originated from her. You will continue to assist me in this competition. I do not require much. Just enough to surpass that little cat and the flashy rival. Bring me the championship. If I win tonight, it will prove that you still care for me. That you are 1,000 times better than that flashy rival. If that is the case, I will go to the hospital tomorrow to take care of it for our future. She deliberately emphasized the word our. You insane woman. Tianyang's voice quivered uncontrollably, laced with despair. I truly have no money in my account right now. The previous 2 million were already borrowed, and acquiring more is exceedingly difficult. The process of transferring funds is cumbersome, and the risks are too high. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany. Rua. How about this? I can give you cash tomorrow. Or a transfer, 50,000. I'll do my utmost to gather another 50,000. No, give me a bit more time. And I can manage to get 80,000. You go to the hospital tomorrow night and take care of it. I swear, I will deliver. Tianyang's voice grew frantic, the words tumbling out in a rush as he desperately sought to defuse the ticking time bomb. Do you think I am a fool? Rua's tone immediately turned frigid again, sharp enough to cut. Accepting your cash offline? Do you think I am unaware? Your wife can swiftly sue you for infringing on marital joint property, and at the very least, she can reclaim half, perhaps even more. I have seen plenty of such cases. By then, I will have received little money, lost the child, and you will still try to wriggle out of it. How naive. She paused, resolutely continuing. Only through live streaming. On the Douyin platform. The money flows from the platform, and the share I receive is my legal income. Want to reclaim it? Fine. Go ahead and sue Qing Kong, or take it up with Byte's legal department. Win that first. Tianyang, do you possess that capability? Silence engulfed the other end of the line, leaving only heavy, desperate breaths. Rua's words had extinguished his last glimmer of hope. He had not anticipated that this woman could go to such lengths, not only investigating him, but also possessing such knowledge, completely cornering him. Indeed, the risk of cash transactions offline was exceedingly high, with numerous real-life examples of funds being reclaimed. Conversely, on the platform, he was no longer a minor. Attempting to recover those funds was nearly impossible. Time ticked away, and Rua sensed that he was hesitating. She decisively played her final card. Her voice suddenly tinged with a hint of tears, yet remarkably clear as it reached him. Before the guild battle concludes today, I want to see my score surpass hers. Otherwise, I will take it as you have chosen the first option. I will go to your wife's house tonight and pound on the door. I know the address. It's in Binjiang district. Don't move. Tianyang's voice, twisted with agonizing pain and fear, abruptly interrupted Rua's words. I will find a way to get the money. He had completely abandoned negotiation, his voice nearly a scream, but in such a tea house setting. He had to suppress it. But, you better remember, this is the last time. After tonight's performance, head immediately to the hospital. If there is another opportunity. Upon hearing Tianyang's acquiescence, Rua's voice transformed from icy detachment to sultry allure, exuding a sense of accomplishment. As long as I secure the first place tonight, I shall heed your every command. I swear, I will take care of everything immediately tonight. Be swift, for someone is eagerly awaiting the surprise you have in store. Love you. She blew a kiss into the phone before decisively ending the call. As she gazed at the now terminated call screen on her phone, Rua's smile faded, leaving only exhaustion and a flicker of victorious chill. Leaning against the frigid wall of the fire escape, she felt her back drenched in cold sweat. She had won the gamble, at least for this round. Initially, she had planned to ascertain the identity of the child's father after some time, and then orchestrate a grand revelation. However, she had not anticipated concluding the game so swiftly today. Regarding the future, with such a plethora of evidence at hand, even if she terminated the pregnancy, what of it? I could still locate your wife, chuckling all the while. Moreover, terminating it would be even better. No witnesses to contradict me. I could claim it was yours. For you provided the funds for the procedure. If it is not yours, it remains yours nonetheless. She rose once more, returned to the backstage area, and hastily retouched her makeup, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. The murmurs and scrutinizing gazes of those around her no longer fazed her. She settled quietly in a corner, awaiting the imminent surprise that her unborn child would procure. Chapter 60, The Merciful Deity. On stage, they had now entered the microphone round. The first to take the stage was the streamer with the lowest score. It was none other than the female streamer who had received a mere 35 points from the system. According to last month's script, she should not have been the first to solicit votes, especially with Pai and her group still in the running. Yet, who could have foreseen the chaos that unfolded after Xiao Mao's arrival, resulting in two big spenders gifting a total of 4 to 5 million dragon coins? This led to an influx of viewers and passers-by, charmed by the spectacle, casually tossed in their contributions, surpassing her score. Family members present. The first to take the microphone was YY. The gap between her and the previous contestant was 1,100 audio waves, and with the round points, it was precisely the equivalent of a racing car. Are you ready? YY picked up the microphone with a hint of resignation. You should be prepared, right? However, Mao disregarded her and initiated the countdown. And now, with 2 minutes on the clock, let us begin. Standing awkwardly on stage, YY endeavored to rally votes. Hello, everyone. I'm YY from Chinkong 003. So many people. This is the first time I've seen such a large audience. Is there anyone here who feels a connection with me? Are there any family members of YY present? Could you help me pass this round? Yet, by the time the 2 minutes elapsed, she had garnered only 20-some votes. The last 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Unfortunately, our YY has been eliminated. Take some time to reflect, and next month we shall see if things improve. Mao recited the countdown rapidly, fully aware of the capabilities of the streamers in his guild. Had it not been for the occasional assistance from a big sister who liked YY, she would have long been ousted. Regrettably, that big sister was evidently absent today. In the small guild competition, fairness was not a priority. Poor performance would lead the host to publicly reprimand the female streamers. YY awkwardly placed the microphone down, appearing utterly flustered. This was the cruel reality of live streaming. Failure to secure votes equated to a public execution. Next up, let us see who it is. Welcome our Yegwa. Yegwa nervously approached the center of the streaming room, taking the microphone from YY. Passing score, 600 audio waves. With the same 2-minute countdown, Yegwa, are you ready? All right, then, let us begin. Without waiting for Yegwa's response, Mao declared the countdown. Hello? Family members, I am Yegwa from Chinkong 004. Is there anyone here who finds me appealing? Could you help me rise in the rankings? With a live audience of 96 million, is there anyone who can lend a gaze? Mao's demeanor was markedly different this time. He even began to solicit votes for Yegwa. Family members in the live stream. This is Miss Yegwa from the same group as our goddess, Xiao Mao. We are merely a hand's distance away from victory. Everyone, contribute whatever you can. Little hearts, little gifts. All are tokens of support for our sister. Let us not let her be eliminated in the first round. Family members. Yegwa gratefully glanced at Mao, joining in the call for votes. Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu, for your support. Thank you, Guazi Go, for the bouquet. Family members have already lit the fire. Thank you for your support. Are there any other family members in the live stream? Let us gather some scattered votes. The gap is truly not that wide. Just 6 dazzling stars, and Yegwa can surpass this round. Please. As time ticked by, although there were occasional small contributions, the majority of the audience had come to witness the grand spectacle of wealthy patrons battling it out. Unbeknownst to the viewers, the streamers engaged in private transactions. And as the prospects appeared dim, many began to exit the live stream. The viewer count in the upper right corner steadily declined, dropping below 2,000 as the 2 minutes elapsed. Yegwa, on the verge of tears, felt particularly disheartened when comparing herself to Xiao Mao. Only 3 seconds left. Family members, is there a glimmer of hope? Is there a miracle waiting to happen? 3. Is there a merciful deity among us? The gap is minimal. Just one heartfelt gesture, and our Yegwa can prevail. 2. Only 1 second remaining. 1. We shall not abandon nor forsake. Is there anyone waiting? Is there anyone who can help? Mao, witnessing her connection to Xiao Mao, was indeed putting in considerable effort. However, even with the various scattered votes, they only managed to accumulate 300, still falling short by another 300. Just then, a message appeared in the chat. LV67 fresh garments and galloping steeds. Pass. Wonderful. The Emperor of Fury has voted pass. The most romantic pass in the world. Thank you, Emperor of Fury. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Emperor of Fury, the merciful deity. We are grateful for the Urban Ranger 10,000 Do coins you bestowed upon all the goddesses of Chinkong 004. Mao had initially thought that fresh garments would merely send a racing car as a token gesture, for it was evident to any observant individual that he was merely infatuated with Xiao Mao. To his astonishment, he had given each member of the 4th group an Urban Ranger. Oh, thank you, Emperor of Fury. This is the first time I have received an Urban Ranger. Thank you. I am so grateful to you, the most merciful male deity in the world. She expressed her gratitude in a flurry, while Pai and the others, who had been waiting backstage, rushed to the stage to offer their thanks. At that moment, Chen Hao added a comment. LV67 fresh attire and gallant horse. Let it be. If anything comes up, have the little cat call me. Pai quickly seized the microphone, expressing gratitude towards the camera with exuberance. Thank you, Emperor of Fury. We are truly content. We are especially grateful to you today. Subsequently, the ID that had been at the top of the list fresh attire, and gallant horse, exited the live stream. The remaining audience members also began to leave the stream. LV-13 heartfelt intent. Wow, a four-handed urban ranger right off the bat. LV-33 casual. As expected of the Emperor of Fury, even the soft-hearted friendship tickets are thrown with such magnitude. LV-5 lazy sheep. The Emperor of Fury is magnificent. LV-19 sunflower seed. The soft-hearted Emperor of Fury. So imposing. LV-17 laughter amidst the dance. This is already quite impressive. It equates to 1 radish per person. The top 20 is guaranteed. LV-2 KKKK. The Emperor of Fury is incredible. Boundless magic. Chen Hao was indeed quite hesitant. Otherwise, he would not have waited until the very end. After all, gifting Pai Pai and her group the coconut fruit was essentially giving it away. Their system ratings were all below 80. And any tips given to them wouldn't even amount to a cash return of 1,001. After some contemplation, he recalled the big brothers he had seen. Even if they felt indifferent, fellow team members would occasionally lend a hand. To maintain his persona as a lavish spender, despite using system currency, he reluctantly threw for urban rangers. Of course, his greatest confidence stemmed from the current 11 cashback rate of the little cat. Chen Hao glanced at his Bank of Communication app, where the cashback from the 300 dragons had just been credited. 900,000 dragon coins freshly deposited. Affection truly is the primary productivity. Chapter 61. A visit. Time gradually passed, and the moon now hung in the sky. The Qingkong Guild was still engaged in the lengthy process of passing the wheat ring, currently embroiled in the intense 15 to 10 segment. With both fresh attire and gallant horse and the wealthy leisurely person absent, the audience count dwindled back to 400 or 500. And the pace of the guild battle finally returned to the familiar atmosphere for Demao. Only 3 more numbers. We are just 2 palameras away from passing the wheat. Brother Rongyu, Princess Lily, it's up to you. Can we save it? We are just a step away from the top 10. We VE face challenges and overcome them. Only 2 numbers left. Lily, did you anger my brother Rongyu? If you don't make him happy today, I'll deduct your salary. The countdown has reached its final number. Is anyone waiting? Has anyone passed? Oh no, thanks to brother Rongyu's pink private jet. This is what one might call true love. In the so-called VIP lounge backstage, the little cat and the members of Team 4 were resting together, with the live stream displayed on the screen. She was now truly the undisputed number 1, having contributed significantly to the revenue today. The company naturally wouldn't insist on waiting for the so-called guild battle to conclude before allowing her to use it. As for Pai Pai and her group, they had long been eliminated. Without a big brother, they could hardly expect anyone to revive them. Brother Hao was also unaware of what was keeping him busy at the moment. The little cat rested her head on her hand, leaning against the makeup table, murmuring to herself. After all, she would soon be flying to Jean City, and she felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, hesitant to contact Chen Hao carelessly. Meanwhile, Chen Hao was busy making extensive purchases. He had long since closed the live stream, and his Douyin account still held 17 million Do coins. He instructed the little cat to call him when it was time to conclude, planning to celebrate victory by tipping even more then. In the end, he intended to spend the remaining amount at Aurora 590, clearing out Wei Wei and Song Chinga's live stream, thus perfectly exhausting his funds. Before coming to rent the apartment, he had already packed the essentials into his car. As for the remaining items in the rental unit, such as clothes and bedding, he had essentially given up on them. With the little cat being an 11 cashback machine, he didn't care about deposits anymore. At this moment, he was utilizing JD's premium delivery service and Matewan to have various necessities brought to him, striving to create a semblance of everyday life. Initially, he hadn't intended for things to be so complicated. After all, staying in a hotel wasn't particularly expensive. In Jean City, one could secure an excellent hotel suite for under 1,000. However, after hearing the little cat mention she had brought a suitcase, and estimating the cashback he could receive today, he decisively chose to rent a spacious apartment. This way, his persona would be more stable, and it would be more convenient in the future. While he was adjusting the arrangements in the room, contemplating what else was needed, his phone rang. Chen Hao walked over to check. It was a WeChat call, and the caller ID surprised him, Zhou. However, he didn't think much of it. Assuming it was just a routine call, and answered directly. Hello, is this Brother Gallant Horse? On the other end of the line came a voice, urgent yet deliberately sweet, as if it could squeeze out water. The tail end of her words was elongated, embodying Zhou's usual cutesy tone. You've called several times, and every time you start with the same line. Chen Hao replied casually while placing his newly purchased laptop on the desk. It wasn't that he didn't want to use a better performing desktop. The main reason was that acquiring a high-quality, low-water content machine required time. And he wouldn't have it today. Oh dear, I've gotten used to it, Brother Gallant Horse. Did I disturb your rest? Zhou's voice brimmed with feigned grievance. yet seemed to carry a hint of delight. Not at all. What is the matter? Chen Hao responded while moving a delivery box to the end of the hallway, knowing that in a few minutes, the housekeeper would arrange for cleaning staff to collect the trash. That's good. It seems I might be lost. I looked at the navigation, and it shows I'm near Jinjiang Tianfu Garden, and suddenly remembered that the address you sent to Sister Wanan last time seemed to be here too. She paused, seemingly gauging Chen Hao's reaction, her tone becoming more cautious, even carrying a hint of innocence. I just happened to search for the navigation of that address, and found it right next to my current location. Isn't that such a coincidence? Brother, you really live in this seemingly luxurious place? It feels so upscale. Chen Hao tightened his grip on his phone. Is she coming over? Lost. Searching for an address on the way? Shouldn't you check how jarring the phrase lost paired with navigation software is? I can't believe this. He quickly summoned the system again in his mind, confirming Zhou's affection level, 59. When did it increase a little? But it's still under 60? Why is she being so proactive? Simultaneously, he inwardly rejoiced at the decision he made a few hours ago to rent this spacious apartment. This luxury apartment, which required a deposit equivalent to 3 months' rent totaling 200,000, could indeed be described as bright, spacious, lavish, and with a wide view. At this moment, it had become the most compelling proof of his identity. He truly hadn't expected Zhou to quietly orchestrate such a visit. Initially, he had rented the apartment for the little cat's arrival, and now it perfectly allowed him to evade a potential calamity. Moreover, the presence of others here is fortuitous. Otherwise, setting aside the dilapidated rental I have been residing in until this morning, even securing a nearby hotel would have been a race against time. I nearly revealed my true circumstances. What a close call. Chen Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and steadied himself. Indeed, I have only recently relocated. I'm not at Tianfu Garden. I reside in Tower A of the International Financial Center next door. He chuckled. Lost? Would you like me to arrange a ride for you to go home? Chen Hao suppressed his racing heart, his tone deliberately nonchalant. Yet to Zhou, he seemed increasingly enigmatic. She quickly lifted her gaze to scan her surroundings, swiftly identifying the adjacent skyscraper. Why do I feel this building appears even more opulent? A sudden jolt of realization struck Zhou as she overheard Chen Hao's offer to call her a cab. Instantly, she felt a lump in her throat, and immediately adopted a sweeter, more clingy tone, tinged with just the right amount of feigned panic and shyness. A cab? Oh, no need to trouble yourself, big brother. I merely thought it was such a coincidence and wanted to confirm. Besides, having come all the way down, can you bear to let a little girl like me walk home alone at this late hour? The road is so dark and frightening. As she concluded, her voice trailed off, imbued with an air of dependence and supplication. Chen Hao glanced at the brightly lit Jincheng outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, nearly bursting into laughter. He genuinely did not expect that this seemingly vibrant and adorable girl from Aurora 590 would possess such audacity and cunning. The notion of being lost was likely a ruse to seek him out. Oh, afraid? Chen Hao's voice softened slightly, laced with a hint of affectionate exasperation. Then why don't you wait in the lobby downstairs? I'll have the butler come down to escort you up. Just mention my name, Mr. Chen. Zhou's voice suddenly brimmed with excitement, her sweetness reaching an apex. Really? Thank you, Brother Numa. You're the best. Chapter 62. Be a little bolder. Let us rewind slightly to when Chen Hao was competing with Tian Yong in a live-streaming session. Meanwhile, a little over 10 kilometers away, the afternoon live broadcast of Aurora 590 had just concluded. However, an unusual fervor permeated the dance practice room. Although their afternoon performance had been commendable, even without engaging in a PK, they had garnered quite a few luxury cars and planes. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that each of them was somewhat distracted. All minds drifted, at least during the brief interludes backstage, to Hang City, where their leader from Aurora 590 was engaged in a guild battle at the Qingkong Guild. The glow of mobile screens illuminated the youthful, exquisite faces of the girls, who gasped at the soaring numbers of dragon riders displayed on the screen. The operations manager, Yang Min, was also present, as today's dance practice had been cancelled, and even the dance instructor was engrossed in watching the live guild battle. Suddenly, her voice pierced the air, brimming with suppressed excitement. Did you see that? Over 800 dragons, 2 million, 20 million in sound waves, all generated in this small guild's monthly battle. Her keen gaze swept over the slightly fatigued yet sparkling eyes of the girls. His strength is unparalleled. In less than a week, he has risen to level 67. Do you know what that signifies? He alone can sustain a medium-sized guild, let alone our team. She urged. I believe you should all be a bit bolder. As Yang Min's voice faded, Wanan's eyes remained fixated on her mobile screen. She recalled the scene she had glimpsed during the live broadcast, where Xian Inu Ma had summoned 520 dragons, and Xiao Xiao Mao had wept tears of joy on stage, radiating brilliance. A wave of intense bitterness and indescribable exhilaration surged through her heart, spreading through her veins with each rapid heartbeat. 520 dragons. The few dozens she had previously taken pride in paled in comparison to his affection for Xiao Mao tonight. She instinctively brushed her fingers along her arm, recalling the shyness and supposed daring of sending that piece of lingerie. In hindsight, such a small gesture likely held no significance for Brother Numa at all. Lingerie? A little secret? Wanan chuckled self-deprecatingly in her heart, but soon, a stronger sense of fondness and greed surged within her. Such tactics might work on ordinary brothers or so-called true love brothers. Those who gifted luxury cars and planes were easily thrilled by mere formulaic gratitude in private messages. But for a true wealthy man like Brother Numa, they were trivial. Then, a more perilous and thrilling thought emerged in her mind, her cheeks flushing with an unusual warmth. Since she had already taken the first step, why not go further? What if she could engage in online direction? Utilizing video calls, she could allow him to control her in real time. For instance, dancing, changing outfits, even more intimate matters? As long as she could draw his attention more towards herself, the benefits she could reap would surely exceed those from other ordinary brothers. Her heart raced as she began to contemplate how to phrase this more enticing and exclusive service in a casual manner on WeChat. The so-called reserve was rapidly crumbling under the exaggerated allure of wealth and benefits. Not far from her, in a corner, Strawberry sat elegantly with her legs crossed. Her cold, glamorous face bore no expression, yet her tightly pressed lips betrayed her tension. Strawberry repeatedly clicked on Xiao Mao's personal profile, scrutinizing it with a critical eye. Her face is decent, but nothing exceptional. In a world where everyone uses beautifying filters, she should be slightly inferior to me. As for her figure, acceptable, but certainly not a match for mine. She instinctively straightened her back, her fingertips gliding over her long, straight legs. In summary, she concluded that she was considerably superior. What right did she have? In terms of qualifications, what do I lack compared to her? Merely good fortune in encountering Brother Numa first. After a careful comparison, her confidence swelled. Listening to Yang Min, she began to strategize. Our guild battle is also set to begin in a week, as long as he can attend. She thought that Wanan's secretive little tricks and Zhou's overly blatant flattery were too elementary. For a man of Brother Numa's caliber, would simple online flirtation and so-called small gifts truly suffice to impress him? What a joke. Such men are surrounded by women. Does he need your worn lingerie? Yang Jia was right. One must be bolder and more direct. It must be offline. Only through a real face-to-face meeting can he see me without filters and recognize that my face remains beautiful and my figure flawless. Only then would I have a chance to come out on top. She had initially planned to meet offline. She just hadn't finalized the timing. Now, it seemed best to arrange it before the guild battle. As a former top 3 campus beauty at Jianzhou Music Academy for 4 consecutive years, she had yet to be claimed by any so-called second-generation rich. Her sole purpose was to find someone truly capable, someone who could commit long-term rather than seek ephemeral pleasures. She possessed the confidence that, should she allow the dashing figure to see her in reality, her beauty, physique, and charisma would captivate him completely. At that moment, she envisioned herself as a woman who could command the might of 520 dragons in the guild wars. She had even begun to contemplate excuses for taking leave and which battle attire would best showcase her physical advantages. However, it was evident that some were more eager than she. As the affluent gentleman was once again crushed by 300 dragons, Zhou's complexion paled, her palms slick with cold sweat. Over 2 million. The sheer sum spent in the live stream indicated that he likely possessed even more, perhaps tenfold that amount in liquid assets. Otherwise, no one would so carelessly relinquish such a fortune. An unprecedented wave of intense crisis and possessiveness seized her heart. Initially, she had planned to wait until the guild war concluded and her second live stream of the day was finished before making her move, but now, as Yang Min's impassioned speech came to a close, Zhou suddenly clutched her stomach, her delicate features contorted with discomfort, her cherubic cheeks betraying an air of vulnerability. Sister Yang, my stomach hurts terribly all of a sudden. I might have eaten something bad. Her voice, tinged with weakness and a hint of tears, conveyed her distress. I'm worried I won't be able to manage the second show tonight. Will it be possible for me to take a leave? Yang Min frowned, glancing at her and noting her pallor, before reluctantly nodding. Very well then, make sure to rest well tonight, and don't let it affect tomorrow's rehearsal and live stream. Zhou's complexion indeed appeared wan, yet it was primarily due to the shock of the gifts showered by the little cat. Upon hearing Yang Min's consent, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, seizing her small bag and dashing out of the company's doors. The cold night air instantly revitalized her, dispelling the frailty etched on her face. After ensuring that her makeup for the live stream was flawless, she hailed a ride and promptly leapt into the back seat. Driver, The last 4 digits are 3665. Please take me to Jinjiang Tianfu Garden, and do hurry a bit. In the dance studio of Aurora 590, Yang Min watched Zhou Zhou depart with a faint air of illness. Turning away, she noticed Strawberry lost in thought. Flipping through her own photos, while Night had a flush on her face, seemingly contemplating something. Shaking her head, she stepped out of the room and dialed a number. Hello. Lao Zhao, it's me, Yang Min. Her voice lowered slightly, a blend of calmness and eagerness resonating. You're quite familiar with Hangzhou. Could you assist me in investigating someone? Yes, it's of utmost importance. The little cat from the Qingtian Guild in Hangzhou. Yes, the one with the 520 dragons today. Please uncover her background, contractual situation, and most critically, the penalty for breach of contract. Yes, help me ascertain a bottom line. Furthermore, see if you can obtain her contact information or even that of her immediate relatives. This is urgent. I must have it tonight or by early tomorrow morning. Rest assured, for this level of recruitment, I assure you, the remuneration will be most satisfactory. After hanging up the phone, Yang Min exhaled deeply, her eyes gleaming with determination. She realized that her earlier strategy might have been flawed. Instead of allowing Zhou Zhou, Strawberry, and Night to vie for the attention of this dashing figure, why not strike at the root? If she could directly entice the man who had shown interest in the little cat, wouldn't that resolve everything? Song Chingo was too much of a stretch, but this little cat seemed far more manageable. Moreover, he had tipped her on multiple occasions, clearly indicating that it was not a fleeting infatuation. Once she lured the little cat away, the dashing figure would naturally follow suit. There must be others who shared her sentiment. Even the operations of the S Guild might be in on it, yet she held her own advantages. She had 5 individuals he clearly favored. With the right persuasion, convincing both the little cat and the dashing figure would be a piece of cake. A shrewd smile played on Yang Min's lips. As for the Qingtian Guild, a man who could spend over 2 million in a single night deserved superior resources and a better platform. Such a small guild was utterly unworthy. Her mind raced. Already plotting how to entice the little cat with a more favorable revenue share, increased exposure opportunities, and the geographic advantage of being situated in Jin City for better interaction with the gentleman. The mere distance from Jin City to Hangzhou was negligible when weighed against such significant sums and ambitions. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhou had arrived at Jinjiang Tianfu Garden, her heart pounding as she glanced at the nearby delivery cabinet. This address was precisely the one she had stealthily noted during her previous chat with Night. Fearing she might forget, she had even recorded it in her memo. She felt she could not afford to wait any longer. Once the little cat secured the championship, she would undoubtedly need to call to express her gratitude. If the little cat was wise, she would be flying over tomorrow. To seize the initiative, Zhou Zhou had to act swiftly. She could not endure the feeling of watching a golden opportunity slip away, while she remained on the periphery, anxious and restless. The online flirtation and emotional cultivation were far too slow. Night was evidently contemplating bolder moves, and Strawberry's confident demeanor suggested she had abandoned the online approach in favor of a face-to-face meeting. She had to make a direct approach. That very night, seizing the moment when he had just achieved fame in the guild wars, with emotions running high, while the little cat was still in Hangzhou, unable to thank him in person. Of course, the notion of his emotions running high was merely her speculation. For Chen Hao, the impetus was driven by his desire for goodwill and reward incentives. Fortune favors the bold. She was all in. Moments ago, in the speeding car, she had even tried to touch up her makeup, striving to make her flushed cheeks appear more refined and charming. After carefully contemplating what to say and how to express herself in a manner that would not seem abrupt yet would capture Chen Hao's heart, she dialed the WeChat call. I'll be waiting in the lobby. I promise not to wander off. Brother, take your time arranging everything. There's no rush. Zhou Zhou added a sweet and considerate remark before hanging up, placing her phone down. On Chen Hao's end, he had already approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Peering down, he indeed spotted a small figure near the delivery cabinet where he had previously left the address. Approaching the door, he picked up the intercom and dialed the butler's number. Lee Butler, this is Mr. Chun from 2101. Please escort a young lady by the surname Zhou up to the lobby. After hanging up, Chen Hao settled onto the sofa, a wave of unease washing over him. He had a sense of what might unfold in this peculiar situation, yet it was his first time engaging in such services, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. By the way, didn't the system mention something about a lottery? To alleviate his anxiety while waiting and to steady his nerves, Chen Hao summoned the system. It was only then that he realized that not only Zhou Zhou, but the favorability ratings of all the streamers at Aurora 590 had inexplicably risen. The magnitude of the increase varies, mostly hovering around 1 to 3 points. It seems that during today's guild battle, they were also paying attention. Understanding the reason, his gaze fixated on the system's rewards. A single draw for basic abilities? What on earth is this? Scratching his head, he couldn't be bothered to guess and directly clicked to draw. Lottery begins in 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point in free attribute enhancement. Currently unlocked attributes for enhancement include stamina, strength, and charm. The host's current attributes are stamina, for endurance, physical fitness, durability, etc. Strength, for muscle mass, cardiac output, etc. Charm, 6, appearance, figure, hair, size and hardness of certain organs, etc. Average for normal adults, 5. Would you like to select the enhancement immediately? Chen Hao was taken aback. He had previously thought the system would only offer tangible rewards like luxury watches, high-end cars, or perhaps a suite. Upon seeing the phrase basic abilities, he didn't think much further. He certainly did not expect it to be this way. In other words, while others toil in the gym, maintain a healthy diet, and uphold good living habits to sustain their physical fitness, he merely needed to raise the affection level of a bound female streamer to 90, and with a simple click, it would be accomplished. My lifestyle has indeed been quite poor in recent years. With inadequate sleep and nutrition, a decline in stamina and strength is inevitable. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, and the voice of the housekeeper, Li Na, echoed from outside. Mr. Chen, I have brought Miss Zhou up. Chen Hao turned towards the door, stealing his resolve, and directly clicked on the now 6-point charm. A bold move. First, max out the charm. Then, reinforce stamina and strength. Subsequently, he gazed at himself in the floor-to-ceiling window, sensing a slight change, though he couldn't quite articulate it. Is this it? Shaking his head, he walked to the door and opened it. As the heavy wooden door slowly creaked open, he was greeted by 2 lovely faces, those of the housekeeper, Li Na, and the eagerly awaiting Zhou. The first thing that caught the eyes of the 2 standing at the door was a pair of feet clad in comfortable home slippers, followed by neatly tailored casual trousers. Then, the air seemed to freeze momentarily. Chapter 64. What is it like to have a beautiful streamer visit your home? As Chen Hao opened the door, the professional smile on Li Na's face instantly froze. She subtly scrutinized Chen Hao from head to toe, her eyes betraying an unmistakable surprise. She had just seen this newly moved-in Mr. Chen earlier in the afternoon and had a clear impression of him during the paperwork. After all, as a professional housekeeper in a high-end apartment, remembering every client's face is fundamental. In her mind, this Mr. Chen was a well-groomed young man, somewhat handsome, but far from breathtaking. How could it be that after merely half a day, his entire aura has transformed? Her gaze involuntarily lingered on Chen Hao's face. His previously acceptable features seemed unchanged, yet they had become more chiseled and defined. Especially his eyes, sharp and alluring, emanated a magnetic presence that momentarily captivated even her. A seasoned professional housekeeper accustomed to various so-called elites. Has he grown taller? Li Na slightly lifted her head. However, this brief moment of astonishment for Li Na was merely an impact, while for the other visitor outside, Zhou, it was nothing short of a shock. She had planned to come over after work today, thus adorning herself in a carefully chosen soft and cute ensemble. The pale pink plush hoodie concealed her modest bust while accentuating her slender upper body curves. Below, she wore a light blue pleated skirt paired with white knee-high socks and black leather shoes, showcasing her long, youthful legs. Her twin ponytails hung obediently over her shoulders, and her meticulously applied makeup made her delicate features resemble that of a porcelain doll. With the help of colored contact lenses, her large eyes sparkled vibrantly, radiating youthful exuberance. Her signature look. Had her bust size increased just a tad more, she might have reached a system score of 90. Yet, when she nervously lifted her gaze and met the figure within, all her rehearsed opening lines and practiced playful expressions vanished. How could he be so much more handsome in person than in the photos? Zhou's mouth, slightly agape, formed an adorable O shape, her big eyes widening in astonishment. It must be noted that she had encountered numerous male idols during her daily commutes in a medium-sized guild. She had seen all sorts of styles, from tall to short, and everything in between. In reality, there are hardly any top-tier handsome men, without filters and makeup. Most fall into the category of merely somewhat handsome. However, the Chen Hao in the photos, bolstered by wealth, had been delivered to her doorstep without reservation. Now, seeing him in person, his rugged handsomeness and magnetism rivaled any male idol she had ever encountered. And he wasn't even wearing makeup. He seemed quite tall, donning casual slippers without any height-enhancing insoles. He must be around 1.8 meters tall. Her heart raced, feeling as if a small rabbit was frantically hopping in her chest. Blood rushed to her cheeks, painting her fair complexion with a distinct blush, even her petite earlobes glowing with a rosy hue. Previously, she had prepared herself mentally for the possibility that the photos Chen Hao sent were heavily edited. Now, her mind was consumed by a singular thought racing through her. I hit the jackpot. Oh my goodness, I struck gold. The plan to proactively approach him had instantly transformed into an indescribable surprise. She even felt a bit dizzy, pondering, who is really supporting whom here? The little remnants of complex feelings regarding her dedication to career and money vanished, replaced solely by unadulterated joy. Chen Hao gazed at the two women standing at the door, especially Zhou Zhou, whose face was as red as a ripe apple, and was equally taken aback. He was well aware of his original appearance, and now it seemed he had only changed slightly, yet the effect was extraordinarily pronounced. That single point of charm evidently had an exaggerated impact. Truly, the reward for reaching 90 in affection is exceptional. A product of the system must be of the finest quality. He then cleared his throat. Ahem, please come in. The two women at the door were instantly roused from their stupor. Li Na respectfully bowed and then departed in the elevator. Zhou Zhou, feeling a bit bashful, slowly stepped across the threshold. The heavy wooden door silently closed behind her, isolating the corridor's light. As Zhou Zhou entered the foyer, she was immediately enveloped by the expansive view before her. She instinctively held her breath, her previously wide eyes now even rounder. Wow! An exclamation escaped her lips, tinged with disbelief. Brother, your home is absolutely massive. Before her, the ceiling soared well above that of an ordinary residential building, imparting a sense of grandeur and luxury to the entire space, with even the bright lighting appearing remarkably soft. The large floor-to-ceiling windows gave her an unobstructed view of the bustling center of Jin City. It was nighttime, and the sparkling lights of thousands of homes lit up the surroundings. The streams of traffic beneath her feet formed a ribbon of light that extended in all directions. It felt as if the entire city were beneath her feet, an experience she had never had before. She carefully stepped inside, her small leather shoes tapping crisply against the polished floor. This feels even better than the most luxurious studio at our company. Brother, should I change my shoes? I'm afraid I might dirty your room. Zhou Zhou's voice was filled with open amazement and flattery. She even stepped forward to hug Chen Hao lightly. Brother, your place is amazing. Can I look around? She leaned into Chen Hao's arms, tilted her head up, and blinked her big eyes, giving him her sweetest smile. Her twin ponytails swayed gently with her movements. Chen Hao hadn't expected her to be so proactive, but upon hearing her request, he nodded lightly. It's fine. You don't need to change shoes. Look around as you like. With his permission, Zhou Zhou immediately became lively, like a cheerful little butterfly. Carrying 7 parts genuine excitement and 3 parts intentional innocence, she began to flit around the room. Wow, brother, your fridge is huge. And it has so many features on its display screen. Oh my god, this sofa is so soft. It must be expensive. Wow, this decorative lamp looks so artistic. She exclaimed as she explored, touching things here and there, her movements mixing genuine curiosity with a hint of deliberate cuteness. Chen Hao leaned against the entryway wall, watching her performance. His initial nervousness gradually faded. In its place was a sense of novelty. After all, this was the first time a female streamer, especially one with an 89-point system rating, had stepped out of the phone screen and appeared in his home, alive and real. The feeling was completely different from watching a live stream through a phone. Chapter 65. The incident triggered by a car. Zhou Zhou soon finished a round of exploration and returned to the central circular sofa area. Her gaze was naturally drawn to the large coffee table. On the smooth, mirror-like stone surface, aside from teaware and a fruit plate, was a seemingly ordinary car key that made her pause. Pretending to examine the table's material, she leaned closer to check the emblem on the key. On one end of the key, inside a triangular logo, was a golden bull. Lamborghini? She gasped internally. As a streamer, recognizing luxury car logos was basic training. Her heartbeat quickened. Acting casual, Zhou Zhou walked up to Chen Hao and gently wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Brother, you drive a Lamborghini? That is so cool. Chen Hao nodded lightly, pretending to be indifferent. It's all right, just a Huracan. What? That's a Lamborghini. It costs several million, right? No wonder your ID is Gallant Steed. This car really fits your vibe. Her small face flushed with excitement. Her body leaned slightly toward him, almost pressing her petite figure against his arm. The thin sweatshirt brushed lightly against him, intentionally or not. Even though she wasn't T-shapely, Chen Hao could still feel 2 soft points against his arm. Her pale, slender figure radiated youthful energy at close range. The slim waist and the strip of fair skin between her overknee socks and pleated skirt looked especially eye-catching under the lights. Chen Hao swallowed subconsciously. A beautiful girl admiring him up close, paired with subtle physical contact, for someone who had still been worrying about his next meal just days earlier, was overwhelming. A sweet voice reached his ear. He turned slightly, his gaze landing on her fluttering eyelashes and the pouty lips she had deliberately pursed. Brother Zhou Zhou's voice was sugary and soft, the ending deliberately prolonged. You're amazing. So handsome, so wealthy, living in such a luxurious place, and even driving a sports car. As she spoke, she leaned even closer, half her body hanging onto his arm. You've given us so many gifts these days. And you just fought the guild battle too. You must be exhausted. Do you want to relax a little? Zhou lifted her face. Her eyes filled with admiration and shyness as she looked at him. Her gaze drifted meaningfully toward the side of the living room, toward the master bedroom. Through the slightly open door, part of the large double bed and the frosted glass bathroom door could be seen. Chen Hao's breathing grew heavier. Zhou was clearly done hinting. This was almost a direct invitation. Her youthful body pressed close, her deliberate softness and coyness hitting all of his senses head-on. He didn't reply. He simply wrapped an arm around her waist. Zhou sensed his silent approval. She rose on her toes, her soft arms circling his neck, her breath warm against his skin. Brother, how about we take a shower? I danced for so long today, I'm all sweaty. We can take a bath together and relax. I can help massage your shoulders too. Her tone was caring, and she deliberately emphasized the word together. Chen Hao felt dazed. This was his first time experiencing something like this. His ex-girlfriend, Tian Xinyi, had never been this attentive. And after graduation, he'd been so busy he never even went to a bathhouse. You'll massage me? Yes, Zhou smiled lightly, like a little fox who had gotten her way. I'm really good at it. When we shower at the company, the girls always ask me to help massage them. Come on, brother. Her small hand gently tugged him, leading him toward the bathroom. Before long, the frosted glass of the bathroom blurred beneath rising steam, and two silhouettes moved closer in the haze. Their clothes had already been tossed aside on the edge of the master bed without anyone noticing when. When the warm water washed over him, Chen Hao's tense body finally began to relax. In the mist, Zhou's slender and graceful figure appeared like a shape carved softly from the light. She stepped close, her fingertips carrying foam as they brushed gently across his shoulders and back. Her voice, half covered by the sound of running water, was sweet and soft. How do you feel? Is the water okay? She leaned toward his ear, a playful warmth in her breath. Chen Hao's heartbeat stumbled. The calm he'd been pretending to maintain collapsed instantly. He pulled her into his arms. The night that followed flowed from bathroom to bedroom, marked only by the dimming lights, the rumpled sheets, and the quiet traces left behind. Zhou's twin ponytails had unknowingly unraveled, and as she gasped for breath, she softly inquired, Brother Hao, do you like me? Then, may I come to find you from now on? In truth, I could also be a little kitten, one that belongs solely to you, meow. Chen Hao did not anticipate that, even at such a moment, Zhou would not forget to solidify her position. After more than half an hour, Chen Hao reclined on the expansive sofa, while Zhou lay beside him, her cheek resting against his chest. A plush, thin blanket enveloped them, with one of Chen Hao's arms draped around her shoulders, while the other idly toyed with the ends of her hair. After a brief silence, Zhou slightly turned her head, her large, glistening eyes filled with affection and a hint of shyness. She nuzzled her nose against Chen Hao's chin, her voice tinged with post-intimacy hoarseness and deliberate softness. Brother Hao, I used to think that all those romantic notions and fluttering feelings mentioned online were merely tricks to deceive young girls. However, I never expected to truly experience it today. As she spoke, a deeper blush adorned her cheeks, and she seemed somewhat hesitant to continue, burying her face into the crook of Chen Hao's neck. The warmth of her breath and gentle exhalations against his skin felt ticklish. Chen Hao responded, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Do you know, Brother Hao? Zhou's voice suddenly quivered slightly, and she earnestly lifted her gaze to meet his. I never imagined I would feel this way. You are my first man. Her voice grew softer, her face increasingly flushed. I only wish to give all of myself to the most special and trustworthy person. Right now, I am just a small streamer, not well versed in the world, and previously, I only wanted to dance well. Brother, I feel so fortunate now. Fortunate to have met you first. Although she did not utter the word explicitly, Chen Hao immediately grasped her implication. It was clear. She wished to convey that she was untouched. Chen Hao was her one and only. Chapter 66. The sensible Zhou paused for a moment, then gently took Chen Hao's hand and placed it over her still slightly heaving heart, feeling its rapid rhythm. It's beating so fast here. Not just because of you, but I'm a little afraid. Am I being too impulsive? What if? What if you no longer like me in the future? Or think I am not as good as that little kitten? Or perhaps I don't measure up to Song Chinga, the big streamer. Or even the other sisters in the group. They are all so impressive, with such great figures. Strawberry Sister has such long legs. And Goodnight Sister seems to have caught your fancy too. Am I too small in comparison? You wouldn't think less of them, would you? Her words were laden with insecurity, tinged with the self-doubt of a newcomer, and an underlying wariness towards other female streamers. She portrayed the image of a naive girl who had just offered her most cherished gift with exquisite finesse. She never mentioned money. Yet her genuine concerns about losing her place and possibly being cast aside resonated deeply. Zhou was acutely aware of her standing. She understood that a man of Chen Hao's caliber was not one she could claim entirely for herself. After all, how could a man so wealthy be so handsome? To monopolize him seemed an insurmountable challenge. She resolved to aim for at least a top 3 position in his heart. Internally, she felt a tinge of sorrow, as the probability of encountering another young, affluent man of such extraordinary caliber was nearly zero. She could only exhaust every means to ensure she would not be discarded. Chen Hao observed her pitiable demeanor, along with the stubbornness that surfaced when she mentioned the other streamers, and he felt a pang of emotion. Particularly as he felt the rapid heartbeat beneath his palm, he knew that, despite the performance aspect, a genuine sense of freshness and possessiveness stirred within him. Glancing at the system prompt, he felt somewhat reassured. System prompt: Zhou Wolin, Zhou, affection level 16. Congratulations, host. The affection level for streamer Zhou Wolin has reached 60, increasing the cashback ratio to 101. After all, according to the system's assessment, Zhou's affection had surpassed 60 and reached 75. Regardless of the circumstances, her words still contained a measure of sincerity. It was amusing that he hadn't spent any money today. Yet his affection level had risen so significantly. This girl truly was remarkable. He chuckled inwardly but tightened his embrace, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. What are you thinking about? You are unique, a one-of-kind you. From now on, in the streaming room, feel free to dance as you wish and leave whenever you desire. Chen Hao playfully pinched her little face, his tone laced with affection. As for the future, as long as I find joy in watching you, it won't just be the exhibition that shines every week. If you wish for something grander, I will support you in reaching the pinnacle. When I'm happy, I want the entire world to see the most dazzling version of the person I cherish. Chen Hao deliberately limited his promises to the online realm, unknowingly hitting the mark for Zhou, who truly desired this. Having participated in the group broadcast and witnessed the scene with the little kitten today, she naturally aspired to become the brightest star. Offline matters were inconsequential, but with Chen Hao's commitment, she could obtain a continuous stream of unreserved online resources. Even if the platform and company took 75, what did it matter? With Chen Hao's financial backing, a 25 share would suffice to make her a small fortune. The crux still lay within herself. Even if Chen Hao eventually grew weary, she would have established a foundation to thrive independently. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. Yet Zhou's face radiated immense and pure joy. Really? Brother, she exclaimed, excitedly propping herself up, causing the thin blanket to slip slightly, revealing a large expanse of delicate skin. Unaware, her sparkling eyes remained fixated on Chen Hao. I will work hard to dance even more beautifully, better than anyone else. I will practice every day, solely to bring you joy. She leaped into Chen Hao's embrace, holding him tightly. I don't want the whole world. I only wish to shine on your stage, brother. I will be your little idol, okay? Zhou intentionally replaced the terms girlfriend or lover with little idol. Knowing that Chen Hao could never belong to just one person, she sought to bind their relationship in a unique way. She was not like some foolish women who insisted that such a man be devoted to them, ultimately leading to their own ruin. Chen Hao savored the warmth of her affection and the slightly fervent loyalty she exuded, unperturbed as he replied, "All right, it's a promise. I will eagerly await your ascent to a more radiant stage." Zhou contentedly buried her face back into his chest, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. This time, I've won for sure. Although she could not monopolize this man and his unfathomable wealth, she could at least, through her first offering and her understanding nature, secure her place as the foremost in Aurora 590. All she needed now was to nurture this cherished affection. As for the little cat and Song Qinga, she still needed to observe further. Whether to ally with or confront them was merely a matter of thought. In truth, she was unaware of another presence, Wei Wei. However, the commotion on that side had initially been minimal, attracting little attention. Having achieved some preliminary success, Zhou stretched lazily, preparing to pour herself a glass of water. With the spring radiance she exuded, she unabashedly showcased herself to Chen Hao. Yet, as she approached the coffee table, her posture appeared slightly unusual, suggesting she was in some discomfort. Just as she finished pouring the water and was about to serve both herself and Chen Hao, his phone on the coffee table began to vibrate urgently. The screen lit up, displaying a WeChat call from Little Cat. Zhou's gaze flickered momentarily. She experienced a mix of irritation from the unexpected interruption and jealousy and wariness upon seeing the caller's name. However, she quickly adjusted her expression and demeanor, handing the phone to Chen Hao. "It's your little cat," she said, her tone intentionally laced with a hint of melancholy, though it was more playful than anything else. Chen Hao, having never encountered such a situation, felt somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, maintaining his persona was crucial, so he feigned calmness as he accepted the phone. "Hello, little cat?" His voice, after some modulation, sounded steady and gentle. How go? How go?" The voice on the other end, Little Cat, was filled with excitement. Surrounding noises were somewhat chaotic, clearly indicating she was in a bustling environment. "Did you hear? We're now in the top 4. I'm about to go back on stage. Ruoro and I have both accumulated over 20 million waves. There's no one chasing us. It's probably going to end soon. Amidst the background, the exuberant voice of Mao could be heard. We are just one step away from the top 3. Would we really be content to stop at 4th place? Lily's fans, let us push her up even further. Honestly, the top 3 have already been decided for 2 of them. Being among the top 3 goddesses alongside those 2 with over 20 million waves is a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Chapter 67, Green Tea? She is my good sister. Little Cat's voice continued. Although she was much calmer than when she was on stage, her excitement was still palpable. That wealthy layabout hasn't returned. Which means he must not have a ticket. After this, it's just a formality, and then I'll win the championship. How good. We're really going to win the championship. Chen Hao was infected by Little Cat's exuberance and felt a surge of happiness. Yes, I said it. And I will make it happen. However, what pleased him even more was that the remaining 17 million Do coins would soon be ready to be distributed. Suddenly, Little Cat's voice lowered, tinged with shyness. How good. I've already checked the flight tickets to Fijinqing on my phone. I sent you a WeChat screenshot. And considering the time for a taxi, the most suitable flight is the one at 10 o'clock tonight. If there's time, I'll book that one. I want to show up in front of you with my luggage tomorrow morning, or even in the early hours. By the end, her words became somewhat disjointed, infused with a hint of childishness. How good. I really want to see you so much. Yet, just as Little Cat's heartfelt confession of longing resonated in Chen Hao's ear, a situation arose on his end. After handing over the phone, Zhou had been quietly leaning against Chen Hao's chest, listening intently, but her brows furrowed slightly. Upon hearing Little Cat's unabashed affection, and more importantly, her declaration of imminent arrival, a wave of bitterness and resentment instantly enveloped her heart. Her expression dimmed momentarily, but she quickly masked it. Zhou understood clearly that sulking at this moment would be the height of folly. Not only would it fail to endear her to Chen Hao, but it could also tarnish the obedient image she had painstakingly cultivated in his eyes. She had to employ more sophisticated tactics to secure this man, especially with formidable competition about to appear. Thus, while Chen Hao listened to Little Cat's heartfelt monologue, responding with calm affirmations like understood, I'll wait for you. Zhou initiated her own course of action. Silently, she slipped beneath the thin blanket once more. Her soft, supple skin glided over Chen Hao's body like a serpent, beginning her silent endeavor. In an instant, Chen Hao felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body. The touch was entirely different from their previous encounters, causing every muscle to tense. The gentle caress was not a gale, but rather an exquisitely delicate and tender sensation. Zhou's movements were inexperienced yet aimed to remain discreet. She understood precisely how a truly obedient Little Cat ought to serve Chen Hao in such a scenario. Where on earth had this clever green tea strategy originated from? Was it from tomato novels? It couldn't possibly be from some red book. Yet he had to admit, he found it quite enjoyable. No, there was nothing green tea about this. She was simply my understanding little sister. At that moment, Chen Hao could hardly focus on what Little Cat was saying. He could only respond mechanically while occasionally glancing at the noticeable rise of the thin blanket beneath him. Crucially, Zhou's fingers were also in motion, wandering playfully. The sensation of her fingertips brushing against his skin sent a shiver down his spine. Chen Hao felt it was the most arduous moment of his life, needing to attentively listen to Little Cat's heartfelt declarations while suppressing the urge to make strange sounds. The dilemma was that he liked both sides. I feel like I'm sinking deeper into the path of a scoundrel. Just as Chen Hao pondered this sentiment internally, Little Cat's voice suddenly brightened. How good. The 3rd place has been announced. I'm about to prepare to go on stage. Wait for me. The voice traveled through the phone, penetrating the thin blanket, reaching Zhou's ears. In that instant, Chen Hao felt completely enveloped. Despite his best efforts to stifle it, a muffled groan escaped his lips. Little Cat on the other end seemed to sense something amiss, her voice pausing slightly as she curiously inquired, How go? Are you okay? Coughing rapidly, Chen Hao cleared his throat, one hand pressing down on the restless Zhou, his voice returning to steadiness. I'm fine, just choked on some water. I'll log into Douyin shortly. Inside the blanket, Zhou felt the pressure above her head, realizing she wasn't being pushed away, but rather that he liked her. Without hesitation, she intensified her efforts. Finally, Chen Hao ended the call with a long sigh, concluding yet another round of this intricate battle. After a brief moment of tidying up, Zhou finally lifted her head. As if to assert her presence, she made a swallowing gesture in front of Chen Hao. Then, she swayed her hips as she sauntered toward the bathroom. Chen Hao looked at her alluring silhouette, devoid of any clothing, and couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. What kind of display was this? No one could see it. Continuing, he deftly picked up his phone and opened Douyin, re-entering the live broadcast room for the Qingtian Guild War. Without headphones, the exhilarating and fervent DJ music instantly filled the entire room. Lily, don't give up. Although there's a gap of over 20 million sound waves, believe in yourself. You can do it. Brother Longhua, do you think it's possible? Damao's voice, equally fervent, carried a hint of jest. Almost immediately, a high-level comment floated by. LV49 Longhua. The other viewers in the live room began to cheer, as such a significant disparity in sound waves was a rare occurrence. LV5 Lazy Sheep. Haha, don't give up. Brother you. LV18 beautifully named. Brother you. Hurry and push to 2 million. Lily will come find you for the marriage certificate tonight. LV33 Love Story. Longhua, that's right. Get the certificate. I, as the second on the leaderboard, absolutely 1TB jealous. LV2 KKKK. If this handover goes through, brother you might have to sell his house. At this moment, Lily, free from the pressure of the handover, raised the microphone with a beaming smile. Haha, I might just be the first Douyin host to pull such a big score, right? Family in the live room. There's a gap of 23 million points. A full 760 hands of carnival. Everyone, let us group up in the comments. The real hype time has arrived. Type out the gifts you're willing to give on the screen. If we can't gather enough, don't send it. This is a rare 2-minute experience card for the big brother. With the KPI already exceeded, the cheerful host Mao also let loose. Family, let me hype first. I'll send 1 carnival spark. The army of 9 million in the live room got hyped up. Today, we'll treat level 1 like the big brother. But be careful, don't get too carried away. If we truly group up, we'll have to deliver. Chapter 68. The Return of the Wealthy Idol. The so-called hype is actually a form of interaction within the live room. Taking the handover as an example. If there's a gap of 10,000 sound waves, the viewers in the live room can freely state the gifts they are willing to give. During this phase, viewers do not need to actually send gifts. Simply sending comments suffices. Hence, it is also referred to as hype. However, if the total of the hyped gifts from the viewers actually reaches 10,000 sound waves, then all those who previously hyped will need to genuinely send the promised gifts. This often leads to a situation where, despite the considerable gap, one big spender suddenly appears, contributing a substantial amount, thus forcing the viewers who merely spoke to actually spend. Among regular live room viewers, this is referred to as being buried. However, today's scenario is different, with a staggering gap of over 23 million sound waves. It is improbable for any big spender to emerge. This has resulted in the viewers remaining in the live room feeling particularly exhilarated, as this time they could hype freely without fear of being buried. Once Damao's words concluded, Longhua, who had previously posed a question, was the first to speak. LV49 Longhua, I'll hype 10 carnivals. Doghead JPG. LV13 Heartfelt, I'll send 1 carnival. Wow, I've never said this before. So refreshing. LV33 Casually, I'll hype 1 carnival too. LV5 Lazy Sheep, I'll hype 5 carnivals. LV18 Beautifully named. Lazy Sheep, take it easy, don't really gather enough. I'll send 5 radishes. LV8 Colorfully Black, I'll hype 1 Dragon Knight. LV1 Little Zern, Colorfully Black, you Haven Tea even unlocked the skin. How will you send it? I'll hype 1 Romantic Carriage. LV33 Love Story, I'll hype 1 Interstellar Rose. LV11 Sleep Well, hype 1 Douyin Airship. LV19 Sunflower Seed, I'll hype 1 Eternal Diamond. LV12 Little Rain, Sunflower Seed, bro, that one needs to be unlocked from the mysterious shop. LV2 KKKK, I'm really hyped up. Hype 10 Hands of True Love Eternal. Gifts that they would normally never consider sending began appearing continuously in their comments. 2 minutes swiftly passed, and even though everyone was hyping it up extravagantly, the distance to 20 million sound waves remained far. Lily stood in the center of the live room, her expression relaxed. She didn't continue to solicit gifts, merely thanking for small tokens like little hearts occasionally. The gap was too vast, leaving her unmotivated to ask for tickets. Behind her stood the prepared Xiao Xiao Cat and Rua Rua. On the left, Xiao Xiao Cat stood gracefully, her previously tear-streaked makeup now refreshed, her radiant smile enhancing her allure. She was even contemplating whether to take a Didi car or a Didi premium service to the airport later. On the right, Rua Rua appeared unusually calm, her expression nearly devoid of emotion. With her arms crossed, she emanated a sense of detachment, as if the ongoing guild war had little relevance to her. Before coming up, she had made one last phone call. Slightly lowering her head, she glanced at the audience list in the studio. She was waiting for the ID that everyone believed had already fled, the wealthy idol, to appear. Tian Yong had already taken the bait. He wouldn't dare not show up. All right, the last 3 numbers. Family, we are currently still short by 12. 56 million points. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to our goddess Lily for securing 3rd place in this month's Guild War. Congratulations. Oh dear. Thanks to our brother Longyue for the Porsche. Picking Lily up from work now. Don't rush. There's still the awards ceremony. Mao rapidly finished counting down the last 3 numbers, then expressed gratitude for the final car gift. Lily, seeing the sudden appearance of the last sports car gift, felt elated. Thank you, brother Longyue. You've worked so hard today. I truly appreciate you for getting me this far. I've improved quite a few ranks from last month. After a brief expression of gratitude, Lily passed the microphone to Ruo. Mao's tone shifted to a serious note, even though he was aware of the outcome. The necessary procedures must still be followed. Come on, let our goddess Lily take a short break. Next, we have the battle for today as champion and runner-up. Let us welcome our goddess Ruo. This is her first time holding the mic during the handover. Currently, the handover score stands at 1,073, 600 points. It requires 35 carnivals, plus 1 romantic carriage. Ruo, good luck. Under the spotlight, Ruo, standing at the center of the stage, instantly switched her expression. The calmness that had just been there vanished without a trace, replaced by eyes that had reddened, as if she had borne a great grievance. Dear family, those of you still in the live room, I truly don't know what else to say. I have never pulled such a high score before, and I need over 1,000,000 points for this handover. Just now, I really tried my utmost, and Ruo's family and babies all worked very hard too. Idol brother has given his all, and I'm truly grateful to everyone. Today you all have worked so hard. I know the gap is vast, but I truly can't accept this. I don't want to give up just like that. Today, as I stand here, I embody not only myself, but also those who have supported and placed their trust in me, my elder brothers and sisters. To the over 4 million souls in the live stream, to those still present, is there a benevolent benefactor among you, a radiant beacon, capable of illuminating my path once more, even if it is merely to prevent Ruo from facing the humiliation of an empty microphone? Upon hearing Ruo's words, Mao was left utterly astounded. As the host of Group 1, he nearly forgot to echo Ruo's plea and assist her in garnering votes. What on earth is Ruo up to? Why engage in such melancholy theatrics? Over 1,000,000 votes, and you're demanding them outright? Do you think you're competing for 1st and 2nd place in the monthly tournament of the S Guild? He inwardly scoffed. Yet, recalling his professional decorum, he rallied the crowd. Yes, dear family, in the live stream, our goddess Ruo is indeed remarkably resilient. She is the strongest girl in the world. Despite such a staggering disparity, she has not given up. My dear family, let us not falter either. Everyone, contribute whatever you can. In the face of such a gap, any gift you offer is a testament of support for our goddess Ruo. Oh my goodness. A heartfelt thanks to brother Ruoshue Sanqian for his grand gesture. Ruo promptly displayed an expression of overwhelming emotion, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, brother Sanqian. Family, brother Sanqian has ignited the flame. Do not be afraid. Follow in brother Sanqian's footsteps. Together we shall overcome all obstacles. I believe, Ruo, that miracles will always manifest. On the live stream screen, it seemed that her performance had touched many, as small gifts began to appear gradually. Just then, a special entrance effect swept across the live stream. In the audience list, a familiar ID suddenly materialized in the 2nd position, Fugue Xianren. Chapter 69. Has Xianhuang truly not fled? Fugue Xianren. As the host of the live stream, Mao was the first to notice the entrance notification. Hasn't he fled? He didn't even switch to a low-key account or disguise himself as a mysterious figure. Could it be that, upon contemplating a certain possibility, his expression shifted to one of uncontainable joy? Welcome back, Xianhuang. Xianhuang, timing is everything. Ruo still needs 34 more hands for the gala. However, this time, Fugue Xianren did not wait until the last 3 seconds. Before Mao could finish his sentence, the live stream was engulfed by a thunderous roar. LV66 Fugue Xianren gifts Ruo 10 Dragon Riders. X20 X50 X100. The numbers of gifts surged, ultimately culminating at 100. Oh my goodness. Mao's voice momentarily faltered. Even though he had suspected something, he truly did not anticipate Fugue Xianren to be this formidable. Am I dreaming? Thank you, Xianhuang. Thank you for the full 100 Dragon Riders you bestowed upon Ruo. Xianhuang has not only returned, but he has arrived riding on a rainbow cloud. The heavens tremble, the seas dry up. Such a feat can only be accomplished with the most sincere of feelings. The 1,000,000-vote gap vanished in an instant. Congratulations to our goddess Ruo for successfully gaining the microphone. Ruo, you are utterly blessed today. Audience members, family, our 1st and 2nd places still hold an air of suspense. Everyone can contribute to fortifying both goddesses at any time. The audience in the live stream was momentarily bewildered. They truly had not anticipated this. initially thinking that Fugue Xianren had fled, perhaps even deleted his account by now. He made a dramatic return, and upon his return, he unleashed a spectacular display. LV-49 Langhua. Is he back from the dead? LV-5 Laniang. Oh my goodness. He returns with 100 dragon riders. LV-18 Miming Kyu. I just finished lamenting for Ruro. And now this twist? The angry emperor is impressive, but Xian Huang has truly outdone himself today? LV-33 Suabian. My god. Xian Huang, please don't sell the company. LV-8 Wucai Banlon Jihei. How many rounds of dragon riders have we had today? My phone is vibrating like crazy. LV-19 Guazarin. Dressed in fresh garments. Angry emperor. Someone is staging a sneak attack. LV-11 Hao Hao Shuijiao. Just moments ago, everyone was mocking Xian Huang for fleeing. What do they say now? LVXX Mingren 587997. Ha! Good thing I didn't leave. LV2 KKKK. Indeed, Xian Huang is Xian Huang. Incredible. Everyone had been waiting for the final award ceremony, yet they had not expected such a turn of events. Meanwhile, there was one person privy to the truth. None other than Ruro, who was currently positioned at the center of the live stream camera. Her face, which had previously conveyed a sense of vulnerability, now radiated vigor. Tears flowed continuously as she grasped the microphone, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Wow, Brother Xianren, I knew you would never abandon Roro. Thank you, truly. Thank you, my brother Xianren. Brother Xianren, you are my light, my miracle. I sob. She appeared utterly overcome with emotion, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to the camera, not once standing upright. If one were to draw near at that moment, they might catch a glimpse of the smile she could hardly suppress. She had won her gamble. Damao found himself somewhat moved at this moment, unconsciously leaning toward the microphone. Never abandon, never give up. That is our family leader, Xian Huang. Let us once again welcome the triumphant return of Xian Huang. Family in the live stream. Let's flood the screen with praise for Xian Huang. In the realm of mobile devices, the lively atmosphere of the live stream, the stirring music, the voices of the host and Ruro expressing gratitude echoed through the office. However, the once thriving live stream ambience, Ruo's gratitude, and the hostess' flattery could no longer stir any emotions within Tian Yong. The door to the general manager's office was firmly locked, and after Tian Yong expressionlessly sent out 100 dragon riders, he slumped into his genuine leather office chair. The main light of the office remained off, illuminated solely by the glow of his phone and computer screens. After a few seconds, he fished out a heavy cigarette from his pocket and lit it. There were no furious roars, no bitter curses, not even the satisfaction of retaliating against others in the live stream. The office was filled only with the sounds of his heavy breathing as he exhaled smoke, alongside the rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the desk. His gaze was fixed on the phone screen, yet his mind seemed to drift far away. He had conceded. After concluding his call with Ruro, he realized he had forfeited even the right to go down in flames. Previously, if he had dispatched 100 dragon riders, he would have reveled in it for quite some time, enjoying the astonishment of the other comments, relishing the gratitude of the female streamer, basking in the host's praise. But now, all he felt was heartache. Regrettably, he had to comply. This was not a matter of pride, nor did it concern the flamboyant riders and the petite cats anymore. His mind was solely consumed by the child growing within Ro, and what he had just sent out could hardly be deemed a gift. It is a hush fee, a cost of surgery, the price for silencing that evidence which should not have existed in the first place. This evening, he is merely fulfilling the payment of that cost, which is unrelated to consumption. Ah, such a splendid performance. His gaze momentarily sharpened as he beheld Ro, who was bowing in gratitude, and a derisive chuckle escaped his lips. What retaliation, what regaining of face, what appreciation from a female broadcaster. None of it held any significance for him at this moment. To him, the instant he neglected to implement adequate safety measures in pursuit of the purest pleasure, thus begetting an unplanned consequence, he had already lost. Now, he stood at the precipice of despair. Casting a glance at the balance of his private account, he extinguished his cigarette against the surface of his desk. The figure displayed was 15 million. Adding the recently spent 300,000. This was the maximum sum he could muster today. Besides the funds in the company account, he hastily explored every possible lending avenue available for immediate disbursement. If he could just survive this day and ensure Ruro successfully terminated that pregnancy, there might still be hope. In Jincheng, Chen Hao furrowed his brow as he observed the unceasing effects in the live stream, somewhat astonished. Returning from rinsing his mouth, Zhou, who was nestled in his embrace, was also startled by this unexpected bounty. She propped herself up, her eyes wide, as she leaned closer to Chen Hao's phone screen. My heavens, the affluent idler. He hasn't fled? He truly returned? And he has lavished such a sum? Chen Hao was equally taken aback. After all, the affluent idler was not one with a systematic approach. Why would he engage in such a small guild war and bestow so much? Previously, it could have been rationalized as being caught up in the moment or due to sunk costs. But how could one explain the current situation? Zhou pondered for a moment before a light chuckle escaped her lips. He was once unable to afford to flee, yet now he dares to show his face again. She turned back, resting against Chen Hao's chest, tracing circles on his body with her fingers. Brother, I suspect that this affluent idler must have some leverage held by that woman. If he were truly as formidable, he would have made his move earlier. Not delayed until now. Chen Hao vaguely sensed the truth in her speculation, yet he was indifferent. He directly tapped on the gift section, poised to return him 100 dragon gifts. Brother Hao, teach him a lesson. Make him disappear completely. Zhou cheered him on. Just as she gazed at the gift section Chen Hao had opened, she suddenly froze. For there, in the upper right corner of the gift section, was the balance of dough coins. 17 million? Chapter 70. The second consecutive duel? Zhou's delicate body stiffened. Her rosy lips parted slightly. Her almond-shaped eyes wide with shock. That string of numbers, seemingly radiant, blinded her gaze. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her breathing nearly halted. As someone who worked as a broadcaster, she was acutely aware of the platform's rules. Converting cash to dough coins was simple, but reverting dough coins back to cash? The complexity of that process increased exponentially. After all, why was it labeled as a recharge? It was akin to putting money into a game, similar behavior altogether. Therefore, a dough coin balance of 17 million implied what? It meant that her brother Hao's 17 million dough coins would almost certainly be gifted away at some point in the future. Such a colossal dough coin balance resided within the phone of the man beside her, while she remained snugly nestled in his embrace. Instinctively, Zhou drew herself closer to Chen Hao, her soft form pressing against his arm. Watching Ruo, who had just bowed and was now unable to contain her triumphant smile, Zhou even felt a twinge of pity for her. So naive. 100 dragon gifts were but a jest in the face of such a dough coin balance. However, if all of that were to be gifted to me, yet, as this thought surfaced, she immediately extinguished it. To voice such a desire now would be foolish. As long as she behaved well, she would undoubtedly have her share in the future. System notification, Zhou, affection level 1. Chen Hao tilted his head slightly. Casting a glance at Zhou, who was intently focused on the phone, puzzled. What was happening? What have I done? His dough coin balance had been rising to such extravagant heights that he was oblivious to how astonishing it truly was. However, if it was beyond comprehension, then so be it. An increase in affection was a positive development, regardless. Without hesitation, Chen Hao clicked on the Dragon Knight gift in the gift section. At that moment in the live stream, the little cat actually bore the most complex emotions. Why has he returned again? Up until the affluent idler's return, it was nearly accepted by the live audience that he had conceded defeat and fled. She had even purchased her flight ticket. 100 Dragon Knights, another 300,000. If this were to escalate. Listening to the excited shouts of Demao, she reflected on the sum Chen Hao had gifted her that evening. This was too insane. Compared to her own joy from receiving gifts, she felt more suffocated. Her mother's medical expenses had already been covered by the earnings from that evening alone. More importantly, the affluent idler's return was evidently well prepared, and his funds should be quite ample. Having achieved a 99 affection level with Chen Hao, the little cat was now more concerned for him. Had he allocated enough budget for this? Would it impact his career? She knew her brother Hao was exceptionally skilled, but the affluent idler was clearly blinded by his fervor. How far would this bottomless pit be filled? Most crucially, Chen Hao had already sacrificed so much for her today. So much so that she felt unworthy of bearing such a burden. The little cat did not wish to witness him battling with a scoundrel on such a modest stage, escalating the stakes out of spite. She accepted the microphone handed over by Ruo, glancing at her smug smile, but now lacked the inclination to engage in rivalry. Since becoming a broadcaster, she had never entertained the notion of relinquishing the championship. She could forego it. Her trust in Chen Hao had solidified like rock since the arrival of 520 dragon gifts. Now, she felt no need for a so-called Guild War championship to validate anything. Brother Hao, you have already done enough for me today. Yet, no sooner had her words escaped than Demao interrupted with fervor. Angry Emperor. Now, little cat needs your support. We are just one step away from the championship. We shall not compete for mere pride. Little cat surely wishes to be the most dazzling champion. Although the gap was considerable, we all believed in the angry Emperor's strength. Before he could finish speaking, the live stream was once again enveloped by the roar of dragons. LV-67 Gallant Rider bestowed to Little Cat Dragon Knight X100. Here it comes. Instantaneous. Thank you, Angry Emperor, for gifting the 100 Dragon Parade to Goddess Little Cat. Family. The Furious Emperor has assisted the Little Cat Goddess in swiftly surpassing this round of the game. Presently, The little cat goddess leads the Ruo goddess by an astounding 1 million points. Idol Emperor, do you have anything to say? Demao has just discerned that little cat seems intent on urging Xian Yi to remain composed, nearly causing him to choke in exasperation. What? Do you wish to keep all the spoils for yourself through an offline transaction? How reckless. This is what it means to be driven by passion. If one truly fills their belly this time, they need not worry about the next meal. Do you understand? He frantically gestured to little cat, his exaggerated facial expressions appearing remarkably comical. However, little cat has resolutely made up her mind. She seeks to halt Chen Hao's continued engagement in this ceaseless confrontation. How go? Yet again, she was interrupted. This time, it was the gifting effect from the affluent and leisurely individual. LV66 affluent leisurely person sends Ruo Dragon Ranger X10, X20, X50. Here it comes. The Idol Emperor has once again unleashed a frenzy of dragons. Gratitude to the Idol Emperor for bestowing numerous dragons upon the Ruo goddess. The gifts keep coming. Oh my goodness. Thanks to the Furious Emperor for increasing the stakes. Here it comes. The Furious Emperor and the Idol Emperor are once more engaged in a spectacular clash of Dragon Rangers. Who will emerge victorious in this round? Will it be the Furious Emperor or the Idol Emperor? Family members, display the name of your favored champion on the screen. Demao leapt from his chair, seizing the microphone at the table and unleashing a fervent roar. The live chat was ablaze with excitement. No one had anticipated witnessing such a thrilling dragon clash once more. However, before anyone could react, the gifting numbers from the affluent leisurely person abruptly halted, freezing at 79. Profound thanks to the Idol Emperor and the Furious Emperor for their tremendous support. Currently, the Furious Emperor still leads by 60 dragons. The Idol Emperor must hasten his pace. Observing the sudden cessation of gifts, Demao, who was fervently shouting into the microphone, was momentarily taken aback. 3 seconds, 5 seconds. The entire live stream descended into an eerie silence. The Idol Emperor has stopped. Family members, at present, the little cat still leads by a staggering 1,300,000 points. The Idol Emperor. Demao felt beads of sweat form on his brow. Internally berating, what on earth are you doing, big brother? You returned with such fanfare. I thought you had something substantial. To the right of the live stream, Ruo wore a bewildered expression. Surely this old man can't be limited to just 5 or 600,000. Are you toying with me? I've revealed all my cards, and this is all I get. Meanwhile, in a factory office less than 10 kilometers from the sunny broadcasting studio in Hang City, Tianyong furrowed his brows as he stared at his phone. A call notification popped up, displaying a name he wished to avoid today, his wife. Chapter 71. Is the network lagging? Perhaps you should reconnect to the Wi-Fi. Just moments ago, Tianyong sat in his office, smoking and expressionless as he clicked on Dragon Ranger. Noticing Chen Hao still had ammunition, he could not be bothered to continue playing this game, which had lost all thrill for him. Now, he solely desired to bring Chen Hao to his knees and swiftly conclude this farce. However, the incoming call interrupted him. Seeing his wife's name, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. After hesitating for a good 10 seconds, he steeled his resolve and hung up. No matter what, he needed to defuse the Ruo bomb first. That fierce woman could wait. Subsequently, he sent a message in the chat and resumed frantically sending gifts. LV66 affluent leisurely person. I still have over 2 million. If you dare, match me. However, in that brief moment, the live stream had erupted into chaos. LV49 Misty Moon, 79 hands. And it's gone again? Did it go to recharge? LV5 Lazy Sheep. What the hell is going on? LV18 beautifully named. It was all so intense. I thought it was going to be monumental, yet it turned out to be this? LV33 Casual, Idol Emperor. Don't mess this up. The atmosphere is at a peak. LV19 Sunflower Seed. Furious Emperor is amazing. This is the second time he has put him on pause. LV2 KKKK. Furious Emperor is incredible. Silk Veil Leisurely Person. Demao had no choice but to smooth things over, despite secretly hoping more from the leisurely person. Perhaps the Idol Emperor had some urgent matter? Nevertheless, congratulations to our little cat goddess. She currently holds a significant lead. Are there any family members who can assist, even with small gifts? Oh my goodness. Thank you, Idol Emperor. A dragon barrage once again. The Idol Emperor has returned. Perhaps there was a temporary network issue. Family members, the Idol Emperor has issued a final ultimatum. Our excitement continues. In the studio, upon seeing the affluent leisurely person's messages and the resent gifts, both Demao and Ruo simultaneously sighed in relief. Especially Ruo, who had just broken into a cold sweat. Far away in Jin City, Chen Hao had initially ceased his efforts, but nearly burst into laughter upon witnessing the affluent leisurely person's provocation. 2 million? Does he not realize that little cat's current cashback ratio is 11? Don't mention 2 million. Even 200 billion is within my reach. LV67 fresh attire and gallant steed, he chuckled. After sending that message, he resumed his barrage. As the number of Dragon Ranger strikes in the live stream continued to climb, 2 upgrade notifications appeared almost simultaneously in the chat. Congratulations to user, affluent leisurely person, for successfully leveling up to LV67. Congratulations to user, fresh attire and gallant steed, for successfully leveling up to LV68. Congratulations to both the Furious Emperor and the Idle Emperor on their upgrades. Thank you, thank you. Family members, let us flood the screen with congratulations for the dual Emperor's upgrades. Damao's voice boomed once more throughout the live stream, and the atmosphere finally returned to its previous fervor, rekindling everyone's spirits. However, a dramatic turn of events occurred once again. This time, the affluent leisurely person's dragon barrage faltered before even reaching 50. This left Damao, who was continuously shouting, in an awkward predicament. Perhaps the Idle Emperor really is experiencing some network issues, but it's all right. Family members, let us continue to cheer for our 2 goddesses and the big brother. However, just as he finished trying to smooth things over, another gifting alert popped up. Thank you, Idle Emperor, for the Dragon Ranger. He hasn't given up. He hasn't conceded. Damao felt as if he might vomit blood. His emotions were on a roller coaster, oscillating between highs and lows, causing immense discomfort. Just as he was about to lift the atmosphere in the live stream again, the leisurely person halted once more. What on earth is wrong with the Idle Emperor? Shouldn't he connect to Wi-Fi? Is the signal poor? Damao felt like smashing the table. Damn it. What on earth is the leisurely person doing? He silently roared within. Ruoro shared the same sentiment at that moment. What the hell is this old man doing? Can't he just recharge a bit more at once with 2 million? Her smile had frozen, leaving her utterly at a loss for how to convey her feelings. The chat had descended into chaos, with hundreds of viewers flooding the screen with question marks, nearly overwhelming the live stream. However, it is peculiar that the affluent idler seems oblivious to the barrage of comments and the sounds emanating from the live stream. He offers no explanation, simply sending forth dozens of substantial gifts, only to experience brief interruptions before resuming his generosity. Within the live stream, Damao is at a loss as to how to maintain the proceedings. Far away in Jin City, Chen Hao is equally perturbed, opting to refrain from pausing as he consistently clicks on gifts. Consequently, the disparity between the sound waves of the petite cat and Revo not only fails to diminish but continues to widen. Ruoro, at a loss for words, resorts to repeatedly making heart gestures. After all, no matter how skilled an actor one may be, switching between emotions in such a short span is undeniably exhausting. Everyone in the live stream watches this peculiar contest unfold as viewers speculate incessantly in the comments. LV49 Lingua. What is the Idle Emperor up to now? LV5 Lazy Sheep. Is this some form of performance art? This interruption is quite distressing. LV7 It's better not. Could it be that he needs to recharge after a while? LV24 November. Surely not. It would be better to just recharge in bulk. LV18 Disguised as praise. Each time the emotions rise, it freezes. Just like when I'm watching a video that suddenly buffers, it's excruciating. LV33 Indifferent. Idle Emperor. Why not just concede or find a better internet connection? LV33 Love Story. This feels akin to being at the mercy of a randomly controlled blue mood. Such uncertainty is exhilarating. LV11 Sleep Well. Love Story, Sister. Of course, Tian Yong is not engaging in any peculiar play or performance art. He is merely incessantly hanging up on his wife's calls. How outrageous. He usually goes days without a call, and today he must have taken the wrong medicine. Within mere minutes, he has terminated 6 calls. Yet, on the other end, his wife remains relentless. Tian Yong is now seething with rage, already burdened with immense psychological pressure. He finally erupts. Grabbing the phone, he presses the answer key and, without allowing the other party to speak, he unleashes a torrent of curses. Are you done? I'm busy. I have very important clients right now. Are you out of your mind? Crazy? Get lost. After expelling his frustrations, Tian Yong abruptly hangs up and blocks the number labeled as wife. The world is vast, but first, he must endure this round. However, his streak of consecutive gifts does not last long before it comes to a complete halt. For a full 5 minutes, even after Damao's intentionally prolonged countdown concludes, he does not return. Is this a joke? He boasts of having over 2 million. And yet here he is, blustering? At this moment, Damao fervently wishes to confront the affluent idler and deliver a punch himself. Yet, unbeknownst to him, someone else is already planning to fulfill that desire. Several kilometers away, Tian Yong sits in his office, drenched in cold sweat. Bang, bang, bang. The door to his locked office is being pounded furiously. The heavy wooden door quakes violently, instilling in him the illusion that the individuals outside are about to burst through. Additionally, a powerful female voice, laced with fury, penetrates the wooden barrier and pierces Tianyong's ears. Tianyong, open the door. I know you're inside. You, Tian, get out here. You've really pushed your luck, haven't you? Tianyong, you beast. Open the door. Chapter 72. The water is deep. Tianyong remains frozen in his chair, hesitant to open the door. However, the person outside clearly possesses little patience. With a resounding crash, the office door is forcefully flung open, the doorknob flying off in the process. 3 figures stride into the dimly lit office, with the slightly plump woman leading the charge, Tianyong's wife, Lu Yuning. Her complexion is ashen, flanked by 2 tall, imposing men in suits, their expressions as stoic as iron towers. As the 2 men position themselves by the door, they block out much of the light from outside. With a swift motion, Lu Yuning presses a button, illuminating the office's main light. She then hurls her Hermes handbag towards Tianyong. The blinding brightness prompts him to instinctively shield his face, narrowly avoiding disfigurement. Even with his hand in the way, the sharp pain elicits a cry from him. Rubbing his hand, he glances at the 2 towering figures by the door, stammering, Lu Yuning, what brings you here? His voice is parched, and he struggles to muster a smile that looks more like a grimace. Lu Yuning pays no heed to his trivialities. Striding directly to his desk and slamming both hands down with a force that jolts the documents and pens atop it. What brings me here? You dare ask, Tian? Do you even realize how absurd your behavior is? I've had people monitoring your account online, merely for a bit of amusement. But look at you, Tianyong. Such grandiosity, such a spectacle. You've squandered millions in a day and expect that little harlot to thank you. Did you enjoy that, perhaps? Tianyong had long prepared for such inquiries, having genuinely acquired orders through this account, and hastily begins to explain. No, dear. Please, let me explain. However, before he can finish, a powerful slap lands across his face. What nonsense. Lu Yuning's voice rises, imbued with a frosty undertone. Where did you get the audacity to squander millions? Do you know how long Xiao Wang has been following me? He rushed to me this afternoon, trembling as he spoke. The first time you tampered with the company's funds, the amount was already substantial. Xiao Wang, seeing you as the general manager and my husband, kept silent, hoping you would rectify it. And yet, today you've done it again. Are you insane? The account 1T even suffice for next month's salaries. Are you going to pay the workers yourself? When hundreds of them start to protest, do you comprehend the chaos that will ensue? It's 2025, not 2005. You treat all our years of hard work as a joke for some online female streamer. Tianyong cradles his face, acutely aware of his wrongdoing, and realizes that he has no plausible explanation. The repercussions of revealing that child would be far more severe. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. Lu Yuning bends to retrieve her Hermes bag from the floor, pulling out a report and forcefully tossing it at Tianyong's face. Take a look for yourself. Thanks to you. Tianyong, sensing an ominous premonition, fumbles to grasp the report, and the contents cause his back to become drenched with sweat. The report clearly bears the title, Hangzhou City People's Hospital, Gynecological Examination Report. The most pivotal words nearly compelled him to hurl the report in his hand across the room. Genital warts, colloquially known as cauliflower. Instinctively, he retorted, It's not as if you've been with anyone other than me. In the past month, aside from you, that filthy dog, I haven't touched another man. However, he was swiftly interrupted. Lu Yuning's voice trembled slightly, laced with an unmistakable revulsion. Even the boy I've been supporting, I'm wary of jeopardizing his future. I have standards. And what do I find? You, surnamed Tian, are truly extravagant in your pursuits. You have the remarkable ability to bring home such a disease. Tell me, is it that wretched girl, Ruruo? Did she infect you, and you in turn passed it on to me? You beast. At that moment, Lu Yuning was so enraged she could barely catch her breath, having to pat her chest twice to regain composure. Subsequently, she retrieved another document from her bag and forcefully slammed it onto the desk. Sign this. It is a divorce agreement. Read it carefully. Net worth 0 upon departure. Initially trembling like a leaf, Tianyong sprang from his chair as if scalded by fire upon hearing those 4 words. Faced with the prospect of losing everything, he disregarded the 2 imposing figures at the door and shouted, On what grounds? I won't sign. Even if I am at fault, the law cannot decree this. Lu Yuning laughed coldly, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Tianyong, have you forgotten how you climbed to this position? Was it through any worth you possess? Without my father's funding, his connections, or his reputation, do you think you're entitled to discuss legality with me? One of the towering figures at the door, sensing the rising tension, swiftly approached them, casting a frigid gaze upon Tianyong. Instantly flustered, his confidence waned. Meanwhile, Lu Yuning approached with an imposing presence, nearly pressing her nose against Tianyong's face, her eyes locked onto his. Do you believe I won't place this medical report on my father's desk, exposing how you misappropriated millions in public funds for a lowly streamer, leading to my infection? My father, a man with few hobbies, enjoys nothing more than sipping tea by West Lake with his old friends. You know, he came from humble beginnings. And these friends are loyal brothers who cannot tolerate such distressing matters. With a temper as fierce as his, seeing his only beloved daughter in this condition, he might just pour out his heart to those brothers over tea. And they, being men of old ties and fervent loyalty, would not stand idly by while a brother suffers. Should they get a little too tipsy one day, do you think they might not discuss how you, Boss Tian, are living too lavishly in Hangzhou, to the point of bullying others? Would they not feel compelled to teach you a lesson? Or perhaps, to ensure you remain silent forever, sparing us the agony of your presence? Tianyong, the depths of West Lake are unfathomable. Lu Yuning paused, savoring the transformation of Tianyong's face as it morphed into one of sheer terror. She extended her hand, gently patting his pallid cheek, her tone still icy and piercing. Sign this agreement. Take your disease with you, and the mess you've created at the factory, and get as far away as you can. Leave Hangzhou. This is your only chance of survival. And that little harlot is becoming a nuisance in my sight. I do not care how you accomplish it. But before you leave, I want you to ruin her with your own hands. After so many years in this game, you must have something up your sleeve, right? Otherwise, I shall send you to prison for embezzlement. This transaction is quite fair, is it not, Boss Tian? The office fell into a suffocating silence. Tianyong fixated on the words net worth zero upon departure on the divorce agreement. Despite the overwhelming fear of a bleak future, he understood that a miserable existence was preferable to a certain death. He was acutely aware that Lu Yuning's words were not mere threats. His father-in-law, no, ex-father-in-law, was indeed capable and willing to act on such threats. After several agonizing seconds of gasping for breath, he shakily picked up the pen. Is there no more time left? No more waiting. What about the idle emperor? Should I save Roro one last time? Then, the final number. 1. Time's up. Congratulations. Congratulations to the little cat goddess, who has won the championship of our monthly guild celebration at the Qingkong Dream Cup. Let's give a warm round of applause and cheers to the million audio wave goddess, little cat. Of course, congratulations to our equally remarkable million goddess, Ruruo. Our goddess Ruruo has also worked incredibly hard today. Once again, we express our gratitude to the angry emperor and the idle emperor. Thank you for your tremendous support for our Qingkong Guild. Although De Mao had reservations about the sudden drop in performance of the idle emperor at this moment, he was filled with exhilaration. After all, both big brothers had collectively contributed over 5 million today, ensuring he need not worry about his performance for the year. The bonus was a foregone conclusion. While buying a house might be out of reach, at least purchasing a car was no longer an issue. In the studio, a sparse round of applause erupted. After all, with so few people present, any applause was welcomed. However, in the live broadcast comment section, the barrage of messages flowed like a waterfall, with everyone still discussing the idle emperor. LV5 Lazy Sheep. Congratulations. Angry Emperor is amazing. LV49 Misty Moon. Congratulations. The Million Audio Wave Champion is impressive. But what is the situation with the idle emperor? Blowing up big, and this is the result? LV33 Random. Still over 2 million. If you have the guts, go ahead and compete. What a show-off. LV18 Beautifully named. Ha! The Angry Emperor is nearing 300, while he is still playing intermittently. LV8 Colorful Black. De Mao is still trying to cover for him, saying it was lagging. Who believes that? LV7 just fine. In my view, he is definitely out of money. LV24 November. This operation is too bizarre. He came back with great fanfare, only to perform so poorly, and now he has run away. LV33 Love Story. I'm not done enjoying this yet. LV11 Sleep Well. Love Story. Oh, never mind. LV19 Sunflower Seed. Idle Emperor, where are you? Come chat. You've been beaten by Angry Emperor twice and just run away? LVXX Mysterious Person 145054. Let it go. He is probably going to cancel his account. LV2 KKKK. Angry Emperor is awesome. Angry Emperor is the true emperor. The idle emperor is just a waste. LV19 Sunflower Seed. KKKK, brother. I've been unsatisfied with you for a long time. The comments in the live broadcast were predominantly filled with disdain for the idle emperor, who boasted yet failed to deliver. Observing this, De Mao felt compelled to intervene. The idle emperor has worked hard today too. He did his best. That is what counts. Now, let us formally begin our awards ceremony. As De Mao's words faded, the staff entered the live broadcast frame, cradling a somewhat inexpensive transparent glass trophy and a small crown adorned with plastic rhinestones. Xiao Cat stood at the center of the spotlight, cautiously accepting the trophy. As the crown was placed upon her head, an inexplicable wave of emotion surged through her, blurring her vision. She had achieved it. He had achieved it. She was no longer the discarded waste of Team 1, nor the subject of Rua's derision. She had Chen Hao, and Chen Hao, with his extraordinary prowess, had indeed propelled her to the pinnacle. Aye. Xiao Cat raised the trophy, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you everyone. Thank you to all my supportive family. Thank you to all my comrades in Qingtian 004. But the one I must thank the most, you all know who he is. Brother Angry Horse, Emperor Nu, my Hao Ge. Thank you. Thank you for making me believe that hard work and trust can truly yield miracles. Listening to Xiao Cat's gratitude, Chen Hao this time chose to send Carnival instead of the usual Yulong Yoxia. He felt this gift was more fitting for the current atmosphere. LV67 Xian Inu Ma sent Xiao Cat Carnival X100. Congratulations to user Xian Inu Ma for successfully leveling up to LV69. Thank you. Thank you, Emperor Nu, for crowning the goddess Xiao Cat with this moment, delivering a full 100 hands of carnival prosperity. De Mao's excited voice echoed, while the public screen in the live room was instantly flooded with messages like Champion Xiao Cat. Emperor Nu is awesome. Emperor Nu is invincible. Standing in the corner of the studio, Rua's smile, however, resembled a mask, stiff to the point of being somewhat frightening. Even though she had also broken 2 million in audio waves today, a figure many streamers would scarcely dare to dream of, she felt she had played all her cards. Moreover, it was evident that the long-term benefactor, Fu Gue Xianrun, seemed poised to abandon ship. Where was Tianyong? Had he truly run away? Just moments ago, he had been sporadically gifting. Was that 2 million merely to intimidate Xian Inuma? A disconnection? No, perhaps his wife discovered something? The more Rua pondered, the more she felt this possibility was substantial. An unsettling sense of uncertainty began to spread, causing her heart to race with growing panic. Yet, in the next moment, her turmoil and anxiety were overshadowed by anger. Useless. Truly a worthless waste. Damn it, making all that noise, yet unable to deal with a nouveau riche. Now, what difference is there between me and a clown in the guild? She glared at Xiao Cat in the spotlight, who was incessantly thanking Carnival. The feelings of jealousy and humiliation almost compelling her to rush forward and snatch that crown away, especially when she noticed the other streamers at the edge of the studio, peering in with eyes that were as strange as they were judgmental. Without Tianyong, this cash cow was of no use. And where was she to find a new big brother? The thought deepened her distress. Fortunately, the final ritual progressed swiftly. Amidst De Mao's fervent voice, the live broadcast concluded. Xiao Cat could hardly wait to remove that symbolic small crown, stowing it alongside the glass trophy in her suitcase. Pippi, Yigua, Lung. Sha, my voice brimming with undeniable excitement and urgency. I can't wait. You all will help me celebrate at tonight's victory banquet. And please remember to convey my apologies to Air Mao Ge. Xiao Cat, are you really flying over tonight? Pippi helped her pack, feeling both envious and happy for her. Yes. Chapter 74. You smell of her perfume. In Jincheng, Chen Hao switched off his phone. He had just finished a call with Xiao Cat, who was already at the airport. Zhou remained nestled against Chen Hao's chest, her smile sweet, yet with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Hao Ge, your Xiao Cat goddess is about to make her descent, she said playfully, intentionally conveying a sense of joy for him. Champion of the guild tournament. Over 30 million audio waves, how impressive. As she spoke, she playfully rubbed her cheek against Chen Hao's chest. Feeling the warmth of the beauty in his embrace and listening to her seemingly innocent remarks, Chen Hao's earlier awkwardness dissipated. He understood that Zhou was perceptive and likely guessed the true purpose of Xiao Cat's visit. Moreover, she would likely know what to do without him needing to remind her. Sure enough, Zhou propped herself up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chen Hao, her tone tinged with a feigned innocence and reluctance. Brother, it's so late, I should head back. After all, she reasoned, she couldn't delay his reunion with the goddess. She then gracefully leapt off the sofa and began dressing. Moments later, fully attired, she suddenly approached Chen Hao, who was also getting dressed, with a bright smile. Brother, I specifically wore this gardenia perfume before coming over today. How does it smell? Chen Hao, somewhat puzzled by her intent, nodded instinctively. Zhou flashed a sly smile, carefully folding the blanket that carried her fragrance and placing it on the armrest of the sofa. That's great. Today, this blanket has my perfume scent. Please don't dislike it, brother. I'm off now. This was her little scheme, not only a subtle affirmation of her presence, but also a test for Xiao Cat, leaving behind her heavily scented blanket. When Xiao Cat arrived, she would undoubtedly catch the unmistakable scent that belonged to another woman. From there, Zhou could gauge whether to ally with Xiao Cat against the formidable foe, Song Qing, or first unite with the Sisters of Aurora 590 for a just 5-on-1. Are you really set on heading back so late? Chen Hao asked, unconsciously rubbing his nose. It was merely a polite inquiry, yet after everything that transpired this evening, he was quite pleased with Zhou's thoughtfulness and emotional intelligence. Yes, I must go, Zhou affirmed, nodding earnestly. Then, as if recalling something, she suddenly linked her arm through Chen Hao's, her expression shifting to one of slight shyness and playfulness. But brother, look how late it is. I'm a little scared to take a taxi back alone. She glanced toward the coffee table, her large eyes expectantly fixed on Chen Hao. Brother, I've only seen your super cool Lamborghini in videos. Could I possibly experience it just this once? Please. Without waiting for Chen Hao's response, she began to playfully shake his arm. Please, Hao go. Just once. Just drop me off near the company. It's late, and there 1TB traffic. It definitely 1T delay you waiting for Sister Xiao Cat. Observing her eager and docile demeanor, and recalling her earlier maturity, Chen Hao found it difficult to refuse this small request. Deep down, he also held a hint of anticipation. Previously, he had only seen others in videos with beautiful women and luxury cars. Now he too could drive a supercar, escorting a stunning streamer with whom he had just shared an intimate moment back home. Had it been a week prior, such a notion would have been utterly inconceivable. Very well. Chen Hao retrieved the car keys from the coffee table, a hint of affectionate amusement gracing his features. After all, you are quite the obedient one. Yay. Brother Hao, you are the best. Zhou jubilantly exclaimed, her face radiating anticipation. Before long, in the underground parking garage, Zhou beheld the gleaming Lamborghini Huracan. Her astonishment unmistakable. Wow, it's so handsome. Carefully, she settled into the passenger seat, reveling in the distinctly low seating position and the enveloping embrace of the seat, her fingers tracing the luxurious interior. This is so cool. Actually sitting in it is far more exhilarating than watching it on video. She excitedly pulled out her phone, capturing the ambience with its mood lighting in a flurry of photographs. However, what Zhou did not disclose to Chen Hao was that she had secretly snapped a candid shot of his profile as he grasped the steering wheel. Naturally, she refrained from sharing these images on social media, instead storing them in a private album. As the engine roared to life, the Huracan exited the garage, merging seamlessly into the sparse late-night traffic. The low rumble of the engine reverberated within the cabin, and Zhou leaned back against the seat, savoring the exhilarating rush. Her spirits soared to new heights. Brother Hao, I am truly exceptionally happy today. She broke the silence within the vehicle. Chen Hao responded, his focus unwavering as he navigated the road. I just think you are extraordinarily impressive. So capable, so handsome, and yet so considerate. Zhou turned her head, studying Chen Hao's profile with a gentle gaze. I am being serious, you know. Before Chen Hao could respond, she abruptly shifted the subject. So, I must ensure I rest well tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll wear myself out and 1T be able to practice my dance for you properly. I've already taken a leave of absence from Sister Yang in operations, citing that I wasn't feeling well. She asked so understanding. She'll surely approve my leave, right? Chen Hao was puzzled by her sudden change of topic and could only respond in agreement. Meanwhile, several kilometers away at the new Media Industrial Park, the Aurora 590 was conducting its second live broadcast of the day. In the conference room, Yang Min scrutinized the live data, periodically replying to messages on her phone. What's the update? The penalty for breach of contract is currently quite low. We're still verifying her family's contact information. It'll be soon, came the response. Yes, I haven't had my friend request approved by her yet. And I can't reach her by phone. That's normal. They mentioned she would head to the airport after her broadcast. So she's likely already on a flight to your city, Jincheng. Thanks. I'll handle this. You needn't worry. Yes, the first payment has already been transferred to your account, and there will be more once this is resolved. Working for President Yang is such a pleasure. Her family will definitely provide the information by tomorrow at the latest. Thank you for your hard work. As Yang Min replied to Lao Zhao's messages, another notification caught her attention, Zhou's message. Zhou image. JPG. Zhou. Sister Yang, I've managed it, innocent cat head. JPG. Zhou, I need to request another day off to rest. I'm a bit worn out today, eek. JPG. Zhou, after all, it's their first time. Please understand, shy face. JPG. Yang Min's gaze sharpened instantly as she focused on the image.